Maybe it's supposed to be pronounced unpeeled.
Peeled, yes.
Unpeeled mangoes.
I think egg is spelled with one G, though, so I'm not the expert on how many consonants are in a word sometimes.
That, that works. Sometimes they're just extra consonants.
Yes, it makes real estate good, but it's SEO terrible, let me tell you.
I bet, yeah.
But then we've also got Crimson Storm on the left playing Enel, so definitely a leader in the OP07 meta, and did win our North American Finals last year.
That's right.
Looks a little bit different. We've got a couple new cards. Probably the newest card that people are talking about is this 10-cost Ace. Really good at being able to not only heal us one, but if we are able to heal and then get at 2 or less life, we get Rush as well. So a 10-cost, 10k Rush is really good in Enel. So.
Yeah, and I mean that down to like 2 health limit, that's kind of the sweet spot for Enel anyway, so it fits into the deck very well. On the Rob Lucci side, I every time I see it, I'm like, Rob Lucci, and then I realize it's not the older Rob Lucci leader, which is, I love playing that Rob Lucci leader because it felt like a fencing match where it's like you have to pick your perfect turn to go for the double attack and all that, and so I had a lot of fun with that leader, even though it wasn't exactly top tier, but now we've got a new Lucci in town, and it's slightly more competitive, I would say.
A little bit, and I mean, he came at a perfect time when with Sakazuki, a lot of players who played Sakazuki, I think, have pivoted to this. Moria's, I think, has been getting a couple more stocks, but uncommon these first couple turns, just passing back and forth. And,
well, it seems like too, if you like playing units, you go Moria. If you like removing your opponent's units, you kind of go Rob Lucci.
Yeah.
So it's got it's interesting because this Lucci feels more in the line of what black usually does as a color in this game, whereas Moria is like kind of this. It feels like this weird outlier, right, where you're kind of like going wide, which is very interesting, but outside the norm. But I like that. I like that we've got that in the game.
Yeah, and we've got, again, a slow start. We got the Nami, so this is a new card from OP06, where it's going to be able to get banished, so we have a 7k, being able to get a 2k out of life. That's quite good.
Not too bad.
And, Enel's been running that, too, because of the trigger, being able to KO a 5 or less on trigger, and being a 1k. When this card came out, I was like, oh, come on. Like, yellow has so many good things already. Why is this?
You're like, Nami.
This is good in hand, this is good in life, and this is good if you play it on the board, too, so.
Yeah, I mean, yellow seems like it's been a little bit of the game's darling for a little while here, and it was one of the newer colors, added to the game, I suppose. But still, come on. Either way, we've got the minus cost on the side, and there's the Sabo.
Yeah.
Already, I mean, man, like Sabo stocks have like skyrocketed, I feel like, in this meta.
As you would know for a little bit more, you've been trying to get some Moria decks built, and you're like, man, why this card was not so bad? What happened? Where'd he go? I
mean, like I played some Sakazuki back in the old meta, as I've got my Sabo experience. And like I said, I played the old Lucci as well.
Yeah.
It's a deck where people are like, well, I mean, do you include it, do you not? I'm like, you always include it. He's so good. It's such a great card.
Well, we used to be in this meta where it's like, we can just bottom deck it with Houndblaze, right? Why do we play it?
Fair.
But with Houndblaze gone, like, this card is immovable. Black Yellow Luffy obviously needs this card too, so definitely a very strong card in this meta.
Yeah, and I was never a Houndblaze fear. I was never Houndblaze phobic. I was afraid of Houndblaze. I was like, that doesn't happen that much. I'll dodge all the Sakas in the tournament.
Yes.
Yeah, and I didn't.
And now you're going to continue to dodge them for the rest of the time.
So, dude, it was so funny at Worlds, man, when like Cuban and I were casting that. It was like we finished the Saka Mirror Finals, and then 30 seconds later, it's like, and he's banned.
Yes. Yes. It was all top 4, and then like, all right, never again. So, but we looks like we just haven't had anything to play. Not too surprising for Enel. A little bit surprising for Rob Lucci, but we got the 5k, we got the bait, and then Nami getting all the Dawn, we were able to attack over the Sabo, and Lucci's board is clear once again. Yeah,
and Lucci going through looks like the graveyard right now, deciding what to do here.
Yeah. The 6-cost Brook is a really neat card. It's not as good for this matchup, but being able to get rid of Sabo specifically, since it puts it into the trash, it doesn't KO it. So it's a neat little way to get around some protection effects.
Yeah, and I mean, the game needs that, right? I mean, there was stuff like Sabo that was just such a blanket good card against most of the removal in the game that you needed to change up the wording a little bit, and more variation like that is never bad for a card game.
Yeah, 100%.
So you know, people know that like I have not watched all of One Piece yet, but I've continued to watch since Worlds.
For the record, you're among friends. I'm not caught up.
Oh, okay.
So, but you're
right.
good.
So I didn't start to watch the show until I started playing the game. So I just now have entered the Thriller Bark arc of One Piece, and like Brook's laugh is so annoying, man. I can't.
I mean, have you heard Moria's laugh?
I mean, yes, yes, but I don't. For some reason, I don't mind it from a bad guy.
Sure.
Because you're supposed to dislike the villains anyway.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, of course, that's just another aspect of villainy to just be annoying with your laugh. But Brook, he's such a cool-looking character. Otherwise, he's got the neat sword and everything. So it's like, why does he have to?
I think Brook is a character that. He comes into his own in a later show.
I've heard.
And grows on you, too, for better force.
Yeah, I've heard, yeah. And I mean, laughs are a One Piece
staple
specialty. Yeah,
100%. So
doing weird laughs.
All right. Well, looks like Crimson Storm here is looking for there now. Playing the Shirahoshi for 5.
Yep.
Draw 2 or draw 3, trash 2 is good, but spending the majority of your Dawn this turn, maybe not. Well, you definitely want to play it for free off your life, right?
You know, I mean, that was like one of the big. I feel like that's been one of the big ongoing debates: is do you hard cast the Shirahoshi or not?
Yeah.
And you know, I think if you have to, you have to, right? Because the effect is good regardless, and sometimes that's just going to be the way to use your Dawn that turn, whether you like it or not, you know?
Yep, 100%. And I do think that, and did we decide to not attack?
Looks that way, yeah.
Interesting, yeah. Some people are on Starve Enel, the idea that we can get enough resources and like Rob Lucci doesn't get, like keeping them at high life total means we get better removal with like Yamato's, but I guess with the Sabo out, like if you play Yamato next turn, you can get rid of it. So
I mean, if you feel like you have the stronger late game, you know, then you just are like, all right, I'll just kind of maintain the board state, and when I get to my 10 Dawn, then I can start to bring in all the big stuff. And like we haven't gotten a very close look at his hand yet. Maybe he just does have a high cost hand too.
Yeah, and we're going a simple 5. All right, Shirahoshi's costing 4 now. We're gonna go Nami? No. Okay, we're good.
What'll it be?
Yeah, just casually the best card in the game, Gecko Moria.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, why not?
You opened some packs recently, right?
I did.
And you're very acquainted with that Moria, right?
My very first pack in my first box of OP07 had an Aandroidd Gecko Moria.
Yeah, and you messaged me, you're like, good. This card's good, right?
No, I messaged you and I was like, good first pack. I know it's good. I opened an Aandroidd Reiju leader too in that box.
That is also
a good box.
Yeah. And we'll see with the restriction list coming out, being announced Monday, which of those two are the better hits, right?
I'm waiting a little bit. Yeah. You know, some things never change though. As Rebecca tricks come in.
Yes.
Yep.
And this is Sakazuki used to be pretty good with this into Rebecca.
Yeah.
We'll see if we see it in this game, but the biggest thing with this Rebecca play is we got the Spandine that came out in the expansion booster. What it lets you do is it's a 3 cost, so Rebecca can get it from trash to hand, and then it lets you bottom deck 3 Cypher Pool cards and then play a 4 cost from your trash. So what that just means is that you can play Rebecca, you can play a 1-drop there, get some effects, play Spandine afterwards from Rebecca, bottom deck 3, and then you get to play a Rob Lucci. So your Moria played itself, a 4-cost Rebecca, a 1-cost Searcher, and then a 4/6 Rob Lucci. That might have also popped something on board. It's ridiculous.
It is wild, and that's why people are kind of wondering if Gecko Moria is going to take a hit on Monday. We'll see, I guess. Yes. But for now, is that the glare? Is that the Yamato?
It is the Katakuri.
Katakuri.
Yes.
Oh yeah, you're right. I see it. Yeah.
That one's shiny already. That is the one glare spot on this one. Unfortunately, they have found it immediately. But this is Katakuri is still a good card. Being able to be removal, bottom decking there, Moria. Is really, really good if they only have the 1 Moria. If they're able to continue to play them back to back, you do kind of start losing advantage because they're playing way more off their Moria than what your Katakuri can remove.
Right, and that's the thing is that like yellow has some strong removal, but it doesn't have like big wide removal, you know. So I'd be a little bit nervous if I was Crimson Storm right now.
Yes, yellow did get another removal card though in the expansion booster too. Which is able to, it's a little bit costly, but you play it for 6, and then you go down to 1 life. So if you're 1 life already, but it gets rid of anything on the board. So it doesn't get around Sabo protection, but if you're already ahead on board and you're not afraid to not play something big on board, it's a good removal card.
Yeah, not bad.
All right, looks like we're playing the Tempest Kick, which Great Eruption also got banned during Worlds, but we do have a replacement for it in specifically Cypherpole decks. It is a 1 cost, you get to draw a card, and then if you have 10 or more cards in your trash, which is pretty trivial for Rob Lucci, you give something -3 cost.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Seeing that pop into some lists. Yeah. And so what's it going to be? Spinning again, and yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So there's the arena.
Yeah, so this is the Ennis lobby. So this was for the old Rob Lucci leader, but the new one will take advantage of it just as well. So we've got 2 reduction off the stage, we've got 1 off the leader, and 3 off the Tempest Kick. So we get 6 reduction pretty quickly, and
wow,
I don't think that Katakuri is going to survive another turn.
Yeah, another Rebecca. Okay.
Yeah, and this is the Spandine combo. So. Obviously better off the Moria, but if you just have the Rebecca itself, you can still do it.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. That's a big hand. Oh, it's a graveyard.
Yeah, it's trash.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, yeah.
That is the good thing. Rob Lucci, 5-6 cards is usually the max during the mid-late game, but they've got access to, I mean, their trash is their second hand, right, in a lot of ways. So they do have a big hand in that way.
Speaking of Rob Lucci.
Yep.
And right now, I mean, the board's looking a little bit scary for Crimson Storm, right? Because not only do you have some decently heavy hitters on the side of unpeeled mangoes, but you also have a couple blockers too. So it's just like you're just not getting through right now.
No. Yeah,
he's only got a Shirahoshi out there.
Yeah, so yeah, the Rebeccas are really good in this matchup. A lot of people are off Amaru, which used to be a staple, I think, in OP05.
Right.
You have to find room for those aces somehow. But yeah, still Yamato would be a good hit. It'd be able to get rid of any card on their board right now and heal you up to 2. Being able to play Rush Ace is kind of good, but those Rebeccas would be able to block your leader attack and your ace attack. So
yeah. So how do you get out of this if you're Crimson Storm? It seems unlikely because it's going to take like multiple turns, right? And he's just going to attack into the Rob there, and the Rob actually going to be let go. Just bring it back later, I suppose.
Yeah, and that is the Yamato.
Yeah.
Yep. So I think that's the best card in this situation. We were able to pressure the Rob Lucci, get a card out of hand, and then being able to get the heal up. So that is like the benefit from like not going into their life very quickly early, is that your Yamatos get some better clears, but
yeah, true.
You still have to win the game eventually.
Yeah. But this is kind of what we talked about earlier, right? Where it's like, okay, now you're at the point where you can start playing that stuff every turn, so can they answer, In theory, your big stuff is going to just be more durable, even though you're going to have less of it. But I don't know. There's a lot of negative cost over there on the Rob Lucci side.
Yeah, I mean, again, with 1 Dawn investment, we are already losing 6 costs to this Yamato. So it gets pretty ridiculous in the later game.
I'm a bit concerned for the Yamato.
Yeah. Yeah, the general, like, how this mid to late game usually goes is that Yamato plays a big card to interact with their board, and we just kind of trade back and forth until someone runs out of their big cost or their reduction, and you're able to push them advantage.
Just getting waiting. I mean, essentially, like your graveyard is sort of your hand with Rob Lucci. So I'm kind of right.
I was on you. I wasn't.
Yeah, it's kind of right. Yep.
Yes.
He had it in 2 piles earlier, right? Yeah. That's what confused me.
Yes. Yeah, because I think some people like to move their Cypherpole stuff aside just to be able to. And
oh, yeah, that'll do it. Yep.
All right.
Will it do it?
I'm confirming on this. How did we get there? I'm making sure. Did we play? Oh, okay. We had Moria. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, he didn't play the Moria yet. They were going to play the Moria because I'm like, those are Moria cards, but how did we get there? So all right, we play the Moria once again. We play the Helmeppo, which gets the additional 3 reduction, and we get it there.
There's some sequencing things, but
Hey, it's early.
It was in the hand. Yeah, it's first match of the day. It's like, what is it, like 10 a.m. this morning? This is like 3 a.m. for gamer morning.
It is.
You know,
it is.
Yeah, gamer day doesn't start until like at least noon.
It doesn't. No, I was warming up with a friend beforehand, and he's making some interesting plays. And he's like, I gotta wake up.
my brain is seriously not online for the first 4 hours of the day at least. You know. And only part of that is because of my 1-year-old at home.
Yeah. And shouts to Stream Judge making sure everything's playing well. So appreciate having them there. And looks like we're just going to go potentially 7. Another nuance about this match is that Yamato lets you heal when you're at 1, and the 10-cost Ace lets you heal when you're at 1 and gain Rush. So you kind of want to keep them at 2 life so they stop gaining advantage. But that also means it's going to be harder to get the win on the next turn too.
All right, another Katakuri.
Yeah. So we got 2 Morias in the life there. And I think Rob Lucci's back up to, I think they're at 6 life right now.
Wow.
It's very funny whenever you give someone more life than what they start with when they're not a healing deck.
Right. I mean, so is this an indication of the Enel just trying to starve out the Rob Lucci possibly?
Yeah. I mean, Katakuri is like the card you need to be able to do that, because it's your best removal card outside of Reigo. And so we've gotten rid of 2 Morias. We know that they can't be playing more than 2 more. So if we're able to continually answer them, we're in a good spot. And even though Unpeeled Mangles has a lot of cards on board, only the Rob Lucci can attack, and those Rebecca's are just kind of standing there.
Yeah, I mean, because you can bring a lot of stuff back from your trash, right? But eventually you run out of stuff to bring stuff back.
Yes, yeah.
So, if you can get to that point, then there's just really no board to speak of for the Rob Lucci player.
Yep. And if I'm looking at this right, it looks like we're considering using Enius Lobby as effect to give it -2, and then playing a second copy of it to give another -2. So it does work. It's not super clean, but it looks like we're going to do that.
You got to do what you got to do.
Yep. So -4 there. We cost 4 as Katakuri right now, and then Moria number 3 hits the board.
Wow. All right.
This is when it starts to be the unlucky, where Rob Lucci doesn't have any hard ways besides drawing to find their Morias. So if they see over half of them naturally, then you're like, all right, they're high rolling a little bit.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Is Crimson Storm looks at this and like, really, the third one? All right. I mean, it's not exactly. It's only a 50-card deck, right? So it's not exactly the biggest deck in TCGs, but still, statistically, you wouldn't be expecting to see the third one, I think, so quickly.
No, especially since you have to
a little bit above average.
You have to trash so many cards, right?
Yeah.
And, again, you can run a searcher for it, but it's a little inefficient. So we'll see if we have the third copy of Ace. Oh, looks like we're eyeing the Reigo though. We're at 2 life. It hit us down to 1, but we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, you just got to remove what you can remove. I mean, if this Enel's playing the long game, you're just going to keep clearing and being like, all right, well, yep, there's a Reigo.
Yeah. And we're down to 1, and we play Kiku. So this is a card from OP07.
Yeah.
It was played a little bit in Enel. It's a card that you love to see in your life and hate to see it in your hand, but it's rather obnoxious. I think the best deck for this was Katakuri as a leader, though.
Well, we already saw him hardcast the Hoshi, so speaking of cards you'd rather see in your life than your hand.
Yes, 100%.
Par for the course this game for Crimson Storm.
Yeah, and I don't think Crimson Storm have seen any super impactful triggers out of life yet, so batting average there.
Not yet. I mean, and that's what you're always worried about attacking into an Enel, is there's such a minefield of danger when going in there because it's so trigger heavy, but
yeah.
Not today so far for Unpeeled Mangoes, but you got to finish, right? I mean, right now he's still just got those 2 Rebecca's and a Rob Lucci, and sure, you could stack all your Dawn on a Rebecca and attack with it, which we might see later, but,
I've won a game in my life with that.
But it's something you need to keep in mind at least, Yeah. You never want to be at that spot where it's like Rebecca's my attacker, but, All right, so putting a Dawn on Lucci and going in.
Yeah, and we're going, we use leader effect, so we're going to want to try to get rid of this.
Yeah.
We'll see. Looks like we're looking at the 0-cost event.
Okay. It's 1 life, it looks like, for Enel right now.
Yep. And meanwhile, 6 for Rob Lucci.
Yeah, you got a ways to go, but you know, I mean, if you can just run them out of cards, that works just as well, you know.
Yeah, and looks like we're taking the 5. Oh no! Oh, we're taking the 7. No, we're taking the 7.
Yeah, it's a little bit tougher to block. The hand size still looks pretty good for Crimson Storm, but still, I mean, now you're down to 0. What's the plan here? Obviously, Enel is online, and see what else you can do.
Yeah, so it looks like we hit the Luffy from our life, so that will help us get some advantage. It does KO of 4 or less, so good for hitting that Rob Lucci. But we're down to 0 life, which is a little scary.
It's a Rebecca party, and every Rebecca is invited.
All right. And, we're playing the hog. I'm shifting forward in my seat. So when I told you that there's a bad card to get Gecko Moria, it's this one.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
So it's generally only used in the Gecko Moria leader because you can play it off your leader effect. But it's generic. So it just says when you play this card, you trash or put 2 cards to bomb your deck, and then you can get any copy of a Thriller Bark besides itself. So it lets you get another Moria, which is fantastic.
Moria number 4, but this is the last Moria, though.
Well, no, because we have one more floating somewhere, right?
Oh, we already played 3, so you're saying he's
but we got one. Yeah. Because luckily the last one was hit with Reiju to put it into our trash.
Bold move for Dr. Hogback too, to be wearing the fishnet bodysuit.
Yes.
Too. Yeah, that's spicy.
All right, and we do have the 10 cost ace there, so finally, okay, back to a regular leader, down to 5. Oh, does Rob Lucci also play cards with trigger in this game? We were thinking about it.
Not today.
Not today. But generally the best way to beat Enel is just go medium wide, which again, Moria is really, really good at doing so. We might be able to get rid of this Okiku if we're worried, but I mean, we're still at 4 life.
Yeah. How comfortable are you really, though, as Rob Lucci right now? You know, you're starting to run a little bit low on options, and you know, Enel being at 1 health is almost like Enel being at full life. You know.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and so we're going to go 7 into the Okiku, and then we're going to get the minus to the ace. So currently it costs 9. I don't think it's going to matter, but we do the effect.
I dare him to put all the done on Rebecca, though. Go for it. I'll never see it coming.
So this is the other thing. So Kiku, you have to be at 3 or more. Your opponent has to be 3 or less life. Which
he is.
We're still at 5. We're still really healthy. So
he is not.
I think I haven't seen Okiku in a minute, so I was just like, oh, that card says heal, but there's a preface.
Yep. And here we go again.
Here's Foria.
Yep. Gecko-phoria.
Gecko-phoria.
The Euphoria.
Yep.
Gecko-phoria.
All right. Oh yeah, this deck is spicy. We're gonna get the finger gun, which just gets rid of a 5 or less on a body. We're gonna get Sabo to our hand with Rebecca.
That's not bad.
And then do we have a Spandine to play off it? We do not.
Oh.
Yeah, all these Rebeccas are just chilling out, hanging out.
Yep. Hanging out with their family, having themselves a party. That's a Birdemic reference. That's a deep cut bad movie reference. Somebody out there.
Yeah.
Somebody out there, I hope, got it.
I have the demographic data. It doesn't look good.
Okay. Oh, bummer.
I have the age demographic.
I feel like TCG players and bad movie lovers do have a significant crossover in the Venn diagram.
Yeah, the middle section's pretty sizable.
Birdemic is not that old of a film, too.
No. You want to say that? Do you bring up the receipts of when the movie came out?
Yeah, it was like 2000s, man.
There are people in this room that were born after the movie came out. How's that?
Yeah, I know. Yeah. That is true.
All right, so we play the Russian Enel here. We've got which I think it would have been really good if we were able to play this on curve. This was an oldie from the version of Enel that you're more used to as well. Mm-hmm. It's hard to remove. It's really obnoxious and puts some pressure. And
just the rush aspect of it too can catch a lot of people off guard because you don't see pre-ace. You didn't see a ton of that in Enel.
Correct. But it looks like we're just going 8 into there. We're going to use a zero-cost event to over-counter, but that's still fine.
Yeah. Might as well.
Okay, Isho. All right, this guy. Do you know this Isho?
Yeah, it's removal, and then he hurts you if you have a lot of cards in your hand too. Yeah, there we go. There's a discard rather.
Yeah, super love this, and this came out with the original Rob Lucci as well.
Yep.
OP07 I know was a little bit slow, and oh boy, I have to. Oh, this is a blocker from Cypher Bowl. Okay. It's just a blocker.
All right.
But yeah, we have so many blockers on board. But yeah, that Isho's absurd. The fact that we can get another 3 reduction. So for 1 Dawn, no card invested, we can reduce 3 with that, 2 with stage, and 1 with leader. So 6.
You know, Isho's one of those cards where I actually prefer the regular art to the alternate art.
Yes.
I think the regular art is just so cool.
I think the regular art looks a little bit better. There's also like a treasure rare for that might not be the right word, but a new alt art for the new set.
Okay.
He's barely on the card, but when you look at him, he's really cool.
It's like off in the distance, like a Where's Waldo.
It almost. I'll show it in between.
Where's Isho?
But looks like we use Gadatsu, prone store at 4 life. Oh, we're doing it. We're swinging 5 with Shirahoshi.
Yeah, why not? See, that's what I'm talking about. It's Rebecca versus Shirahoshi. Let's go.
All right, 7K.
Zero powers.
Also, we've got 5 left in regulation, so that's starting to matter. If you guys are newer, so how it works is that we have a 5-minute afterwards where we have up to 3 turns, so 0, 1, 2, 3, and then also if that goes into contention, it's whoever has more life, then it's cards in deck and then cards on board. So.
Okay.
And now will almost always be at 1 life. Rob Lucci would likely have less cards in deck because they mill so much. So that is a pivotal point for this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, the first tiebreaker definitely favors Rob Lucci if we get to that point.
Yes.
Depending on how much Crimson Storm can get done right now with the NL, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe you can, I mean, 4 minutes can be a long time in the TCG world, so maybe you can go on the offensive and reduce the life total, but that's a lot of life.
Yeah.
Especially with blockers out there still for unpeeled mangoes, the double L.
The double L. All right, so 9 into the 7K NL. And this is kind of where we could get rid of it, or we could save it, which we do with the 0 cost and the 2K. But 3 in hand.
Yep.
Another 9 into there.
Yeah, why not?
I mean, in for a penny, right? We've decided that we want to keep this around. So
if you commit that much to taking out 1 character, you kind of have to go full on, because otherwise you just do nothing with. You might as well have skipped your turn, you know.
Yeah, and double 2Ks. So have an overcounter, 1 in hand.
Yeah.
I mean, if we attack with 9 with Rob Lucci, we could get rid of it guaranteed. But then they can just cycle their life and keep it around too.
True.
Alternatively, if we go 12 with Rob Lucci, we would be able to get rid of the 10 drop almost guaranteed. So that's somewhat worth it. We could attack Rebecca into Shirahoshi, 0 versus 0.
Yeah, that is true. Nothing feels better than making them use a counter on a 0.
No, it's the battle of the weenies.
Yeah. Mortal Kombat.
We're thinking here, and the timer's ticking. We got to make some moves.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it is one of those situations where, you know, the Rob Lucci player can just sort of, again, control the board state too.
Yeah, and we know we have a finger gun in hand. We should have probably put a Dawn underneath our Isho, because if we're already attacking with it, because that gets that -3 reduction, which is fantastic. We're going to do it late. That's fine. All right, so -3, -5. Oh, we're going on the Shirahoshi? Sorry, okay.
That'd be interesting.
Yeah. All right, so that costs 0 between the two of them.
It's Rob Lucci. Gonna remove the Shirahoshi.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Just gonna eliminate the blocker.
Too terrifying.
Yep. It's too scary. Too fast, too furious.
And we still have enough Dawn, I think, that we could pressure. Well, we still have 5, so we can go. Oh, we're just going to block her up. Interesting.
Yeah.
All right, draw 2, trash 2, and then likely pass from there.
I mean, it's funny too, because with all the removal in Rob Lucci, you know, as well, you can be like, all right, well, you're gonna starve me out. All right, I can just kind of turn the tables and starve you out.
Yeah, and it's. I mean, again, we've resolved 4 Morias, so that gets you so much value. And I think a lot of people who play the Starve game are in that mindset, like, oh, if they don't find their Morias, we have a good chance. But if they do, like, I think just going more aggressive is almost always the play.
Well, you've certainly got the board for it now. I mean, there's, at this point, you know.
All right, so 2 cards in hand. We know one's a 2K for Crimson Storm here. We could try to pressure one of the bigger bodies, but Unfueled Mega has a bunch of cards in hand, 2 blockers, can't be KO'd.
Yeah, that it's the blockers, really. It feels like that's going to be a real problem here.
Yeah, and I don't think they're going to be able to remove board, and we've got so many big attacks.
You just got yourself in a position where, you know, you're just not capable of putting the pressure on to get through and get rid of some of that life at this point in the game and this point in the timer.
All right, looks like we're playing. I think that's Yamato. There's, again, they're very good at finding that one glare spot, but healing up to 2, and we're going to pass to Unpeeled Mangoes. He'll be turn 0 into time, most likely.
Looks that way. All right. Well, timer looks like it has expired.
Yep. Yeah, and I think honestly, it's pretty favored for, I think, Lucci right now. There's only 1 card in hand. The fact that Crimson Storm was able to top deck that Yamato is already pretty lucky. But we're just going to go 6 into life.
Yeah.
All right, they find the Okiku, which is strong, but it also is 1 less card in hand as well. We're going to go 9K, which they can't interact with.
Because that's the other thing, is the Rob has built up the board where, you know, with no cards in hand, you should just be able to break through, right?
Yeah, but we were able to get rid of the Onami. But they needed to heal 1. Right.
Oh.
They're just giving it. They're scooping it.
Okay. Yeah. That's it. Yeah. The writing was on the wall. The board was there. The hand size was there. That was another big factor. And it's Unpeeled Mangoes winning our first round here on stream.
Yeah, definitely. We've got Nathan on the left playing Star Deck 13 Luffy, my favorite deck in this format, versus Sean from Gecko Moria, an OP06 leader. You kind of skipped from OP05 to OP07, but you've definitely got some eyes on this one.
Yeah, I mean, I like to play, you know, fairly aggressive decks. I like to go fairly wide in my card game. So Gecko Moria seemed like a leader that would be in my, in my kind of like wheelhouse of things I enjoy. But on the other side, like the SC13 Luffy, just the way this deck operates is so intriguing that I need to learn this deck.
Yeah.
I haven't had a chance to sit down and play it yet, but it looks really fascinating.
It's really cool. Normally, when you see someone reads Black Yellow Luffy the first time, they're immediately hooked, or they're like, "That's too much read. That's too much. I just want to go aggressive." So, but I'm definitely a big fan of it. We've got Nathan going first, which you generally want to be on the even curve for this one. So Moria being able to take that away is quite strong. But
all right,
I don't know. Traditionally, if you ask most people, they'd say that Star Deck 13 Luffy has the advantage in this matchup. But being able to get the Sakazuki early, I think, is good because it's a good card to just stay on board for the remainder of the game. And I think Moria has some ways to win. It's not 90-10 in any way.
Yeah, it feels like it's in one of those ranges meta-wise where it's like it's a good like A- list. Yeah. You know, like you do see it top 8, you do occasionally see it like top 4, but it's like a 0.5 tier below like the top tier decks. At least that's the way I'm interpreting it, just looking at the data from recent tournaments and things.
Yeah,
just talking to people. Meanwhile, Luffy's kind of on maybe the other side, where perhaps one of the higher tier decks in the meta right now.
I would say it had a learning curve. I think the deck gets worse when people find out how to play against it. So knowing where you can get some free advantage from it. But looks like we're just doing our early plays. We're going to play the Flampe. We can take top or bottom life. We're going to take the bottom, and we go down to 3.
But that's an interesting note, though. Do you really feel that this is a deck that succeeds right now because people just don't know how to play into it because of its complexity?
I think sometimes because we kind of saw the last matchup where Rob Lucci tried to get stalled on life and it didn't really work out. But Luffy, sometimes they have to spend time or energy or cards to go down to 0 life. So if you don't give them that for free, I would say part of the reason that Moria is a little bit rougher is because you want to be able to attack to be able to play cards from your trash, from the effect. But playing Perona outright is still pretty good.
Yeah, so I mean, what does that do to the Gecko Moria player? Like you're saying, like does that basically put you in the position of just wanting to sort of wait out and have the Luffy use more resources than it would like to get to that 0 life point, and then you try to spend that time building the board state to the point where you can put on a big attacking turn? Yeah,
I think that's the big thing. Luffy also dislikes when our opponents can play 9K bodies, which is potentially possible. But we got the Sakazuki as mentioned. It being able to get rid of this 5-cost Luffy is really nice. That 5-cost Luffy is the best card in the deck to stay on board because it can be an 8K attack very easily, or be able to put you down to 0 life without any Dawn investment. So that's definitely the start. If the next turn from Sean's hand is Isho, Nathan's in a really bad spot.
I mean, that Sakazuki is just always going to be a great card in black, you know?
Yeah. And
it's been one of the standards for a while now.
Yeah, and the fact that I think in this meta specifically, there's a lot of 5-costs that like to stick on board. Red Purple Law has like their 5-cost kid blocker, and it just gets rid of these cards and potentially sets up for a really good Moria play on the next turn too.
Yeah. That's the plan. Looks like it's going to be Sabo.
Yeah, and so that's the best card in this matchup. So any matchup that I feel like I lose is when I don't see my Sabos. But we're just going.
That's fair enough. Wow, aggressive.
Aggressive. So a big 7 with this Rush Ace. We're going to take it, go down to 3, and pass back to Sean.
So I mean, Nathan's saying basically, hey, if I'm just going to be aggressive, right?
Yeah.
I'm just going to try to make sure that, like, as you're building up your board, like, as you're kind of waiting for me to do things, I'm going to just constantly be, making you use a couple cards from hand, but more importantly, trying to reduce that life total to at least stay semi-even, because we saw, again, what happened around number 1, right, where you end up as an Enel with a low life, not much board, and you've let your opponent kind of stay at a high life total the entire game, and then you get to the end, and you're like, well, what do you do?
Yeah, and we're just immediately getting rid of that Sabo. So likely we have the 2-cost boy in there, and we're going to see what we're going to do. Well, I think we might have another Sakazuki. Being able to like pressure this Luffy or the Ace, and then still getting rid of a Sokka would be a good amount of card advantage for Sean, I think.
Seems that way. There's the attack coming in full with Gecko, like we talked about.
Yep, we're just going to let it go.
Yep. And you have ways to get this kind of stuff back, though, too, right?
Yes, 100%.
You've got the kids, and I'm not talking about Captain Kid. I'm talking about the kids themselves, the 3 brothers.
Yeah, I say there's the boy and the men.
The boys to men. That's what this deck should be called.
100%. Yeah. But everyone has their fan names for it, and there's a second Sakazuki.
I mean, if you're, I guess if you're a '90s R&D enthusiast like me, then Boys to Men is a natural.
I mean, we were talking about a 2000s movie being a little dated, so let's just go deeper into the.
I'm not helping myself
into the grave
out here. Like, I am a card gaming dinosaur.
Yeah. All right, so we're back to Nathan here. It looks like they've got. I believe they have. Is it 8 Dawn? It looks like 8. It might be 9. I thought they went first.
I thought you're right too, but
maybe the Dawn's sneaking under that 2-pack.
Oh, it does look like 8, but is there a Dawn under anything? No, doesn't look like it.
I also think it's interesting. Sean did spend the extra discard to get rid of the 1-drop Garp. You didn't need to do that. I would say Garp is one of the least suspecting, but it looks like we're just going to be playing the Sabo there, so good card there.
Well, as you talked about, a card that obviously Black has a tough time removing. So at least it's going to be a little bit stickier. Makes everything else a little bit stickier.
Yeah. But I will also say one of the better counters to Luffy is also playing your own Sabos, especially off Rebecca's.
Yeah, fair.
All right. Oh, okay. It was 4 Dawn on the top stack. I thought it was 3-3-2 or something like that. So it was.
It looked like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're trying to trick us up, you know.
All right, so the best move for this deck also is to get to 10 Dawn with Gecko Moria. So you can use the Gecko, get 2 of the boys out, and then have 2 Dawn to put underneath leader to use the effect. But since we're at 2 life right now, we're in like a weird spot. So we're going just 8 to try to get rid of one of Sakazukis. They're going to 2K out, play another Garp.
All right. I mean, you might as well. Again, it's set up for later turns, and if you can pull a card out of their hand, great.
Yeah.
You know.
And we did get a 2-cost Saba, but the issue with when I play this deck, I play the Garp, but not the event. And I saw from the top 5, there was an 8-drop Moria that we did have to bottom deck, unfortunately, because we can only search out the Luffys and Sabos and Aces.
Right. Yeah, both of these decks relying pretty heavily on the SR Moria.
Yes. All right, looks like we're at the full 10, and talking about 8-drop Moria, I think we're going to hit the board right there.
It's a spicy alternative art.
We've yet to see a regular art on stream today, so this is the standard right now.
I mean, if I was on stream, you'd see all the regular ones. I am a minimum rarity gamer.
Yes. Likewise, when you have to build so many decks, it's always quality over or quantity over quality.
Sindri hitting the board now for a little bit of discard, a little bit of searching.
Yeah, and we use the Hog back, so this could potentially get a second Moria that we could play on the next turn if it's in the trash, but I don't immediately see one in rotation. Yeah, so just grabbing a 2K.
There it is. Sindri to Sindri. And that's a 2K, right?
It is a 2K, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I was trying to do like a Boys to Men, like what's the next joke from that one, but I wasn't able to clench it.
You know, you can only take the Boys to Men references so far.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. If it was Sindri to Perona, then we got something. But they went with Sindri once again.
You know, like I said before, I just started the Thriller Bark arc, so I'm like, oh, I know that character.
Yeah.
She throws plates at people.
Pointing at the screen. Just
right. Yeah. I know that reference.
Yeah.
Nobody does that when I'm talking, though.
Yeah. I like the... Honestly, Bandai Card Games does a really good job at making a character feel like, or have an analog to what they're like in the show and that kind of stuff. So obviously Moria being able to bring stuff back from the trash, from the dead kind of thing, and but there's definitely a lot of later characters where I've been able to guess what their mechanic is just because of the card game.
That's cool. I mean, you can't make a card game like this without having it be like, it should be heavily thematic.
Yes,
yeah. You should be, if I can put on like the card game designer hat for a second, which I'm not one, but I like to think like I want. But if you're going to use an IP like this, you have to make the player feel like they're playing out the fantasy of that character or that scenario in the show.
Yes.
Yeah. Lots of IPs. Do that to greater or lesser degrees of success, but feels like One Piece is doing a pretty decent job with it.
Yeah, and it looks like Garp finds a 5-cost Luffy, but we're just in a weird spot. So it looks like we're going to play Hiyori. That's going to be able to let us take the top card of our life and then put one back on top. And then if we have a 2-cost Sabo, it's a 2-cost Luffy. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I think I know what we're going to see.
One of the boys.
Yeah. This is where with the overlay, like Black Hill Luffy does nothing for like 4 turns, and it's like, all right, I do 7 things now.
Well, my favorite part of the Black Hill Luffy card is that it has the text "per the rules" on it. It's like we remind you that there are rules in this game, and they are to be followed. So per the rules, yeah, I like that.
All right, so real quick, let me try to recap what happened. So we were at 2 life. We used Hiyori to put the 5-cost Luffy on the top. We used the 2-cost Luffy to play it off the top since we knew it was there. We used our 5-cost effect to trash the top of our life to draw a card, so we went down to 0. We put 2 Dawn underneath our leader, which puts 2 5-cost face up into our life, and then we're going to be able to play the 2-cost Sabo to be able to get an additional plus 2K on our leader. Everything can't be KO'd on board, which Gecko Moria likes to do, and we're going to end the turn with a 9K leader, 1 card in life, and 2 Sabo blockers, which is pretty ideal in a lot of scenarios.
Wow. Yeah. That is a turn, and that's what makes this deck so interesting, is that like you have these like really intricate sequencing puzzles to work out. But if you can work it out, then you get to a board state like Nathan has right now.
Yeah, and the only thing that I would say is that it's a bit of a, like, sequencing is always important in card games. And there's never a card game where it doesn't matter, but if you mess up the sequencing in this Luffy, it's not like, oh, I lose some advantage. You lose.
Yeah.
that is the punishment for such a complex deck, is that you end the turn with 0 life and a 5k leader. Like, what are you supposed to do?
Then it's like you take the time to learn to do it, and then you have that advantage that you're talking about earlier, where it's like a lot of people are going to just go for something that's a little bit easier to pick up right off the bat if they want to be competitive from the get-go, and then you know, they don't know necessarily how to play into this quite as well, you know? Yeah. And the thing is, like, even when people do, quote unquote, figure it out, you know, figure out how to play against it, the players that adopted it early and still, you know the deck the most intimately are still going to, you know, be good, because they're just going to do things that their opponents don't expect, you know, because you're not going to have the depth of knowledge to play as effectively against it if you don't know how to play yourself.
All right, we're asking for an exchange of trashes. Yep. Yeah, seeing, just making sure we know what's up, which is always very funny. Usually, you know, you want to count how many 2Ks are in there so you can kind of guess how many are in rotation. Additionally, so Nathan only has, what, 4 cards in hand?
Looks that way, yeah.
Yeah, so we kind of need to see a Gecko Moria next turn. If we don't, I think we just run out of advantage. But, you know, Gecko Moria is really good at additionally just playing Rebecca. Rebecca finds Sabo and then play Sabo, and also do the double blocker play. So, but this is definitely like the turn where we're in, I think, like the late game. Can Luffy continue to be a 9k leader for the rest of the game?
So we end up being in a situation where both boards have multiple blockers and can't be removed.
Correct. Yes.
So,
yeah. Yep. And we're just kind of staring at each other and like, well, I literally can't do anything, so I guess it's your turn. That's
it. The Gecko going in.
Yep.
All right.
All right. So we got a big 9, and this is also where the Sakazukis come into play, because you can just attach 2 Dawn into them. They require a card out of hand and are a blocker, and every card in Luffy's hand and board at this point is impactful. Every number counts.
That's right. Nathan taking a little bit of time to decide the response to this.
Yeah.
1 face-up health right now.
All right, and we're just going to let it go. So with Luffy's effect too, if you have a face-up life, it doesn't get it doesn't go to your hand or trigger like it normally would. It just goes to the bottom of your deck. So otherwise, if you're able to heal 2 for discarding 1 every turn and no, you know, no negative. Oh yeah, this deck is busted.
But per the rules, the face-up stuff goes on the bottom. Yeah,
the big phone book dictionary.
Per the rules,
page 75, section 4. Can't do that.
I mean, I understand why they thought, you know, they were like, okay, people are going to be confused about the power of this deck and like what this leader does, but it is funny to me that the card actually has per the rules on there. Please follow the rules of the game while you're piloting this leader.
All right, so we put 3 underneath Sakazuki, so it's a big 10k versus a 9k leader. So Sabo's taking 1 for the team on that one. We still have 7 Dawn, so if we wanted to do a 7 or a 9 and a 10, we could do some big attacks. But this is kind of like the game that Luffy makes you play of. Do you build bodies on board to have a better turn next turn, thinking I don't have the out, or do we just go big and make you waste resources just not losing?
I mean, it was a 4-card hand. Now it's down to a 3-card hand.
Yeah.
Still, you know, essentially 3 life on board for Sean. So, yeah, I'm totally down for just going aggressive here. But it looks like that's going to be the end of the turn. So content to bring him down to 0, not wanting to push that advantage any farther. And I guess the concern is if you can't finish them off, you know, then suddenly all of your stuff on board is vulnerable. So I get that.
And we end up playing Rebecca. We got a 2k to hand. Normally your best target for that is like a Sabo if you're able to establish it later, but we're starting with the 8k attack. If we had the 2-cost Luffy and the Rocket Luffy back, being able to play that to pop the Rebecca would have been really nice, but that might still be a play with the Moria here. So we're going to get 2 2-cost boys from the trash into
Sabo.
There. Yeah, Sabo's a good one, and then
Luffy. Yeah, okay, Luffy. All right.
Yeah, so if we have the Yeah, if we have the Rush or the Rocket Luffy in there, that really would help. So 2 Dawn underneath there, leader effect to trash a card. It's going to be a 2-cost ace. I'm going to put Sabo and
Boys to Men.
Oh, did we? Was it? Oh, it was. Okay, sorry. It was ace, not Luffy. My apologies.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
I mean, they're both in their art. They're both swinging from tree branches. So it's if you've got a smaller screen,
it is
as we do. It's
well. So it gets one worse potentially. So their alt arts are beautiful, but they're all white backgrounds with black ink.
Oh yeah, I've seen that. Yeah.
So that gets very confusing very quickly for those. But yeah, that was ace. So we got a 7K attack in, and we will, and then we'll have the Sabo trash 2, and then. We're going to pass it back, and we do have, again, like 2 blockers up, but the fact that we have so many attackers on board, only 2 cards in hand, I think Sean's in a good position.
You got to go for it, right? I mean, yeah, your opponent's down to basically no counter from hand, and no life. Like, this is the... As a you know, I'm not the best one-piece player on the planet, I'll admit that, but this looks like a go for the kill turn to me.
Yes, I think that's very fair. So here's like an easy way to math it out if you're trying to play the matchup too. You need to get 1 attack in, right? Blockers get rid of 2, and then let's say you have 2 cards in hand, so that will get rid of 2 cards. So if you're able to make 5 9K attacks this turn, you strictly can't lose. You strictly win no matter what.
Right.
That might be, you can definitely do 4, but I think that 5th one might be a little bit tricky.
Well, we'll find out as Sean's trying to math it out here, and this is one of the like highest pressure moments I feel like you feel as a one-piece player, where it's like, all right, I know if I do this, I can win. If I do this right, but if I mess it up, I'm just done.
Yeah.
You know, these types of turns are so punishing in this game.
They are, and it's. I want to say it's funny, but it's also terrifying, like how intimidating simple arithmetic can be.
Yes. Well, I mean, I'm an art major too.
Oh,
so anything with numbers. I have a degree in art, which means that I have like an anti-degree in math, and you know, it makes it terrifying.
Yeah, but just to say, like, 5 + 4 is 9, right? Like, you just have to, like, that thoughts in your head all the time. Like, I think so.
Yep.
Where's my calculator? All right.
Like, it's hard too, because I feel like you don't see the numbers represented visually. You have to sort of imagine it, right? I mean, it's kind of represented with the cards, but still, like, my brain needs to see, you know, numbers.
Yeah. Ooh, all right. So
Sean's brain, though, does not seem to need that.
All right. If we get a 1, so this is the call out. It's saying that the last card in your hand does not have any counter. Because otherwise we lose, and it might be a Moria that they're hoping for next turn, and it was. So
all right, yeah, that's it. So it will be Sean taking it with a Gecko Moria, revealing those last 2 life there, and you know, that's what can happen. Like you said, you know, while you're setting up with Luffy, like you are kind of going down that low. You're living on the edge.
Yes,
playing start 13 Luffy, and sometimes you fall off.
Yeah, and I mean, Moria is a good play. Don't get me wrong, but you go minus in card advantage every time. So I didn't see what he could have discarded off Sabo, so it could have been that the 2 cards that they kept in hand had no counter anyways. But yeah, being able to get that, and again, like, Sakazuki is a new ad for Moria. It gets you that early advantage in the 7K. You know, being able to put 2 Dawn underneath it to pressure leader at a 9K is really impactful.
Resting characters on the green side and minus power on the, or minus cost rather, on the black side.
Yeah.
The question is, you know, what my question is about this leader, at least, is she competitive in that, you know, you can do both well, or are you splitting things enough that you do both not as well as you would do either individually, you know?
Yeah. So master of none, right?
Yeah, I'm kind of torn on this leader, but she's unique for sure, and she's definitely got some power to her. So, you know, we'll see how it ends up working out. But tough opponent, you know. Arguably, this Law right now, I feel like some people are saying is, you know, one of the strongest decks in the meta right now, and You know, so it's a tough opponent. But you come to this event, you got to expect you're going to hit some laws, right?
Yes, 100%. So we're going to put the timer on the screen. I don't think we're going to need it for this round, but we'll see. But yeah, as you're saying, if you guys don't know Perona, it is a Thriller Bark leader from OP07. Definitely a little overshadowed from Gecko Moria, but my hope is that if we do get the restriction for Thriller Bark only 8-drop, this is another leader that would be able to take advantage of it, and
it's kind of cool.
It would be really, really unique. So being able to get that for it. So
yeah, is that a no card sleeve law leader
that is
there?
Fresh right out of the starter deck.
Raw.
Got to keep it. So
raw law.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, you know, I know you just get it with a starter, but that's still those are nice looking leader cards.
They are very, very nice.
I'd put a sleeve on that. Maybe it's one of those perfect fit sleeves.
Yes, maybe. You know? Yeah, it is so sleeved.
I don't know. I'm not convinced. That might be a raw leader card right there.
Yes.
Which, you know, if you don't have the alt arts, why not? I mean, there's no alt art for that, I suppose. But I'm saying if you don't have the alt art for the other leaders. Meanwhile, is that no? It's not a graded one on the other side. Just one of those big fat.
No, they making sure. Like sometimes I have issues where I accidentally shuffle my leader into my deck. Not an issue.
Yeah, not with that. No. I like the little mini snaps. You know.
Yes.
For alt art leader cards, it's you know they're small to fit in the card box, but they're durable. So, yeah.
All right, so we're going into it. Turn 1, nothing from Law, so nothing too crazy. We're going to see if we have a 1-drop searcher. Looks like we've got a Momo, so this is a Wano build of this. And so this is a newer way to play Perona from OP07 compared to OP06, where there ends up just being a good amount of Wano cards, including Ryuma, fantastic for removal. And this Momo turn 1 makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Crossover with Thriller Bark, I suppose, too?
Yes, yeah.
Has that quality?
And it has both. Not that Thriller Bark is really a tag that Perona needs for its cards compared to Moria, but
it's a thematic thing.
It is, you know,
yeah,
100%.
Yeah, you want to be a lore accurate deck first and foremost in this game. You know, I think that's what everyone thinks about the most when they build decks, right?
100%.
You gotta put the lore first.
I need to play the Sanji, but it wouldn't make sense.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
All right, so Momo's taking one for the team, unsurprising. And yeah, with the early game, I mean, Law's not playing a lot anyways, but even if you did, Perona would be able to get some pressure with it. So we're going to pass on 4, and we'll see what we decide to do.
You know, why do the green cards in this game, you ever notice that a lot of them are very extreme close-ups of faces?
Yes.
And they're always a little bit like misty, a little bit slightly blurred. Why is that with green?
I don't
have any idea.
So here's okay. This is headcanon that I just thought of right now.
Okay.
So this could be immediately invalidated. But green was the land of Wano for a lot of their cards.
Sure.
And which was pretty recent in the manga, in the story on release. So maybe they didn't want to like spoil anything. When you think of like card development is like behind that, right? So maybe they were just newer things they didn't want to impact. That is a quick 10-second thought headcanon.
I don't know if that's true or not. We're just theory crafting here, but I think it's a legitimate one.
Yeah.
That one's not super close up. There's so many of them.
But the alt art though, it's half the card there.
There you go. Yeah.
But this Otama is definitely one of the reasons why we've switched to more of the Wano package. It's a 2K, which is fantastic. It also says look top 5 for a Land of Wano card, so it finds the Ryuma. And the reason that Ryuma is so good in this deck is that it's a 4-drop 6K. But we also have You Can Be by Samurai, which I'm saying a lot of things. We're just drawing a lot of cards. Maybe that's the end of this rant. But it's another Land of Wano card. You rest 2 of your own characters, can be anything, and you get to draw 2, which is pretty coveted in this card game.
You can go through your deck pretty quickly, and that lets you obviously get to the bigger impacting cards later on, and you know you'll be set up to use a resting ability on the leader too if you need to. So
yeah.
Makes sense.
The only thing with this, so what this Perona and what this card kind of does is it takes advantage of your opponent not wanting to spend time to get rid of your small bodies. But sometimes with Law, you want to use your -3 effect and you don't have a target, but you'll almost always have a target in this matchup. So that can be a little bit impactful. But
classic starter queen.
Yeah, can you believe that they made the best blocker for the deck in the starter deck? I was
going to say the most expensive common in the universe.
Yes, they did. They're like, you know, this is perfection. We can't get better than a 5-drop that.
When I see Queen, perfection is the first thing.
It has to be. Yeah.
That is true. Yeah, but that card is incredible though.
Yeah. And I think the one flaw for Law, if I'm able to say it, is that it has some consistency issues where you don't get searchers. A lot of the cards you draw have to just be hard drawed as well. But we're going to see some good removal here. So we're going to use a Suru to reduce the cost by 2. So it's going to cost 3. We have a Perona effect to rest a 4 or less, which means it's the queen. And then we know, I think we have like 2 Ryumas in hand. So we're going to just start with a 6K, I'm guessing at leader.
Why not?
Yeah, at leader, yeah.
Yep, Law, you know, 4 health leader too, so every one of those life hurts a little bit more.
All right, and there goes a 2K, so that's the new Sanji.
Right.
I think the funniest thing about Red Purple Law, which as you're picking up on Reiju, is they make so many cards for Reiju as a leader, and Red Purple Law is like, cool, I'm going to take that and make it better. So, but that blocker's a huge card for the deck, and being able to be a 2K and reduce it to a 3-cost card if you're less on Dawn, which you will be in this matchup pretty often.
All right. Well, meanwhile,
yeah, we're playing our good 5-drop. So potentially like using the queen first to get the easy removal, and now this Eustace kid gets a lot of value the longer it's able to stay on the board.
It has been interesting to see the starter 12 Law gain ground over the last couple of releases too, because there was like a little bit of it back when it came out, but it was really out of that starter deck. It was really RP Luffy that was kind of the standout.
Yes.
And now you just don't see the Luffys anymore. It's sad. It's one of my favorite decks ever, but.
And it could maybe. Purple's got a lot of good stuff, but again, like if you need the best red purple leader, it's the one on the board right now.
Yeah.
So if anything was to happen to that one, then you know chances Luffy can come back is not 0. But
I suppose.
Yeah, 6K leaders aren't as impactful, I think, in this meta as they used to be. All right, and we've got, I believe, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is it 7?
It's 8 on the Brian side of things. Yep.
So we could play Moria, but the issue with that is that we might not be able to set up our trash the way we wanted for it. And I think that's generally the biggest weakness with Perona compared to Sakazuki, where if Sakazuki needed a card in his trash, 0 Dawn, put in the trash, get a card draw, why not? And then you can set up your plays from playing from trash. Perona, you kind of have to sequence it and plan for it and just hope for it a little bit better.
Yeah, for sure. But you've got time.
Yes.
You've taken the early life lead. You're still feeling pretty comfortable. You know, you've removed the biggest threat that's been out there so far. So, yeah, Brian's feeling okay. Shout out to Eric, though, for spelling it with a K.
Yes.
That's, in my opinion, as
the correct
Eric,
way, yes.
As an Eric with a K. That I do believe that it's the proper way.
I'm surrounded by them. Oh, no.
Yeah. You know, it's just how it is.
It is how it is.
Proper.
Both players have to be like, all right, how do you spell? Because I've seen Brian's with a Y, Eric's with a C, right? So. Yep. All right, so it looks like we've decided to play Ryuma. So we get to rest the Reiju and pop it. So not the worst play for it. I think the only thing that stinks with Perona as well is that you could do in another deck, right? You can play Moria to play Suru and a removal to get rid of something.
Another one.
Oh, another one. Okay.
All right.
Wow.
Huh.
And likely just for the tempo because...
Yeah, totally. I mean, having another 6K on board is going to be really strong. I mean, your opponent is sitting at 2 life, you know.
Yeah.
It's we're not in kill range really yet, but we're definitely in the range to put a lot of pressure on.
Yeah, and we put Borsalino in there, which is nice.
Yeah.
I believe this is Miss All Sunday, which is just another card for ramping and drawing. And when Perona interacts with 4 costs and you're playing all these 5 costs, it's definitely a little frustrating.
Yeah, you need to work a little harder to get to where you need to be to use the hero ability, but yeah, what can you do?
And there we've got the removal. And so another unfortunate thing about this matchup is the fact that we bottom deck cards with leader effect, which means that we don't get it back into our trash for recursion. But we just played probably the most impactful card for the deck since you've seen it in OP07, and that is the Kitten Killer. So have you seen this card before?
The Kitten Killer?
Yes. No, not the Kitten
Kid
Killer.
and Killer. I was like, Kitten Killer. That sounds really mean, but Kid and Killer. Yeah, I have, but I'm not as super familiar with it. But anything with Rush is going to be quite scary. Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
it's oh, my goodness. It's huge. 7K coming in for 4. All right.
I don't like putting co-casters on the spot like this, but I did want the earnest reaction of
I know where I'm at. Coming into this thing today. I had a solid 2 days of notice, and that's fine.
Yeah, this card's dumb. If I'm allowed to say so. You can play it off your leader effect. It's a 7K almost all the time as Rush. So to put 0 Dawn investment, but also you could do some things where you put 3 Dawn on against something else, get an attack with it, use those 3 Dawn a second time to play out this Kid Killer for free, and then you have the rest of the Dawn to just go really high with it.
Like the idea that you have 2 characters on a single card still throws me though.
Yes.
I'm not used to that.
I'm 99% sure this is true. The reason they did this was because they needed the Kid Pirates. They don't actually have that many unique names,
right.
And their searcher finds cards that are named Killer, but not specifically Killer.
Oh, okay.
So this is Kid and Killer. So it searches for it because Kid's in the name.
Yeah.
But it's just a weird, walking around thing.
That works, though.
Yeah, it works, yes.
Like I said, I've only gotten to, I just started the Thriller Bark in One Piece. So you could tell me, like, there was a name of a character, and I would just totally believe you because I haven't gotten that far yet.
Kid and Killer is a good. If
you told me there was a pirate called Kitten Killer in One Piece, I would totally believe you.
Yeah, I'll have to save that one for later.
There we go. All right.
Looks like we're playing 8 Dawn. Looks like Brian might have done a little bit of Dawn. Oh, there it is. Okay, it was hiding. All right, it was making sure. Either Moria or it could be an 8-cost Sabo. Yeah, 8-cost Sabo.
Yeah, okay.
So this is also a good Sabo.
As most Sabos are.
As most Sabos are.
We don't talk about Red Sabo.
Who? There's no other Sabos.
That's right.
But very good for this matchup. Being able to use it to get rid of 2 bodies is really impactful against something like the Red Purple Law. And the only thing I don't like about this, it doesn't have the Dressrosa tag. I kind of get why not, but man, Dressrosa would really appreciate a searchable 8 cost like this.
Well, maybe down the line. Can always just make another Sabo.
That's true. Yeah. And we went down to 0 life, which is intimidating. We might just do the play I mentioned. Bottom decking that. So this is 7K plus 4.
Ooh, wow. 11. That's it?
Yeah, that is it.
Man.
So,
out of nowhere.
Yeah, unfortunate. And generically, Black has like some really good blockers. We have Sabo, we have Borsalino, but the fact that our leader, Red Purple Law, can bottom deck them and get around the protection, just means that those blockers aren't as secure as they normally would be. Yeah, and Brian just kind of second fist bump for good measure, and Brian concedes that one, and Eric with a K. Moves on with another win here out of round 3. So short and sweet. That was the quickest game of the day for sure. It sure was. I mean, when we start with Enel versus Lucci, right? Which and even in round 1, right? Like generally later in the day, players take a little bit longer just to think and go with it. But but that is on how that goes.
Versus Jewelry Bonney. So Reiju seems like a fun leader. Some cool combo card playing potential there, and Jewelry Bonney just does a lot of what I wish I could do more of lately with a kid home is rest.
Yes.
And so,
we can always use a little bit more of that. Most people would love rest, but Bonney makes it very obnoxious at times too. So I think the way to think of this matchup too is that Reiju can be really aggressive if you're able to get some of the like Ichis and stuff. But on the other side, if Miguel's able to set up and get like a useless kid, 8 cost or something like that, it's going to be hard for Reiju to get around it. So an interesting matchup and a unique matchup that we don't see super often right now.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's just the thing about this meta, right, is that there's so much variety that, we get to do this kind of thing where we have 4 rounds and it's a different matchup every round,
Yes. And so real quick, you probably know a lot of Reiju's cards because Red Purple Law steals them. But the leader itself, pretty generic, all things considered. It's just once per turn, your turn. If you lose a Dawn, you get to draw a card, which we love card draw in this game.
Yeah.
So very nice for that. Generally, the 4 life leaders get some better effects, and the entire package for Reiju, though, is very good for swarming out to the board. So, but looks like they got the go-ahead. They're going to get started on this one. We're going to see who goes first. The fist bump to start it, and let's get into it.
That's right. So it looks like we do have Miguel on the play. on the Jewelry Bonney. Just going to pass the turn over.
Yeah, and we'll see if 5-ton Hammer sees any of their consistency pieces. We've got a stage potentially. We have the German Kingdom Searcher too. Asking for some real estate back.
Get your life total out of my area.
Yeah. We're going to play the 1-cost Sanji. So
all right.
Nothing too fancy, but this is a good card for 1, just getting some cycles. So Dawn -1, draw 1, and that also means our leader gets an additional draw. And it means that if we're playing against something like Red Purple Law, where we need to be at less Dawn, it's a good way to help convert down to lower.
Yeah, I mean, it's a simple ability, like you said, but you really can't sleep on the card draw, right? I mean, you get so much out of it. You get potentially more counters. You get more, you get to go through your deck faster, so you can potentially have better plays each turn. Like, card draw is so strong, as we've found from other leaders in this game.
Yes.
Even, I'll say. Yeah.
I've yet to see a card game where I do not want more cards.
Yeah.
It is essential. So
exactly. Yeah.
We're going to start at 3. We get the stage, so maybe a turn late, but you definitely appreciate getting the setup. The effect lets us discard a card, look top 3, and then find a Germa Kingdom card and put it to our hand. And the other thing is that a lot of our German Kingdoms we actually play out of our trash, so being able to put that in there doesn't even really occur a minus half the time. So
no, especially when you're drawing cards every turn too.
Yes.
Yeah, that will get replaced. And so it's a German Kingdom, as you can see.
Yeah, and so we put our 5-cost Niji in there. And then we're going to find the 3-cost. So we're 1 Dawn short from doing this turn, but being able to do it next turn would be kind of nice. And looks like we're just going to do a big 7 into the Bonney.
Yeah, so if like I said, I'm kind of picking up a lot of the newer stuff in the meta and all that, but the general idea is to sort of like combo ramp out your 7-cost Niji as quick as possible, essentially, and then put the pressure on with that. Yeah,
it is. Now that we're able to get it out really consistently on turn 2, even going first, there's a lot of decks that just can't remove it, and they have to take a 7K 2-3 turns in a row, which is adds up very quickly.
That's kind of crazy. Another extreme close-up green card.
Yes, this is the Bonney there.
That's right. Old Bonnies.
Yeah, this is the only Bonney in the game until like set 7.
Yeah, it was like an OP01, wasn't it?
It was. Yeah. I think it's technically Starter Deck, even if I can remember right.
You might be right. Yeah.
But I mean,
it's one of the older ones.
It's definitely one of the older ones. Yeah, Starter Deck 1 or Starter Deck 2 was. The best green was for like 2 or 3 metas, but it's still good this day. And then we get Basil Hawkins, one of the new supernovas. So the reason this card is good, or the 1-drop's good, is because we do have a lot of new cards that can search and kind of get some fresh air. And that Basil Hawkins is very good. And you know what? Let's double dip. Let's do it again.
Double Bonney, why not? Yeah.
And if you haven't seen the new Basil, it's, again, I'll use the word obnoxious, one of my favorite cards or words to use.
You're not a big green fan, I feel like.
I really want to. Trust me.
Okay.
I wish I was, but it's a 6-drop 7K blocker, which is nice, and then it has this protection effect that since most cards in this game are on-play removals, meaning let's say I play like Rob Lucci to get rid of this, you can rest the Rob Lucci they just played, and so you get the protection too. So it's very difficult to remove this card from the board in a lot of matchups.
Yeah. It's kind of the idea, I suppose. A little bit more searching going on from the 5-ton Hammer side of things.
Yes.
And, you got to go through the deck quickly to find those combos like we're talking about. All right. There's another Reiju. Super rare.
Yeah, the alt art, yes. Yeah. And so being able to, I think we have a couple too many cards in hand for that now, but we could play out. I know we have the 3-cost Niji in hand and the 5-cost in trash, so that could be good and help us get rid of one of the Bonnies. Our 1-drop Sanji could maybe attack into one of the other ones, but with 1 Dawn open, we do have to be careful of what the Bonney would be able to rest.
Right in the glare.
Yeah, that is the 3-drop.
But it's the it's the.
Oh, and I think the sequencing could be a little bit better. But we are going to be able to use this to be able to get rid of one of the Bonnies, get a card draw off our leader effect.
Boys to men.
there's a lot of that on the stream.
It's a trend with this meta.
All right, we're going to go 5 into, I'm guessing, leader. We're going to rest that, so which means we can attack into it next turn. Get a 1K, and then, oh, here we go. Sanji, he's swinging.
All right. I mean, why not, right?
Yeah. How big is this Bonney? Do you want to spend 1 card to get, go back and in your search another card, right?
Yeah, searchers versus searchers. It's Mortal Kombat.
I mean, the fact that they're thinking about it means that it wasn't the wrong play, right? It made them have to make a decision, so that's good. And we get the clear.
Yeah. They let it go, and so when there is a little pause, that kind of lets you know you may have you hurt them a little bit, you know.
Yeah.
You made it difficult. So now, how has the change turns? Just the attack sent in initially for Miguel.
All right, we're putting the 4-cost Reiju in there, which again we love to put those into there, and we're playing the 6-drop Hawkins. So,
yeah, why not?
But fun fact, Reiju has like no way to remove this card. So
I mean, it seems fun for one side of the table at least.
Yes, there are some blue cards that you could tack in, but more than not you don't. Mm-hmm. So it's going to be hanging out there, and the fact that we also have a Dawn open, yeah, it's pretty rough. Mm-hmm. But if we are able to play the Ichi this turn, turn the blocker into a 5K, and get 2 attacks in, that can be pretty good. But yeah, okay. Now it can maybe churn a little bit of pressure.
All right. I mean, is that your answer, kind of? You just try to flood the board a little bit? You just try to go wider and just present too many attacks?
Yeah, right? Because if you only have your leader and another card on board, you only get 1 attack per turn, right?
Right.
So being able to potentially just go wider is good. The only issue with that is that Bonnie's also good at going tall, so you have to kind of balance it.
Fair enough. Well,
but I think I'm surprised we're not playing the 4 costs. All right, we're going into it.
Yeah, I was gonna say he was holding 4. It seemed like the decision was coming in there.
Yeah,
1 goes back to the deck, but that does let you swap it out.
Get a card draw there, and
now we're big.
We're gonna make the Hawkins a 5. Yeah, there we go. Mm-hmm. Use dice. I implore you guys. It makes this so much easier for us.
Dice is there. Attack coming in. And yeah, just going to go ahead and rest the other one then with the leader ability.
Yeah.
But you still have to decide what to do about this attack, and it looks like the decision is going to be to just take 1 life of damage.
And we're going to go another 7. So again, our Basil Hawk is a 5K, so we could block it, but then it'd be just as easy to defend on the blocker as the leader. Mm-hmm. Get a Hody Jones out of hand with the 0-cost green effect, and going back to Miguel.
So how much of an advantage would you say the Jewelry Bonney has to people, maybe just being a little bit less experienced against this deck? I mean, it's out there, but we don't see it as much, it feels like.
I'll keep saying it just makes your sequencing change.
Sure.
Normally you kind of like, sometimes attacking with your biggest number isn't always the thing, but it just requires you to attack with your biggest number because it would get rested otherwise. Mm-hmm. Yeah, just those kind of decisions that you generally wouldn't make in a lot of other situations.
Yeah, fair enough.
All right, looks like for 8, there it is.
Kid himself. Oh, why not? All right.
Self-proclaimed captain.
Yeah. And then another 2-cost Dofi. Is that right?
Yeah, that's a Rosinante. Yeah. So even better.
Wrong
so
one, yeah.
Real quick, so because even though just 2 cards got played, we'll go through it real quick. So use this kid as, again, I'll keep using the word obnoxious. It is an 8K body that says if you have a Dawn underneath this and it's rested, you can only attack into characters named Eustace Captain Kid. So even though you're a 5K leader, technically you're hiding behind this 8K body. Mm-hmm. So you need to, like, if you have an Ichi, you can get reduction to make it a 6K. But there's also 2 blockers that are protecting it as well. And the blocker that you played down is Rosinante, which is generally the best card to pair up with this. So Rosinante is just a 2-cost blocker, but it says that if one of your other rested characters are going to be KO'd, you can KO the Rosinante instead. So you have 2 blockers for attacks. You have 1 protection against getting removed from the field, and yeah, quite the wall.
It's interesting. Yeah, I mean, you've really put together a board state where you're very well projected,
Yes.
And, it still lets you attack back, too, which is the interesting thing.
Yeah, and so, the trade-off is that you had to use all your Dawn, so you don't have your leader effect. Mm-hmm. Also, we're playing the Porsche, so one of the newer, I'd say, tech cards for this deck. It's, I'd say, almost too generic, so it does let us play our 4-drop Ichis for 1 less. and then from there we're able to go into another 7 cost and get that reduction on the kid. So it's a 6K. We have all these attacks and 4 Dawn open for it. So there's some potential we can, force this useless kid to hit the trash.
Yeah, I mean, you might be able to go over the top a little bit, but it's interesting. This game has been a lot of setup, a lot of positioning, and not a ton of damage done to life on either side just yet. Both players still sitting on 3 life.
Oh boy, do we have if we have 2 of them, that's insane. So we're going to be able to use it twice, which means that this useless Captain Kid is now a 4K body.
Wow.
That is rough to see.
Yeah, suddenly not as durable as it used to be. And yeah, the attack, of course, has to go to the kid, but that's not so bad when there's so much power reduced.
Yes.
Half the power of the previous kid.
But when it's supposed to be your bigger leader,
yeah,
and now you have to deal with these 7s. I don't think it's going to last this turn.
Well, it's going to take so much from hand to protect it. How do you protect it even,
I think the best play is you just let it go and hope you have a second one for next turn.
Yeah. What's that, 5 cards in the hand, it looks like?
Yeah, and I would say one of the balancing things for Bonney is that it's, on average, they have less counter in hand per card. So these attacks coming in are going to really either just reduce the hand or immediately get rid of this useless Captain Kid.
Yeah, I mean, Miguel taking a moment to think about things, but it looks like that, much counter do we see? It looks like there might not even be enough to keep it alive. I didn't get a super great view of the hand, but I'm not confident that I saw enough counter in there.
Yeah, I mean, we could block one, and we're going to have to let it go. Yeah. It's a tough decision, but I think in the same position I would have made the same.
Not much you can do. And so now that really opens things up for a 5-ton hammer to put a lot of pressure on, depending on what Miguel gets out of this life. Yeah, so another attack coming in now.
Yeah, 2K out of that. And we're going to go 7K. So, I mean, we could block in 1K with the Basil and keep it around, knowing they only have a 5K and 7K attack left. Mm-hmm. Actually, they only have one more 7K left because, Porsche's played this turn.
Yep. So, I mean, you're certainly living, but it's just a matter of, like, what do you need to keep in your hand to be able to crack back next turn, For sure. Yeah. Might give up that Rocinante there, yeah.
Yeah, and then likely block in 1K. Mm-hmm. I would have, I don't know, I'd be tempted to go down to 1 life, but we'll see.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, if Miguel's not confident in his hand doing enough on the board in the next immediate, turn or two, then maybe you want to save that life, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, we're going 5 into assumedly leader. Yep. And all right. Oh, we have the 9 cost Zoro. All right. This is quite the call out. So this is saying I think I'm not going to lose next turn, and I would like you to lose on the next one. And or clear up their board.
I mean, you're at the point though where Miguel has to have a big turn like that. It is kind of do or die, right?
100%.
Yeah. With the power that's being shown on 5-ton hammer side of things, we'll take a look at the secret rare Zoro there.
Mm-hmm. Now, one thing to say, obviously 5-ton hammer has gotten a lot of cards on board, but it does really come at a cost at losing their Dawn. They're only at, 6 Dawn right now? Mm-hmm. So you're not able to put as much Dawn underneath your characters, but I still think we're in a fantastic spot. Oh, we're going 5. We still have leader effect up, so I think we'd want to get rid of one of these 7K attackers.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. Do you feel like that was maybe a sequencing thing? Like maybe you do go with one of the bigger attackers first? Because of the leader ability?
Yeah, I think. I mean, it doesn't. At this point, they're all 7Ks, right?
Yeah.
You're going to lose a 7K no matter what. So
yeah, I suppose.
Not too bad.
I suppose.
And I think the other thing is that you could use a 5K to get your Basil Hawking to get a free block, but then we're taking the 5K. Wow.
Huh. Interesting. So what would the plan be there? Because arguably that would have been the easiest attack to counter out of.
100%.
Yeah.
Either just get a straight block with Basil, and the fact that we haven't used our leader effect yet.
Yeah.
Is interesting. Yeah, 1-5 worked. Let's see what the
yeah,
second one
why
does.
not,
yeah.
right?
All right, we're going to get that rest. Yeah, 2K. We could block 7 against the 6, so we're going to 2K out. Now, I think, and this is my guess on 5-10 hammer, we don't really care about bigger attacks. We care more about how many attacks.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
We've seen 3 copies of our 7 cost. Likely we don't have a 4th, but if we're able to put one of them into the trash right now, we can play, by playing the 4 cost, we can bring it back out again.
Yeah. Well, no Dawn used at all yet this turn for a 5-ton hammer. Yeah, so that really tells you that, like, all right, I want to drain as many resources as I can right now and then start playing things out. You know, get as much use as I can out of whatever's on board. Which is really scary, honestly, to see from Miguel's side of things.
Yeah.
Like, all right, you know, that's a significant amount of pressure you've already applied to me this turn, and, you know, you still have all the Dawn left to spend. What's it going to be?
Yeah, and I will say that Reiju generally has a higher than average amount of counter. We get a lot of cycle, a lot of card draw, so it's not unheard of for the deck to do well into that, but at the like Zoro can win the game. Like, you're at 3 life, it could do 3 damage and then 1 from leader. But looks like we were just playing a very shiny card.
Very shiny card.
A very, very shiny card. And
because that's the
okay, I see. We're playing the Sanjis. All right. Again, this is this unfortunately does not have the Germa tag, which lore-wise is kind of fine, but I think you could have gone away with it. Giving another 2K for the deck would have been nice, but since we're at 3 or less Dawn than our opponent, since we did so much Dawn minusing, we get to play a 6K blocker for 3 Dawn, which is absurdly good.
Yeah, and I mean, that's especially good considering the threat of the Zoro. So now Miguel, you can see, just taking a little bit more time to think about it, being like, all right, well, my main avenue of doing damage, aka you know, possibly even ending things, is slowed down now.
Yeah.
So how do we salvage this turn, you know?
There is a card in the game called Hody Jones. Hody Jones says, rest 2 things, Donner character-wise. So even though we played 2 blockers, we could rest them.
Sure.
And we would be able to get 2 attacks with our Zoro. So it's, and the Hody Jones says rush too. So it really would come down to that to just have a chance.
Good point. Well, we know 1's in the trash.
Yes, and we did have to get out of an attack with it. So
yeah,
we will have to see.
Zoro attacking to the kid first, it seems like. There's good old Hody Jones. So what's it going to be? Yeah, gonna go ahead and let it go. All right, yeah.
Yeah, and so Zoro, when attacking was returning, spend 1 Dawn to restand. So we did that. So we got attack number 2 going in. So we are able to play some cleanup, which is nice.
Second Sanji.
Spend 2 to restand again. So another 9K attack potentially.
Wow. Getting all 3 swords into this turn.
Yes, yeah. And we're going 9 into 7, which we could save. And then I'm trying to think, what would Miguel be doing with 7 Dawn? Yeah, 2K, 1K. Asking to look in trash, but I think 5-ton hammer is in the better spot right now.
It seems like Zoro, you know, is obviously able to remove a couple cards, but not able to quite get through and actually do, you know, reasonable damage.
Yeah.
You know,
I will say it is a blessing already that Zoro can survive a turn and actually use its effect.
Yeah, I mean, you're getting some use out of it, right? But you know, you still have to. At the end of the day, you still have to go through and remove life cards, remove, you know, the more significant pieces of the opponent's board. And
yeah,
I think attack with the leader. Vanilla coming in, just 5K, right? And yeah, gonna just go ahead and take that one actually. All right.
And maybe another Basil. So, all right, technically we have 2 blockers and our leader effect, so we can get out of 3 attacks. But there are 4 attacks present right now. With 2 cards in hand, it's looking pretty unlikely.
Yeah, leads to life total. Well, yeah, it's not looking good. Can 5-ton hammer go wide enough with these cards to finish the game right here?
Yeah, I mean, we can do. Can we do 4 9s? 2 2 2. I don't think we can. So we'd have to do like some weird a weird 8. I don't know. I'd probably start with an 8 to see if it goes through or not.
Yeah, sure.
7 is also.
Well, it's only 2 cards in hand, too, for Miguel, right? So, you know, sending those unbuffed attacks through when you know it's going to, you know, suck nearly all, if not all, the cards out of their hands. Like, you might as well go for it. Yeah. Why put Dawn on it if you can just play more? Unless you're really, really sure the Dawn's going to help get you the life card or get both cards out of the hand or something. Yeah, the big thing is that it plays around them having the 0 cost event in hand, because that's a pitch and 1K. So it's saying I think you have two. If you don't have 2 2Ks in hand, this is correct. Well, we'll find out. Yeah. All right. Get rid of a blocker there, and that's might be a little bit of a telling sign. I think so. Put a couple more. Yeah. If the first 8 made you think like this, then the second 8's going to really hurt. And yeah, we do have the 0 cost event and an extra card, so we could tie with 8. But yikes, this is very rough. Last blocker, on the bubble, but you have to give it up, right? I mean, there's just there's no opportunity. Yeah, there's no other play. But then this is a big, put everything on it. 11 and not quite there. That's that. GG, the fist bump and a 5-ton hammer on the Vinsmoke Reiju, able to take the win over Miguel on the Jewelry Bonney. Yeah, and I think it was super close. I would normally say Bonney has the advantage in that matchup, especially since they saw their 8-drop kid, but being able to get 2 Ichis off in the same turn and take care of it really put the momentum on his side. Yeah, that's what makes the deck exciting, right? Is that it's got these like really explosive turns that kind of set it above a lot of other decks if you can make it happen. Yes, 100%. I mean, it's kind of amazing that we have our first repeat of the day in the NL. But on the other side, who is that filler art fanatic? Yes, it is Foxy. The new purple leader from OP07. Generally, you see the Foxy cards used in other leaders, like the Reiju we just watched last round, but both players are undefeated. I know that's a question everyone's asking in chat. Did I just pull out from table 500 this matchup? No, this is table 2, Foxy versus Enel, and it should be a good one. Yeah. So what do you think about a Foxy player getting this far undefeated? It's one of the things where you would imagine people don't have as much experience against this deck, but the deck itself, what the leader does is so different from your average path to victory, we'll say. I will say with no exaggeration, it is a triumph. It is fantastic to see Shadow here being able to get very far with the deck. I think it is a bit unusual for this matchup, or for this meta, for this leader to do well. And I will also say he's got another challenge, which is Justin on the other side. If you've been watching our streams in California last year, Justin is one of the strongest players in this scene. He's won 2 regionals in person here in Pasadena. He got top 16 in the other one, and he's just a real force with Enel. Just a really strong player with the deck. Hey, if it's not broke, don't fix it. If you've mastered this deck to this degree, it's still in the meta. Why not? Keep going with it. 100%. So but I would say this is likely one of the first games of Foxy that Justin has ever played. So that is there. But the whole idea with this is that you kind of go wide with these smaller power characters, but they kind of enable these combo of effects, and you get the stun ability, which can be really good against the Enel leader too. But it's such an intimidating hoop to have to jump over. Right, in that you have to have 3 characters out on the field. Obviously removal is pretty prevalent in a game like One Piece. So being able to get that happening consistently just to turn on your leader ability, especially, it seems like a big risk. Yeah, he's a 5 health leader, so you've got a little bit of a cushion there. But yeah, it's a big hoop to jump through, just to get your leader active. But when you do, yeah, like you said, not being able to ready, during the refresh phase is pretty strong.
Yeah. All right, we're getting our first life.
4 health leader now.
Yeah. And we're going to pass from there. But yeah, generally it's kind of been a 180. It used to be that 4 life leaders were very tough to stay around because there's just the value you got from it wasn't enough. It's kind of switched where 4 life leaders are a little bit more common, but yeah, that extra padding, that extra card, that extra defense, it's why I think Rob Lucci is so good. It's why Gecko Moria is able to survive too, is those kind of effects. But we're going to start off with our Porsche here. So again, we're used to this card in Reiju a little bit more, but it's still good in the deck that it was actually designed for.
Yeah, I suppose. I mean, again, we focus on lore first in deck building in One Piece, right? That's the ultimate goal. And right off the bat, too, an event.
Yeah, and he's reading it.
I need to read it too.
Yeah, we'll put it on the screen for y'all too.
Yeah,
because you get any Foxy pirate card.
I was not prepared for the Foxy max. So I'm gonna admit it.
I believe I was not either.
Live on stream.
When you asked me what the leader does, my response was, "Let me refresh my memory."
Yeah. Oh, there you go. If you have equal or lower Dawn than your opponent, activate one of your Foxy.
Yes. So this can be the 7-cost character or the leader itself.
Yeah.
And then Porsche can play any 4K power or less card that's purple. So we're able to play the Bon Clay, which gets us another Dawn. So it means that we don't actually lose the Dawn that we lost from our Porsche Dawn -1.
Right. And at least it gets you a Foxy activation.
All right, we're going to 6 Dawn now. And we'll see what this is. And again, this is a weird matchup as well because you generally need to go kind of wide on board to beat Enel. Like if Enel's at 1 life, you need 3 good attacks to go in. And generally, I don't think Foxy does that as much. We do get to restand a Foxy with the event that we just played, but we're going to start with a quick 5. Ooh, and it's the Kingdom Come, which is going to be able to get rid of the Porsche as well.
That'll do it, yep. All right, so, kind of harms the mission of getting 3 Foxy Pirates out on the board, but there's 1 at least. We're getting there.
And we have Porsche, all right, so Dawn -1. Look, top 5. Ooh, yeah, if we got we have the big Foxy, okay.
Oh.
I will say, my first and second pre-release for this game, first one I got the Foxy 7-cost alt art that we saw, and then I got the alt art leader in the other one. I'm like, I don't like the signs that the universe are telling me.
You were destined to play Foxy.
It seemed like it, despite all of my regret for it. But
I was all on the Moria hype train, and then I pulled the alt art Reiju leader. So
yeah,
I had to pivot too. That's just how it works. You pull the alt art, you got to build the deck.
And let me, I was showing you this card off in between rounds as well, but this Bon Clay is really, really interesting. It gets a lot of effects, but it looks like we're just going to play the 7-cost Russia now, put the Foxy down to 2. But that also means that these Bon Clays are potentially 7K attackers now, which is pretty intimidating.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Very lore appropriate too. Can steal the face essentially.
Yeah.
Or the power.
Yes. Yeah. Case. And I would say again. Bandai does a really good job at getting the lore correctly for cards, but sometimes some effects are really broken because of it. So it's not necessarily the best balancing, but you definitely get the feel that you're using a Bon Clay character.
2 attacks, 2 counters, keeping the Gadatsu, and can't quite see what the glared one is. Alive.
Yeah, the 7-cost now. Yeah.
Oh, okay, Rushanel. Yeah. All right. 2 cards you I think really want to keep alive if you can.
Yeah.
2 solid attackers.
Yeah, 7K versus 5K just guarantees 2 cards out of hand every time.
Right. There's, speaking of 7K, or 7, the number, there's a 7-cost Foxy.
And I'll bring him up as well.
Yeah.
We both know what the card does, but just for viewers at home.
And we'll wait until
you guys can read along with us.
We don't want to seem above you. So
no.
All right. There you go. Yeah. So it does obviously, like, I say obviously.
Yeah.
Obviously, what this card does is it gives everything minus 1,000 power. Of course.
Yes.
Of course, on your opponent's turn, yeah. And then, you know, quite obviously as well, you can, once per turn, add up to 1 rested Dawn from your Dawn deck. So, you know.
So it just makes our leader effect cost a little bit less. Getting Dawn back is always a boon in this game. And we were able to use our leader effect to minus both, or to stun, I guess, for lack of other words, the leader and both Enels.
Maybe it's, you know, you see that in card games where like terminology is adopted as official game keywords at some point. I like stun.
Stun's a good one.
Stun is in the generic name for doesn't, you know, refresh.
Yeah, it's the only other one is that like freeze, but that's if they have like whatever your card game designer. Oh, you have an ice effect. What if it? What if we freeze the card?
We call it freeze.
Yeah. What if we freeze it from doing anything?
All right, Yamato.
So this is good for removal for sure. But the fact that they're at 3 life with this Yamato means that no additional healing, which is nice. And we'll have to see just how much pressure our Foxy player is going to be able to provide with what we've set up already.
Yeah, I mean, you've got 3 Foxy Pirates out, I believe, right now. And so at this point, you know, the leader is online. I like the idea from Justin's side of being aggressive with your, you know, unit versus unit removal just to try to prevent that kind of thing from happening. But at some point, you got to go phase 2. Got that little life advantage. All right, Dawn. Yep.
And clearing board like this is pretty nice. I will say the only thing that would truly break this leader is that if we had a way to proactively rest something and then use our leader effect, which I don't believe is really possible, but it is something that we could do. So, but it looks like we're going to put Sanji for the full 6 because we have too much Dawn. And then looks like we're going to attack 5 into the leader.
All right.
And then when attacking minus and stun the leader again. We have 2 Dawn left. We're going to use our leader effect, or 7 cost effect to get 1 back, and then that's it.
All right. Well, I mean, there you have it. You know, being able to just keep the leader on its side is a pretty nice thing to have going to this next turn, especially when you're a little bit low in life. And you're not playing yellow, so that's not something you're concerned about.
Yeah. All right, so big attack. So this is going to be 11 into Foxy, 7K. Actually, sorry, it's a 10K due to the opponent's turn -1.
Oh, right. Yeah. I mean, it's on the screen.
Yeah,
it's obvious.
Yeah. I'm a stickler for dice, but for something like this where it's a blanket effect, I'll give them a.
We don't see a ton of like blanket effects in the game like that, you know.
No, it's like this one. We see like Isho 8 cost sometimes.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's other ones that our lovely viewers will remind me of, but generally not a lot of those.
Like the 10 cost Kuzan, doesn't he give everything -5?
That is true. Yes.
Yep.
All right, looks like we're going to play an event that I, again, know, but I'm going to just bring it up real quick just for viewers at home.
It's very nice of you.
I try my best, all right?
Yeah.
We have... Oh, we're just going to let the blocker go. But I think this is the card that they're keeping in hand.
All right, yeah. So the standard give your leaders some power. But the big thing is being able to rest one of your opponent's characters, you know.
And 4 cards in there. We use the 8-drop Katakuri to be able to put the Foxy back into our life, which is some pretty good removal. We'd be able to, we need 1 more Foxy Pirate card out to be able to use our leader effect again, like that one.
Yep, there it is.
This one essentially is a Animal Kingdom, or what is it? The stage, Onigashima, but on a body.
Yeah, so who do you rest here? Do you rest the Katakuri? Do you keep the Yamato rested, like keep the leader rested?
So you get 1 of each. So you can rest both if you want to. So we're going to rest both. Brendan, we're going to go 9K into the Yamato.
All right. I recognize those dice.
Yes. Branding is important.
Subtle.
What is your favorite website on the... No, I'm ready. What is your home page? No.
It's It's Google. Like
yeah,
everybody.
Google. That's true. That's true. All right, but I think what we've been really able to do here for Shadow is that we've been able to really take away, like, Enel has been like a vanilla leader this entire game, right? We're never really trying to pressure them down. We want to keep them at 2 life, and I think Shadow has some good identity for that because you can heal at 1 really easily, but your healing at 2 is a lot trickier.
Yeah.
You only get 1 attack, but you also, Katakuri gave you another life, so that doesn't really do a lot.
Man, though, like, just losing access to cards like that so consistently is crazy. Like, I don't want to say I'm starting to become a Foxy believer, but
listen, I only know this leader's existed for 30 minutes, but I've loved every minute of it.
I'm feeling the pull of Foxy, the temptation. And I skipped a couple episodes in that arc. I was like, oh, I can't stand this.
Yes, and a reminder, this is table 2. Both players are currently undefeated 4-0 going into round number 5. And so, again, another... Well, these Katakuris are pretty rough.
I mean, the draws are there for Justin for sure. I mean, if you can't get a lot done on board, you want to make up for it by being able to make big plays. And, yeah, Katakuri into Katakuri the next turn, that qualifies as pretty big. Yeah.
So we got a good amount of cards. My guess is Shadow, again, is likely going to want to establish another Foxy Pirate card, and then
for sure
we could potentially use our leader effect to stun 2 things again. Did we get the 7 cost? We did.
There it is. Yep.
He's back out here.
Well, so here's where it does maybe get a little bit trickier for the Foxy player as well. Is that, yeah, sure, you can rest the leader, you can rest the Yamato, but now you have 2 Katakuris out there. You got to do something about it.
Well, don't worry. He's got the spice.
Seems like he's doing something about it. Yeah.
Yeah. So it looks like we've got it's from OP07, but we got a cost reduction, or a reduction on power. Oh, I haven't seen this card in a while. It is Gamma Knife. So Gamma Knife says Dawn -1, you can give something -5k. So we were able to give -5k to the Katakuri, stun again the Enel leader and the Yamato, put out the Foxy, so everything gets -1k again. So Shadow's really taking control of this match.
Yeah, no kidding. It's funny to see. Like, again, this is, maybe some of this too is just chalked up to inexperience, right? Where it's like you just don't play against a Foxy every day.
Yeah, and
to say the least,
inexperience, like, that's not. I wouldn't say it's Justin's fault. If I told people that I was practicing Foxy going up into this meta, people would not believe me. They'd be like, "Why?" So I completely understand it, and we'll have to see. So this is a 7k attack with the Katakuri because of the Foxy minus. They're going to go down to 2 life, and we know what these cards are. All right. That is a 5-cost Sabo and another one. So these are from Starter Deck 13.
Yep.
You could have used it to remove some cards, but it does come at the cost of losing a life. And I understand wanting to try to stay at 2.
Yeah, you probably don't want to be losing it right now. A little bit late in the game for that side of things anyway.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing you hit are these 0 power cards, even though the getting the Dawn every turn has been really helpful.
Yeah. All right, back over to Shadow now, it looks like. And gonna attack into the Katakuri with the Foxy. Remember, this Katakuri is at 7k now.
I think it's only on opponent's turn you get the reduction.
Oh, you're right. My bad. Pardon me, I'm not a Foxy expert yet.
No,
I'm close.
By the end of this game, we'll add our honorary degrees.
Foxy professionals.
Imagine the responses when I was checking last round. Like, hey, do we have any Foxy players in here? Guess what the average response to such a question?
Yeah. It's like, are you?
I could be.
It's LA.
It is. It's LA. LA. You find a lot of things here. All right. So it looks like we're deciding to go there. I'm a little bit surprised we didn't go a little bit higher on our 7-cost attack, just so we could use the Dawn minus. But
yeah.
Also, Justin's at 1 card in hand, which is pretty terrifying.
Yeah, and I feel like you see Enel players get to that point, right, where they've you get to this stage in the game, you play a lot of your bigger cards, but then you just kind of find yourself out of cards in hand from protecting them then, you know?
Yeah.
Which, great, they're protected, but, you know, yeah, then when it comes down to it, eventually you're going to run out of steam. Eventually things are going to go away, and you're not going to be able to replenish that board.
Yeah. And so it looks like we're going to go 9 into Yamato, and we do have the 2K to save it. So we're going to get the Dawn back from both of our Foxy Pirate cards, but they're going to be able to attack with 3 things this turn, and we only have the 1 blocker.
Yeah, it is kind of scary. Only 2 life remaining for Shadow, so but a ton of cards in hand. So probably, you know, on the statistical side, why is it so hard to say?
You got there.
Statistical side. He's probably got a lot of counter in that hand.
I'll just mention there's a lot of worse ways to say that word, so you pulled through.
You don't, you know, I broke one of the rules of broadcasting, which is you don't say the word statistics on the
you don't do math.
Just one of those, yeah, just one of those words you just don't say.
You don't start naming names because you'll forget someone, no doubt.
Yeah, exactly. You're like, well, based on the stats.
Yeah.
It's probably okay.
Yeah, no, never.
A couple counters coming out right away. It's just become the all Foxy channel.
It has
all Foxy all the time.
All right, and we're currently 9K because again the 7K reduces. And I'm curious to see if they're attacking into the leader or into the 7K.
The 7K is an irritation. But yeah.
And 2K, 1K. All right. So if they put everything on their other Sabo, you can just block with the Trafalgar Law, and then I think we're really going to be putting on some pressure.
Yep. Yep. There's the Law block, and back over to Shadow.
Now, I will say, if you're a Shadow, you were hoping they're hitting into your life, because getting a second 7-cost Foxy, getting everything minus 2K, getting 2 extra Dawn every turn.
Yeah, that's crazy. Looks like he sent the attack into the Sabo, if I saw that correctly.
Yeah. And pretty much just saying, hey, do you want to be at 0 cards in hand again? I sure do.
Guess he does, yeah.
All right, now, okay, we were talking about this earlier. I think this is about time where we put Dawn underneath her 0 cost and start going a little wild with them.
Yeah, I was going to say, do you have enough to really threaten? Because no cards in hand. Can you just end it this turn?
Oh, with them at 2 life now. But you can...
No,
I don't think so. I think we can clear a good amount of board.
Yeah. Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Enel is a thing.
The only other thing is that we do have like the card that restands a Foxy, so that I think does help. But looks like we are going to play it. Okay, interesting. All right, so that will 9 into there. Very nice. We could this is it. I think we could put 6 on. Do we have 7 Dawn? If we have 7 Dawn, no, we don't.
Yeah. All right, so it's going to be 8 going into that category.
Yeah.
And obviously no defense for that. No cards in hand for Justin.
2 Dawn back from our 2 cards on board, but only 2 cards in hand. The grind is finally getting down to a top deck war.
That's what you got to do sometimes. Just 1 card for Justin, but right now Shadow having the slightly more developed board. And then, of course, the big thing is having 3 Foxy Pirates out there, getting to rest the leader in one of the characters on Justin's side. So, you know, all things considered, effectively having a much, much bigger board.
All right, so we've got 1 attack this turn. There's 2 cards in hand. And 2 in life for both players. All right, we've got +6 to a 5K base because of Foxy's.
Yeah.
All right, we got him.
I mean, yeah, you can't. I don't think you can defend against that. That's a lot.
Yeah, that is quite a bit.
That's a lot. And that'll be the turn. I think. No, he's not.
And Frank, all right, so quantumly down to 0 cards in hand. Back to 10. Now, again, for the lock, we do need to have 3 Foxy Pirates on board. So we would need to find another one to be able to do so. Like that one.
There you go. Yeah. So, I mean, Justin kind of saying, hey, either you got it, you got it. If you don't, you don't.
And we got Pickles. So an interesting card. It has some good protection. And so now they're stunning the 5-cost yellow Sabo and the leader once again. And then we are playing the glare. I don't know how the glare's gone worse. We're a static room.
The sun has moved.
Yeah.
But we are in a room that has no sunlight.
Yeah, I did one event where I had no. It was a cloudy day at the beginning, so I didn't look up and see a skylight. And then the sun came out. I'm like, oh no.
Yep, that's not good. We need more like matte card covers on the front, or like non-reflective. We need like anti-glare card sleeves.
Yeah. And I think Justin just drew and pass. Oh, and we've got the Kaido.
Wow. All right. Well,
this is where it's starting to crumble.
I mean, that could be the executioner essentially.
That is a strong card.
Right. And I believe that did he get the rush? I didn't see.
He did get the rush.
He did get the rush.
So
right.
we're at like no dawn. So that is the trade-off.
Yeah. You've got a very wide board.
Yeah, we're still going to stun everything.
Yep.
And just keep them at 1. We're looking about how much dawn we're getting back.
Oh.
All right. Very
animated there.
Very animated.
What's up? Maybe look like maybe a little bit unhappy with the sequencing maybe. Yeah. What would it have been? Was it a math thing where it's like maybe if the Kaido wouldn't have been played, the Dawn would have been there to get a bit more done?
I think what happened was they should not have attacked with Pickles. But it looks like it was a non-issue anyways because they had the Yamato.
Okay.
So I wouldn't be upset about it.
Fair enough. I mean, when you're playing at this level too, when you're 4-0 in a tournament with Foxy, Eggman, let me tell you, the pressure's on.
This would be new levels of adrenaline.
You are experiencing every card in a way you never thought possible,
Yeah.
So the pressure's high, yeah.
And so the other thing that is to mention, we only have 2 Foxy Pirate cards on board right now, so we kind of need to play another one if we want to get the stun once again.
Right.
And if we don't have it,
well, I think that's where the angst came from, right? Is losing that Foxy Pirate.
Yamato, why not? Let me double check. Pickles says other things, right?
Yeah, other than Pickles, yeah.
Other than
stuff
Pickles,
can't
right?
be KO'd, yeah.
Yeah, because you pop the Pickles, right?
My deep knowledge of Pickles specifically tells me that, yeah. So it's other cards other than him can't be KO'd by your opponents.
Yes, yeah.
All right, going into the Sabo there with a bunch of power, and Shadow just trying to control the board as best he can, but yeah, I feel like you see the frustration, and
yeah, I think they're at 6 dawn. If they had 7, I think they had another Foxy in there, but finally, like a millennium later, Enel can attack with their leader again.
Yeah, that's wild. Wow. I mean, Shadow had this game locked down for so long.
Yeah. And honestly, Enel doesn't have a lot of removal, so the fact that we were able to find it just enough to get there. And the other thing is, since we played Kaido, we lost a lot of Dawn and weren't able to recover it. So
well, the floodgates are open now, for the Enel player, for Justin. And what can he do? Flambe?
Flambe, yep.
Leading to, was that 5 sent over?
And the Kingdom Come. Yeah, that's pretty dangerous all of a sudden. But now the question is, if we attack them, we give them a 7-cost Foxy for free. But on the other hand, I think we can hit them down to 0. But we're actually just going to pass, trying to prevent them from getting their resources.
I think that's smart. I mean, you don't want to give them that third Foxy Pirates just off the rip, you know.
Sure.
Make them work for it. They don't have to work very hard.
They don't. Yeah, I'm sure Justin's like, oh, I should have attacked.
Yeah.
They had it already.
It's one of those things, though. It's like at some point in card games, you know, every game you're like, well, either they have it or they don't, you know?
Correct. But I think it's also good that we didn't attack because at least it doesn't stun our things again. But
sure.
With these cards in hand, but Flampe is another body. You like putting Dons on cards with not a lot of power, so we could definitely do that this turn.
True. True. Why not? Frantic hand shuffling from Justin here.
I understand.
Yeah, this is a tense game. We're down to a little over 4 minutes left in the round, and the health totals almost dead even, although obviously Enel gets a little bit more mileage out of his last life.
Yeah, and we are a 6K due to the fact that the Foxy has the -1 to everything.
Yes.
And we use the 2-cost event, which I'm frantically bringing up, the Noro Beam Sword. And we get to just rest up to one of our opponent's characters, so being able to rest the Yamato is pretty big.
Yeah.
And I think we're playing Foxy number 2.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you have to. I mean, you lost that health. That's the whole idea, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to use the effect, stunning both the Yamato and the Flampe.
Yep.
Our 0-cost cards can start attacking that 1-drop Flampe if we really want to.
Sure.
Everything has a -2K in your opponent's turn. Justin's thinking about the discard mill.
Look at this, though. Justin's been able to build up another a hand again.
Yeah.
Like, he had nothing for like a couple turns ago, and it felt like the game was all wrapped up for Shadow. But you know, and maybe, you know, Shadow still, I think, he has the lead here, but now things are a little bit less certain. Although double Foxy is a big concern.
We're also our leader's minusing 3, but we're gaining 3 Dawn every turn with cards on board. So
yeah.
This is a 9K. We're going to go down to 0.
Yep.
No trigger. Both things can't attack, which is impactful, and everything has -2K because we have the 2 7K Foxys out.
Yep, that's right.
This is pretty close, but I think Foxy has a good chance now.
Yeah, but it comes down to it, right? I mean, obviously, Enel gets 1 life back. Justin, moment of truth for him here.
And this is going to be an 8K attack. So you could go into leader, get the guaranteed R, play the I hope you don't have a 2K game, which I lose that game every day.
How many cards does Shadow have in his hand? I'm trying to remember. It's like 3 or 4 right now?
He's got 1. He's got that one.
Is it only the one? Okay.
Only the one.
It's hard to tell. Sometimes they stack it.
Yes.
Yeah. Just the one, though.
Went for life, though. Okay.
Wow. All right.
And Justin has like 3 or 4 cards in their hand.
Yeah. So a lot more countering possible for the Justin side of things, and so that makes those 2 successful attacks that you need to finish off this Enel a little bit less consistent, less likely.
Yeah, and we've got the full 10 Dawn. We're just
gonna go for it.
I think so.
Yeah.
I mean, if your opponent doesn't have a rush card,
7 to face, countered out.
We're playing. Oh man, I understand the tightness, right? Because they haven't used leader effect. We have to get 3 attacks in.
Time for math. Time to figure out if you can split the Dawn enough.
On a Saturday? Math on Saturday?
It's unfair, but
unfair.
You know, they've put themselves in this position. I have very little sympathy.
School's still out, and we're trying to enjoy a lazy Saturday before the school year, and we're like, can we do some math?
School year, man. I haven't thought about that in a while.
It comes up.
That's still a thing?
Yes. And time's ticking, and
yeah,
I get it. We're going to use the Porsche there. Look at the top 5. We're going to get a Tony Chopper, which I think is a good card for us just to play out for free as kind of a safety blocker.
Yep, that's right. But yeah, we are almost moving into overtime here, and first tiebreaker is life total. So being at 0 life puts the pressure on Shadow to make something happen ASAP.
And we're going to go attack into the Yamato. This is 12 to 9, and we're going to stun there. So if you have double 2K, you might win the game. Yeah, there goes the Yamato. And with the blocker. Huh? As long as they're behind the stations, it's fine. All right, so this is likely turn 0 or 1 into overtime. We've got another ace, which you'd love to see.
Well, you'd love to see it if you're Justin right now, for sure. That second life could make all the difference in this game.
Oh, we're just straight passing, though.
Yeah, but are we about to see the fall of Foxy? 4 rounds in. It was a good run, but it's do or die for Shadow right now.
Yep, and I mean, we can stun 2 things, and we can play a second blocker to help us there.
Yeah.
But we got to get moving, though. For
time. Yeah, that's the thing.
But we're going 5. Wow.
All right, taking a life.
All right, Frankie, so draw 1 and play a body.
Still got 1 ahead, so why not? Another 7 to life from the Foxy. Justin goes down. Oh, 2-0. He does. Oh, and it's
we sequenced that a little bit incorrectly due to not attacking with the Porsche first.
Yeah.
I know we want to not use our Dawn until we have to, but we're gonna go a big 8.
It hurts a bit. What can you do?
It does.
Yeah.
But if we have like the restand, this is good too. So.
I mean, that might do it, you know?
Yeah.
If they aren't expecting it.
All right, big 8. Minus get the stun on the 2.
Taking a life.
Any Bayesian life? No. All right. 0 cost, 1K. 0 cost, 1K. Looking rough.
Oh, wow.
2 attacks on board. Justin, 0 cards in hand.
What a hand.
That is very good. Oh, okay, that is it. What a top deck.
Luffy,
oh, that's insane.
Kidding.
That's insane.
Wow, what a finish.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, man.
The player's just digesting it. There's a fist bump.
Yeah.
Wow.
That is one of the wildest ends to a match I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Shadow was so ahead for so long, and honestly, I think probably the fact that we're in overtime probably pressured him a little bit to make some moves, but...
Yeah, possibly, yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, there's a reason why Enel's been around for so long. I mean, the deck is so good, and the people who've been piloting it for this amount of time just have that level of mastery that, you know, you don't get on a lot of other decks, you know, because you just don't end up playing them as much, so... Yeah, you can see Shadow, both players very animated. I mean, I think they both know they played a pretty awesome game.
Yeah.
And, you know, didn't go Shadow's way this time, but still 4-1 at this point of the tournament on Foxy. That is a respectable place to be in today.
100%.
Sure.
And we still got half a tournament left.
Yeah,
still can go their way.
Yeah,
top 32 still competitively in their future.
9-1, right?
My webcam or my camera might not be in the future. I'm going to definitely have to fix that, but we'll go back. Another Enel, Jose Salas, very strong player, versus Lettuce Thug on Enel. So Black Yellow Luffy versus Enel. Sorry, Jose on the Black Yellow Luffy.
Yeah, it should be a good matchup too. It's actually pretty close in my mind, and I think the early turns can do a lot depending on how the game goes.
Yep, and I'll bring up Black Yellow Luffy again. It's a very peculiar leader, very unique in this card game. The other reason I kind of want to do this match too is that you are an L player right now.
Yes.
I'm a Black Yellow Luffy player right now, right? Mm-hmm. So we've got a little bit more knowledge on this, and I've been saying this is about a 50-50 matchup. You think Enel's got a bit of an edge?
I think Enel does have a bit of an edge, but they need to make sure they play it properly in order to maximize their advantage.
Correct, and it is sometimes difficult for Luffy to get 3 cards on board, but you also get a little bit more flexibility with with how you go down to 0 too. So I think that's important. Oh, there it is. Okay, that fist bump not denied. So and then they are good to go.
Let's see who goes first. All right, Black Yellow Luffy going first. So Enel won the die roll and hopefully did choose to go second, which is one of the first ways Enel gets there, because you really want to slow them down and make sure they can't do their 10-dawn combo whenever they can.
Yeah, it's at least it'd be incredibly intimidating if Jose won the dice roll and said, I want to go first.
Yeah. Yeah, you never know. I've seen some spicy things in the black-yellow Luffy deck too, so maybe we'll see them this game. Maybe he's just running a vanilla deck too, where it's just, you know, Luffy, Sabos, and Aces with no Kuzans or Ice Age. Because I know you play the Newgate and some other cards in there. I'm a big fan of just playing all those cards and then just maximizing on it, which I think Ace can definitely steal some games, so that's why I like it in there.
Yeah, I will say on my own testing in the mirror match, I have won more games going first than second in Black Yellow Luffy.
That is weird. It's like I would never just swing there because I would want to make sure they want to self-starve, because Enel is basically a control deck, and you want to just make sure you can get to big bodies as fast as you can. So.
Yeah, but we did get the Nami, right? So that meant we got the banish, which means the event didn't get its trigger, which is actually pretty impactful.
Yep. Now here's, I think, where the matchup really decides who wins here. So they play the 5 Luffy on 5 and they mill, so they can start, you know, awakening or getting to 0 as fast as possible. Now the Enel really needs to out that, otherwise it can steamroll really fast. So we'll see how it goes there. Oh, and I think the Black Yellow Luffy is leaving him at 3. I think this really is just a race where you are just swinging and making Enel have a healer every turn. Otherwise, soon you get those big turns where you're doing 9 with Gecko, 9 with lead, or an 11 with lead, and then you have Sabos to make sure you never die. So we could definitely see where this is going to end up.
All right, you go 5 in there. Hopefully we have Sabo. Sabo's the card, and I mean, if we did that, hopefully we would have played it before.
Ooh, second Luffy, and he's going to pass. All right.
All right, this is actually going to be pretty good next turn, I think, being able to go down to 0 life if we want to pretty easily. But
all right, Katakuri. Let's see if he places that top or the bottom. All right. There's always an argument depending on how you want to go there, because you can put it on top and ask for cards for the Black Yellow Luffy to pitch out, or you just put it at the bottom and see how it goes. But now, this is a weird thing where Black Yellow Luffy can start going off more so, because they can, let's say, play a Flampe and then play a Baby Luffy, and suddenly they're just a 7K leader.
Yeah. Some discussion. I think just saying, like, I could have put it on top. Sorry, I was just making sure that there wasn't any miscommunication on that one. But yeah, we went down to 2 life using our 5-drop Luffy effect. We're going to play a 5-cost Sabo here, which is really nice. Draw 2, trash 2, and get the protection.
All right, and we see that the Black Yellow Luffy player has 2 Geckos ready, so he just needs to make sure he doesn't give as many cards from his hand as possible before he starts playing those. So, and the Enel board, we'll definitely see how it goes from here. Hopefully we can see like an Ace or a Yamato, preferably just an Ace to go up to 3 so you're not dying right away.
Yeah, and we can, like, I mean, if we want, we could pepper with a couple of attacks. Just go 5-cost Luffy and leader effect. Just put them down to 1, potentially.
Yeah.
But just passing, leave them at 2. And Jose's got a couple Gecko Morias in hand. Definitely a matchup decider, but oh, we have another 8-drop Kata.
Ooh.
Oh, wow.
We're going to put the Luffy at the bottom. All right.
Okay.
And we're going to pass.
Oh, man. It's pretty intimidating. If we have like a Flampe.
Oh, it's like, yeah, even just a Flampe Luffy will get you there as well.
Yeah, I think the best play is maybe, play 8-drop Moria. Because I think we have a 2-drop. Yeah, we have a 2-drop boy in our trash already.
Oh, nice.
So we could do some cute things where we could be a 7K leader with 1 life if we want to. If we have double Luffy and... I think something like that. Like Flampe here and then 8-drop. Or even 8-drop, and we can get like a... If we have any cards that take cards out of life in our trash right now too.
Let's see. So I see 2 aces. All right, so we get the Flampe.
And then we're going to play likely 8. I mean, if we want to play a... no, I like what I'm going to guess is a... Oh.
All right, yeah, so we have the Luffy. All right. We're at 7.
I would have played Moria 100%.
Maybe you just didn't have... Yeah, I guess you could Moria bring back a
a Garp and Luffy.
Yeah, Garp and Luffy draw a card and just maintain some card advantage. Let's see. I wonder if he'll use Luffy effect here to trash the other one and then Leader ability. Because then you can bring out a Sabo, so you know you're really fine. And then you're threatening a big board next turn.
Yeah, but I don't hate this. So we will be able to use the Luffy effect there. I'll go down to 0. We can put a card back into our life, become 9k, and maybe play like a Rush Sabo.
Yeah, I would just, let's see, play the Sabo and then play a...
Oh, we can go 11.
Luffy back there.
Do you want to be 11k leader?
No. Just get a swing in, and this is why I think just to go from there, you can do like maybe a cheese swing, where you swing with the Sabo and then you swing with lead. I don't think you're putting up enough blockers right now, so maybe you could just take it slow for one turn. Oh, the Rocket Luffy. Should just be 2-Don, pitch to Sabo. Yeah. You should have both.
If we have 2-cost Sabo, yeah.
Yeah. It's like I did see one in his hand, so.
Yeah, definitely. This sequencing is pretty tight. Probably one of the most sequence-heavy decks in this game. See Jose thinking about putting the Sabo there, and
yeah,
I think it's the play. So we're going to use that. We're going to put 2 cards into our life. It's going to be a Luffy and a Sabo there. And then we can play the 2-cost Sabo like we did there. Use the effect. We're now a 9k leader. Draw 2, trash 2. A couple Morias in hand as well. And we could put them down to... It feels bad being 11k on leader and 2 open Dawn, but we just don't have any more plays, so I think we're just passing.
Passing is fine.
All right, looking for cards in trash. So we see 2 5-costs. We have a 5-cost Rocket Luffy and the 5-cost Rush Ace. 1 life, 9k leader, 2 8-drop Katakuris on the other side. And we do also have the protection from the 2 Sabos that are currently on the board.
So weird thing is I might turn that Sabo sideways and just put him down to 1 life, because you also just want it to die when you play your Gecko, because you always need 3 character slots. And then a good thing about Enel is you kind of want them to turn their character sideways as well. So there's most likely a Katakuri that's going to go into the Sabo. You let it die. But the good thing about it is you can then swing your characters into their Katakuri and demand cards out of Enel's hand.
Yeah.
And that's how you usually win the matchup, is slowly but surely you reduce them to 0 cards in hand and then you kill them.
Yeah.
But then we say the Compote, which one of the spicy cards in the matchup. So 1k, so it definitely helps in the RP Law matchup. But it also just is overall a good card if you can play it here, especially in the Black-Yellow Luffy matchup, because it's every swing always demands 1 card, a block, or a life disappearing, even when they're a 9k lead. So it's a very good tech card in this matchup, and overall, if you can find the space in your deck.
I 100% agree. Like we have like Isho and we have stuff like Gecko Moria, where we're able to pressure a card out of hand without any Dawn investment against a 9k leader. That really does add up every turn. So
let's see.
Yeah, we just didn't attack either, which is really nice. So we're going to start with a 6k at leader.
So now you get, I think, 4 swings to the Enel, and he gave you a card?
Yeah. Very kind of the Enel player.
It's almost like Christmas for the Black-Yellow Luffy player. Like,
already?
Already.
In August?
All I want is cards from your hand.
Yeah, and you're going to get them. So we're going to play our 8-drop Moria. We're going to get likely a 2-cost Luffy and a 2-cost Sabo on the board, replacing the Flampe and the Sabo there. Yeah, that and there. We're going to be able to use our 2-drop effect to get out the Luffy that's currently in our life. Very nice. So we are a 7k leader. We can use both of our Luffy's effects to make them 8ks.
Yep.
If we remember, hopefully.
Hopefully. And this is where I think it really just snowballs for Black-Yellow Luffy. Because now, right now, he doesn't have enough big bodies to start contesting life. Even then, there's a Sabo. And now every turn, you're facing 2 8k swings and then 11. So eventually, you will just run out of cards. And this is just the ticking timer about this matchup. I think if the first Luffy does not go answered, it just almost snowballs out of control for it. And which is why you see some of the Enel decks playing the Sabo that KOs, because if you can just stifle them for that one turn, you get that one turn of breathing room where you can play the Katakuri or the Ace.
Yeah.
Or almost anything from there.
And so we are going to use the Sabo here. We're going to be able to draw 2. We're going to trash 2. We got a bunch of 2-drop Luffys in hand.
It's maybe a baby Ace or anything in the hand that can go there that you don't think you're ever going to play.
You kind of want to keep one around, though,
yeah.
right? That can win you a game. They can't. Enel can do a lot of things against a lot, but Rush is very hard for the deck to
So even
answer.
here, the weird thing you want from the Enel matchup, too, is you kind of want them to always attach Dawn to their characters, because if they're using more than 3 Dawn, they're not playing a big body, and you're always happy about that. So here...
I will say that Compote is still very obnoxious.
So you have 2 blockers here. I might just let the Luffy just go to the bottom and kind of entice him.
I was thinking the same, because you kind of want to be able to use your Luffy effects without having to and then get them replaced kind of thing with another Moria. So
Yeah, just same thing. I view it as as much as I want the Enel to not give cards, as the Black Yellow Luffy player, I also want to make sure I don't give my opponents cards here, because eventually that's how they win the matchup too, because now you're just giving them a reason to start swinging and getting these 1-card pitches out. I would go to 0 here, and I would just say, hey, put like 5 Dawn on a character and get a block, but I don't think the Enel has enough time now to start going to 0. All right, do we have another Katakuri? Oh, we do. Just feels bad though, because it's gonna get trashed by the Luffys.
yeah. So like giving them life. I mean, obviously removing the Moria is nice. I won't deny that, but you just literally give them like an extra card draw, which is a little too good to give sometimes. All right, yeah, let us thinking quite a bit.
Yeah, it's like you kind of have to get rid of the body, but now that the Katakuris are sideways, I get 2 8K swings into them for free.
So here's the alternative. You could play 8-drop Katakuri and put your own Nami back into your life.
Oh, I like that.
That's a pretty good removal. It kind of forces you to be able to play out another Sabo, but removing a Moria off board always is tempting, right?
So one thing that I noticed about this matchup too early on is he played the Gadatsu to KO, I believe, a Garp, and then it hasn't done much since then. And that's like a weird thing where, sure, you're getting rid of the Garp, but you kind of do want them to swing into you. And in the later turns, once again, if they're putting more than 4 Dawn, on the Garp, they're not really doing anything else after that. So
yeah.
It's kind of like a tempt where you want them to start swinging with them big, because if they're not swinging big, they're not playing big bodies. So there's a thing where you could just do nothing until you start playing big bodies as an L, and you just go from there, because I don't think that Gadatsu's ever turning sideways now for the rest of the game. So, yep.
Yeah, but we're going to do both Luffy effects, so we get to draw 2 cards, which this deck really loves to do, right?
Should be a 6 with Sabo right now, too, to see if we'll get a 2K.
Yeah, we're
8.
pressuring the Kata. I get it, but
I guess, yeah, the Kata swings are there. Yeah, but you got 2 cards. Let's get
more cards.
More cards.
If I had like 3 cards in hand, maybe I would go down to it. But when I have just so many,
Gecko.
I think Jose's respecting these Sabos too much. As you mentioned, I think being able to swing with them was going to be the better play.
So one thing I am thinking about too is it's like you're always afraid of a Thunderbolt trigger. So if you swing with the Sabo, but then you also want the slot to open up anyways.
Yeah.
So I think just getting the 6 into lead is always fine. So yeah, you go here, draw 2, maybe see another Gecko, and then he already does have the third one in his hand.
Yeah.
So
yeah, because we trashed the other one. Yeah. And then into
11. Yep.
No, so I like this. So I think the 11 with leader into Katakuri is fine.
Yep, I guess now that you've demanded 2 cards or, you know, letting a character die.
Yeah. And if this was like, if they only had 2 Katakuris, it would have been fine, but we've got 3 and a Compote, like the amount, like getting rid of one of these, I feel is very minimal compared to the pressure on life.
And this 11K swing is actually really good as well because it demands 2 cards, but it also plays around the 0 cost event. You know?
Yeah.
Unintentional benefit, but it's like giving 3 cards here just feels terrible because then you go down to 1. And now you suddenly can't just defend out of AK swings when they're at your lead next turn. So
yeah. So I think it mostly did the same thing. You know, is it starve them at 2 life or give them a lot of cards and have them end up on 1 life, right? All right, so 10 hold on. I mean, we can do 4 9K swings for 3 Dawn, which feels great.
I think the best play from here, which you know would have, is, I guess demanding cards here. I would just let the Luffy die.
Yeah, he's done his job.
But you swing, maybe the Luffy dies there, and then you just play a 10 ace and then go to 3 life. And I don't want to say hope it gets you there, but you have so little cards in hand. You need at least 1 or 2 triggers to make sure you don't die right on the spot. Because I see 5 swings next turn. That's either clearing my board or killing me. So.
Yeah. All right, and letting it go. I think again this is the good play. We're going 9 into 9 with the Compote.
It's like they can have my 1K. Now this is the weird thing we talked about earlier in the game. The AC kept in hand will now come up because it is just another swing if he still has that in his hand.
Yeah, it's do we want to be at 3 life or do we want to? I mean, we've seen what 2 Morias, 3 Morias already.
Yeah, we've seen 3 Morias now.
So the likelihood of them having a 4th one is somewhat low. And then if they can't do it, like becoming a 9K leader gets increasingly cost heavy.
Yeah.
All right, and
let's see. And thinking from the black yellow Luffy side, you're just waiting for them to attach a Dawn. It's like that's the checklist I usually go when I'm playing against that deck. Is you just the moment they attach Dawn, you can immediately cross off all the threats they can play.
100%. Yeah, you get to because all their threats are, as you mentioned, 10, and then 9, then 8, then 7. So you can kind of go down the checklist of, and they attach the Dawn, so all right, no 10 drop coming.
No 10 drops. We're happy with that.
Yeah, I am jealous. Jose has so many cards in hand so late in game. How does he have 6 cards? That's wild.
It's like, how many of them are 2Ks? I was like, I see a couple already, so we'll go from there. Now this is like the weird thing is you kind of want to entice Enel to go for game. They probably will not, but I might just give a block here as well. But if you're trying to go for game as well, you might not. Especially if you don't have the Gecko in hand, which I believe he does not. So you just give him the 1 card and you move on, see what happens next. Oh wait, that is the 4th Gecko in the hand.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That was the whole thing. It was like, maybe, what are the odds? What are the odds they have the 4th one, right? We've seen 3. I'd only get punished if there's like a 4th one, and
there's the 4th one.
The 4th one is around.
How much Dawn does he have left? 9.
I think we have, we have 9, yeah. All right, big swing, easy block.
10.
10.
I would just give him a 2K.
Yeah, if I have a 2K, but I don't know if we got one. Oh, we do, we have a Fonte. Yeah, we're taking the block though.
Yep. We are going to play a Gecko next turn. Is this going to be the Shirahoshi blocker?
It is. Ooh. Nasty.
But the Enel only has 2 cards in hand, and if you're just going to play another Gecko, I think it's time to clear the board.
Yes. But we don't have a best case. Best case, we get rid of 2 cards.
Mm-hmm. And is he going to give us the 0-cost event? All right, that's gone.
All right, ready for Last Thug to like throw his head back when the 4th one hits the board?
Mm-hmm. Yep. The 4th Gecko has hit the board. At least now you know as the Enel player that there can't be a 5th one.
Yes. Yeah, if you know, you'd actually love to see a 5th one.
I would love to, yeah.
Hand goes up, call the judge over, game win.
Mm-hmm. It's like should be the same thing as always. You should bring back a Sabo and a Luffy. If you're a little bit scared, you might just bring back 2 Sabos.
I think Sabo Luffy makes sense. Even if it gives them an extra life, getting rid of their Shirahoshi and drawing a card is probably worth it.
Oh yes, there is the
Rocket Luffy. And then you can, well, you might just lose next turn, right? What cards do you have in hand? Not.
I see 2 2Ks and 2 1Ks. So I might actually Sabo, and then just put the Enel to 1. They're at 1 card in hand, so if it's a ace or anything, it better have been the top deck. Otherwise, it should have been played earlier, in my opinion.
Yeah, but it looks like we're gonna. I think we're gonna play Rocket Luffy. We're pitching a 2K. That's expensive. All right, use the 2-drop effect. We're going to get the Rocket Luffy. Again, being able to pop the Shirahoshi there. We'll be able to gain a life.
He's just drawing a card.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I don't know about that. Yeah,
we'll get the Shirahoshi.
Yeah, I'd rather them at 3 life and 1 less Katakuri than 2 life in this board. I don't know about that.
I know, this is actually getting scary for the black-yellow Luffy player, because now that he's out of Geckos, he's definitely on a clock. And especially now with the Enel at 2 life, you can try to maybe contest board a little bit.
Yeah.
Because you need 4 swings, and if you only see 3 on the field, they can't kill you most of the time. But we always have that little ace in the trash, so maybe that can steal a win.
All right, so this is a big 11. I think we just lose here, to be like not to be defeatist, but like 2 cards. Yeah, we can just make 3 9K attacks. We lose. I guess we need.
We have a Sabo, so as long as.
You're right.
So I guess 4 Dawn on lead, and 1 and 1. There's what, 8 Dawn remaining, so if you do 5, 1, 1, maybe it's 9, 10, 10 if I count my Dawn correctly, and demand them to have 2 2Ks, or a 2K and a 1K in their hand. Oh, that's actually 9, 10, 11, so you could do 10, 10, 10.
Yeah, which just means that you better have 2 2Ks in hand, which.
Yeah. I think that is the swings to go from there.
Or you could just pressure the 8-drop. Okay, or the 8K Luffy.
I wonder what the Enel player drew for turn.
Yeah, because we know that they've been nursing a 0-cost for a good amount of this game. Yeah, all right, get rid of the Luffy.
Now I might just do 2 big swings at the Gecko.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe the 4th Kata will hit the field. Because now you can put a Gecko back and they have to play a card from their hand, which becomes very scary. All right, so 10 lead. Yeah, 2K.
2K, and then should get the block.
All right, so we've got like one. They have technically 3 life, right?
Yeah.
We need rush ace.
Yep.
If we can't play rush ace, I think we lose the game.
But now we get to the fun part about playing against Enel. How many triggers does he have in?
Yeah, unrespective of that part, right? Like,
yeah.
Oh
like,
boy.
Those cards have been there basically since the start of the game. As the Enel, I might just pick up the trash and see. It's like, I don't think I saw any beiges. I know there's a couple zero-cost events that are gone.
Yeah, but beige would win the game. Zero cost would win the game. Potentially a blocker. Most people aren't playing blockers, but.
Yeah.
Oh, we're going into the Compote. Oh, I think it's a little late for that. All right, we are deep into the think tank.
So I might just let it die.
Sure.
Have him swing into my next character. You only need 2 swings if they play the Sabo, because leader effect always discards 1 too. So you just need to get 2 11 swings in if possible. So we're gonna get.
All right, 9 into 8.
So this one I might defend.
This one is very tempting. Yep. All right.
Ooh,
Double zero cost.
0. Oh.
All right. I mean, that makes math easier, huh?
Yeah. We only need an 8 swing. But Black Yellow Luffy just now has so little cards in hand. If they want to buff up their leader, they have to give up both. So.
Yeah, which I don't think we need to buff necessarily. I mean, putting 2 cards in our life might be enough.
See, if he does end up putting just two cards in life and then passing, you are then just endangered to a top deck rush ace from the Enel, where you don't need to gain the life and then go from there. Let's see what the card he drew. All right, so discarding the Luffy.
We got 3 aces. That's crazy.
All right, so he'll probably clear the board with the remaining
if we have a 2-cost kid ace, but
maybe he kept it in his hand since the beginning. Thought I did see it.
Maybe. Dang.
Yeah,
okay,
there's the ace. So he kept it in his hand the entire time.
Yeah, and I guess with them having 2 zero costs, but I'd be like, you know what? This is time for me to try to go for game.
8 to 8.
Yeah. So 0 cards in hand. If the top deck is a rush card, Enel wins on the spot.
So we got Rush Enel and we got
Rush ace.
Rush ace. And you just
actually
need
no.
sevens.
Yeah, because it's a 7K leader. We don't. It needs to be Rush Enel specifically.
Yep. All right, just 9 into the Gecko. What are we gonna play here? Oh, Shirahoshi blocker.
Very good card.
Now there's a chance that might just start swinging next turn too.
Unironically, it can win you the game.
Let's see how it goes from here. But I'd say this is almost looking like this could be the Enel's game, because now the effective Shirahoshi blocker does come up, where gaining the life does make a difference.
It does, yeah. And it really just depends on the top deck for Hosey, right? being able to know if he, yeah, you know what? All right, one card in hand. I mean, 5-7-9.
Yeah, I think the only thing that can be there is, did he top deck the other rush ace?
Even still, though, I don't think it gets you there, because with the Shirahoshi.
Oh yeah, it does not. I think it just buys you another turn. And you gotta hope that they don't top deck another rusher. Let's see.
I think, I mean, if we top deck a 5-cost Luffy, would have been good.
So take. Ooh, there we go.
Frankie is a good card as well.
Been there since the beginning too, so now.
I mean, likely just block this now, right?
I would, yeah, I guess. I think from here, the game should be deterministic. Maybe you get another trigger. But yeah, pass should be a very easy 7-7. Oh, actually, the leader is at 5.
Yeah. 7-7, it could be 3 5s.
Could be 3 5s.
Yeah, 7.
I personally always like going for a game with characters, so.
Yeah, all right.
Anything with Enel could have been the swing for Shirahoshi, but yeah.
Yeah. And I didn't see what it was immediately. I think it might have been Sabo, but not quite getting there.
But yeah.
Super close game, though.
Very close, actually. Lucky old Luffy definitely had the lead going in there, I think in the mid-turns. But I think this is the scary thing against Enel, is I believe you should just put them to 1 and better have the life game every turn, because that eventually allowed the Enel player to slowly ask for cards from the hand and then make sure he's never dying, because the fourth swing does matter a lot in this type of matchup.
Yeah, but we do have Lettuce on the right there, continuing their undefeated streak, going in around 7-6-0. Jose 5-1 still has a good chance to top tomorrow too, or for tomorrow. But all right, we are back. Sorry for the extended delay. We just have to make sure we're getting ready for round 7. We still got Avi with me. How you doing, Avi?
I'm back. I had to walk away and then come back. So
yes,
that was fun.
The whole you got some steps in for the day.
Yeah.
And we got another matchup we haven't seen, and this is a kind of interesting one where it's Moria versus Bonney. And the reason I say it's interesting is because Moria likes to attack with their leader to get their effect, right?
Yes.
And with Bonnie's effect being able to, you have to make the decision, do I want to be able to use my leader effect? Do I want to be able to attack with the biggest thing first? The sequencing for Moria is never the most straightforward. And even like if they attack with the biggest thing, sometimes there's like a medium thing if you don't think your opponent's going to use the effect. So kind of an interesting thing for a when attacking leader.
Yeah, so a couple key cards in the matchups where I think will probably decide the game. Bonney, of course, has one of the best cards in the deck, which is the Basil Hawkins blocker. Cannot be killed, or once per turn when it were to be killed, it can rest something instead, which the Gecko Moria deck can only kill something once per turn. So basically, once it hits on the field, unless it's tapped sideways and swung into, it's not dying. Yeah,
and the other thing is that your removal cards are things that come out inactive usually, right?
Yes.
So you generally do not have a meta way to get rid of it, right?
So usually the best thing to do as the Gecko player is to maybe swing 5, hope they block, and then swing big into it. But you're also playing against Bonney, so you're going to need 3 swings in order to continue that plan to go there. But for Gecko, if they're playing Isho, that is probably one of the cards you want to see in this matchup as well, because Bonney does not have too much card advantage in terms of drawing cards. So if you can discard 2 and then have the -3 ability, suddenly you're KOing everything that's not Basil Hawkins.
Yeah.
And eventually you can just get there slowly but surely. But let's see. So it looks like Bonney went first, playing the Bonney Searcher. So now one thing you can do, which is always fun, is playing a second Bonney right here and searching twice, forcing them to maybe use an Absalon early, which they really don't want to.
Yeah, it feels pretty bad. You pretty much put them to 0. And there's that Basil we were talking about. Yeah, once that hits the board, that's going to be pretty terrifying. Just 6 at a leader. They're going to take it anyways and leave 7 up, because the other thing too is if they play something off the when attacking, you can use your Bonney effect to rest it immediately and then attack into it next turn.
So let's see. Maybe we'll just see. All right, so swing 6. Is this going to be at lead? Let's see where. Because you have 2 options as the Gecko player. You can play Perona Oh, it's just going to be a swing 6.
Yeah,
and we're getting
play
Brook out there.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
That is, yep.
So there is a secret way to get rid of this Basil Hawkins.
Yep.
Do you know what it is?
It is. You're trying to lower it and make sure Brook is your last swing is usually how I can out it. Unless I'm thinking about something different.
No, you got it. But it is a little bit tricky when the leader effect comes into play, right?
Yeah. So let's see. We're gonna get a Cavendish swing 7, which is fine. So maybe we're at 6 Dawn. Honestly, just getting the classic Hina Absalon is going to be really good here, so you can start developing a board and going wide.
Even Hina attack with Brook would get you there too.
Yeah.
Which is really nice.
But I always want to be using Gecko effect here. Save the Brook for when you need to kill the Basil.
Yeah, but they're still going to be able to rest the Brook anyways.
Yeah.
So, again, that's what makes Bonney so tricky, because your sequencing of attacking makes a lot of difference, and just a solid 5 swing. Yeah, immediately rest the Brook so we can get some value off of it.
What are we going to be doing with the 6?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe a Sakazuki?
I think, I did see that in his hand. So Sakazuki discarding, and we do see the Isho. So discarded right away.
Interesting. I'd be real tempted to play that next turn.
Maybe he has the second Isho in hand. Let me see.
The other thing is that we had some Helmeppos, I think, but
yeah,
honestly, just putting cards in the trash to set up a better more. I mean, we've never used our leader effect, right?
Yeah. Maybe his hand is Oops All Navies, which, I see the second Isho in hand. All right, so there is a second one. Maybe it is a bit greedy to play 2 of them, but depending on how it is, especially now that you have no board, they might be tempted to swing into your Brook, and you are allowed to keep the non-counters in your hand.
I don't know. With the idea of potentially saying, you know what, I'm going to put 2 Dawn underneath these Ishos. You lost 6 Dawn worth of value across your board. Generally, I think that's somewhat worth it.
So, let's see. 7 Dawn. Ideally, you do want to see from Bonney is a Hody Jones, so I think we're just going to play the Basil here. Yep. So now as the Gecko player, you're actually very happy because you get an untap, swing 5, maybe see what happens, you know?
Yeah, but when they have 8 cards in hand, I think you just slam that immediately.
Let's see. Should see the Isho come out and then maybe swing 7, demand the block in a 1K. All right, let's see what we hit here. Ideally, you want to see 2 big bodies. Let's go 10 Dofi and Zoro. Ooh.
Dofi and Zoro. I would be upset.
I would be very upset. Maybe you have another one. All right, wait, we have the Hody Jones that I saw in his hand, so
yeah, at this point, gone. I don't know. Those are good hits. Those are really, really good hits.
So now, and you're at 3 life as Gecko, so you can take the turn to not deal with board and just play it too, so there's no threat of dying. So yeah, rest the Gecko leader.
Yeah, I mean, if the fact that I hit those 2, we're going to 9 Dawn next turn, so Dofi's not even coming down. I think this is fine.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of an argument to not attack, especially if they wanted to potentially rest the Brook. Brook might have been the better rest too.
Just swing into it to make sure it can't do any weird things next turn. All right, block 1K. Pass, let's see, 9 Dawn. The Gecko is slowly running out of cards in hand though, which is what the Bonney player now wants to do, is eventually you put them in the position where they only have 1 card, so they can never leader effect and shrink, so you could just block her up at 0 and know that they're never, but there's another Zoro on the field.
The other thing is that we have 2 cards in trash.
We do have 2.
We have only 2, which is bizarre, I would say at this point. And it just means like if you have 8-drop more, you're bringing back a Suru.
It's a 5 lead. We just get a pitch out of it. Probably see one of the Helmeppos. So if you rested the Brook, you could swing into the Brook, leave the Basil Hawkins standing, and then I would just slam a Zoro. Say, all right, you have 3 cards in hand. Let's get some in order to out this. And then go from there. I think the Bonney player maybe could very so much slow the game down.
But yeah, Bonney, compared to a lot of other decks, is very based on momentum, and they haven't really established a lot. And attack with Basil is a little scary, but you know, if you have a second one, that makes sense. And then what do you think we're doing for the other 3? Oh, we had a Zoro we could have played.
Oh, just Rosinante blocker. All right.
Yeah.
Nice little turn. But actually now, let's see. Ideally, if I was the Gecko player, swing 7 into the Basil, have the Absalon to pop the Rosinante blocker, and then maybe hit it with a couple 9s. And I think you've definitely secured it. Is there a Sindri? I might be tempted to play it right here. Mill 5, hit an Absalon, and then go from there. Let's see.
Yeah, we're thinking here. So what is our best play, right? I mean, if we had Moria, we get there. But I feel like we have a lot of support cards, but no real like meaty cards in our hand, right?
So it might just be, all right, everything's -3. I feel like, oh, I guess you also get the Brook swinging now too. So if you're not doing too much, I would probably put Ford on the Brook and swing 7. Maybe let's see what go there. But now you're just giving them an opportunity to block for free.
Oh yeah, okay.
All right,
okay, we got the play.
Do we have enough shrinks where we can maybe Brook KO Basil Hawkins?
We would have to get one more without any. We'd have to have like an Ice Age. If we have Ice Age, we get there.
Well, we have a Helmeppo in hand too.
Yeah, but then you can just risk the Helmeppo after it's played, right?
Yep.
Yeah, he's reading the card as well, I think. Yeah, I'll bring it back up.
Let's see. We have 9 Dawn remaining. I still think. It's like you're never in threat of dying because I think you have enough counters in hand. Weirdly enough, a very annoying swing you can do is a 5 right there. Because it could just get another block, sure, but then you just swing big with the Brook and see what happens. But we might actually get that as well. Let's see, what are we discarding?
Yeah, so we play the Sabo there. There's like one spot where there's glare, and the players consistently have been finding it. But it is the Sabo. Draw 2, trash 2. Protection from KO effects, which don't really happen for Bonney as much, but
trying to see what else is in the Gecko's hand.
I think I see an 8 cost there, so we can maybe set up a Helmeppo or a Brook for a good.
Discarding an 8 cost. All right, maybe here I just go 9 into a Basil and see what goes on. Because Bonney is slowly running out of cards in hand, so.
I think we're also thinking, do we want to try to play something off our leader effect or just go, bigger with it? And
yep.
See, so far we've been playing a vanilla leader.
Yeah, it's one of the weird things I like about Gecko is sometimes it's just a Navy deck.
Yeah.
You're just gonna play the Sakazuki and the Isho, and then you can go from there. Now this is just a really tough choice for the Bonney because you give him 2 cards and you go to nothing in hand, or you just let the unkillable Basil die. And there we go. We get 2 cards.
And those are expensive cards when you only have 2 in hand. Oh man, those are secretly those are the only counters left in hand, which against this board on the other side is very scary. But we have 3 life. We draw 8-drop Kid, which doesn't really do anything right now. But we could go into a really good board clear here with Hody.
Yeah. I'm thinking maybe you play the Hody Jones if I see that in his hand.
Yeah. We should be able to get rid of the Sabo and Brook.
Yeah.
And then maybe pressure the Sakazuki.
Let's see, 5 lead. He did have the Absalom.
All right. Well, I guess that's just I mean, we could still go 7-7 and then Hody win. Like, I don't know. Even if, I think Hody's the play.
I think Hody's the play. So a weird thing as the Gecko player, I would have blocked with the Sabo. Saves you a card in hand, and 2, it forces the Basil Hawkins to turn sideways as well to deal with it.
Yeah. But
so now
it looks like we're just going to play 9-drop and
hope it lives.
Yeah, which against Lucci, I think that's a big hope. Against Moria, where 9 costs is pretty expensive, there's a good chance that
it lives.
It lives, yeah.
But we see that that Alex does have it. I see the Ice Age in his hand.
Oh boy.
Very simple turn, more so. You get to put it down on the Isho and then Ice Age.
3, 8, and then yeah, Brook's gonna get the job done.
All right, we have the Brook, we have the Absalon.
Do we have an Absalom in? Oh yeah, we do.
Yeah, he did just pitch it too. So a couple different ways you can do it. You could, since you have so much done, it's like you can Ice Age and then just swing 5 with the Brook and see what happens.
Yeah.
Because you really want them to turn the Basil sideways so you can start swinging into them. So, and Bonney's only at 2 cards in hand. I believe they would probably take the life just to see something more and go from there. But
I think the biggest opportunity is that with 2 life, there's a good chance Aaron could have just won with Hody last turn. Hody might, with 2 7Ks in 8K, you could have gone 7-7, 7-9, something like that, which with 3 of them having to go in out of the 4.
Let's see. Ooh, not resting the Brook.
Yeah, or the leader, but just trying to go bigger there. I will say I don't think Aaron loses this turn, and I think the Bonney play will be available next, or the Hody play will be available next turn.
Yeah. Let's see. Now you have almost all the options in the world as Alex is like, do you want to have some fun, swing big with the Brook, or do something else with your leader? Because neither of them got rested.
Yeah. We are. I'm sorry. Sorry for the the lack. I'm just thinking like, what is the play? What is our numbers? We're just going 5.
All right. So I guess maybe we're probably gonna Ice Age Gecko from there. Is my guess.
And okay, maybe we're just pretending like we don't have it, right?
Yeah.
Maybe we're trying to get a block of Basil out of here.
It's like I don't see a Rebecca Engrave, so we can't Gecko bring back 2 bodies and then KO it with the same Brook.
Yeah. Because we could do something where we block with Basil here, and then we just put everything on our leader and attack into the Basil and get rid of the Zoro, right? That would make it a lot harder to win next turn. Not impossible, just harder.
And maybe Aaron sees that and just gives the 1 card in hand so you can keep the Basil, or you just take the life.
Just taking it.
So are we just going to get a Gecko play?
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, Gecko removal still gets there. But, and maybe, there's not a Rebecca in there, right? It'd have to be specifically a, if there's Rebecca in there, you could play it, remove the Brook, play Brook again.
Yeah.
After doing the Ice Age. All right, 1K.
Yeah, so we're getting the Gecko. Here I might actually have taken that life to entice the, I believe, swing 15 with the Sabo, just to get the blocker out. I don't think it would have happened, but it's like.
Okay, interesting. That, I mean, all right, we kept the Ice Age. That's fine. That's not too impactful. Just means that it looks like we have one more card in hand, so I think that's fine.
So I believe now, looking at him, you're going to play the Hody and see what happens.
I think that has to be the case. And this play also means that if they play 8-drop Eustace, it likely will just get popped between Isho and other effects. So yeah, Isho Ice Age, and yeah, it just gets rid of it.
So let's see. He's going to make sure he has to go for game before he does it. All right, so it's time. Let's see the swings.
And the Absalom, why not?
Probably 7-7, 7-9.
He does need to take the card from life, right?
Yes, he does.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, cool. All right, 7 out of, looks like.
Yes, what, 3 1Ks in hand is what I'm seeing?
I'm seeing 3 1Ks and an Ice Age, yeah.
Yeah, Ice Age, Gecko, 3 1Ks.
The thing is, once you start countering with 1Ks without 2Ks,
yeah,
your opponent knows. Your opponent knows, oh, I have the go-ahead.
But you always have two looks to draw a 2K or something. I believe all he needs is 1 2K, and he gets it.
I believe you're right, but that is asking a lot from Moria sometimes. We do have a 2K. We have a Sindri in hand.
Oh, we have a Sindri, so that we can get out of it. So let's see. Even if you pitch out here, it's still just weird. All right, so we're going to pitch out. From there, I might just swing another 7.
Cards in hand 3. Yeah, I think 7, 8, 8 has to be the numbers.
7.
If we can get out of this. Yeah, I mean, I don't think we can, right? We have an Ice Age in hand, right?
We have an Ice Age, and I thought I saw a Moria or a, like, Brook. It's hard to tell.
Okay.
But that's still just 2 1Ks. I don't think there's a super rare 2K in the deck. Oh, Perona. So let's see.
Yeah, and we need a little bit of bluffing, right?
Is he just going to pitch out? So take it.
Yeah. Down to 1.
Yeah, it's like 8-8.
8-8, 7-9.
7-9.
There are some numbers, so there are some situations the first number works, some situations where the other one does. It just depends on that last life. And you know Alex is like, please be a 2K. Please.
All he needs is 1.
I just need a 2K. I've been, my ratios are solid. I believe in this deck. Just give me 1 more 2K. That's all I need.
Yep.
And there's some, I mean, with 10 minutes left in the round, we don't care, right? Like, this is clearly the last turn, right? Aaron either takes it or Alex says, we're going to do 8-8 or 8-8 instead of 7-9.
Yeah. I think with how fast he took it, he definitely,
And no, sir.
He got Sakazuki Hina out of life.
Oh, very rough.
It was the Brook.
Yeah, 7-7 would have got there too.
That's crazy. I mean, sometimes it just happens to be like that.
Yeah, 2K off the top. Oh, you know it's frustrating. Yeah, but honestly, really close. I think that's what this comes down to a lot of the time. Yeah. And honestly, I think Alex played a good game. I think they're ahead for most of it, but Hody's a really good card. All right, so we got Paul on the left playing Enel versus Felipe on the right playing the red-purple.
Yes.
This is an interesting matchup.
Is it?
In the sense that I would say in OP06, Red Purple Law went so pretty heavy-handed, right?
Oh yeah.
But you can kind of stall them out. Get Gadatsu being able to get removal, Rocket Luffy the new card for removal, and then like Yamato and 10 cost Ace. Enel has a lot of tools to really just stall out the Red Purple Law if they don't see their pieces.
Yes, from playing the matchup and seeing people play the matchup, you see Enel going for the starve strategy a lot more than playing aggressive.
Yes.
So we have Enel going first. Like, if I were to choose whether to go first or second as Enel, I think first is much better than second.
Yeah, because I think having Yamato on curve is really good. Gadatsu on curve is very good. Even like the Rocket Luffy on curve. These are some good tools to help us for this, and I think we're going to get a lot of just passing back and forth for the beginning of this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. But I wouldn't say I would continuously pass for Law. Law has to be aggressive. He has to put Enel on, like, behind, but taking the life, putting them down, but you can never attack with your characters. The second you attack your characters, those characters are going to be attacked.
Yeah. I also want to mention real quick, Paul has the lefty setup, so life is on the bottom, deck is on the left, so it's very symmetrical, right? The mirroring is good, but that is, in case you're wondering where things are.
All right. So we'll have a bond, then going for a 5k swing. I find that I see most people would attack first before playing, because just in case, we have Enel players that do play Nami, and we have Enel players that do not play Nami.
Yeah.
And of course, every Enel player does play Rocket Luffy, so Rocket Luffy does have a target in this case.
Yeah, we are at 3 life, so we are safe for now. But I agreed. Like, yeah, you left that one Dawn open. I think that was a bit of a. But you could have been punished for it 100%, especially since Bon Clay can be a really, really good card in this matchup.
Absolutely. I think Bon is one of the key cards in this matchup, especially towards the late game, where Enel will have Katakuri, Enel will have Yamato, they will have Ace. Those are really, really high power cards that Bon can just copy, mimic their power.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. You played a 4 cost that not only gave you a Dawn, but it's going to be able to attack as a 9k later in this game. That's huge.
Yeah. Oh, and then they'll just pass on 5s. Don't have any 5 cost play. You don't. So there's no Gadatsu. There's no Rocket Luffy, and actually no, you can't even Rocket Luffy in this case. So there's not even a Frankie.
Yeah, I would, if I had Share Hoshi, I'd play it 100%. Rocket Luffy's 50-50 because you could play it, for later, but then they could remove it with a Gordon. So
yes,
I think you're fine, but we'll see.
We'll have to see, but I would say, would you ever play Frankie here, though?
Probably not. Probably not at this point. All right, we're going to go down to 2, though.
All right, we're at our sweet spot. We are on the Rocket Luffy sweet spot.
Yeah. Also, since they have Bon Clay, I definitely wouldn't play Frankie, because that gives them a 5k to attack if they want to. Potentially, I mean, unless you want to bait them to attack with their Bon Clay, but we've got one of the better cards in this matchup. It's the 5-cost Eustace Kid. If they don't have Yamato, or some people are playing like Thunderbolt or like 5-cost Tabo, that's staying on the board for the rest of the game and just generating a lot of extra Dawn.
Oh yes. So once that kid comes in play, you do want to remove it as soon as possible, and the best way to do so is, like you said, 5-cost Sabo, Thunderbolt. At this point, actually, if you were to go down to 1, it'd be nice to be able to use Reiju, or as the English version would be called, Kingdom Come.
All right, so we're just making the board wide. I almost would have wanted to keep us at what, 3 life. I don't think the attack really did anything besides make sure that it, give another potential out with the Rocket Luffy. But they've got. I think Felipe is playing this matchup correctly. You just want to go wide, and then eventually you're just going to start attacking with everything and seeing how much damage and value you can get in one turn. Yeah,
wide boards are the best, because once you go wide, you can start swinging 5s. Just keep on taking cards from their hand.
Yeah.
Because the best way to go about this is to whittle down Enel's hand as much as possible before going for that final swing.
And Paul's looking at this hand. We've got a wide hand. We've got like 10 cards in there. If we've got Gadatsu, I think we play it. If we play Rocket Luffy, I think we play it. But the fact that we're thinking about this too much might mean that we have neither, which is quite unfortunate.
It's a be very tough situation here, especially now when you're on 7. You're not on 8 yet. You can't even katakuri this kid killer to your life, or even the kid itself, and especially the Bonclay. The Bonclay sticking there, playing a big body, just says you now have a big attacker yourself.
Yeah. And since we oh wow, man, we've played literally nothing this game. We have just stood the test of time. It's just the stare down.
That's incredible.
Yeah, that is the word I would use as unfortunate, but incredible I think captures it as well.
In the opposite sense, yes.
Yes.
I can't tell whether he's brave or he really just has nothing in his hand.
Yeah, yeah. I think I saw like a rush Enel maybe in hand. I can't confirm.
Yeah, I think I saw it as well, but you definitely don't want to play that since it doesn't generate value here, and it just gives that Bonclay an extra attack.
I guess so, but it just means that they'll start turning sideways, and it's really good for trading into things. So I would have been potentially tempted to do so, but I get it. But man,
can we go another terminal attacking, or are we gonna start swinging now?
Oh man, I'd be so tempted if I was Felipe. And yeah, we're just gonna go simple 5.
Simple 5. You're not at 3 lives, so you do not generate the extra Dawn.
All right, there goes an Nami, which we probably wish was in life, but it's fine.
That would be pretty nice in life, hitting the kid here.
Yeah, and for people wondering about this too, the reason we're not attacking with leader is because if they go down to 3 life, then Yamato can't clear the useless kid. We want to be able to get removal and just starve them out of resources, because Felipe doesn't have that many cards. I guess they have 5. They've got quite a few.
Quite a few cards. And we do see 2 queens in his hand, so he can generate cards back. So he just generate cards back with Queen, Reiju, anything possible in this case. But now he goes 7. So the 7 takes a life, no trigger, and now going for another 7. Will he take the hit? If he takes the hit here, I think you just swing with your leader to put him down to 0 before he can really get maximum value out of this.
Yeah, it just means that if you play Yamato, you're only able to get rid of a 4 cost.
Yes. So in this case, it would just be kick killer or the Bonclay. So you hit the Bonclay, sure, you can protect the kick killer. Hit the kick killer, now Bonclay is a 9k attacker.
Yeah. So this is pretty tough. I don't know. I mean, at least this means that we're going to be able to attack and pressure some things next turn too. But 2 cards out of this, pretty rough.
Yep.
It looked like Frankie Nami. Again, 2 cards you'd rather have in life right now.
Oh, absolutely. Frankie's one of the best cards you can ever have in life, especially at the low end.
Mm-hmm. You're great at just trading into like these kitten killers have attacked and everything else. Technically, it would have given Bonclay an extra Dawn, but we're going to play Queen. Use the effect Dawn minus to draw 2, trash 1.
No, Dawn replenishes itself because of Kid, and then you're good. You don't have to attack your leader because you don't want to have them cycle. Especially since you can't actually take down on 0. If you hit with the Kid here, I mean not the Kid, the Law leader. Mm-hmm. All your opponent does is, all right, I get to see what this is, cycle a card I don't want in my hand, and now get to fix my life a little bit more.
Yeah, so if, I mean, the only reason we would do that is if we want to go Dawn minus 3 and play a kitten killer afterwards, if they take it. But we'll see.
Now, you can set your opponent into a fearful state by attacking here. We are at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Dawn. So at -3, if you go down to 4, that's a very low Dawn count.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think we can really afford to because we've already used the. I mean, I think I saw Sachi and Penguin in hand. So, but playing Sachi and Penguin's usually not worth.
No, definitely not. When you're only going to 4.
We're gonna replace the Zoro. Interesting.
Okay. Play Sachi Penguin. He's at 4. He just realized that 1, 2, 3. Oh wait, there's one more.
Yeah, because it was underneath it, so
he missed it.
That's a little bit of a blunder.
Yep.
Yeah, I think we could have just passed.
That was, to me, I think that was a pass turn for sure. But this is why in the high stake, especially towards the end, when in how many rounds you play, you get exhausted. You're gonna miss plays like this. You're gonna miss cards that you knew that was there.
Yeah. And then if you're not like, if you travel to be, I know a lot of people travel. You travel to be here, right?
Oh yes.
There is just a lot of. What decks are left? XO. We have 2 Laws, 2 Enels, 2 Namis, which are fighting each other right now. The Bonney that won last round, and a single Moria.
So no black, yellow, or Lucci.
No, no black, yellow, no Lucci. We've had black, yellow, Luffy on stream a couple times, but it's had a bit of a hard day based on that. But also, so we're doing a guaranteed 10 rounds today, so we have 2 rounds after this guaranteed, and then after that we will have a top 32 cut tomorrow, which will also be live streamed here.
I can't wait for that. But we are at 9 Dawn now. We can Yamato. Yamato hitting a 5 cost, pretty good. Yamato hitting Bon Clay, also pretty good. I think I value the Bon Clay a lot.
Yeah, but we're going for the Queen. Interesting.
So we'll go for the Queen to swing 5 at the Kid Killer.
Yeah.
So it's all right, you know what? I'm taking a card from your hand and a body instead.
That's probably fine.
I don't hate it.
I don't hate it. I mean, but Bon Clay and Eustace Kid are so tempting. Because you know they're just going to defend this anyways, right?
You don't need Otama because in this case, you don't have that much to remove at this point. You need multiple cards just to remove the body. Because from here on out, all he's going to do is play big body after big body after big body.
Yeah. So do we have double Gordon? Oh, we have double Gordon in hand. That's pretty rough.
That's pretty good, but I would have liked to have 3 more Dawns if I could.
That's true. I mean, yeah. Again, a little bit of misplay of the Sachi Ping. We're gonna get the attack with it though.
Yep. We're getting a 5 in. I think you have to respect it and counter this 5 right here.
Yeah.
Because if you don't, you have a 7, a 6, and 9, and of course your leader with 6 Dawn. He could potentially just push everything in.
Yeah. Because we can do Gordon, raise max. We have 6 Dawns who go down to 4, but then we'd use the -3. No, we wouldn't be able to play the Queen in hand.
All right, counter. We countered it. There is 1, 2, 3, 4. I lost track of how many cards in hand.
Yeah.
I think there was 7 or 8 cards in hand at the time. But we do have 6 Dawn still. If you Dawn minus, you can still get 1 more Dawn with your Kit ability, so you have technically 7 Dawn to work with.
Mm-hmm. All right, and Paul's got a pretty wide hand.
He takes the 7.
Yeah, yet to hit an impactful trigger in life.
All right. Is it time to attack with the Bon Clay yet? Or do we wait?
And that is a really good question, because as soon as we attack with it, we lose it, right?
Yes.
It is like a one-time effect.
It is a one-time effect only. The turn you use it, you turn your attack of it, it's not staying.
And if we do, we need to do it now before we get rid of the Yamato. So I think that it's fine. We're going to go just a big 9 after copying it.
There's the 9. Takes. And...
Oh, thinking.
Oh.
It is a 0 cost.
0 cost.
Yeah.
So we're definitely not going to 0 this turn.
Yeah, and getting rid of a 7 cost Enel and... an 8 Catter. So we go back up 2. That does mean that that is a good hit. Don't get me wrong, but I think if Felipe recognizes that we'd rather keep them at 2 at this point, it's the good play.
So we have the Queen, Reiju, and Kid Killer. Okay. At this point, I might actually continue attacking.
Yeah, I think you're right.
But you have to get rid of the Yamato, I think.
Yeah. We have the tools for that. We can attack with We're going to get 2 Dawn back, but we can do 5K with leader, 6K with Useless Kid, and then we'd be able to Kid and Killer again off the leader effect.
Yep. I may not even attack with the Useless Kid. I may just attack with the leader, see what he does. If they take it, I think it's double Gordon, remove the Yamato, and then attack with the Kid Killer, take over 7K.
Yeah, or we could just do, if they don't take it, then we just use the Reiju.
He's showing his hands. He's showing the move.
Yeah.
It's 1. 2.
2, yeah, that's pretty nasty. And then leader effect -3.
Yep.
Get rid of that. And Reiju are, yeah, I think Reiju's the safer
draw
one.
2.
Yeah, at this point, I think we just don't attack, yeah. Because leave him at 2, Yamato doesn't get the free draw. If we do, Ace also doesn't get the heal. And generally a rough position.
It is very rough. It'd be nice if we had a Sachi Penguin right there, because that was your 3 Dawn play.
Yeah.
Oh, man. But Law does have that pressure right now. So if there's not enough counter in Paul's hand, Law, Felipe can take it. However, I did see Yamato there. Yamato can remove the Kid or the Queen, followed by an attack at the Bon Clay.
Yeah, I think we're just going to attack into the Bon Clay.
Do we block and save it?
We could, yeah, blocking and saving it is pretty tempting.
Block and save, Yamato remove 1 body, but you don't get to recover.
No, you don't. Then Yamato and then Useless Kid. I think that's fine. With 3 Dawn, I'd still, like, Bon Clay would have been tempting though, right?
Is there 6 card in hand? 6 card in Enel's hand. So we do see a blocker Law here. So if we can get a swing in and he takes it, blocker Law can rip 2 cards.
Yeah. All right, start with the easy 7.
Starting with a 7, interesting. Takes it. It's Nami. It's
okay.
Nami from the small glimpse I got.
Hey, I mean, we're owed 1, I think, at this point. Yeah, Bon Clay, a really good hit for that.
Very, very good hit. Now he can't even use this Law in his hand.
No. Yeah, because I think they were hoping to hit them to 7, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
But another 7. Yeah, this is where I think that we have a chance from the from Paul's side, where, you know, we're stabilizing. I think finally Felipe is kind of running out of cards to use, and we might be able to capitalize.
Yeah, we're running low on resources. We're running low on Dawn. This is not where you want to be as Red Purple Law. You want to be at a mid to high Dawn count while keeping a board. In this case, your board is almost non-existent. You're down to 3 characters, and with 5 Dawn, you don't have the power to really push through when there's 6, 7, even more cards in hand at some point.
Yeah.
We're still thinking about the 7K swing.
All right.
Taking it.
And we're going to proc our leader effect. Shirahoshi. So we're going to be able to use that first to draw 3, trash 2. And then it's really draw 3, trash 3, right?
Yeah.
So that's some really good cycle. And then from leader effect, trash another in hand. And we're going to make it a Gadatsu.
Gadatsu, yep. So let's see, we have 0 cost in hand. I believe there's another recovery. I think that's Ace, yeah.
Yeah, Ace would be really strong. Shirahoshi out means that we do potentially get to, if we need to, 8 cost Katakuri, if that needs to be the play. If they use leader effect, they're just going to get rid of it for free, though. But
that's fine. You're at a spot where if they ever use their leader effect, they're losing more Dawn, and they can't really push for a game.
Yeah.
Your best swings are now 5Ks.
But they can do 3 7s here.
Yep, another 7.
Yeah, that's, I don't know, I'd probably be tempted to take it. Yeah. Paul's thinking he's got a really, I'm not sure if it's max rarity, but it's seeming max rarity.
It looks max rarity. He took it.
And I'm likely looking at 0 cost events. I think we see 1 in there.
There's 1 in hand. There's 2 2Ks. Looks like 2 Gedatsu and 2 Ace.
Yeah. All right, we're going to go big 7. 2K, 1K.
2K, 1K will fight Flambe.
Right, losing 3.
-3 for Kick Killer. Another 7.
Did not bottom deck Shiro Hoshi. 2K, 1K.
Interesting, but we're at a point where will this Shiro Hoshi matter?
You know, I've said that before. And I have been punished before, so.
You're right. Shiro Hoshi can attack.
Yeah.
Starting on a 5 at Kick Killer. I think you have to save it.
I think you have to save it too.
You have to save it.
Yeah, 9 there.
Goes through.
He's going to play the 10. He's going to roll his eyes, be like, oh, man.
And then another, yep.
Yeah.
All right. You have 4 Dawn.
4 Dawn.
4 Dawn to go through 2 life, technically.
Yes.
This is not 1. Did we draw another Kick Killer? No, we did not.
No, we did not. We could. And, yeah, 3 in hand for Paul.
I think you start swinging 5s. You have to swing 5. You can't go above it.
Yeah, I think we go 1-5 and then go from there, but Ein's there. We can -3. All right, we get rid of the Shiro Hoshi. All right. We don't lose on the spot. We could have, honestly, Shiro Hoshi could have gone for game last turn. Or this next turn. Yeah.
Yeah.
With,
Actually, no. That's not enough. Not enough.
oh, no, with, you're right.
All right, do we have another recovery? I think there was another ace in hand. If we have the second ace, we're in a really good spot for the RP Law. Not the
yeah, the Enel.
Yeah.
And I think we just go 5. We finally start hitting into life.
Takes it.
You know, this means that they likely don't have Yamato. But I think we go 5, 9, 10, and then if we have another ace, we play it, and
there's the 9.
Felipe's in a rough spot.
There's the 10. If there's not an ace, Felipe must win this turn. There's the ace.
Yeah, there he is.
He has to get through 3 life, 3 cards in hand.
Oh, you would attack, right?
No.
You keep it at this?
Just keep it at this point because you're strong enough as this. Attacking here means you're giving another card. Giving another card means it could be another Kick Killer. That if it is a Kick Killer, it could put you at risk.
You are right, but we've been through what, 2, 3 of them so far?
Yeah, we've been through 3. Why give another?
The chances are so low.
But not impossible.
You're right.
Oh, there's a Zoro. That Zoro can get there.
It can. 3 cards in life for Paul as well. Or 3 in hand, 2 in life.
3 in hand, 2 in life. We know one's a 0 cost. I believe one's a Flambe. So you have to have 4 attacks connecting.
Yeah.
We're starting off at 5.
And we need 4 attacks to connect, and we see 5 on board right now. $2K. Oh,
I think no, you never go 7.
Another
That's way
5,
too
yeah.
much. It's a 5.
I mean, yeah, you can guarantee this hit, but
it's not worth it.
No, not worth it.
No trigger.
No
Takes
trigger.
It.
7.
Now your ending attacks are now going to be at 5K, which you don't want. You want your ending attacks to be as high as possible.
Yeah, zero cost event with zero cost event.
Double zero cost. I believe if last cost a 2K, you have to swing 5. You can't do 6-6.
Yeah, but yeah, because you have to. You can do 5-6-6. Because if you have
that is an
Zora.
option. Yes, 5-6-6 is an option.
But if they get a single 2K, you lose.
So either 5-6-6 or 5-5-7. Those are the, I think, would be the best way to go about it. But all you have to do is counter 1-5.
Yeah. And we got 2K. Yeah. That honestly should be it.
I think this is it. We have 4 attacks going in with 1 life. So actually, you can Gordon here and attack 6 over the Yamato.
You could. You know, that is potential, but yeah, they're gonna hit him down to 0. Get the, say I could win next turn. Yeah, get the giveaway. But I think you're right. I think Gordon giving the minus to Yamato, then do a 6K into 6K, and then you could Reiju to get 2 more card draw. Maybe you'd get something impactful.
Maybe, but at that point, because your queen is turned sideways, you don't have enough to get out.
Yeah, I think attacking with queen should have been a little bit later, right?
If I had to say what the biggest thing was, outside of the
Sachi Penguin.
Sachi Penguin.
Yeah.
But I would say that was the biggest major turning point, though, for sure.
Yeah.
When you go Dawn minus just to play another body over a body that's gonna attack next turn anyway, you're losing a card for no reason. You're playing a 2K counter from your hand that could generate Dawn that you need for that finisher. You're losing too much Dawn in this case.
All right, we are back a little bit early. I know you guys want some matches, so the clock's always just a
nice little estimate. It's never perfect. We like to be perfect.
Yeah, so we got 4 undefeateds left. We've got Eric, who we saw a little bit earlier, still on Red Purple Law, still going undefeated, versus Fee, our last undefeated Moria. And then what's playing at table 1, Human?
Table 1 is, of course, we have our Enel that we just talked about, and our winner of the Nami mirror.
Yes, we did have a Nami mirror, so no double game loss. They both have you seen that mirror match before?
More than seen it, I actually played it.
yeah, it is awful. Did you find your hanger? No? Oh, I'm sorry, I won the game. So it's a miserable game. So
the game is never attack. It's straight up just all right. Who can search through the deck more? Who has seen more the peel-offs earlier than the other, so you can play more cards early on.
Yeah.
And then after that, it's like, all right, I always have 4 Dawns active, so then if you attack, I get more value.
Yeah.
So you just pass it back.
Yeah, it's what it is. And I honestly would say that, not to be too deterministic, but yeah, table 1, it's likely going to be Nami beating the Enel player. And if Nami plays against Red Purple Law, it probably loses. And if it plays against Moria, it probably wins. Moria's likely 50, but all I'm trying to say is that once we go into our next round, we might try to get an X1 hopeful to see for a, since we do have a day 2 for us.
Yeah. The X1 hopeful would be pretty nice. Let's see which one we get.
Yeah, so we'll try to find a more unique match. We're going to start off with a brand new, so we have a choice of either the Suru or the Hina. I think Suru is a good hit there.
Suru would be the general choice in this case. Like, if we already have a Hina in hand, then we don't need another one, of course. If we don't have one, then maybe you take the Hina for the fact that Hina's nice. We want to play it so we can remove the 5-drop Kid when possible.
And there's a Hogback. I think they were looking for that one. So, but yeah, Hina when we're going second is really great with Absalom. So we're gonna pitch a Hina, and Anisho and Brand New hit the trash, and then likely getting a Hogback to be able to get an 8-drop Moria to hand.
Yep. We don't need another Hina in hand. We have another one because we took one from life and we had another one in hand already.
Yeah.
So we have our responses. Most of the time, you will not play more than one Moria. If you play more than one, you're probably in a very, very, very good lead.
But we're going 6 into 4. They're actually going to 2K out of this. And we're going to go back to Eric here. So 5 Dawn here. We do have some potential for some good removal and tempo plays here.
Yep. So start by tapping 4. We do. All right. There's the Law ripping 2 cards. Will we hit the Moria?
Oh, if we hit the Moria, I'd be peeved. Double Sabo. Okay.
Wow.
Again, Sabo's not as impactful as a blocker. Still being able to draw 2 Trash 2 is impactful for just making sure all the cards we have counter. But I think we're in a good spot.
Now, the matchup's the same how it was back in OP6, which was you want to be healthy. You want to counter as many hits as possible. That's not 7K.
And Fee's been pretty quick. We're just going to be able to play a 3rd copy of Hina and then use it with Absalom to be able to get the removal of the blocker. We have a 6K going in after bomb decking Hina and Sabo.
And we are going to 8 next, so I think we know what's coming down next turn.
Yeah, and we could have attacked with the Hog back if we wanted to. It might have given them a little bit too many resources, but Fee's definitely on the, I think, on the value end of this matchup.
Yep. We are down to 3 cards in hand, however, so let's see how Eric decides to attack. We have, let's see, 6 Dawns available to work with, and a 7-card hand.
Meanwhile, only 3 cards in hand for Fee. Looks like we're playing the Eustace Kid paired up with the Gordon.
Yep.
We're going to use the effect on likely the Absalom.
Yep. You don't want the Absalom there. Like the moment Absalom sticks, I mean, it just goes back and forth. You can't leave it on board. If you attack over it, it goes in the trash, and you go in the trash, it gets played again.
All right, and Fee's going to go down to 3 life. So we use Eustace Kid to gain a Dawn back. We played Sachi Penguin off leader, so we got an extra 2 Dawn. Yep. Not in that order. And getting rid of the Absalom, which I don't think we have another one in rotation right now.
It looks like there's one in trash.
Oh, you are
right
correct.
Under the Rebecca.
Yeah, and we will be able to play potentially like a not Hina, but a Suru and Absalom to potentially get rid of the Sachi Penguin if we so desire.
I don't hate that. There's the Moria.
Yep, and as mentioned, yep, we do get the additional removal. We probably were hoping we'd get what, the Helmeppo?
That'd be nice, yeah. If there was a Helmeppo in trash, then we'd be able to remove the kit as well instead, but unfortunately there is no Helmeppo. We did go through quite a few cards. Here we go.
And we could attack 5 with lead, but they're just going to block, so.
Nope, there's no reason to attack at that point. Because the first 2 attacks was debate. Will you block this attack? If you block with this attack, I will dump my cards onto my leader and attack over your kid instead if I have to.
Yeah, I mean, like, the bait works a lot better when your opponent doesn't know you have 8-drop in hand for sure, but the fact that you added with Hogback earlier just means it was a known play. All right, 5 in the Hogback. 1K with the Borsalino.
Yeah, we save it. This is an extra attacker. Why not? If attacking into a character in this case is the same as attacking into leader. You're attacking 5 into leader, I will counter that 100% of the time. So if I attack 5 into a character, you might not save it. Now 6 into a character.
Yeah, that is an extra thought there, but since, spoilers, we had 3 2Ks in hand. Not that expensive. Hard playing the Reiju for 4 to just draw 2.
Yep.
4 Dawn left available to us.
There is a 4-drop Law, and he can still Dawn minus.
We also could play, it looks like 3-cost Zoro. We could, I mean, Kid and Killer. We're at 2 life as Fee, so.
Yeah, but he needs to remove a body on board, one
yeah.
of the 5K bodies specifically.
And is this, which law? This is the promo law, right? To give
yep,
something
this is the
-2.
promo law minus 2,000. So in this case, there is no other Absalom. You want to hit the Absalom,
yeah,
of course.
I think that's very fair. And we don't see this one as much recently. It's still a good card, but I think more people have been rotating off of it.
Another 6. All right, going 6 into another body. All right, I need to get rid of these bodies as much as possible. We got 4 cards in hand. He saves it, saying, all right, I'm going to push. I think he's pushing this turn right now. He saved the attacker. We have 2 cards in hand.
Yep, 7.
Starts with a 7.
Man, that's asking for a lot right out the gate. Yeah.
Takes it.
Go to 9.
I think you swing a 9 now, yeah.
And then 5, 15. Yeah,
13
15.
right
Yeah,
here. That's game.
Is it. That's a 7-minute game.
That's just being knowing the matchup, knowing when to push, and just understanding. I don't need to attack with this hop back this turn. I can wait. I can save it here. The only way for you to remove it is by attacking, but you can't attack if I don't tap it.
Yeah.
So you have to dawn minus. If you dawn minus and you're putting yourself further back, and it forces you have to have those cards available.
All right, we are back with our final round of the day. You guys wanted to see table 1. Both players are guaranteed into Top Cut tomorrow, which will start at, I believe, 9 a.m. PST. It might be a little bit early.
Yeah, 9 a.m. I was just told 9 a.m. as well.
Cool. So 9 a.m. PST, so it will be streamed here as well. So if you guys haven't hit that like, follow, subscribe button, make sure to do that so you guys get notified when we get there. But both players undefeated. Andrew on Nami versus Fee on Moria that we saw last round.
It's a very impressive run for both players.
Yes.
And we saw how strong Fee was on the deck last round already.
Yes.
Now, I'm not sure, I wasn't here earlier, but was Andrew ever on stream?
No, we have quickly, systematically dodge Nami all day. If it's not it's the most polarizing. Either people love the deck or they hate it.
Yeah.
The quote-unquote issue is that it is a little bit linear compared to a lot of other decks. It is an alternate win condition. If you guys don't know what this leader does, I'll bring it up real quick. But generally in the one-piece card game, whenever you go to 0 cards in life, you lose the game. Nami, however, says, no, you win the game. So it plays differently compared to every other deck in the game. And that also means you have to play into it a little bit more differently too.
Yeah, the math is very different for sure.
0 cards in decks. I said life. It is 0 cards in deck. Yes.
0 cards in life. But it's definitely, you change your math up around a lot, especially with the addition of a card called White Snake.
Yes. Yeah, that's been a big add for the deck in recent times. You also have the Kuja Pirate cards, which lets you more proactively do your plays, which generally Nami was strictly reactive, but you do get a little bit more benefit for it. But it looks like Andrew's going again into the deck.
No, and he did not like his hand. Got a mulligan. If you don't like your hand, mulligan.
And also, it is going to be a top 32 cut. I will, at this point, I have no idea of the actual amount of players in there are leaders, but I will do my best to be able to collate that data tonight and then and post it on my Twitter. So we will have it tomorrow morning. We will know which 32 players are undefeated and what decks they have. So that will be on there. So, but again, 32 best of 3 tomorrow, starting at 9 a.m. PST, and that is what, 5 rounds?
I believe so. If it's 32 players, it's 5. At 16 is 4, so 32 is 5. Yes.
Yeah. So, but yeah, should be a good time, and I'm looking forward to that. But before we get there, we got to finish off the day, and we got to get our winner in Swiss, and we've got again Andrew on Nami versus Fee on Moria.
All right, so Andrew is second and Moria is first. Do we have a turn 1 play? No, we do not. So do you swing here to chip away cards from hand or not? Is the biggest question.
Kind of do, right? Like being able to do this 5 just means that you are giving them a chance to fix cards in the top of their deck.
Correct.
I don't know with everyone's. We got so many lefty players today.
Yeah, we do. All right.
And then we're gonna play the 3-drop Hina there just for another 5K attack.
Yep. We'll have more attackers here. You want to take away cards from their hand as much as possible, because the more cards you take away from their hand, when it gets to that final push, you'll be able to get through.
And so we're gonna check out so Fordon. We could use maybe a Sanji's Pilaf, but yeah, we're just gonna pass from there.
Just pass. Well, we do know he added a Sanji's Pilaf to his hand. Tapping 5, we have Sabo. Let's fix the hand a bit. There's the Perona. We can start using Perona later on.
And Fee's passing here, so I think this is identification of something newer in this. And honestly, playing around White Snake is, yeah, we let them get 1 extra draw technically, but if we're only doing 5K, and they can just do a white snake to get out of everything without losing any Dawn advantage, then our card advantage, then we just do not be afraid to pass against Nami. You will need to start attacking.
There is the first 5.
And
tapping 1.
1 for another Desert Spada.
All right. So just telling me there is no white snake in hand.
Yeah, which is a good identification. Which means that you're pretty safe to go 5, you know, some good numbers, and then additionally be able to play another body on board. Which
your favorite numbers when you're playing against this deck are 5 and 9s. But that was before the introduction of white snake.
Yeah.
But now that white snake is there, your favorite numbers now are 6 and 9.
6 and 10 potentially as well, but the kind of trade-off is that there's less copies of like Deathwing for like the, you know, the super I don't take damage from this attack play too. But Andrew's really thinking about this top 3. We've decided to get there, and
yeah, because we did see deck cards in there, so you want to order it in a certain way where, all right, is he gonna attack again, or am I just gonna draw these cards? Which is it? So we are attacking again. Going 7, discarding a Perona, milling 2, and I'm assuming this Perona is getting played right there.
Yeah, and that's a good card. We do have the Impel Down All-Stars discarded out of hand from the Perona effect, and the 7K that we have to contend with, and then we get a 9K with the Sabo as well.
Are we taking this 7? That's the question now. He takes the 7. Rubber band, so you get to draw 1, mill 1. So that's 2 more cards out of the deck. Oh, that's painful.
Yeah. And
9.
The thing is that we kind of knew that, right? We put the order in that, right?
Yes.
So obviously Sanji Pilaf was a great card to be able to get some more cycle. But I think this is well sequenced from Fee, and Andrew's going to have to be a little bit hopeful for potential cards in hand, but we're just going to go 5 into Hina, get the 1K brand new.
Attack characters if you can. Just don't leave them there for no reason.
Yeah, and we're going to pass from there. So if we have another, we just top decked another Perona. That's crazy.
But why Perona when you can Isho?
Oh, that's true. Isho is going to be played. We're going to discard 2 random cards out of hand.
I believe he is at 9 Dawn, so he should still have 1 more Dawn active.
Likely.
Yes.
Likely.
And then pass turn. It's okay. He wasn't attacking.
He wasn't going to be attacking anyways. Because again, you don't want to get them the white snake value, and just a pass back from Andrew as well.
Do we have another one?
Oh, another one would be crazy.
Starting with 7. Gavel.
All right, get some additional cards in the trash there.
Margaret, it's a really good addition to the deck in general. In a 3 cost, draw 1, and it's a blocker.
No counter though, which is a little bit scary at times, but another Gavel.
Gavel number 2.
There's the hanger and another Sanji's Pilaf. Unfortunate.
We're down to 4 cards left in hand and 9. I think you just take this. You don't have a choice, really.
No, not really.
You really want to give up more cards in your hand? We do have multiple Loves. Oh, he's countering. So there's level number 1, going to 9. And then Gavel.
Oh, Gavel. That's an expensive Gavel, though.
It is very expensive. Down to 2 cards left. Another 7. Nami being down to 2 cards, 3 cards in hand with 2 life. That's very little.
Yeah, and we're going to spend 2 for. All right.
Plus 4.
Plus 4.
Oh.
Okay, so we get out of it, but man, 1 in hand, 2 in life with this wide board.
You're not in a good spot.
Yeah, this is. I don't think they've seen a single Kaya this game.
Passing turn also.
Yeah, this is looking very good for Fee.
Fee just understands at what point you need to push.
Yeah, I mean, we could have attacked into the Hina, right? But I think, you know, if I'm Andrew, I'm like, you know what? I went 9-1 today. I'm going to be playing tomorrow.
Yep.
Let's just get this over with, and we'll regroup tomorrow.
Is that a Usopp in it? Oh, he's teching into Usopp.
Yeah.
So +7, that is 12.
Yeah, that's it. All right.
That's game. I mean, technically he could try and get out, but he can only do so much.
Yeah, and Fee's played 2 games within 20 minutes on stream in the last 2 rounds. So super great performance. Going to be our Swiss champion and going to be our high seed going into day 2. We have right here again. This is going to be a best of 3, top 32. So it's going to be Metallic Dragon on the Luffy versus Saji on the Reiju. So looking forward to this one, and let me make sure that they know that they are good to go. All right, and they are good to go. So let's get into this one. So again, we do have the Black Yellow Luffy versus the Reiju. If you don't know what the Reiju leader does, it came out in OP06. It's blue and purple, and it's pretty generic. It just says anytime during your turn when you lose a Dawn, you get to draw a card. So good for the archetype, but I know a couple people have been testing some more non-traditional stuff with it since it is, again, so generic.
Yep. This Black Yellow Luffy opponent kind of has to make a weird decision in the very beginning of the game, whether they want to play their adolescent versions of the 3 brothers, in this case Baby Sabo, in the very beginning of the game. Normally it's quite powerful to play these in these matchups, but the fact that I think Niji exists in his deck in a relatively high quantity, I think it's only 2 though, is going to be relatively backbreaking if the Reiju opponent can find that relatively soon.
Yeah, and any matchup where you know, especially like the mirror match, when you know they can't really easily get rid of this stuff, being able to play your 2-drop boys early feels really great. But we're just doing the standard play. We're going to be able to play the Reiju off the 2-drop there after you use the German Kingdom Search. We're able to draw a lot of cards. I think we're at 7 or 8 right now.
Yep, full 7.
Full 7.
Super fun.
So we're back to Metallic Dragon. Just a big 8 there, going down to 4 or 3 life for Saji, and continuing to be very bold with it, playing a second 2-drop boy out.
You should have the patience, and I think playing around Pudding is probably better than trying to play around Niji at this point.
That's fair.
Just because it's like so backbreaking if they have it, but if they just like end up KOing one of your Baby Sabos or Baby Aces, I think you're a little bit more fine with that. Getting another Reiju. I'm interested in what the Reiju opponent's objective is going to be this game, whether it's just build an entire board and try to take this game super slow, or if they're going to try to set up some like judge or like multiple EGG turn. It kind of just depends on what his hand looks like and what he thinks is the best way to win this matchup. Oh, looks like the Porsche's coming in this turn.
Yeah, and that's been a fantastic card for this deck. It came out of OP07, and again, like it has the support for the Foxy Pirate archetype, but it again is pretty generic on not the thing it searches, but the thing it plays after the search.
Porsche got a chopper. And there is an EGG, okay. Yep, and, oh, we're just deploying the EGG this turn. I guess we're not really attacking anytime soon, so might as well just kind of set up something super absurd while still maintaining our Dawn at some capacity.
Yeah, and is the 7-drop in rotation knowingly?
There is a 7 cost in trash, and there should be a 7 cost in hand.
Gotcha, okay, yeah, I see that now.
Okay. This is the first turn where Luffy normally does a relatively explosive thing. Usually just plays a 5-cost Luffy or some other 5-cost that might be able to interact with the board a little bit better. I think Ace is probably pretty bad here. I'm not sure if Metallic Dragon does have like a 4-cost Kuzan in his hand. I know his list has 4. It's pretty similar to like Jackson Huang's last weekend's Gen Con list.
Yep.
4 Kuzans, 1 of each of the baby Aces, Big Ace, and then 1 Ice Age. So hopefully he will have some way to unstarve himself, and that's probably going to involve this 5-cost Luffy he's about to play this turn. And that's going to help him try to like potentially fight through this game.
Yeah, and just making some good decisions. I mean, I think the sequencing, honestly, like the back half sequencing of Luffy is pretty understood, right? You know how much Dawn you have, you know what your best plays are, but it's like these kind of middle early turns where you want to make sure you're getting as much value as you can, as well as just like not losing any value. Oh, a Moria into trash feels kind of bad off the 5-drop Luffy. And does Metallic have another one? It's kind of hard to see his hand exactly, but I don't think you really need that many in this matchup. I don't think the matchup going to revolve around too many of those. But yeah, having one trashed if you don't have a single is going to be kind of brutal. Yeah, if I was the Reiju player, I'd definitely be happy that one was hit, though. Yep. So especially because we can't really recycle it. Still churning through. I think we got a little Reiju. It's kind of funny both these decks are just powering up small versions of themselves into big versions of themselves. Yes, exactly. Reiju coming out in 06 was definitely a really fun deck to play, but I feel like the Black Yellow Luffy deck was just
this deck on steroids, for lack of a better term.
Yeah. And so maybe the reason we didn't attack with Ichi is that generally the best way to play against Luffy is that we want to just do like some baby swings, like 5Ks, when they're at like 3 or 2 life, and we have this kind of wide board. So if they take the 5K, and then you can start applying pressure. Otherwise, you just kind of, if they don't take it, then they lose a card in the hand, and then they're still at 3 life kind of thing. So that kind of hot and cold is really good. Oh, and 2 choppers, being able to get 2 Dawn backwards.
This Dawn's going to be good. Looks like Saji's going to set up a relatively explosive turn next turn. If Metallic Dragon doesn't have 2 ways to get to 0 life with like Flambe's, Hioris, or Maginos, it's going to be a lot of cards he might have to give up this turn to make sure that he doesn't die. Because like, if there's another Ichiji or a Porsche and gonna get a bunch of that stuff going, there's gonna be a lot of 5s, a lot of 7s, and with like 7 Dawn in play, it's going to be pretty explosive. Yeah,
but we do use the leader effect. Oh man, we have the Rocket Luffy in there, which would have been nice too. But hopefully we have one in hand because we can use it to get rid of the Ichiji, which I think would be pretty nice.
Yep. Looks like there's at least 1 Flambe.
Yeah, Flambe, Hiyori.
Probably one of the best ways to get to 0 life in this deck. It's so good to get all those extra cards flowing. And doing a little bit of math, has 1 Dawn remaining, probably trying to decide between like a Makino or a Hiyori this turn. And if you want to deploy 2 of the babies this turn, you probably are going to need to play a Makino.
Yeah, and there are a lot of matchups where these Tony choppers are, just don't really do anything besides get that Dawn. But I think in this one, like Black Yellow Luffy kind of has to respect the blocker, or you can pop it, but there's kind of some other cards you'd rather pop instead. So it's going to be a bit of a weird spot. But yeah, I think Hiyori is probably the best card this turn if we have one of the boys for it. And yeah, there it is.
We go.
All right, we're going to put
Ace. Oh, the 1 of Ace showing up. And it looks like we get to go Ace, attack with Ace for a relatively large amount, and then afterwards probably use a Baby Sabo.
Yeah.
That's going to be pretty hard to beat. There's going to be a lot of attacks there, and I think Saji's probably going to go to 2 after all is said and done.
Yeah, I mean, we could be a 9K leader. I'd still be, honestly making sure that Ichi doesn't, evolve into a 7K would be nice, but I think establishing the blocker is a little bit better right now.
I would agree. All right, Metallic Dragon definitely use that Baby Sabo finally, the one that he played on the very first turn of this game. Kind of fixing his hand a little bit, hopefully setting up a Moria for the next turn. It's kind of the ideal. Speaking of Morias, looks like I saw one in the hand.
Yeah,
so.
And we're going to 10 Dawn next turn, so that's like the good rotation there. I don't think we have a Baby Luffy in rotation, though.
Yeah. I don't believe we do either.
Yeah.
Oh, the Kuzan's gone. You hate to see it.
Ooh, but if we still don't have one, then we can maybe...
Oh, all right. I think so we're just trying to find the exact card we're just looking for.
Yeah.
The fact that we have a Luffy in our life means that if this 8-cost Luffy does get entered this turn, you really want to make sure that you can get rid of that life with a baby.
Yeah, but we did find the 2-cost Luffy. Obviously, we wanted it before we played Sabo to put in trash, so we could potentially use it for a Moria play. But heck, even just playing it for 2 to get the 1 out of life and maybe do like an alternative, like 2/2 drop play. I do think some people get Moria blinded sometimes when there might be some slightly better turns.
Makes sense. Looks like Metallic's going to commit all the Dawn to the attacks. It looks like it's going to be an 8, 9, 11 swing with the Ace, the Luffy, and the leader, of course. And I would probably counter out of this 8 if I had the 2 2Ks. The real question is whether you're supposed to give 2K, 1K, 1K if you have exactly that. Hey, look, that's exactly what Saji's thinking about. I think you have to give the 3 cards here.
Yeah.
Card advantage is kind of very easy for the Reiju deck to deploy. The hard part is making sure you have the blocks and the life to make sure you can sustain everything.
Yeah, and I think it's like you meant, like we might need the space on board anyway, so these choppers aren't doing anything. Additionally, we might need to we need to be at a certain hand size. So if we want to play like the Reiju 4 drop, we get the card draw. So it's a lot of balancing in a lot of different resources.
Ooh, okay, all right.
Ooh, the double Ichi.
It's time for the Ichiji to make sure that these characters get deleted.
Yeah.
Probably going to be reducing the Ace with the first one and the Luffy with the second, but we're gonna get some swings with everything else. I wonder if Saji's going to get the we're doing 5 at 5 this turn. Yeah, it's really hard from Metallic Dragon to waste any cards defending your board. The hard part about Black Yellow Luffy is the default is like really, you really shouldn't use cards to defend your board because of how easy it is to kind of continue to create stuff with like Moria and stuff like that.
Yeah.
There are corner case scenarios, especially when your opponent's lower, where you want to defend your board a little bit more. But Reiju can definitely exploit the fact that they'll definitely not be defending anybody's, and you kind of get relatively small swings at the characters accordingly.
Yeah, it's like Newgate. Whenever you have like a 5K, like you have a 6K leader, you got to take advantage of it. So if they start hacking into your 5K, it's the same as if your leader was a 5K. So you really just don't want to burn out of those resources.
Yep. Looks like Saji's going to get the other EGG going.
Just
the Luffy down to exactly 6.
Yeah, back to 6.
And I probably would get a couple 6s in.
Yeah, especially since Sabo is the same there.
Oh, and we're defending. This is going to be a pretty
but we wanted that Luffy in the trash anyway, so maybe that was kind of the rationale. Because that just makes our 8-drop Moria play better next turn.
That makes sense. The 7 going at the Luffy is also very interesting. I think I'd probably do this as well. And if the block happens, you're going to get a lot of interesting decisions here. Metallic Dragon, kind of understandably so, really wanting to defend this Luffy, but I'm not entirely sure if all of these cards are going to be ending up worth it. And based off of that logic, it might have just been worth it to just not attack with this Luffy in the first place, just because of the threat of the looming EGG that was in play.
Yeah.
And the fact that there's a second EGG, of course, is like very terrifying.
Yeah, because like, and I mean, in my opinion, we made our leader 9K for nothing, right?
Yep.
We didn't defend a single 9K. We used all these resources, and they said our leader could have been a 5K, and the turn would have been completely the same, right? Yep. They would have been able to clear board and do that kind of stuff. So I still like the idea of like getting a 7K and like the Sabo, but like when the Sabo didn't really matter that turn anyways, I think there could have been a rationale for Luffy, but I don't think he had the 2-drop in trash for that. But
yep. I think the first one's very reasonable, but I think everything else afterwards is like a real big cost there.
Yeah, because the alternative is that then they have to put 2 Dawn on their Ichi to be able to like pressure the leader, right?
Yep.
If you think that the Luffy's going to go down that turn anyways, you just let it go.
Also, these choppers are doing work.
Yes. Yeah, they are, as mentioned, very obnoxious. At least they're a target for Rocket Luffy to get rid of. But yeah, they're pretty obnoxious.
Yep. And this Moria, while it's quite good, it feels relatively lackluster in the face of all these characters.
Yeah.
Saji does have, 8 Dawn next turn? Might be more. 6, 7, 8, 9 Dawn. Never seen a Reiju at 9 Dawn this week.
No, no. Without a judge coming like immediately down, right? That's generally the case. But as mentioned, like the Tony choppers get you there. I think we've been very slow at losing Dawn. I think we've been only trying to lose 1 Dawn a turn unless it's like our turn.
Yep. And the 3 choppers, of course, have been kind of offsetting a lot of that Dawn usage.
And so we're playing the Luffy, but are we looking for the other card we want?
Yeah, the question we need is a Sabo or an Ace, and the Ace can kind of apply a little bit more pressure at life, especially with Reiju with relatively few cards in hand. But the Sabo might be necessary given how many cards we gave up last turn trying to defend a character just for it to die.
Yeah, because like we're likely just getting rid of both choppers and then like maybe pressuring one of these G's, but it'd be with like a 9K or 7K attack.
Yep.
So yeah, Sabo might be warranted this time. But man, if we left Sabo on board last turn, that would have been that would have felt a lot better.
Yep, 100%. And we're getting rid of that chopper for sure. Drawing that card, probably discarding another card that's probably a little less useful.
Yeah. The other thing is maybe your hand's bad. Maybe that cycle is actually really impactful too. So we got that Kuzan. I do not like Kuzan in my builds. And I have some prestige, so I can say that with some confidence that you don't need it. But I definitely understand like why people run it, though.
The Kuzan definitely helps you play a more patient game in a lot of matchups. Just being like, all right, you're going to leave me at 4 the entire time. I'm going to keep playing Kuzans and force you to get rid of them. Like RP Law, they just leave you at 4 or 3, and you just keep playing Kuzans and Sabos or like Egghead Luffy's. Like the game's going to end.
Yeah. It just loves to find yourself into your hand at the end of the game where you're like, why are you here? Like you kind of need to do a Sabo cycle with it, right? Or like it's just upsetting.
He's my favorite card.
I know.
He deserves to have a little fun in the spotlight.
I don't want to disrespect your man, but he's got a time period of where he's good, and then after that he's a little rough.
100%. Okay. Now, Saji's trying to figure out what the best actions to do this turn is probably going to be the most interesting. I think the most obnoxious part right now is the fact that Metallic Dragon's at 1 life. Relatively few cards in hand, which is nice, but I think trying to make sure that Metallic Dragon's relatively low might be my #1 priority if I was in their spot. A full 10 Dawn, kind of getting a couple swings in, making sure the Sanji goes away might just be relatively important. Looks like we're doing a little bit math in terms of like how many 9K swings we can do. Not that many.
I don't think I've ever seen Reiju with 10 Dawn, just for the record. That's insane. That's unheard of.
Yeah, I think that when you're playing RP Law in this matchup, it's a similar philosophy where like your #1 priority is basically always make sure you have enough Dawn, because if Black Yellow Luffy gets to have your opponent at relatively few Dawn, there's no real threat of any like large swings.
Yeah. Oh, we went a really big number. We let it go. Interesting. Let the Sabo around.
And we're pushing. Okay. I'm surprised we didn't. I guess the Sabo is going to effectively be the same thing as a block.
Yeah, but I likely would have done. I guess what we wouldn't have been able to put enough Dawn and do this play. I think so.
Porsche just found a 2K, and I probably wouldn't deploy anything, to be completely honest. Your hand's quite good.
Yeah.
You are at 1 life, but you do have a blocker. And if you, I know the hand is quite stacked with 2Ks. Yep, 3 2Ks, 3 1Ks. And the question is whether you want to play another 1K just to like kind of have fun, basically.
Yeah.
But with a chopper, if you're worried about Egghead Luffy, the attacks are relatively daunting, but I think you might be able to survive anyways.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised we decided to go down to 2 instead of just block that leader swing last turn.
I agree. I just always tend to get these blocks in relatively early.
Yeah.
2 life, you would have been almost like a guaranteed shoe-in to survive this turn.
Yeah.
But now the threat of the Egghead Luffy on this turn is a little bit too daunting, which is like kind of terrifying.
Yeah, and like you're just always like behind on space, and I think they're just deciding if they want to play the Ichi, because you could play the Ichi over itself, but like you just don't do anything.
Yeah, it doesn't accomplish anything, and you already have the Dawn minus from the Porsche to draw the card, so I think I'd probably just hold on to it.
I think there could have been some, because of this Porsche too, we could have done some cool plays where we just did like 2 9s, and then we could do a 3rd 9 with the with playing out the Ichi and playing it out. But yeah, I don't know. As mentioned, your board is a limited resource, Trash is a limited resource, Dawn's a limited resource. Raiju's got to, really balance it all.
Interesting. Okay, so it looks like Saji will die if Metallic just finds perfect swings. It's going to be hard to find, of course, and every single Dawn they commit to these attacks, things get a little bit scarier or more difficult, but
with their first card being a Garp, that turns off a lot of plays. Weirdly, with just 1 Dawn investment, right? So that means that they're playing any of the 2-drop boys, they have to hard play them, which means that they go minus in hand. Means that Moria is likely not coming down. So
you say canceling out a lot of plays, but the only play we're getting rid of.
I know, right? That's what I was trying to emphasize. It's just like, 1 Dawn is a lot sometimes.
Okay. It looks like Metallic Dragon's probably going to take a relatively slow stance this turn, which is interesting. The fact they're searching Baby Sabo, I'm not entirely sure if there was a Baby Luffy in there to get anyways.
Yeah, because that was likely what they're looking for, because I think Baby Luffy would likely put you in a potential game-winning spot of being able to get rid of the blocker and go from there.
Yep, looks like Egghead Luffy Sabo. And I think 2 blockers, 9K leader will be sufficient to survive this game, even with 10 Dawn. And I wish there was a Vinsmoke card that gave your leader or character unblockable. That'd be fun.
Yes.
There's no Perfumer or Diablo Jomblade to kind of power through.
Yeah.
But yeah, having the Baby Luffy for the Rocket Luffy is just like so absurd this turn.
It's very good, yeah. And I think the other thing too about this setup is that you're allowed to be offensive and defensive. The 2-drops don't let you go minus on offensive Dawn, which more usually you have to make a decision of, do I want to win this turn, or do I want to make it sure that it's hard to lose next turn? And Luffy's really good at being able to say, let's do both.
Yeah, why not both?
Yeah, I'm a 9K leader. I still established 2 Sabo blockers, and I'm hitting you for 9 and 11.
Metallic Dragon probably should start with the 9K swing with the Moria first, just because of how scary the leader swing is. You can just make him counter out of that Moria swing and get extra cards out of him. Why not?
You could also put the 3 Dawn on the other Garp and do a sick 5K.
And as of right now, Saji has 3 2Ks and 4 1Ks. So if he took this swing, there'd be a subsequent 14. And the 14 is actually just like barely not enough to counter out of. So due to the fear of not having a 1K in life, I probably would have to counter out of that, which is kind of the reason why you have to start with that Moria swing. The real question that Metallic Dragon has to deal with now is whether he wants that Sabo in there. It's always fun to do, but I think you're so far ahead if you just don't attack with it that I think I'd be fine with just waiting. Even with 10 Dawn, 2 blockers is just so much, like kind of regardless of how many cards in hand.
Yeah, I think this is the... this Garp's not doing anything right. Like
yeah, the Garp's fine to get in there, of course.
Just force another card out of hand.
Yep.
But yeah, as mentioned, we don't really have that many cards in hand, though. I think this. All right, so if they take this...
Yep. If they take this, you can just get the leader in.
And if not, you hit maybe one of the Ishis instead.
No, I think you just have to get him dead. As it is right now, the worst that Saji can do is like put 5 down on each of the characters and go 12-12.
Yeah.
And Metallic Dragon just has 2 blockers for those. And once he kind of has to put down on another like Porsche or something to kind of make all the attacks reasonable,
yeah,
the swings are just way too small. So Saji kind of respecting like the strength of Metallic Dragon's hand just concedes without going through combat, which I respect.
Yeah, and the reason why that's also really impactful too is because we are on a timer, right? Almost exactly. We've gone 40 minutes into this game, so because of that, you know, time is a resource. If you want to be able to win 2 games, you want to be able to go through those next 2. So respecting that, going to game 2 early, and just making sure we have the maximum amount of time to potentially win the next 2 games.
100%. And Saji definitely gave Metallic Dragon a run for his money. I thought the matchup would be a lot more lopsided, and that game had a lot of depth to it.
Yes.
I think Metallic Dragon will probably kind of recognize a little bit more of the strength of Ichiji in this matchup when there's too many rested characters, and will probably take it a little bit slower. And if he does kind of adapt to that, like how game 1 went and how he potentially could have lost, I think this game 2 might be a little bit more kind of typical of what I expect in this matchup.
Yeah. But I also want to mention Black Yellow Luffy is substantially better going second, in my experience. So being able to go first on game 2, I think is going to be impactful. I also think Reiju is more consistent going second. You can do the Porsche turn on 3 Dawn, but you need to see all the pieces really specifically. So being able to like establish like an Ichi early or just like a Reiju, there's I think a lot more potential for Saji going second compared to having to go first because he was the higher seed.
How has Reiju been for you? I know we played it the other day in the Wednesday night One Piece, but have you played it in many other tournaments? How has it felt for you so far?
So it was pretty close to what I actually did literally bring it to Gen Con, but I didn't take it to either of the tournaments. I was kind of having like a deck identity, and then luckily I did 5 practice games and I lost them all. I'm like, all right, cool, I can just full send to Black Yellow Luffy, easy peasy, and it obviously worked out. But I honestly think Reiju has a lot of potential. I know a lot of people are talking about the restriction list that will be announced within the next 24 hours or so, and we don't know what it's going to hit, if it's going to hit us in OP08, whatever, but I think Reiju is a deck that has the potential to get the most from it if Red Purple Law is the boogeyman, which is traditionally this deck's worst matchup.
Yep. They get to do the Dawn minus a little bit better than you do, unfortunately.
Yes, yeah. Red Purple Law is definitely the deck of like, oh, I'm going to take archetype cards and do it better.
Yep.
And so I understand like why some people have been wanting that card to be banned. If you asked me this time last week, I'm like, I don't know if it needs to be banned. But the more I've been thinking about it, and I've been looking at results more, I'm like, you know what? If it did, it's pretty much where Sakazuki was and where it really was. So being able to use that logic and that experience, I wouldn't be too upset if it got hit.
Sakazuki died for Moria's sins.
Yeah. We'll see if Moria gets spared for much longer too.
Really looking forward to the ban list, probably this evening, right?
Yeah.
Like pretty close to midnight.
Yeah, because it's for people not on the know, and if you're watching this not live, it's probably already live. But the fact that it's in Japan, so it's going to affect them first, and then likely they won't even announce when it's going to be effective for North America in that one, but it's mostly based off Japan, and then we get the leftovers.
Yep. The fact that we get to kind of live in this limbo is super fun, because I would love to deal with the new format, but at the moment, let's just kind of focus on this game.
Yes.
no searcher for the Black Luffy opponent early, and Reiju got to just deploy a baby Reiju relatively early, which is perfectly reasonable. I'm not sure if you saw Saju's hand this game, but there is a potent blue card in there.
There is. They're not super close and not far away, but we might keep our volume a little bit low for that. But we've got top 5, no hits, unfortunately. But I think it's as you mentioned, like both these matchups, we were really safe to play our baby versions and know that there's not really a lot of interaction for it, so we can set up some kind of stellar plays later in the turn. So we actually are going to attack in, which should be a bit of a clue.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a tell.
Yeah.
Game 1, no attacks this game, starting off with an attack for 5. Trying to figure out what that means is going to be an interesting thing from Metallic Dragon's perspective.
Yeah. But the other thing is that part of the reason that a certain card is so impactful is because it usually means that up to it, your opponent has been crafting the perfect hand that they want. But our Luffy player has simply only gotten the cards that they've gotten, right? So getting a spin again doesn't necessarily mean that their hand is going to get any worse, because chances are their hand's just middling, because, again, they've done no searches or any identification for cards.
The fact that Saju doesn't have a stage this game, Kingdom of Germa, is also going to be relatively unfortunate.
Yeah.
I'm not entirely sure if I recall if Saju mulliganed or kept this hand, but you also might be able to discern, oh, this person didn't have a stage, didn't have a Kingdom or a Germa event searcher either. What kind of hand did they keep and why?
Yeah.
And kind of doing that analysis is going to be interesting as well.
All right, we did a 6th then Kuzan, which helps you in card advantage, which may or may not make a difference. But
but also Kuzan plays relatively poorly into the Niji that's in Saju's hand as well.
That's true, yeah.
Speaking of which, looks like it's coming in.
I think we're just going to play. Yeah. Oh, okay. Queen. I saw 5 tapped like you did.
Looks like Saju's trying to get this game to go a little bit longer, just like trying to make this game slow and try to get a bunch of value out of this pudding. But at the same time, Metallic Dragon gets a little bit more time to kind of deploy things, and now all of a sudden it might not be good enough anymore.
Yeah, and with what Metallic Dragon's at 5 right now, I'd be like somewhat tempted, because I know going from 2 to 0 in this form and in this position and being able to do everything, it requires such specific cards. It'd be pretty difficult to do so. So I'd be mildly tempted to just do a 5K. But it does turn on the Luffy, though.
At going to 7 Dawn, and I think just the combination of just being a 7K leader next turn is not something that Saju wants to deal with.
Yeah.
I think he just wants to make sure that Metallic Dragon doesn't give up too many cards of this turn, so that this pudding kind of gets maximum value.
Yeah.
Okay. Metallic's hand probably is a bunch of relatively middling cards. These like 7 Dawn turns never feel spectacular, but Saju trying to get a little bit of extra value with these 7K swings, or Metallic Dragon swinging 7, and I would probably block 1K this swing, to be honest, over anything else.
Yeah.
Because I really want to make sure that I know how important blockers are in this matchup, but at the same time, I think trying to preserve these cards is also going to be relatively important.
Yeah, we're playing out the Sabo, which I think in this situation, Sabo has so many different things for this deck, but another good factor is that we get to put cards in our trash, which means that even if our hand gets messed up, we still keep that resource, which is really nice. So, yeah, just being able to set up our trash for that has been one of my favorite things for Sabo lately. Getting rid of a Kuzan, a non-counter card. I'm going to harp on that every time today. You're going to be sick of it, but I'm going to continue.
Just because he goes in the trash sometimes doesn't mean it's bad.
It's just powering up the value Moria later in the game, right?
Yes. 8 Dawn, and just Moria.
Yeah, Moria draw 1, crazy.
If there's a carp in there, that's absurd. That's a draw 2.
That's draw 2, that's right.
Okay. I think if I was in Saji's perspective, I think this is the turn I would almost always resign myself to playing the pudding. And then now you get to kind of get a couple swings in and maybe potentially kind of goad my opponent into countering.
Yeah, there it is.
He's just started with the pudding instead. It's nice to... the pudding is obviously very, very potent here. I think Metallic Dragon had north of 8 cards in his hand. But at the same time, it's really... I'm not entirely sure how upset you are if your opponent takes one of these 5s, basically.
Yeah.
or counters out of it either way. So I probably would have tried to get a couple extra 5K swings in. Even if they ended up countering it, I think it would have been a better spot for you.
Yeah, and I'm trying to think of, so this is turn 4, so we drew additional 4 cards. I think there was about 9 cards in hand when putting hit, so 8 or 9. So being able to go -4 feels pretty bad. But at the same time, Saji hasn't put any pressure, right? Like the value for Black Yellow Luffy is so different than any other deck in the game. So you could maybe try to pressure some stuff. The only other thing is that if we're one on, if we could have like done the Niji to bounce the Kuzan back and then putting another card, that's the super value.
It looks like or is just Chopper in this turn. I was really hoping for some fun stuff.
Yeah, I think we're just going to wait one more turn.
And Metallic Dragon going to 9 Dawn kind of has to scrounge up something. Obviously, you can just like have the absurd hand this turn. But I see a Thunderbolt.
Yeah, that might help you get down to 2.
Is that another one of my favorite Kuzans on the far left?
Just never lose value.
Yeah. If it's in your deck, what are we doing?
Yeah. I mean, if it's in the deck, you play the card. I'm not that much of a.
Oh yeah.
All right.
Okay. We're here for a good time.
Put him on the board.
Is it actually just Kuzan Sabo again? Okay.
It worked last turn, so
yeah.
The last couple of turns combined.
If there was a Rob Lucci in this Luffy deck, we would be having so much fun getting the double KO this turn.
Yeah.
But
no such luck.
Kuzan only really helps to KO one thing. Like it's kind of at its best against decks like Bonney or something, where you get to have a little bit of fun. Ooh, 5 lead. Okay.
Nice. We got got to do it though. Yeah. I can't believe we're in set 7 and Kuzan's still the best black card in the game. That's crazy. That's five sets later. It's still the best card.
You said best black card?
Yeah, right?
Yeah,
that's what you've been talking about. It's so good.
Favorite and best.
Okay, easy. All right, I'll meet the middle. Best 4-drop black card. Borso still beat you on that one, or is Kuzan still?
Kuzan's way better.
Okay, all right. Understood.
Okay, now I'm trying to figure out what Saji's endgame is. Obviously, his hand is like very, very poor. There's no 7-drop Ichiji. There's no Reiju that's been drawn either. So there's a lot of floundering going on.
It's really just a game of chicken, right? I could do so many attacks this next turn, but like Luffy's like, hit me, but like not too hard. Like just give me like the middling hit, but at the same time, like starving comes at a cost for both players, right? There's a lot of missed opportunity costs for Reiju. There have been like 6 or 7 attacks that could have pressured at this point, right? So, but yeah, Metallic Dragon's immediately taken that.
Ooh, all right. We got an EG coming in with that free Portia swing as well. Let's bounce a Kuzan.
All right, gotta draw another card next turn. Seems pretty good.
Oh, we got the Reiju. All right, is this the turn we unlock a lot of what we're trying to do this game? There we go. I would aggravate this Reiju with the same eagerness that Saji's doing in this game.
Yeah.
He's been stuck in this weird bottleneck for a while. Oh, there we go. Now the juices are flowing. I was not kidding. All right, we just got everything this turn.
Yeah. See, I mean, look at this. That's a 4 cost that draws 2 cards. Way better.
Yeah.
And it has counter.
Okay. We don't have many good attacks this turn. Oh, we're getting the Niji swing in, or the Ichiji swing in. That's always fun. And are we just getting a leader swing for 7 and then the queen for 7?
Yeah, and we're probably trying to bait out these Sabos, and maybe we can pressure if we go to Big Boy Ichiji as well.
Yep. Metallic Dragon's trash isn't the most set up, but there's always Sabo blocks if you want them, right? Which might just be good enough. But
if this is a Rocket Luffy to get rid of Ichiji.
Ice Age hit the Chopper. That's not the worst for either player. I think Saji's like upset that he loses a blocker, but at the same time, like he was gonna have to KO one of his characters anyways. Because it looks like we're probably gonna play something else with that remaining Dawn, or we could just go 7-8, which is also fine. Ooh, 6. Yeah, you gotta get the 7. Yeah.
And then leader effect, or not leader effect, but Ishi's effect minus the other Sabo. Big 8, just block 8 to 4.
And I was a lot of Don minusing that turn. I think we went from like 8 Don to 5, which is not the most fun situation to be in, but we got Metallic down to 0. We did get a pudding off earlier, but Metallic still has a relatively large grip, which is not the most overcomeable board, and obviously the legend Kuzan himself's in play.
That's true. Like you get so much versatility with that guy. It can mean that if we have like a Rocket Luffy, we'd be able to get rid of each G. Another one. Let's do it.
You got it.
We've drawn 3 cards this game. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Can't be stopped.
Looks like we just have a double baby turn this turn anyways. Ace Sabo. Okay.
Yeah, but that just like eats away at your hand, which is unfortunate. I would honestly, in this situation, with them having so little Dawn, I'd be tempted to just do a 7K leader and keep that 1 in life for later. So I think a 7K, especially if we're attacking with Ace, they're going to try to pressure that down first.
I think 9K is still perfectly fine. With only 7 Dawn next turn, it's really hard to get 2 swings in, and I think the 2 swings can be dealt with relatively easily from Metallic Dragon's side. Kuzan number 4.
Yeah, all right. We have all of them.
Get those numbers up. All right, is the Kuzan turning sideways? There we go. Get him in there. You got to reduce the EGG. There isn't any threat, but you got to make them think. And then we got
Casual 11, and again, this could be a leader.
I'm probably doing it at leader.
Yeah.
I think the Queen's annoying, but not annoying enough where I want to attack it.
I mean, we do have Kuzan on board as relevant. Kuzans, my bad. So if we have a Rocket Luffy, we could get rid of the Queen next turn pretty easy anyways, so not a big deal.
Oh, we're attacking the Queen. Okay. No,
just okay. No leader. Okay.
I would agree with Metallic's assessment. All right. I think there's 2 Morias in Metallic's hand, which is kind of gross.
It's a little gross. They're way better than on board than hand, but we're going to take this. So we're going to use the HG again. We're going to use it to play out a 7 cost and give the -2 to Ace, so pretty easy to go into.
It looks like if I was in Sachi's position, I would probably just be attacking the board with the Reiju and the leader and the Inichi, and then afterwards with that 4 remaining Dawn, just get 9/9 at leader.
Yeah.
Just nickel and diming the life, trying to get a couple extra cards, and then we can kind of move on from there.
Yeah.
Yep. There we go. And from here, giving 2K. Okay. And get that block in. Yep.
And other 9, and there it is.
Yep. All right, it's time for Moria. It's probably an Egghead Luffy Sabo. I'm not sure if there is an Egghead Luffy in Metallic's trash, but that's what my automatic inclination would be. Just like, yeah, let's just like attack. Let's reduce that Queen and kind of do the Moria song and dance. See, these Kuzans are coming up.
Yeah, I won't deny that they've been good in this game. I've got opinions, but I also have eyes. I always say it's not the bad card. It's the bad card for me personally. It's me. I'm the weakness. I'm the weak one. I'm not strong enough to play the card.
Metallic's looking through his trash. I did not see an Egghead Luffy in there, so that might be a concern. But there's a Sabo at least. And we're just acing?
Ace is the place.
Yeah, all right. I don't think it's that bad, especially when your opponent's at 1, so.
Yeah.
And your opponent trying to survive this turn isn't trivial either, so.
No, it sure isn't. Especially because I think what makes this matchup so difficult is that Reiju definitely likes to just go wider on board. So like a 9K leader is really impactful when the largest card you play out is maybe an 8 if you play Judge, and then you almost have never the 10 Dawn. So even if you have like 3 Ichis out, you have to spend 6 Dawn to just pressure 3 times.
Ooh, Thunderbolt in hand. Trying to figure out what to discard. There's a lot of weird nuanced math that Black Yellow Luffy players have to do that I am not envious of. When you kind of have to do all of these calculations involving all the different combinations and permutations in which your opponent can attack. What if they start with a 12? What if they start with an 11? Kind of have to deal with all of those kind of nuanced attacks. We got a 5 with lead, and trying to figure out whether you want to get that block in or whether you want to counter. Kind of all relatively doom and gloom, but now Metallic has to figure out whether he wants to get life or not. And if he has the luxury to do so, I would always be attacking life here.
Yeah, it just depends. Like, I think you mentioned that there's potential like dead cards in hand. So even with the Sabo turn, so we could. You know, I think he said, I think I'm going to attack Reiju. He's like, oh, my 4 cost? please attack that one. Leader? No. You want this 4 cost.
Yeah. But I believe that Sabo discarded Thunderbolt in a 2K.
Yeah.
Which is
a sign, yeah.
Absurd. Ooh, okay.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so we were a little bit afraid of the double 7Ks, so we took 1 away.
Yeah.
I think that's fine. I think, again, like, Metallic Dragon's done the thing they've been able to set up, and they have a good chance now.
Yep. Looks like Metallic Dragon hand is 2K, 1K, 1K Moria. There's like 2 babies, a Hiyori and a Moria, so I'm not entirely sure with 9 Dawn if your opponent has good swings against that hand.
Oh, but
things get kind of scary, so I get it.
They got another, they got a pudding, so
ooh,
they could play the roulette.
Yeah, but you're turning 4 cards into 5 cards. You really think that much better for you?
Right. When you're okay, now that all the Kuzans are out of play, yes, it's a bad play. But man, if you drew 3 Kuzans, you're in such a bad spot right now.
I would agree. Okay, got it. Okay, Saji just conceded after going for 11-11, just trying to hope that the hand was quite bad.
Yeah, I think he's talking about like maybe just give you some bad cards, but not a chance.
100% not. If the Kuzans are still in deck, would you play the pudding?
I don't think I'm winning any other way, right?
God, just hope it's a full house.
Just hope, give them the non-counter. Yeah, see, look, there's a lot of non-counter in the deck, right? That could have, like, I think you look at the next top 5 as an example hand, and that would have been pretty scary.
That would have been terrifying.
All right, looks like they're good to go. Give them the thumbs up, and we're going to get started into this.
Awesome. Looks like presumably Cross had higher seed because he's going second. Going second in this matchup is very critical. Both decks are really trying to get their 8 costs in play. Yeah. Either Black Yellow Luffy on their 10 Dawn turn or just Cross on his 8 Dawn turn. So the first person to deploy that to get that pressure going is quite ahead, I think.
Yeah, and to show off the card real quick, we were talking about on the in-between, we were talking about the 5-cost Luffy, which is definitely a tech option for this deck. People have played it, but it's not a main staple. So I think that's something that can get rid of Sabos, and not only get rid of Sabos, but get rid of them aggressively, which is really, really nice. So kind of like a Hound Blaze on a card, which is nice.
100%. Ooh, pitching with the Spandine and getting another 5K swing in. It's always really interesting as to whether you want to get this 5K swing in with Luffy. Obviously, it's very, very potent to like make sure that you get a little bit of extra life out of Lucci, make sure they kind of get to feel this pressure. But at the same time, the fact that Cross gets to attack this Garp and kind of assemble its trash is going to be not the most fun thing for Cross to set up. Yeah. Are we going Khalifa? Draw 1, draw 2. Probably pitching irrelevant cards like, what does he have in there? Looks like a finger gun or finger pistol that's in his hand. Yeah. Oh, Lucci's even worse, so that makes a ton of sense to get rid of. And Helmeppo. Okay. We're going to keep those, and now we got a Garp swing.
Yeah, and I'll bring that up too. The finger gun is, again, not uncommon, but not a staple for the deck either, so definitely a decision. It came out in the expansion booster in between set 6 and 7, and it's just a good removal. I think most people are playing this as a way to out Basil Hawkins for the Julie Bonney matchup, so very good for that sense. Yep.
Also, it's really interesting that Hixer doesn't have a 5-cost to play this turn. I think having any sort of 5-cost, either the starter deck 13 Luffy or 5-cost Sabo is really critical on these 5 Dawn turns. The fact that he's foregoing doing so just to get these large swings in is going to be an interesting spot to be in. And if Cross has like a 5-cost Sabo to kind of like defense up this turn, I think he's going to be in a much better spot.
Yeah. All right, well, it looks like we're going to our 6th Dawn, and as mentioned, we're going to play something for 5. Likely that Luffy or the Sabo.
Yep. So, and now Cross has to deal with whether he wants to, or what cards he wants to keep pitching the Brook and expanding. Okay, that's not going to be bad. I tend to try to get my non-counters out of my hand relatively early. I do think that Finger Gun can be relevant in this matchup, but I just think that you don't really have too much time to play it.
Yeah, I think it's relevant up to this turn, but then every other turn you're going to get Sabo block. So I think it's a good identification that it's probably not useful after this, so we're just going to get rid of it.
Yep. And looks like the Sabo's coming in. Now Cross, the fact that Hexway sequence it this way, and that puts Cross in the relatively not fun position. Obviously, it's still going to be fine, but now Cross has decided whether he wants to play his 5/6 cost Brook to trash the Sabo to get rid of it, or if he wants to deploy the first 8 cost Moria if he has one.
Yeah, and I think we've been able to, since we've been able to discard so many cards, really kind of set up the trash as we want to, which is nice. So if we did want to do that value Moria, we could get a good amount for it. So
100%.
And ask me to look at the trash too.
We get a side-by-side view at the same time. It's a win-win. Importantly, no Rebecca. Rebecca is a really potent card to bring up in these spots just to get that extra blocker, buy yourself a little bit more time in these matchups while also deploying a 9K. I'm not sure if I see one Moria in Cross's hand, and it might just be good enough to deploy it this turn. It's a really interesting decision what to make this turn, to be completely honest. So I think it's reasonable on both sides, but I probably would just slam the Moria. But it looks like he's going to decide to do something else this turn.
Yeah, I think the Moria is good in this matchup. It's not impossible to remove, but they do need to have like Ice Age Thunderbolt or something like that. Yep. We put another Moria into our trash with our Spandam, which feels kind of bad. But honestly, every turn that you can have like a 9K with no Dawn investment just chips away for Luffy. But we're gonna play the 5 cost from the set as mentioned before. Fun fact: you can also play that card in Black Yellow Luffy, and it has all the synergies as the other ones too.
That's true, but
I don't recommend it. But
it's not bad.
Don't worry, I did the work for you guys. It was neat. Good. It was not worth it.
Okay. What other black or yellow Luffys or Sabos or Aces can you play? Are there any other fun ones?
I really tried my best to look through it. I'm really missing out on the promo Sabo that Japan got. It's Dressrosa. It's a 2K. It helps you self-awaken if you go down to 0 life if you need to. So, we've got the other 5 cost Sabo. So this one's a little bit less popular, but people definitely run it. It is you get rid of a 5 cost by playing a 5 cost. You have to lose a life, but you usually like to have a way go down to lower life and get rid of that. But we decided to respect the Sabo more than the Luffy, and we're going really aggressive. They're down to 2 life for Cross.
I think Hixway's kind of identified his role in this matchup where if Cross is taking it relatively slow, not actually putting up a board that applies pressure, he can do these relatively middling plays of just get rid of your blocker and keep attacking you.
Yeah.
Now Cross has to deal with all of these relatively annoying things, and it's not like the most fun position to be in from his side. Tempest Kick. And is that Khalifa that was beneath it?
Yeah.
So he has a choice between Tempest Kick and Khalifa. Tempest Kick is obviously online here.
And the other thing is Rebecca's really good for, I guess we just got one in trash anyways, but if we didn't have that already, it's a good hit for that. So we're going to get the 2K, forego the cost reduction.
That makes sense. Cross did have the option to go Tempest Kick. Lucci, that would have been able to kill both 5 costs, I believe.
Yeah, because there's no protection right now.
Yeah, and that might have been like probably good enough with the leader swing and the Tempest Kick and the Moria. But as we are right now, I think he's probably going to do something a little bit slower. I believe there's a helmet bow in the trash. Yeah, there is. Okay. Looks like Cross might be doing a Brook turn instead.
Yeah, so we're going to get the cost reduction on the active Sabo.
Ooh, okay.
Get a 5 cost to hand, which I think is really nice.
Yep.
And we're going to be able to attack with this Luffy and get the removal of the other one.
Oh, he's getting the removal that way.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
That's reasonable. Do you have to make the Luffy larger when using its ability, or no?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
But let me double check. I would understand the want to put enough pressure on that.
Yep.
All right, so we attacked with leader first to get enough more cards in trash just in case we did want to bump this up more. And yeah, I think Luffy, it's bottom deck and then you may.
Yep. Yeah, so at this point, Cross seems like he has a relatively good handle on the board. Going Looks like he's going 8 at the Sabo here, just bottom decking 3. Oh, he's just going 9.
Yeah, we're going nuts with it.
All right. I'm not entirely sure if this is necessary.
Yeah, because that is a lot of resources. It's not a free activation.
Oh,
right?
He might be looking through his options and instead of putting everything else away. If he's doing that, yeah, Lucci and plus an extra Kaku are pretty easy, and then you can put a Moria back. It's perfectly fine.
Yeah, you can put Brook back too. Brook for sure.
You can always Rebecca Brook in the late game, which is also a really interesting thing that comes up a lot. But from his perspective, yep, he's going Moria. He's including the Brook back. I don't think he has Rebecca's in his hand.
All right, we're doing 6 though.
He's doing 6, and he's going 9 at it.
Yeah.
I think it's safe, but I think it's really hard for Hexroy to commit 2 cards there, so I probably would have just been perfectly fine with just doing an 8.
Yeah, I obviously not a play that I'm comfortable with, and I think that's also something that's in Cross's favor, where no doubt he's tested it. He knows what he thinks is good to putting back, and what much of a reach you can do. I just hope that it still means he has cards in rotation later when he needs them too.
And I'm not sure if you saw Hexroy's hand, but his hand is really absurd if you're at 0 life, and very anemic without. It looks like it's like 6 of the versions of the babies, 1 Egghead Luffy, and a Moria. Yeah. And this is kind of one of the not fun parts about playing Black-Yellow Luffy, I imagine. Like being left in these like 3 life positions where you just have no real way to get particularly low.
Yeah.
Is not the most fun. But it looks like he's going to be using one of the Ivankovs in his hand to set up a way to at least become a 7K leader this turn.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the Ivankov as well. I think it's good for these kind of weird turns. It looks like we're going to put a Rocket Luffy there, which we're going to be able to use.
Yep.
Get rid of Rebecca. And then put the boost there.
Yep. Looks like Rebecca's going away. And I imagine Hexroy's just going to do a 10K swing at life. Cross kind of very smartly grabbed that Sabo off of Rebecca when he played the Moria last turn. So he does have an extra blocker to kind of stop some absurd nonsense from happening, which is nice. Oh, it was 5 extra Dawn. Does that change anything from Hexroy's hand? There's a Flampe now.
We got a Flampe off I think that Flampe changes everything, potentially. Oh, no, never mind.
Yep.
We're just
the Luffy's gone.
Losing the Luffy. And I think that's fair, respecting that card. Because it's very slow to set up another one.
Yeah. And Cross's turn doesn't feel particularly great, it seems like. It looks like there's a finger gun, there's a extra stage and a Brook. Obviously not bad, but in the face of a 7K lead, you're definitely not really doing too much. If Cross has 2 extra Dawn, I might start with a 7K with my leader and then see how my opponent responds. These are one of the weird spots against Black-Yellow Luffy where sometimes you get to start with a 7K lead when there's a Moria in play, and they really don't want to take that swing because of the threat of going 7 plus 9 plus something like 12 with the Khalifa.
Yeah.
But in this case, we just have Sabo to kind of fix our hand, kind of make things relatively easy. And yeah, definitely the stage. Or I guess you don't really need the stage in this matchup at this point. I think Sabo is going to be the default for the rest of this game.
Yeah, I mean, you can get rid of Morias, but generically you just need to get rid of 5s, right? Yeah. So leader attack and then like a Brook or something like that usually does the job.
Yep.
Ooh, there's another Moria hitting the trash. I think that's the second one. So and with the one on board, that's 3.
Lucci and Spandam. All right.
Oh, I think this can be a pretty strong turn for Hexroy now, especially since we have the Flampe there. If we also have it set up for a good Moria, if we have any like I guess we could do something where we
got 2 Flampes now?
We have so we have the Emporio in our trash. Okay, never mind. If we had Moria, we had 2 cards left in life too. I thought we had 1 more.
No, we had 2, but there are 2 Flampes now, so
that makes more
all
sense.
is well.
But otherwise we could play Moria, play the Emporio, put it back into our life, and then we could be a 7K leader with 2 blockers if we get the Sabo off, and 2 life, which is really nice.
Is Hexroy missing any of the interesting cards here? I don't think so.
I don't think so. I don't think we've seen any aces in rotation yet, but generally being able to find more 2-drop Luffys is pretty strong.
2-cost Luffys and 2-cost Sabos are probably the most important things.
Yeah, searchable ones, at this point, yeah.
Garpin.
All right, we are digging. He does not agree. There's something he's missing, and we're going to unfortunately bottom deck a.
We're just double checking what the first search was.
Yeah.
And this one looks like it could be a big Sabo, which is going to be pretty good in case double Sabo turns end up coming up.
Yeah. Yeah, but I would say at this point though, like we're going to get like at least another draw 2, trash 2. You got to just be careful because if you're looking for Morias, you're sending any on the top 10 of your deck to the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Put 2 Sabos there with leader effect. We're going to play Sabo number 1.
Yep. Huh.
And we're going to draw 2, trash 2.
Do you tend to play your searchers before or after you play Sabo? I guess you only play the Garps.
But yeah, I play the Garp. Yeah, so wildly before, like turns before. I say, you know what, I'll do it for the first couple turns, and then after I'm at like 8 dawn, I rarely do search anymore, so it's just hard draws.
The reason I ask is I really like to just tend to hold on to my searchers until after I Sabo, just in case, like, oh, I'm missing a card, or I'm missing multiple pieces. Let's just, like, draw 2, trash 2, and then let's figure out what I need afterwards.
It really just depends on, like, you can kind of, it's like quick math, but you said, all right, well, I haven't seen a Moria yet. I've been through 20 cards. I think it's pretty likely that I can hard draw it off the Sabo, so I'll draw 2 first. And then if I don't hit the Moria, I definitely don't play the 1-drop, because I know that Moria is coming up, and I'll bottom deck a couple. Otherwise, if I hit the Moria, then I'm like, all right, I have to go ahead to now search my pieces kind of thing. So it's just kind of like some consistency math. But
speaking of drawing Morias,
yes.
Looks like Cross found the 4th one, which is pretty good.
Yeah, so this is the last one in standard rotation. You can always bottom deck it and start from the bottom with it. But yeah, those are, I believe, all the Morias until Hogback gets back into the list.
Now Cross has to decide whether he can afford to take the Sabo or the 2K.
Mm-hmm.
The 2K might be the more imminent cards he needs, but the Sabo will definitely let him survive another turn if he gets that extra turn.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really interesting because like Sabo's like your best card and worst card in this matchup for both players. Like, you love you seeing it, and if your opponent sees it, you're just like, I mean, Cross has a way with the Luffy, but again, for you to be able to set up, you have to spend 5 dawn in this next turn. And you have to kind of do like 10 dawn, so you'd have to, if you want to protect it, like it in Sabo, which means you're not attacking Luffy at all.
They should have made Sabo a 2-cost card, obviously.
Yeah, that's what we need.
Looks like Hicksroy is just keeping up the aggression this turn, bringing back a presumably Egghead Luffy with leader ability, and then another Sabo. Once Black KO Luffy's in these kind of spots, as long as it has sufficient blockers, then there's not really much that like Lucci can do.
Mm-hmm. But I do think Michael's done the strongest thing is, again, make as many 9Ks on board as you can.
Yep.
That just means that you can do things and without having, you can pressure without investing dawn, which is really, really nice.
Yep.
All right, we're going to Rocket Luffy. We're going to get rid of the Rebecca since it doesn't have protection this turn. We'll play another Sabo here, so another draw 2, trash 2. We see another Moria, unsurprising.
That one.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, once you get the cycle going, you draw 4 cards this turn, right?
Yep.
5 with the Rocket Luffy. You're gonna likely see your pieces again without having to worry about bottom decking the unsearchable ones.
And I'm interested in what Cross's decision for next turn is going to look like. I think you kind of like almost have to always block with the Sabo here. And you really want to draw Rebecca next turn, so at least you can go Rebecca Sabo. But if that's not happening, at the very least playing 1 Sabo this turn might be sufficient, especially if your opponent has a block with one of them. Imagine doing like 11 with Moria, 12 with Moria, play Sabo.
Yeah, but it's also just maybe like, I mean, the Spandam's not doing a lot, but maybe just having room on board, right, to be able to facilitate these.
Lucci in the house. Is the lone finger gun finally getting out?
No, not yet.
Right.
It's staying.
All right, you probably need to hope your opponent doesn't have any extra Morias, so I completely get it. Cross, doing the 11-12, demanding those extra 2Ks, or just making your opponent block twice. Either one's fine. And Hixroy from his side is just going to be playing 2 more Sabos next turn, so there's no reason to not just like preserve as many cards in hand.
Yeah, but from my own experience, I think if they went 9-9 and then 10, that would resolve. Hixroy lost 2 cards, right, with that Dawn. But if you went 9-9-10, you lose 3 cards. You use your 2 Sabos and a card from hand, right? So maybe he just wanted to make sure that the Sabos are off the board, but. Hixroy kind of went like neutral on card advantage that turn instead of potentially going 1-.
Yeah. But sometimes you have to just resign to the fact that you're probably dead to a Moria anyways.
Sure,
so.
That's fair.
I'm not entirely sure if nickel and diming put you in a good spot the turn afterwards is a pretty important distinction.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair. All right, so we got it's what we expect. We get to look at the top 4 cards of our deck again for our good cards. Likely try to find another Moria. Ooh, that's a good card too.
I'm not for now. And there's 3 2Ks remaining. And if I was in Cross's position, I would be almost deathly terrified if my opponent discarded a 2K here.
Yeah, that just means that their hand is pretty good.
Yep.
Also, I needed to confirm this, and it is. There's no aces in this build at all.
Oh, full controlling version.
Yeah, 4 or 5 cost Sabos. So 8 of each of the big boys, and then 4 of the 2 boys for each of them. So I'm like, man, he hasn't seen it. That's unlucky. And then it's it'd be unlucky the other way if he saw one because it's his list is illegal.
I don't think that Ace is like the most necessary card in the deck. I do prefer Ace as an aggressive component to the deck. I really just like having that kind of thing to go to work with. But at the same time, I also think that you can build a deck with like only Kuzans.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay.
And I think this is the good call from Michael, saying, you know what, we're 20 minutes into this round. If I wanted to get this, I gotta get 2 more games. Black Yellow Luffy games tend to go a little bit longer, so I'm gonna do my best. I'm gonna go into game number 2, scoop it up, and see how the next 2 go.
Yep. Obviously, Cross didn't have a great start that game, but I think you probably just have to slam the Moria on 8 Dawn.
Yeah, I agree, and I understand like why the value is there, and honestly, the 5-cost Luffy was really terrifying.
Yep.
It set him up to a really good position, but it wasn't able to stay up around for more than 1 turn.
Yep.
And we'll see what this next game looks like as well. But I honestly unfortunately, it was Cross ended up going second in that game too, right?
He did, yes.
Yeah, which if Luffy is able to overcome at least one of the going first turns, that's really good. It just means like you will be able to play, if you lose next game, going first again, you can go second on game 3 kind of thing, which is generally where Luffy wants to be at. I
think so too, but I've seen Cross win a lot more terrifying games than these.
Yes, 100%. So
obviously Hixroy up a game and in a very dominating position to do well in this matchup, but I'm looking forward to seeing what Cross can do this next game to potentially even it out.
Yeah, and another thing too, because I see people talking about it in chat. Obviously, these are both decks that I think at this point you can safely say heavily rely on the 8-drop. Right? You can win without it, but like you get just so much advantage from being able to play multiple of them. So with there's been a lot of talk with that card potentially getting hit, getting limited to 1, getting restricted to Thriller Bark, that kind of stuff. Do you think that these decks are still viable without the card and just kind of brings it down to a kind of a power level that other decks are? Or do you think if that happens, it's going to be a lot of advantage that the decks are missing out on?
I do think that Luffy is largely going to be it can't exist as it is currently. The deck is probably going to have to be purely aggressive leaning because without like Moria to kind of keep these like little babies coming back every single turn, you kind of just have to kind of waste a bunch more cards to make sure you're a 9K leader as frequently. So it's probably going to switch entirely. I think Lucci's a powerful enough leader with enough like decent cards, especially in OP08 with cards like Jack and stuff like that that'll be coming out. Yeah. That deck can exist, but as it is right now, Black Yellow Luffy probably would just die as a deck, and Lucci will probably exist as a much, much worse deck. Yeah, yeah.
So we both got searchers on this one. We got the Garp going first and the Spandin on the other side. I'm going to pass it back to Hixroy.
Yep. Cross-stepping Khalifa because playing Khalifa early in this matchup is not the worst place to be.
Yeah, and something, so I want to note this from kind of the retrospective game one, I would say Hicksroy was, compared to what I'm used to, was way more aggressive at hitting Rob Lucci and making sure that their life total was lower, right? There's just so many situations where like they can kind of double block her up, or if they have one life, they feel a lot safer, but putting that pressure early, I think put him in a situation where he could capitalize on the advantage. So I think that's very strong for, just matchup knowledge for this one.
I would agree. Kind of a very similar game as last time, where Cross is just swinging at the Garp that just attacked, and there's probably going to be a 4-cost. Oh, it was Rebecca this time. Does Rebecca bring back a Sabo to kind of make this game go on a lot longer? It looks like Cross doesn't have a Moria in his hand, so trying to find that is probably his #1 priority. So like playing Sabo next turn, both deploying that blocker and also buying some time, super nice.
Yeah, and just getting the early removal from Rebecca there, and then be able to get a 5 pressure. So just a 2K out of hand and pass him back.
Yep. And now I think Cross definitely doesn't want to have to get rid of this Sabo. He'd much rather just play his own black Sabo to just buy some time. But Hicksroy is definitely finding good moments to just play these cards in uncomfortable spots where Cross really doesn't want to have to KO his threats, and that's where he gets to get extra swings in.
Yeah. And yeah, we're pitching the stage and another card from here. Again, I think we mentioned stage isn't always needed in this matchup, and some people are actually just taking it out depending on the matchups they really want to do against, because it's technically a -1. Some decks you get a lot of control value from it, but others it's just trash fodder.
In this matchup, it's like niche in the early game, but by and large, it's like not particularly powerful.
Yeah.
I'm interested to see what Hicksroy is going to do this turn. The Sabo is obviously not going to be removed, but trying to be aggressive leaning this turn, trying to make sure that Cross ends up going to 2 is probably a very reasonable strategy.
Yeah.
Like going 6-7, play Egghead or a big Luffy. Ooh, 7. This could be a fun turn. You can go 7-7 Kuzan if the Kuzan's finally back.
Yeah, okay. You could. I can just see your head like, all right, how many different ways could we play Kuzan right now? Oh, no. All right, we're attacking 7 into the Sabo. We get rid of it, and there he is. There's the boy.
He called it.
All right.
This might be the weekend of Kuzan.
It is. It is. He's been, he is present.
The fact that this game's kind of modeling exactly how obnoxious Black Yellow Luffy can play against Lucci. Obviously, you can play the one-dimensional game of just like playing Black Sabo every turn and just buying yourself some time that way. But Hicksroy is kind of putting Cross in the squeeze where he both needs to prepare for the Moria late game and making sure he has a bunch of top end, while also making sure that he Cross has to get rid of his board every turn. So the fact that Cross is being put in these spots where on his 8-down turn he had to go Rebecca plus Finger Gun instead of playing something like a Moria, obviously he doesn't have one this turn, is putting Hicksroy in a very dominating position, even though it doesn't seem like anything's really happening from his side.
All right, and we're in the big think.
I know Hicksroy's only had 2 Kuzans, but another Kuzan this turn?
It's like the meme, like you just have like 4 Dawn ready, and you're like, bam, slam it, winner.
Looks like Hicksroy wants to keep the pressure up and is going to be presumably Flampe plus Egghead Luffy 7-7. That's the default of what's going to happen.
That would be very strong.
Yep. And as predicted, this Egghead's getting in there. And we're going to be playing a game less about Sabos and more just about this Sabo.
Hey, Sabo's present, all right? He's here. He's a game changer, just not the one you thought. Yeah, but I think this is, definitely a strong way for Hicksroy to approach this matchup.
Oh, the Finger Gun out of life.
All right.
Cross playing 3 of that card in his deck is relatively unconventional, but it is buying a lot of time this turn, where now he doesn't have to spend a whole turn getting rid of that Sabo this turn and might be able to play something a little more proactive. Speaking of proactivity, it looks like there's a Moria there.
Play on curve I think might be the play for this game. I would probably argue that Finger Gun didn't win the game. It just, I think without it you're in a really uphill spot.
Yep.
I don't think you'd be able to play Moria and remove the Sabo this turn. With what the trash looks like, but now I think you're able to Unless you have like a Helmeppo Lucci in there, which you might not. Oh, but we're playing.
It's Nightmare Sabo.
Oh, with the protection from his best friend. That's very, very good. So that just means like Hixroy has a weird time setting up anything next turn. It also means that if you go to 0 life and you're just behind 1 Sabo, Luffy could just go super big. So I think this is a really good position for him now.
I hope there's enough 4-cost characters are bigger in that trash.
Yeah.
Those finger guns definitely help setting it up, though.
Yeah.
Cross deciding what he wants to discard here. He is under a fair amount of pressure. Being at 2 life this early against Black Yellow is never like fun.
No, because you're always seeing them have a 9+ attack every turn. So like, sure, you can lose your Sabo for it, but it is a lot of pressure.
Oh, Tempest Kickbrook, yep. Ooh, that's a Moria.
That's a good card.
I don't think that Hixroy has a Ivankov in his trash. That'd be like the most convenient thing to set up with Egghead Luffy. But, oh yeah, I see. I see the vision.
You see the play. Honestly. Someone stop this man. I think best play for 10 is we Moria for value. We're able to play Kuzan to get the draw 1. And then we can also play the Hiyori to be able to set up the top card of our life. And maybe play a 2-drop boy to make a 7K
That would be a
leader.
sick turn.
Yeah, I think that'd be huge.
Moria and a Sabo this turn would be obscene.
Yes.
But,
we're just playing the Sabo, though.
Looks like patience is Hixroy's virtue this game.
I'd be so greedy. I'd be like, look, the stars are aligning. This is it.
I'm curious if Hixroy will evaluate that Ice Age to be relevant the rest of this game.
Yeah, because it's tempting. I mean, if they don't play another Sabo, you can get removal from it since you have the Rocket Luffy.
Yep. Or if there's ever a Moria being played from Cross's side, it's a pretty easy answer to it. But I don't think that Hixroy really minds that much at this point in the game. So. Unfortunately, Flampe being a 1K means that if one gets some swings in, it's only going to be 5 + 6. So it's probably better to swing with your leader for 8 or larger. So.
What were you doing for the rest of the 2? I guess we have Garp.
Surprise.
Yeah. We don't have a lot of 2-drop boys in rotation yet, so that could be there too.
Yep. Or have you ever gotten lucky before? Just blind used one of the babies?
I think in the last, I'll say like 50 games I've played, I found myself in a situation where it was like, I played a 2-drop early, and it was like, if I don't use it now, it's just going to die anyways, so I'll go for it, and I missed. So I know I set up that sentence to be like, but no, don't do it. It's a bad move. Unless you rationalize that if that card's not there, I lose the game anyways, then just don't do it. I know. My luck is not as good as your luck, though. All right, you probably could get away with it.
Honestly, and you called the double Garp, by the way.
Yes, that is good. So, and honestly, not to even like joke around, like when we're in a position, I think late game where it's not as necessarily as big as your attacks are, but how many you get, those can convert pretty nicely too.
100%. Ooh, okay. Cross finally found some breathing room where some characters are going to get rid of. Ooh, he has to attack with the Luffy this turn. Okay. He's just swinging 7 at life, it seems like, and getting rid of the Sabo. That seems reasonable.
Yeah, and then I don't think they're using. Yeah, he's using the effect.
Hixroy's trash is pretty set up, so there really isn't too much of a concern. At the very least, Cross is attacking in a way where Hixroy is going to have to counter out of something, which is pretty nice. Yeah. And then the extra 1K might not seem like much, but when a lot of these games boil down to 1 card in hand, trying to nickel and dime those extra cards is very critical.
Yeah, but I think right now we've got some good protection of these Luffys with these double blockers. We'd need to have like a cost reduction and something else to get rid of it. So I think in this game compared to the last one, Luffy can potentially just be set up, be very rough to remove, and a very successful attacker to get around the Sabos.
I would agree. And leaving Hicks Royette won this turn is probably going to be working out pretty well for Cross. Moria is like pretty hard to set up this turn, and if you do want to Moria, it probably involves a Hiyori, which is probably not going to be the most impactful.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're going to make sure to get rid of these bodies, I think, on board too. Do we play? We played Sabo, but it was later, so we could get rid of him.
Yep. Now we're Khalifing. Since the Spandom found a Lucci, I imagine he needs to find a different counter. And yeah, looks like that Brook is also going to be relevant this game. So
yeah. Oh, I think we definitely top decked an event card.
Ooh.
If it was Ice Age, that'd be fun. That'd be very good.
But probably just Brothers Bond. But if it's Ice Age, it's going to be absurd.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not used to playing Brothers Bond, so it's never in my roulette of cards that could be. But I think that there's a we could play Moria, right? But I think this is the better play. I think being able to be a 9K leader with a blocker or two and 1 life left, I think is the better play.
Yep. And it looks like more Egghead Luffy's to pop some Rebecca's. Deploying another Sabo as just a blocker is going to be potent enough this game.
All right, so we got rid of that. We got a card draw.
And
I think we have 6 Dawn left, so
yep.
We could do. We have to put 2 on leader, and win, and then we'd be like a 11K attack, which we could choose to. I think we'd attack into Luffy, and then maybe we could spend like an extra 3 Dawn or something. But I definitely think this is a matchup sometimes where having the rush aces make a difference, because if they block her up, then you have it just gives you one more attack that they maybe can't get out of.
Next for this turn, it's trying to probably figure out whether Sabo is even necessary, which is an interesting discussion in and of itself.
Yeah. I think that's fair, because if you... Yeah, because if you just know that it's going to get removed anyways, then it's value you don't need. But then he gets to go ahead. And the other thing about Luffy, too, is that even though he's like a quote-unquote base 6K, if you want to go, swing for the fences with it, it can be a base 9K or higher with all the cards that are currently in Lucci's trash.
Okay.
Are we going to go 11K? We could.
Seems reasonable, yeah. And the extra swing in, still having a Sabo, and you still have an Egghead Luffy in life, which is going to be quite good.
Yeah.
Is he discarding a baby? Or
it's a Flampe and one of the babies,
baby Luffy, yeah.
And we're just going to go everything into
13
likely a Sabo block.
Yeah.
At this point, I'd probably swing life.
I think I probably would swing life as well.
Yeah. As much as I want to get rid of that Luffy. Yeah, and no matter where it swings, I'm likely blocking with Sabo too.
Yeah. And the block has happened. And
yeah, Michael's got looks like 8 or 9 cards in hand.
I'm not sure if I saw any with blocker though, which are probably weirdly only the few cards that matter in spots like this. There is a Moria, but I'm terrified whenever I see a Egghead Luffy in life like that.
Yeah.
Cross probably identifying his only real winning line involves this Moria, even though it's very likely not to work. There is only a blocker Sabo in play, so I probably would try to play towards that.
Yeah, but it looks like we're... The other thing too, I mean, I think it's trivial, but we do actually have to reduce the Sabo enough for Luffy to have it in range, right?
That is true. But all that really involves is like a Helmeppo, basically.
Yeah. It's just Dawn investment, though, which...
the Moria can bring it back.
I guess that's true. We could, like, play Moria and then swing with leader, and then...
You could also just, like, play the stage and then play the Moria. That might just be slightly better than swinging 11 with the Moria. I think it's about comparable.
Yeah. All right. Likely getting the reduction on Sabo. There's the stage for 2. So it reduces by 3.
Yep. And it looks like Cross are valuing that extra Dawn or the extra spandom off this Moria more than he's valuing anything else.
Yeah. But he's just getting rid of that too. So like not even super pressuring.
Yep.
This is just a 9K, so it's an easy 1 out.
It looks like it. And then, yep, Rebecca Moria. But there is not many attacks from Hexroy's side, at least.
Yeah, but the scary thing is that that Rebecca's unprotected. We have Rocket Luffy already in life, so we know that it's going to get popped by Rebecca.
Yep.
Hexroy has a lot of cards in hand, so I think like if he has Moria, which I think we know he does, I think that's just going to be the winning play because you're going to be able to get rid of Rebecca. I would attack into life, and it's going to be, 11K, so likely unblockable.
Yep.
And it's going to be difficult for Cross to really, defend from there.
Mm-hmm. Cross's hand seems like it's relatively counter heavy, but he does have a 1 non-counter and a Brook, so he's trying to figure out whether he can afford to take the 2K or afford to take the Sabo. Unfortunately, this time he has to take the 2K. So it seems like it's mostly a very uncomfortable position for Cross to be in, but it looks like, hey, having 2 Morias is usually like one of the more playable things to have in this matchup. Even though he is in a relatively precarious spot, having the pressure is kind of step 1 in this matchup.
All right, I'm looking through it. Of our top 8, we've got 3 already decided. So we have Lucci already in top 8. We had a Nami get there, and then we also have a Black Yellow Luffy still in contention. And all serial winners too, which is something else that this match kind of depends on, right? Top 8 get serials?
Yep, top 8 get serials, and this is a relatively high stakes match, and the pressure gets to you 100% of the time. No matter how many times you end up getting in this spot, it's still very terrifying. These games are really, really the best playing against each other, and there's a lot on the line.
Yeah, but I think Hexroy is doing the good play. So we used the 2-drop Luffy, got rid of the Rebecca. Mm-hmm. Then we can use leader effect. So again, it's a little bit tricky. You kind of have to know what your plays are, but we're going to get double Sabos in there, so we're going to be able to play another one. Likely what that means is we might not have another Moria right now, but we have a 2-drop Sabo in hand to be able to get that out if we need to, which is pretty standard, I'd say.
Yep, I would agree. And Hexroy's hand is quite 2K heavy as he proceeds to discard a Flampe with the leader ability, which is terrifying.
Yeah. And yeah, I think we just attack into leader.
Yep. And Cross might consider countering out of this.
That'd be terrifying. I'd be terrified if he did that to me. Just like, oh,
But Hexroy with I believe 6 cards in hand is in a pretty good spot.
Yeah.
Looks like it's 3 2Ks, 3 1Ks. That should be sufficient here. He's trying to do the math on the Luffy.
Yeah.
It took me a long time to figure out how much the Luffy can buff himself up by.
Yeah. He's got a lot of numbers on his effect, right, of how it works. Oh, we're doing it. We're committed to it.
Yep. Gave 2-2-1-1 with an 11K swing at a 6K body.
Yeah. And he's still around.
Yep. I think defending that is probably your only real avenue to win this match. Just getting some swings in with the Luffy, just getting a 9K swing in or bigger, probably 11 or something. Yep, so to get an 11K swing, he would need 15 characters. That's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Not bad.
Yeah, this is gonna be a really big swing.
That's 18, so that's 6 instances of making your leader bigger. He's trying to do 1 less, doing 11 with 12 or 15 of them. Let's count this one more time.
Yeah, I think
I was plus 15 or
sorry,
that was just a 10K swing. My bad.
Sorry, the like, we're like, it's gonna be huge, it's gonna be massive, and then just
2K. Classic.
Makino going for it.
Yep. With a full 10 Dawn, you get a 14-14, and you have your opponent have what is that, 222?
Yeah. I think you maybe rushed it a little bit. I would have definitely made it 11K if possible in that situation.
I think I've been one short.
Yeah, yeah. And now you kind of have to make the decision. All right, do I want 2 9Ks and like to block her up, which, you know, still gets 2 cards out of hand. I still have 1 life left, so I mean, I could do. I think it's
Sabo.
I'm not sure what he has. He did go out of a lot of cards. I just know it's going to be pretty greedy.
Ooh, he is going to be patient.
Yeah, I think that's the right play.
When your opponent discards a 2K to the Sabo, I understand being a little more patient here.
Yeah. All right, yeah, Sabo. And then, yeah, draw 2, trash 2, and then hopefully another Sabo.
Yeah, this is the Sabo on the far left of his hand, so having 2 blockers here, quite nice, and a life. So if you know your opponent's not playing any rush aces, you're actually in a pretty comfortable spot here. It's not very likely you'll die. And Hexroy's probably was expecting basically a last turn kill, or the attempt for lethal. So maybe his hand is relatively floundering in this turn.
Yeah. I'd be tempted to get rid of Moria in this part if I didn't think that I'd have enough time to play another one, right?
Yep.
But and now we're in the think tank, and I don't think he's got one in hand right now, which is a little bit scary. And the other thing is that, again, like, you kind of need to get rid of this Luffy again. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah. Depends what Hexroy's turn is. If it's like double baby, of course, it's like going to be a relatively fun turn. Like, obviously, double Sabo would be obscene. But even just like Luffy, draw a card, place, and then Sabo, I think might be good enough here. Oh, looks like he's attacking the Luffy. I'm curious how relevant the Luffy is at this point, especially after how many cards cross-put on the bottom to make it useful.
Yeah, I mean, it's still for 0 Dawn investment, gets rid of a Sabo, right?
Yep.
Oh, we're
getting in there.
Oh, with 2 cards in hand, right?
Oh, the extra Sabo for cross. They ended up just trashing.
Yeah. Play another 2K.
Yep.
Use the effect. And then we can, I mean, if we get another body, oh, we get, if we have another 2-drop boy.
Looks like there's a Sabo in Hexroy's hand, too.
Yeah.
So there's going to be 2 blocker Sabos and 1 life, but only 1 card.
Yes, which does, yeah, it is impactful. Yeah, there's the 2-drop. Pitching there.
Yep. And
I think, honestly, though, I think this is a losing play. I think this is, because he's just going to block there. I don't think he's going to be able to get out of all these attacks with 1 card. I guess, actually, you know what? It depends if we have another reduction without using leader swing.
I think this is just like lost. But it depends what cross his hand is. If it's something as simple as a helm up, it's easy. Even a Sura is fine.
Yeah.
Actually, even with the leader swing, you have enough for lethal. If you swing 5 with your leader, reduce the Sabo, then you can put 5 on the Luffy. Oh, there's 2 blockers. Never mind. This is not good enough. Trying to figure out what his turn is. He had a 5.
6.
Yeah. The fact that the swing 5 there was not good enough, I think.
Yeah, so we can boost the Luffy a little bit, yeah, but I think that's, yeah, as long as we make 3 11K attacks, right? I think we get there with 1 card in hand.
Should be take it. Yeah, I think that's fine.
Yeah.
We're good.
Scooping it
I'm
up.
pretty sure. Oh, last life was Moria for Cross.
Yeah.
I think he was not expecting to win that game.
Yeah, I think it's a grind, and now we're in a bit of time rules. So we've got 12 minutes left. We're probably going to have about 10 minutes of regulation after shuffling and started turn procedures. So they're going to have to play a little faster.
I would completely agree. And I think life management might be a huge factor that both people are going to be considering. When you reach overtime in this, in One Piece, the first tiebreaker is who has the most life is going to be winning the game after overtime. And Cross is probably going to counter a little bit more aggressively than he normally would, and I think Hexor is going to try to find a lot of spots to apply a lot more pressure than normal as well.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a really interesting dynamic in that regard.
But honestly, like I don't want to be like this deterministic, but man, if that finger gun wasn't in life at that position,
that
game was completely different, 100% different. You would have to be worried about just another attack that could pressure that Luffy. He would be maybe at 0 life at that spot where you'd be able to potentially just go for game kind of thing. So I think that kind of stuff makes a big difference. Because if he was at like 0 life and you had the Moria and the leader on swing, you'd be able to get 2 12K attacks, which would have won you the game with only one blocker. So I think that's really impactful.
But from Hexor's side, that was a game where Ace would have been very trivial to win the game with, I think.
Yeah.
Having an extra rusher there, just an extra attacker that's relatively sizable would just be sufficient to end the game. Cross immediately mulligans, is going first in this matchup. You got to identify how you're trying to win these games. And also people are shuffling real fast because in these kind of moments, every single minute matters. So.
Yeah. But I will say that Michael's been doing a good job at finding this Luffy. It's somewhat searchable off Rebecca, but he's been able to find it in the first 2 games, and we'll have to see if it's able to show up and make an impact on this 3rd one.
Yep.
But going second for Hexroy is a lot better, I think, than going first. It helps you set up a lot of plays, and you just have like a lot of plays that end up being an even number. All right, and both players respecting the time, playing a little bit quicker too, which is nice. Just passing quickly, and
not much to do for Cross besides like maybe play a stage on curve.
Yep.
Oh, I see that card, second from the left.
Oh yeah, but we got Garb's got to go in, so
fine.
We're gonna play the Machina. Ooh, I like this. So taking the bottom life, we're gonna look at the top of our deck. Otherwise, rearrange it.
Looks like a yellow Sabo's in there as well.
Yeah, so that could be pretty explosive next turn too.
Yeah. Put on top of life to trash the Ice Age if that ever ends up happening.
Yeah.
If Cross has a 5-cost Sabo this turn, both to get that blocker going, fix that hand, I think he's in a not bad spot. I see multiple Morias in the hand as well. So Cross basically just needs to prioritize making sure that he builds the board in a way such that his 8-Dawn or 9-Dawn turn in this case is going to be a Moria that kind of stabilize the board.
Yeah, but the other thing is that Hexroy can kind of, he knows when Moria can start coming down. If you're able to start using your Sabo loop from there, and the other thing is that Luffy's the only deck in the game that can play Moria and Sabo in the same turn to protect it, which is very obnoxious.
Obnoxious is an understatement.
There's your boy. There's the Kuzan.
I'm surprised Cross didn't want to go block 1K on that swing. I do think Rebecca is quite good in this matchup, but I also probably wanted to either trash one last turn to the Sabo effect, or maybe if he's planning on playing one this turn, it's perfectly fine.
Yeah.
But you really want to make sure your Moria can bring one back, and holding on to them is kind of a bit aggressive.
Yeah, so my guess is, okay.
Rebecca Brook, let's get that in there.
Yeah, yep,
Make
doing
sure
that very
dies
quickly.
Yep.
Yeah.
And yep, passing the turn.
But if you got 2-cost Sabo now, being able to get rid of their Sabo with yours, be a 7K leader, and get that advantage, I think would be very, very nice. So we also have 8-drop Moria potentially. It'd be a value turn, but you'd be able to play a Garp and a Kuzan. So draw 2 is pretty nice. You just wouldn't be able to do anything offensively with the 6K blocker out. But yeah, we are going to do this play. I love this play. We're going to use it. We're going to get rid of the likely the Sabo. Yeah, we could even go to 0 cards. We could use the
Egghead is going to be nice.
Oh, this is very, very nice. Yeah, use it to get rid of the Rebecca. Draw a card, and then are you going into the Brook?
I'm going at face.
Okay.
And looks like Hicksroy trying to prioritize playing this other Garp instead of the larger swing. I might have just swung 8 to be completely fair. I think this Garp is probably not something you really need right now. But if you are missing baby Luffy's as that top 5,
the top, yeah.
2, I think it's perfectly fine. But Cross is in a good spot. I think he always gets to play Moria, and this Brook always gets to KO this Sabo. So Cross at the very least.
Do we have the reduction in trash?
The other Helmet bows.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
Don't worry, he was in the exact same check.
Yes, he did. He's like, all right, gonna make sure.
And he's probably gonna play a Spandam, try to like churn through the deck a little bit more.
Yeah, because you can't. I mean, with the 7K leader, you can't pressure anything right now, anyways. So
gets a Khalifa, get extra 2Ks in these spots are perfect. Getting a 5 at lead, just getting that trash 2 to fix things up. And yeah, that Moria probably bring back a Searcher, and then Rebecca's probably bring back a Sabo if I wasn't in his spot.
Yeah, because I don't think we have the Spandine set up. But we also do have like the Rocket Luffy set up for getting rid of Rebecca.
Yep. And bring back the Sabo. Yep. And then that 4 cost, that Brook is going to swing 4 at life just to get rid of that Sabo. And hey, Cross is kind of doing everything he really wants to do in this matchup. Play 8-cost Morias, get rid of your opponent's board, and block.
Yeah.
See if Hicksroy will give him the opportunity to block again this turn, or if he's going to be both a 9K leader and attack Cross down to 1.
Yeah. So at 10, we could also be a 7-life leader with 2 cards in our life, too.
Yep.
We could play Moria, set up the card. I think Rocket Luffy is the better one to get rid of right now, to just potentially get rid of. But we're going to use the Hiyori for 2, take the card from life, and add a card there.
Yep.
Looks like it's going to be 2-cost Sabo there, which is going to let us get the draw 2, trash 2.
I'm not entirely sure if Hicksroy has another little Luffy for this turn. I know the 2 went to the bottom, or 1 went to the bottom earlier, but having another way to get rid of this Rebecca would be really, really good this turn.
Yeah. Those Sabos could technically do it, but
that's a bit too costly.
That's a bit too costly, yeah. But I think we found a 2-cost Luffy earlier in the game, so I think we will be good. All right, pitching something.
It looks like he does have that Luffy.
Yeah. At this point, I'd hope so. Because you'll be in a bad spot otherwise. So paying that for 2, we're going to be able to use the effect to pop the Rebecca. I'd put 2 on Garp and head into the Brook. Why not? But not agreeing.
Yep. I think Cross is going to take that if it's 11 or 13, to be completely fair.
Yeah.
But yeah, so might as well attack the Brook. But at the same time, I think Hicksroy is planning to make that Brook relevant for the rest of this game as well.
Sure, I think that's fair. If you're able to play Sabo every turn, it doesn't really do anything. But it could be like another reduction if needed for like a Luffy. But Luffy needs to be like, if you want to play Luffy, you'd have to play it and Sabo right now. And if you don't do that, it just kind of doesn't do anything.
That's true. Is there a 6-cost Brook coming in? Or is this going to be a Egghead Luffy turn?
I think it's a Nightmare Luffy turn. It is. Okay, it's as mentioned.
Yep, Nightmare Luffy time.
Yep, so this is the setup. You don't have as much setup, but that Luffy is, functionally irremovable right now.
Yep.
But if you can put down some pressure right now, this is the time to do so.
Yep. Hicksroy's in a relatively low resource spot. I think he only has 6 cards in hand, which doesn't feel like it's relatively low resource, but given how I play against this deck, sometimes my opponent has like 9 or 10, and I just feel like I'm in the gutter sometimes.
Yeah, but you need Moria, which I think luckily he will have.
Yep.
Which would be nice. Yep, there he is there. And I think the only thing is that I think at this point, we're interesting.
Oh, yeah. It's all coming together.
I would say one of the hardest thing about this deck is that sometimes you have to recognize that being a 7K leader with 2 life is better than a 9K leader with 4 or with 1, or any variation of that. And I think with the Luffy, I think the identification that, I need just more, a wider board, and also I need something that I need to feel safer about going this turn. So yeah, I'm only going to be a 7K. We're going to attack 9 into leader.
The real question is whether you want to block this turn.
Yeah.
The Sabo can attack, right? And that's the only other character that can attack this turn.
I think we're thinking about blocking and then saving it. Okay, but we're going to block and let it go.
Yep.
We can discard a card with leader effect to put 2 cards in there. And we're going to be a 7k leader with 2 life and 2 blockers up. So functionally, we will not be able to lose this next turn. And putting the Sabo on top, too, is great, because we will likely never play that card again.
Okay. Now from Cross's side, now he has to do this weird song and dance involving this these KO effects that Hicksroy just put in life, which is really funny.
Yeah.
He's probably just going to get a couple swings in and just play another Sabo if I was in his position. And it seems like what he's kind of setting up for.
Yeah.
The problem is, like, the Luffy only gets rid of the Kuzan at this point if he wants to play a Sabo. From my perspective, if he has a Sabo, he can go 7 with Leader, 7 with Brook, 7 with Luffy. And then get rid of the Kuzan and not commit any Don and also play Sabo, which is not bad. That way your Nightmare Luffy gets to live, you get to buy yourself a lot more time and kind of play on from there.
Yeah, I think the other thing too is that with this Kuzan that we established, we can pressure any blocker that's not Sabo, or we can, like, if you don't play Sabo this turn, that Rocket Luffy, or the Luffy will just lose to Rocket Luffy or something like it. So it's just pretty much a call out that we're going to get rid of it. Oh, we're going to get the reduction on the Moria. Interesting.
Oh, there we go. Oh, okay.
Okay, double. Okay, all right. So we cost 1.
And we got a Moria. Okay.
Oh, wait. So
he went Helmeppo, reduced the Moria. Leader swing, reduce it by 1 more, and then going Rebecca Helmeppo, reduce it down to 1.
Okay, sorry. But didn't he put 2 Helmeppos on the board from hand?
I think there was 1 already in play.
Okay. Yeah, that must have been what I missed. Yeah. So it cost 1. So we're just attacking. We're going to be able to get rid of it.
And now there's no pressure, which is, or I guess no pressure is a strong word.
There's less pressure.
There is a lot less pressure. But the Kuzan does live, and there are still 2 blockers from Hicksroy's side.
And we'll be able to get rid of the Luffy, too.
Yep.
And we could block this and just let it go. That's fine. I don't know. I think we're fine. We're fine.
Yeah, if you're planning on playing Moria, you're going to need 3 spots on board, so might as well.
Yeah, and we're about to go into time. So real quick for guys who don't know how time works, we have 10 minutes of overtime, but 2 turns apiece. This is likely going to be turn 0. So from there, it goes from cards remaining in deck, then it goes into cards remaining in life, cards remaining in deck, and then number of cards on board.
Weirdly enough, this Nightmare Luffy that kind of exists a lot for this matchup is one of the most potent cards in overrule.
Yeah, but at the same time, Luffy the leader, we can be at 2 life whenever we want, right?
That is true.
So that's something that's impactful too. But we're going to use Rocket Luffy. We're going to get rid of that. I don't know. I'm a little surprised, right? Because we can, unless we're, I don't know. I'd be a little bit afraid to respect that 5/6 Luffy.
Oh, really? I think it's terrifying.
Yeah, like I feel like we could have gotten rid of that card instead. I think that card's more terrifying than Moria.
Oh, yeah.
I guess what I'm really trying to say.
5 cards in hand for Hicksroy. Probably doing an absurdly large swing at this Nightmare Luffy.
Yeah, but we got Rebecca on board, so like no matter what we do. Oh, we're going, I mean, sure.
I think Cross would probably counter her if he had an extra blockers.
Yeah,
but I think it's just fine either way. Drawn, and yep.
All right, so we are 9K leader. We've got 2 blockers up, and we've got a good amount of cards in hand. So I think Hicksroy's in a fine spot. I don't think we're losing necessarily this turn.
I think Cross has another Moria he might want to play this turn.
Yeah.
Doing 5 at the Kuzan, seeing how much Hicksroy's willing to commit in terms of cards. I would probably always let this die, but if Hicksroy has to go for something that looks like lethal next turn, I think you might just save this and just resign to the fact that you're probably going to have to go for something. Either put your opponent to 0 or try to win in overtime next turn.
Yeah, because I we don't have a hard confirmation, but this is likely turn 1 in OT.
Yep.
And Michael thinking about what we reduce. We're going to reduce the Sabo. So currently a 4 cost. We're just going to block it.
Oh, you just blocked? Okay.
Yeah, for the Kuzan. That's a little scary.
It is.
It's a little scary. But I think with so few cards in hand, no stage, I think you're somewhat safe to say that they might not have any more reduction. Yeah, another more is still good.
Rebecca Helmeppo again.
Yeah.
Yep. Trying to make sure that he can get rid of the active Sabo and then also attack the rest of the board.
Yeah.
And it looks like if Cross has a relatively good turn, or if Hicksroy doesn't defend his board this turn, it looks like a lot of this board's going to go away.
Yeah, I think that Sabo block was a mistake.
I also would agree.
I think we just resigned that. Because we have 2 of them, one's likely just going to get removed anyways.
Look, he's going 8 into the Kuzan, getting rid of the rest of Sabo.
The active Sabo, yeah, both go away.
And yeah, Hicksroy is just letting both those characters die, and then 9 at the Sabo here.
I think you have to defend this, and then hopefully you have Rocket Luffy to go for game next turn. 'Cause otherwise, you're in a really tough spot.
I mean, there's Rocket Luffy in life, so like even just active Luffy or any baby Luffy would be sufficient. Yep, 2 2Ks, and Hicksroy presumably going into turn 2 or turn 3, not entirely sure. And Hicksroy trying to figure out what the best course of action based off of that information might be.
Yeah, so this is Hicksroy's last turn one way or the other, so I think we just have to do it, yeah.
Yep.
And just hope that the cards that we have are good. We're going to use the effect. We're going to pop the Rebecca. And we are 7, 9, 6 with 8 Dawn. So 7, 9, 6, 13, 22 plus 8, 30. We have 3 10Ks. Or we have 10, I think we have 9, 10, 11. If we want that too.
Yep, trying to figure out how to counter here. Has to take.
Taking it, yeah.
And I think the dynamic changes significantly if Hicksroy's turn 2 or turn 3 here.
Yeah.
If he just goes 10 and then is a 7K leader with 4 Dawn up, it's 11. I believe I saw at least 2 2Ks in Cross's hand.
Yeah.
And if he's able to counter out of this, it's a little different.
Yeah, no, we don't know what time's left. Oh, we're taking it. All right.
Yep.
And big 11.
And there's 2K, 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 1. Yep.
And that is enough.
Yep.
All right. We can discard from hand. If we had a 2-drop boy, I think we still do it this turn because we could have played Sabo.
Yep.
We would have lost literally nothing for it. So,
and
I think that was a bit of a mistake too. Because playing 2-drop Sabo, doing the rotation, you'd still just as offensively present, but you're a 9K leader with a Sabo blocker on defense, which is likely better than a 7. So.
And if you just kind of autopilot here, just go 9. Life gone.
Yeah.
Then 9 or 11.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that's it. I think Cross gets it.
And
that's
Cross
it.
winning in overtime. Jeez.
Yeah. Very close game. Very, very close game.
Congrats to Cross for making top 8.
All right. And I'll get the timer set up, but they are good to go. Yeah, all right, they're good to go. All right, so we got an hour on the clock, and we're getting into this. We do have on the left, we've got Wiggy on the left there, who's playing the Nami, versus on the right, Vincent, who's on the Luffy.
Yep. Okay. Looks like there's a 5-cost ace in there, probably a little bit more important than a kid Luffy, or I think it was a baby Luffy in there, so that seems a little bit more relevant, or especially when we're trying to be relatively aggressive.
Yeah, and one thing, I feel obligated to say it every match, but in case you guys are new or don't know, so Nami is a unique leader. It has an alternate win condition, which is pretty rare for this card game. It says that if you have 0 cards in your deck, instead of losing the game, you win the game in general. So the idea for this deck is that you try to get as many cards out of your deck into your trash, into your hand, or other places. You don't aggressively attack normally because you give your opponent more resources, and you try to get that alternate win condition. So It looks like we play the Elder for 5, but looking like we don't find anything, which is a little bit unfortunate, but it does mean we get to stack the bottom 5 of our deck, which is value in its own way.
It is a lot of value, kind of underratedly so. Now, from Vincent's side, he's just trying to get these extra 5K swings in. Going to be there's only 1 Dawn up, so these 5K swings are like relatively useful.
Yeah.
But Wiggy definitely doesn't want to have to deal with these 5K swings if they don't have to. But sometimes you just have to counter out these swings because there's going to be 11K swings from Black Yellow Luffy eventually, and you can't really afford to let that stuff happen.
Yeah, yeah, and we're trying to. Try to get some 5Ks when we know that they can't play White Snake either, so I think that's really impactful. And yeah, and there are, again, if you guys are just joining from the break, our top 8, these are all serial winners, which is fantastic for this. This is, I think, just the second event in the States that have these as prizing, right? The other ones being last week?
These have been available since June, I believe.
Okay.
There's been like a couple regionals in June.
Gotcha. Yes, but it's been a draw since the last drop of these. So
yes.
Since no events with these for in July, but we do have 3 Black Yellow Luffy, 2 Nami, 2 Lucci, and a single Enel as well. So Enel is playing against Nami as well, and then there's 2 of the Black Yellow Luffy and Lucci matches going on as well.
Yep. And Wiggy had one of the most important cards really in this matchup, Asanji's Pilaf, to have on an earlier turn. Wiggy might be able to eventually find the 4 of copy of Blocker, like it's Margaret or something.
Yeah.
She's quite good in this matchup when the swings are going to be as large as like 13K swings. Sometimes you can't really afford to use 2 events just to like defend yourself out of it. Sometimes you just have to let things happen.
Yeah. I will say we also got one of the better cards on our curve. It is the 5/6 Luffy, being able to not only get some card draw, which is really nice, but we can pretty safely go down to 0 life and then maybe set up some like true drop shenanigans. It can get us a lot of value for us, and it's helpful. And also the other card I think is good in this matchup, Rocket Luffy, being able to get rid of the blocker or potentially pop the Kaya if they're trying to snake dance it back into their hand. I think that can be impactful too.
And the Nami player is kind of left in this very weird spot where Black Yellow Luffy doesn't really want to let Nami use its events to counter, especially when Wiggy had to leave up all 5 of its Dawn this turn. So the fact that this is happening is probably quite good for Vincent. The fact that all 5 Dawn was left up, and now he gets to spend his entire turn building an even more absurd board while kind of wasting all of Wiggy's Dawn for that one turn.
Yeah, I would say traditionally this matchup is just like swing as many 5s as you can, just be really aggressive because you know it takes 1 card of their hand every time. But kind of like the newer way to play this matchup is that if you can't really do a lot with your attack, like if you rather just go wider instead of a turn next turn, you're okay with just not attacking. There's just a lot of opportunity costs where, sure, they get like 1 more turn, so they get like 1 more net draw. But if you don't feel like your attacks are that impactful anyways, you're just giving them free value. All right, so we're doing some manipulation, but we do have the ace here. One of the better cards for us. We do have to actually go use our leader effect because at any point, if we go to 0, Nami can like discard, put 10 on leader and go for game. Weirdly enough, so you do have to respect that. But
does Vincent have another 5 cost to put in his life from his trash? I don't think so.
Don't think so.
An interesting dynamic that happens sometimes.
Yeah, I think we still put the ace there just in case, but it is a bit of a rough.
Looks like Vincent's choosing to be aggressive this turn, just going 7 with the ace and just going 8-11 or 8-9, which is perfectly fine. If Wiggy gets to use a relatively good card like White Snake this turn, it's like not the most comfortable spot for Wiggy to be in, but at the very least, getting all these cards out of Nami's hands can be pretty useful.
Yeah, I think the other thing too is that we do want to make if we can kind of like bait them into attacking, it'd be pretty good. But we are going to be playing the white smoke there, being able to use that to be a 6K leader, very strong, and help us get out of. Just be a 6K leader on defense is great.
Yeah, it looks like it's a White Snake plus Usopp Rubberband to mill that 1 card. The Marjorie blocker's gone, and yeah, getting Wiki getting to use all of that Dawn to get these counters, or get that counter or attack countered is actually quite nice. And the fact that we get to go Snake Dance to bounce the Kaya to have something more proactive to do next turn is also going to be quite good.
100%.
And yeah, now you get to comfortably take this 9K swing, and if there's a relevant trigger,
ooh, which there is one.
Snake Dance trigger, does it bounce a character? Yeah, it bounces one of your own.
Yeah.
And to bounce one of their 5s, I believe.
Yeah, but that's also a searcher, right? So still good. And then, again, that Luffy is probably one of the better cards. But at least, all right, if we didn't have a card to discard,
there we go.
We now have 2 in rotation, which is very funny. So not all negatives. There are some silver linings to it. But at least he didn't. He made the right play, I guess, by not doing it immediately.
Yep. Now Wiki gets to play double Searcher this turn, or at least Gloriosa plus Kaya. Kind of keep going through the deck, and the fact that that trigger got to get rid of a relevant attacker is going to buy Wiki a lot more time than he normally wouldn't have.
Yeah.
Yep. There's double checking the leader buffs plus the life.
Yeah, I think they're also mentioning that some people don't recognize that Luffy can add cards from trash and hand to life.
That's true.
Most people just think it's trash, but it's both, which is really convenient in situations like this.
Gloriosa finding a Love Beam. Definitely always a good hit. Almost any card is a good hit sometimes when you're playing this deck.
Yeah.
As long as you just get one extra card out of your deck, you get to kind of have a lot more velocity. Make sure you get to 0 cards in deck a little bit sooner. And get that Kaya going. Wiki probably can't afford to play a peel off that I saw in the hand.
Yeah,
but
double impel down All-Stars out of hand.
Awesome. Yep, Vincent's #1 priority this turn is probably just build a board.
That card literally says build a board.
Yeah, build the board workshop.
Yeah, but I think double 2-drop is kind of the play if we have it.
There should be a baby ace in the trash, right? You always just play the Moria.
Yeah, I guess so.
Oh yeah, I see the Kuzan.
Oh, we got this may be max rarity. We see all the all art boys. I saw some manga sabos in that top 5.
You gotta put some respect on the word maximum.
You do.
That's not maximum rarity. There's not championship Kuzans, but I think it's like almost exactly there. Besides that one card.
Yeah.
And that's a gorgeous piece in and of itself. Getting manga sabos is also fun. Yep. And honestly, I think playing Moria might just be better here. At least getting an extra 9K body. 9Ks are like basically the ideal sizing for this matchup. And sure, your leader would be slightly bigger if you didn't play the Moria, but I do think the extra attackers are a little bit more important.
All right. Yeah, just
got a 7 in there. If there's another white snake, it's gonna be a pretty annoying spot to be in.
100% agree. But for one,
we just got
the gavel there. Yep, discarding 2. White snake. Snake Dance
times 2.
Which is actually really good to see. So 3 are out of rotation with that Kaya still there. So we're gonna do another 2-cost copy of the ace. Use the effect.
Yep. You probably want to do 9s here because of the fact that you have a Love Beam.
Yeah.
But obviously, if you want this Luffy in play, it's a different.
You could be really greedy, and you could play 8 for Moria, and just say, you know what? I don't think I have enough counter if they put 10 on leader and go for it. It'd be super greedy.
I'm a simple man. I would do it every time. What are they gonna do? Leave up none of their Dawn?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's just saying like, I win or you win. Yeah. Make a decision.
Yeah. Wiki pretty comfortably gets the Love Beam, draw a card, and probably resign to taking a large leader swing.
Yeah. Also, we did use I believe an extra Dawn for something this turn, so I don't think we have the extra. I think we used the event, right? So I think we don't have the Dawn ready for it.
Only 8. That's brutal. A second level of beam there, getting that. getting to preserve all your life is kind of painful. But probably another Luffy's coming in.
At that point, though, I probably wouldn't have attacked 8. I would have maybe just decided to not even attack.
Probably. Sounds like Vincent probably doesn't have a baby Luffy in hand. Otherwise, they probably would have done that instead. The truth.
The blocker.
The blocker.
I really do wonder if this archetype was built, because you never see like Boa actually play any of this Kuja Pirate stuff, right?
Yeah, unfortunately.
If it was a known, like, hey, Nami takes advantage of these cards, or not, or if that was just unintentional. Because you read this card and it says, oh, this is really good for Nami, right? Like, you read that every time, and you think
I read the words draw a card, and I think it's pretty good for Nami.
Yes.
On if it was in.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think a lot of designers probably didn't really kind of look at the overlap between how good this deck would be for, or this card would be for Nami. But I think the deck is relatively unexplored in the game as a whole at this point. So I think it's relatively excusable to not have everything on lock.
Yeah. And it wasn't accusatory either. It was more of curiosity.
7/7, getting a bunch of large swings in, which is pretty good.
And they've seen, another copy of White Snake, so 6K leader, and then we need a little extra bump from there.
Getting Usopp's rubber band. Is Vincent probably just playing a Moria this turn? Is that what the problem is?
Likely. We have what? We have an 8K from. Did we? Yeah, we used the Luffy effect on that, but we can play it this turn, right? Or attack with it this turn?
Yeah, we can. Okay. Vincent's trying to figure out the rest of his attacks, and I think it looks like Moria is Vincent's plan this turn. So you can't really afford to like make the 4-cost events better or the 4K events better.
These love loves have been fantastic.
Yeah, I think that's all 4.
Yeah, I believe you're right.
Yeah,
but we will be able to. I think we have two cost aces, right?
I think so. Might be ace plus something else.
Yeah, probably Sabo, just for a little safety, right?
Oh, something. Discard that manga. Yeah. And so another 7 at lead, and the 11 at lead. Wiggy's probably going to be blocking one and countering out of the other. Getting your block in while you can is pretty important, because the Egghead Luffys are always looming. Might as well get the block of the 11.
Yeah. I agree.
Yep.
Man, this is a this is a very shiny deck.
That's a glare. Awesome. And we got an 11. And we got a peel off out of life. Draw 2, get those extra cards going. I don't think we're exactly at the point where we need to start counting cards in deck for Wiggy. But we should be in like the high 20, mid 20-ish range, which is not bad. Kind of going through the spot at 3 life when your opponent has a full board, it's a lot more comfortable. But I think Wiggy kind of has to plan to end this game relatively soon, to be completely honest. But I think Nami is relatively easy to play in the early turns, but these later turns are always so complicated because of trying to evaluate how much Dawn you need to leave up versus how much time, or whether you need to just like play characters, doing stuff like that. And trying to choose your battles based off of that is always super interesting. From Wiggy's side, I wonder what his plan is.
Yeah, we don't really look like we have a lot of events. I mean, we've been able to cycle with the Kuja Pirates pretty, with the level of Mellow very consistently, but the rest is tough. Yeah, but this is a situation where I think the matchup slides into Black Yellow's favor when we are just able to consistently get all these like 7K attacks. It reminds me of like if you're able to play Reiju and you get like each G every turn out. Sure, you can counter out, but eventually you're going to run out of resources.
Looks like it has a Kaya happening too. Draw 1, draw 2. And trash Perform.
Yeah, I think 2 times 2. Yeah.
Yeah, extra, not really relevant in this deck, but it is an extra Kuja Pirate for Gloriosa. Yeah. And sometimes you can just play relatively unplayable cards just because they're an extra card you can search with your searchers.
And it's a draw 1 out of life. And
that's true.
Yeah, you have these Kayas, you have your Gavels, you have so many cards that just say discard 1 that you can be, as mentioned, like a little bit greedier with these normally unusable cards.
Yep. And I do think a lot of Vincent's play this turn is just going to be about making the sizing of his attacks as annoying as possible.
Yeah, because we have, I think, 5 Dawn available for Nami.
Yep.
No blockers up. Likely a Gavel on a 7. Yikes.
There's going to be a lot of 9s afterwards. I probably would have started with a 9, to be completely honest.
Yeah.
I mean, there is like always a threat of White Snake, but I do think you need to get larger swings in spots like this. Especially when you have a full board, all you really want to be doing with your Dawn is just keep playing things.
Yeah, but with
attacking.
1, 2. They
have sub 10.
Thin.
That is terrifying.
It is a thin deck. And so we know in hand it's double 2K and a Gavel right now.
I think so.
So regardless, this takes 2 cards out of hand. And we still have a lot of attacks going for it. And we...
Gavel. Oh, it's Apis Kaya. Oh, yeah. Trash 2.
Yeah, so 1 left.
And now Vincent's in a spot where he needs this life to be pretty fortunate.
Yeah. I would consider 7 here.
Yep.
6 is fine, too.
There's 1 card in Wiggy's hand.
Yeah. So it would need to be like a Mellow, which I think we've seen all of them at this point.
Yep. We've only seen 2 Impel, or we've seen 3 Impel Down All-Stars.
Yeah.
So there might be 1 in life. Wiggy probably has a way better understanding of what's in his life than we do at this point.
Yeah.
Double Gloriosa means he basically knows what the bottom cards are if he's been keeping track of that stuff nonstop.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 1 in hand. Do you want to get out of a 6? So here's the thing. If this doesn't go through, I just pass. I don't give them any cards in life because I won't be able to finish this turn, and those extra 3 cards could be really impactful.
Yeah, maybe relatively easy for Wiggy to win.
Yeah, unless I can like establish another like rush ace somehow. Yeah, it would be. If I have 2-drop ace, maybe I would cycle there. I could maybe push for 1 for that one, but yeah, we're counting, we're thinking.
Taking the 6. No trigger from Wiggy's side. There's an 8.
That's a dangerous 8.
That is a dangerous 8. 9.
9. Oh, that's. Oh, he's taking them too. Oh man.
This 9's really hard to take. You have to counter out of this one, I think.
Yeah, if you have it, right.
But another ace would be very terrifying.
Yeah.
White Snake, and he has another Gavel.
Oh, if we have a.
Oh, Rubber Band 2K is also fine.
Yeah, there's a lot that we can just win on. Gavel.
Yep. Trash 2.
Trash 2.
Oh, is that exactly 2 cards?
Exactly 2 cards. Yeah, he gets it. All right, there it is. There we go. All right, Wiggy takes game 1. I would say narrowly.
Yes.
Narrowly getting the cards we need for trash. Got some good sequencing for their event cards. Triple Kai is pretty intimidating.
Yep.
And we're going to go into game number 2. All right, and so who is top seed in that one? Let's double check on that. So we have, again, we have Vincent, who's our Luffy player, who's 3rd seed, and Nami there. Also, shouts to Justin, who just walked by. Unsurprisingly, Enel not doing well against the the Nami matchup. So we have Nami guaranteed top 4, and if Wiggy wins one more, we have 2 Namis in our top 4. We had 2 at the start of the day. They've made it through so far, top 32, top 16. Likely, a solid chance for double getting out of top 8. So definitely going on a tear.
Yep. I think Nami only really has one really uncomfortable matchup in this current meta game with RP Law. And the fact that RP Law was a relatively unsuccessful deck this weekend is going to let Nami be very, very powerful.
100%. Yeah, we had 4 at the start of the day. I think they were whittled away by once we got to top 8. Yeah, because I think we only had 2 survive into top 16, and then we had Law versus Luffy where it lost. And then we also had Law versus both Law versus Luffy's, and Luffy's were able to overcome both those matchups.
But if we just have a bunch of BYs and Namis in this top 4, I think we kind of have to redefine what the metagame looks like in the North American region.
Yeah. So I think this is, I don't know, I've been, in my head, Nami has tipped the scales from inconsistent to a little bit too consistent. So I've been personally feeling that a little bit because I know that it's been punishing a lot of decks. But I do think we do see Lucci getting ways to interact with it. The fact that we can play 6-cost Brook to put more cards back into their deck is nice. But just the amount of cards they draw, the amount of cards that can trigger out of life is obnoxiously good too. And I think White Snake too. I think that's been a strong card for the deck as well.
It's been a very, very very, very powerful card. Not because it's obscenely broken. It just really changes how you want to play against Nami and what you should be attacking and why. And having that access to that card like that is very, very potent in this deck. Ooh, okay. Now we've got Vincent game 2. I believe he'd probably choose second.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, if you want your super aggressive, going first is kind of nice because then you can go he
chose first.
Okay, yeah. Okay. I think it makes sense for this matchup. You can get some greedier plays, especially when you know that you're never going to lose with not having enough life. All right, we're going to go big 8.
Probably counter this if you can. Yep, just love it. Yep. There's not many 8s you can get value out of in this matchup, so just countering out of the 8s with 4-cost events is usually the best sign.
Yeah.
Let's see if Wiggy has the blocker or the P-Law. In this case, it's the P-Law.
Yep.
Getting extra cards is so good when your opponent has relatively limited threats, and you can get relatively comfortable with these 5K and 6K swings.
Yeah. So we're going to have 5. I think what you'd want to do is be able to play a 5-drop Luffy if you have it. You could also do a fancy Hiyori into something and get a bigger swing. If I can only attack 7, be worried.
Interesting. Okay, so Hiyori.
Yeah.
Putting in a Luffy or something and swinging 9 or 8.
8, and then being able to take the life too, so you're able to get that. Yeah, I think this is a really strong play.
Yep.
Obviously, you could have done this going second as well, but there's a Moria. Yeah, not a big deal. Luffy should also be a 7K leader right now.
Yep.
And we got a big 8.
The 8K swing, force him to have the gavel if Wiggy does have it.
Yeah, gavel would be pretty upsetting.
Does not exist here, so you get to take that. No triggers either, so. The 8K swing was definitely pretty good there, and you have an extra 8K body this turn is going to be very, very good, obviously.
Yeah, so obviously we wish it was 9, right? But being able to be a constant 8K. And we got another Sanji's Pilaf, so a good amount of card draw already from Wiggy. But you do have to be careful because I think there's going to be a lot of pressure coming on the other side.
I do think Vincent this next turn really wants to do a lot of 9s or 10s. It's going to be the main way to get these next 2 life is to make these sizes relatively annoying.
Ooh, and we get the rush ace off the top too. So we're down to 1 life, which means that we would be able to play it. We have 7 Dawn right now. So if we have a way to take another card from our life too, it would be we could use our leader effect. So probably doing some math to try to figure that out.
I weirdly might not play anything and just go 10-10 this turn.
I'm not against it. Like those are really good numbers. If you make it so like they don't use their Dawn, you feel good too.
Yep. And with 3 Dawn, like it's not the easiest to get out of those 10K swings. You probably have to spew a lot of cards and have to use counter instead of using actual events for the most part. So there's a 5 in there. If this White Snake happens, we're not really happy. But this is a spot of this turn. Look at the top 3.
Still isn't sparking a lot of joy, right?
Yeah. I want cards out of my trash, or out of my deck. So Usopp Rubber Band of Doom is like my dream, or White Snake.
Of course. Yeah, I think like Spada is usually like one of the weaker cards in the deck. No, and we're bottom decking 3. Interesting. Oh, we're not putting 5 on Hiyori now, are we?
Surprise.
No, I think...
hard to play ace.
Yep. We're going to go 7, and then we can go 11 with this other Luffy as well, so...
And just 10, but yeah.
Yeah, sorry, yeah. But you get the guaranteed... Oh, we didn't... And we had too many cards for that Love Mellow to get out of it, so or to get the card draw, so... oh, wow, they must be hard bricking.
Pilaf looks at the top 5, right?
No. This is White.
Oh, sorry, White Snake.
Yeah, it looks top 5. You don't get any actual card advantage. So the fact that we had to bottom deck 3 and then we're having to rearrange 5, that is quite the. That just says what's in hand right now.
Yep.
Yeah, that seems pretty rough.
We have a blocker. This 3rd Pilaf. There's a lot of card draw happening.
Yeah, and we do get the card draw, but we don't get the. Well, we haven't really got any good defense, but we're starting with the Kaya train.
Found a Kaya. There we go. Did Wiki draw off the Kaya yet?
I don't think so. No, I think Vincent's letting him know. No, he did not. I think he just wanted to get those Impel Down All-Stars. So.
I would love to get Perfume Fumer and Impel Down All-Stars on my hand either.
All right, we're going discard 2, draw 2. Vincent's like, no, I could have got away with it. Good sport for sure. And how much Dawn we got left open?
It's 4.
4, yeah. So go for it.
This is like a very different game from the last game. Not in terms of like pressure, but in terms of life. Like this matchup's really about trying to get as much life out of Nami while making it inconvenient for them. And Nami at this point last game was at 4 life pretty comfortably, whereas being at 3 life this turn kind of gives Vincent a lot of flexibility to kind of just keep doing large swings and forcing Wiggy to give extra cards when he probably wouldn't want to.
Yeah. I think I personally, if we have a way to rocket Luffy, okay, we play Flampe, which we could have just used our Luffy effect to accomplish the same thing, right?
Yeah, it's about the same, but maybe you're effectively turning the Flampe into a different card, so maybe you just want to draw a different one, but I think I probably would just...
That's fair, like you get more card draw, but I think the best thing is that if we had access to Rocket Luffy, I'd be really tempted to get rid of this Kaya. Because Snake Dance I think would try to get it back to hand, and right now Wiggy has a lot of cards in hand. I think he's got like 8 cards, right?
Yeah,
and so this is almost assuredly...
I would snap off a Snake Dance here.
If we had it, immediately.
Oh, he's White Snaking.
Oh, okay. White Snaking, okay.
And then probably Usopp's Rubber Band if you're doing it this way.
Yeah, because it's 6 to 7 right now.
Yeah.
Or 2K that we have in hand.
Yep.
Vincent thinking.
Another 8K swing. Is there a 4 cost or a 4K event to make sure you counter out of this one? We got the Rubber Band.
An extra 1K. All right.
Okay.
So, I mean, looks like to me we don't have a Snake Dance, which is great. We're going to use Leader Effect. Hopefully we have another Ace in rotation as well. So Ace and then also a 5 cost Saba.
Yep.
Nice.
Probably just acing and doing what? It's 10-10. 10-10 is probably the best you can do.
10-10 is really good, especially with them at 3 life. But it looks like we're just going to go Sabo. Okay.
Sabo's not bad. I think the Sabo didn't really accomplish much, though. Yeah, I think I would just much prefer the 10-10 there.
I mean, we still go 9-11, right? So, like, it's still the same number of
But
Dom.
they're a 6K leader, so now all of a sudden, like, Gavel's good.
Yeah.
But I assume that Wiggy didn't really have one before, so.
Oh, there's the rubber band, all right.
Draw one, trash one.
Yeah.
Yep.
Free chance. Oh, there's a snake dance. And then
the 11.
The 11.
Or 12, sorry.
12. Oh, okay. He could have gone 10-12, so. But I think he's just using this. Oh, it's spot off there.
Yep.
So
Draw 2, trash 1.
Yeah. Honestly, that's been my least favorite thing about this deck is that we run. I'm sure the exact number is not this, but like 20 cards that say draw 1, trash 1, just mill it, and it's so difficult. You give them so much advantage when the closer they get to losing, right? Yep. So that's been one of my bigger annoyances with this deck.
Yep. And now Wiggy's in a lot more uncomfortable spot because based on the sizing of these upcoming attacks, Wiggy might not have to leave up most, if not all, of the Dawn besides like a time for like a Kaio or a Marjorie just to like buy time.
Yeah.
But it feels like Black Yellow Luffy just needs to make some relatively large swings happen. It's going to be pretty easy for them to keep dominating. Wiggy also has a much more cards in the deck than he did last game.
Yeah, I think Vincent's been on a... this has been a better game for him on this, but...
Yep.
I don't know. There's so many times where I find myself as this Black Yellow Luffy player where I'm in this position like, oh, I have so many big bodies on board. They're all chunky. They've got so many cards left in deck. I'm feeling very confident. And then all of a sudden, you know, a couple attacks in, their deck is half the size. Their hand is about the same size. And it's just intimidating. So hopefully I would say that we can get like a Rocket Luffy to be able to pop the blocker.
Yep.
I think that would be impactful. But we're just starting 7, which is
starting relatively small, trying to get some characters out of the way.
Yeah.
White Snake. And got some rubber bands for us. Spada.
Yeah, and these spotters have been, again, they're good for getting out of attacks and setting up our sequencing, but they do go hand minus.
Yep.
And we're bottom decking 3 again, so I think we know the bottom 6 of our deck at this point.
Did the White Snake leave on top? I think it did, right? Top 5
yes,
triggered.
it did, yes, when we triggered it, yeah. All right, so 4 Dawn open. We still got all of our Dawn and a intimidating amount of attacks, but it looks like we're just going to go another 7.
Single to 2K or something along those lines should be good enough here.
Yeah, I would have attacked with our 8 cost or 5/8 Luffy. I think that would have been the better just to see how they react. Oh, ooh, Gavel for a
Vincent
plus.
Had the read.
Man, that is intimidatingly. That seems like Vincent's going to be able to apply a lot of pressure if that's your best move. And man, you're like, oh man, I feel so close. And like against any other deck, like this position is completely different, right? Mm-hmm. I've got so many cards on board. You've got 1 life. I can go for game, but Nami is just built different. 6-6.
Yep. Pretty easy 1K if Wiggy has it. Oh, these cost. Oh, White Snake.
Oh, a 7K. Okay, but only 1 Dawn left open. We could go. I think investing the rest of our Dawn for our big attacks is good.
I also probably would have, but looks like Vincent's resigned to the Moria this turn.
I think at this point our board is already wide enough. We didn't really need this. I guess we can get like...
This is Egghead Luffy plus like another blocker sabo, I guess.
Yeah, because they still have a blocker up.
Yep.
Yeah, use the effect. Discard Egghead. Get the... Yeah, this is probably fine.
Yeah, it's probably more than fine.
Use the effect, get rid of that. I think just paying 2 for Kid Luffy though, if we had it in hand already, was likely just better. but this will likely put them down to 0 life.
Yeah, almost assuredly. The 8 is different, but the 11's probably good.
And
I do only the 11, interestingly.
I do the 8 first, yeah.
Oh.
Okay. Oh, Kaya back into hand. Oh.
No. I think I know what's about to happen.
No. Oh, boy.
All right, now Wiggy needs to figure out what's the plan this turn.
All right, this is actually kind of scary, though.
Oh, he just died.
Oh, he just dies.
He
okay.
could not counter out of
All right, I was ready. I was ready for it. 15 on Nami, taking the game, but not the case. And in Vincent's happiness.
Surprised Wiggy didn't want to counter with the Kaya there. I know it was like uncomfortable to counter with the Kaya there, but I think you just need that extra turn.
Yeah. Well, no, you couldn't have countered with Kaya.
We double White Snake that turn, right?
Oh, did we have just a Kaya in hand?
Yeah.
But that was the one that we got from
the end of the game. He had 2 Kayas in hand.
Oh, he had 2 Kayas in hand. Okay, yeah. Because if we added one back, but that was from the trigger of the card, so it wasn't in hand during that one. But regardless, we are going to game 3. Vincent's got one on the board, and 20 minutes. That should be comfortable enough to close this one out.
Yep.
Also, for people asking, so the other Nami player did beat Enel, which is not too surprising. Also, on table 1, we do have Metallic Dragon, who we saw on top 32, beat Lucci. So it's Black Yellow Luffy versus Nami on the top table on the other side.
Yep.
And then we have this one, the winner of this one. So we still have Cross, who won our previous match playing against another Black Yellow Luffy. And then the winner of that one will play the winner of the game that we're watching right now. So Black Yellow Luffy, Nami, winner of this match as well, and then either Lucci or another Black Yellow Luffy.
Awesome. I wonder what Wiggy's going to choose from his perspective.
Yeah.
Because I mean, I've played this matchup very, very little, but from my understanding, I thought Nami almost always wanted to go second. But maybe this matchup's big 5-cost characters kind of changes the dynamic a little bit more. So if Wiggy kind of chooses to go first the same way that Vincent's choosing to go first, I could probably need to dive into this matchup a little bit more and understand it a little bit better.
Yeah. All right. Looks like we've got our opening hands understood.
Game 3. Yep, and Vincent's going first. Got the turn 1 Flampe.
Yep, and passing from there. Yeah, I think most decks are off the turn 1 Flampe against most matches, just because you want to be able to do it on the turn that your opponent needs to. But being able to use it here and use it aggressively. Oh, if we get the good 2-drop or 5-drop in life, we could go off pretty hard right now. Yeah, we want to make sure that
just play the 5-cost Luffy, the Deck 13 Luffy, and just have a lot of fun.
Oh yeah, if we have 2-cost Luffy and 5-cost there, yeah, we're off to the races.
Ooh, okay. We are firing off.
Oh, there's 3 blocker Sabos in there. And there it is. All right. And just passing from there, deciding not to attack, which I think is fine. Just means that they would have been able to use their Dawn efficiently and kind of puts them in a weird turn with only 4 up right now.
Yep. Ideally, it's blocker or Sabo this turn. If they have it, it's pretty good. Other than that, it's pretty lackluster.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. It's one of them. In this case, it's just the blocker.
All right. Yeah, just blockers, fine. It kind of does the same thing as a peel-off if it doesn't get removed, right?
Yep.
Oh, we're going to play Emporia, which I'm a big fan of. Does it say top or bottom? Because you know that cards have...
The default is top or bottom with those cards, but don't quote me on that.
Yeah. Yeah, let me bring up Emporia.
Got it. And there is an Egghead Luffy, like we were talking about, getting rid of that blocker, getting Wiggy down to 4 life. It's probably way too costly to counter out of this 9 if I was in his spot. But if you really want to use a gavel and a 2K, I think that's perfectly fine here.
Yeah.
Spotted just to fix the hand and take it anyways.
Maybe, yeah. It just means that our hand is just rough.
Oh, it was only a 7K. I apologize.
Yeah. Sorry, yeah. So, but it's still like a 2K, 1K. So, gavel, you get 2 cards out of hand regardless. So.
Yeah. Bottom with the Spada. And take it anyways. Okay.
All right, passing it back.
It's always interesting trying to find those spots when Nami's playing where they want to just use their Dawn to fix their hand or look at the top cards or just draw something, even at the cost of taking a life anyways. Perfume Fumer and Spada. Yeah, relatively lackluster cards getting discarded off Kaya here.
All right, we've got...
Dawn up.
Yeah, so probably another blocker.
Yep.
Oh, P-Lock.
Yep.
Okay, yeah.
The fact that Vincent didn't play a 5-cost that stayed in play last turn kind of gives Woogie a little bit more time to keep playing these 3-costs, P-Lofts or Marjories and just keep chilling.
Yeah, agreed. We're down to 1 life for Luffy, which we can probably get down to 0 if we want to.
Yep.
I'd be moderately tempted to try to get rid of that Kaya with them having 2 open, because that just says they want to play the white snake or the snake dance to get rid of it, but we'll have to see. Oh yeah, all right.
6-7 lead. Is there a gavel in our midst? Just a 2-cost, 4-cost event. Snake dance would be perfectly fine.
Snake
here.
dance is great here, I think.
We are gaveling.
Gaveling, okay. Which you, I think Vincent's happy to see this. Just means that I think there's just better things for 2. And having to get rid of a
white snake.
A white snake, yeah. And getting rid of a Kaya off the top of the deck too. Kaya and blocker. Okay. Yeah, those are good mills for Vincent.
Just 5-cost Sabo. Okay.
Yeah.
Vincent's a little bit slow on the uptake here. They have to spend a lot of time.
Oh, and double aces too.
Yep.
Yeah, I would if I had a way to attack with that Emporio, I think that would have been good there. But especially with them only having 1 Dawn open. Mm-hmm. But we'll see.
Yep. I think this is still another turn where Wiggy can spend it playing Marjorie with 1. I think Wiggy only spent 1 Dawn to play this Marjorie.
Let me make sure real quick.
Yeah. Just double checking. Oh, yeah, perfect. All right. We fixed it. Don't worry. I think they caught it like 2 seconds in. Not that big of a deal. Just making sure. Yeah, Marjorie drew 1 card. Did Wiggy draw? Yeah, I think Wiggy drew 1 card already. Yeah, Wiggy trying to figure things out in terms of what the planning for the next turn is, the next couple turns. Nami planning is probably some of the most complicated, it feels like.
Yeah, it's pretty precise because, unlike something like traditionally more like that for Dofi where you will eventually see the cards, you have this mix of milling cards and drawing cards. Sometimes you have to take a hit and then that card triggers and mills it. So it's very difficult to feel confident on what cards you're putting on top sometimes.
Looks like is a Moria coming in?
Looks like it. So get rid of 2 bodies.
Is it like a Hiyori?
So Luffy.
Flampe Luffy?
Flampe Luffy. But we don't have a way to put cards back into our life right now.
I'm curious what the plan is this turn.
Yeah.
Maybe he's wanted to put a 9K in play.
I guess so. Right, chances of, I was going to say, blocker and Kaya and leader going for game.
Oh, yeah.
5K leader, yeah.
I think it's a little too ambitious to do something like that.
Yeah, we could do. We could put the femur on the blocker.
It's, 10 unblockables, pretty good.
Pretty scary.
But yeah, we kind of just choosing the role of just, let's just keep doing our thing and just relax this game is probably a little bit better. Gloriosa finding a Love beam is pretty nice. The also, MVP of game 1.
Also, I think I misspoke. Even though it's the femur is a Kuja Pirates, I think it only hits the warlords,
right?
right?
It's warlords.
Yeah.
Kaya, the real warlord.
Yeah, exactly. Unless there's a promotion I wasn't aware of. Not a target. So, oh well. I don't think that was the play, no matter what.
We got Hanger in.
We do.
The real mirror breaker of Nami has been showing up a lot recently. Both Nami decks, or since Nami doesn't like to attack, this card has been existing a lot recently as a way to beat decks that kind of like refuse to attack you for a large majority of the game. Especially in the mirror, this card is the main way to be super proactive.
Yeah, because in the mirror, the only way that your opposing Nami player can get rid of it is attacking it, and giving your opponent a counter window is absurdly good.
Do you think the Flampe is going to get in there? Or the Luffy.
Oh, man. I mean, yeah, Luffy before we use the effect. Oh, it's tempting. Yeah, we definitely got to get rid of this, the hanger on board. It's representing too much value.
There's now enough small characters that all need to be addressed, which is kind of silly. Vincent, getting both Egghead Luffy and Ace in life. Using that Luffy, or a little Luffy they used the turn before to finally get Egghead Luffy in play to probably get rid of this. Kaya over the blocker. Okay.
Yeah. And I think the idea for this is just we are okay with the block, but giving them the potential of another Kaya in hand is kind of rough.
Oh yeah, Flampe is doing work.
I almost would have blocked with that because you'd still have to attack into both things anyways, right?
That's true. But the Ivankov could have gotten in there.
That's true. That's true. But you need that blocker because we're at 0 life. It's very low. But on the other hand, though, we have a 9K, a 7K, 9K, 6K. With quite a few Dawn left over, so I think we're going to be able to press a lot of advantage here. Ooh. Thing is, we've got a wide hand for Wiggy.
6 Dawn?
6 Dawn open, a blocker 4 life.
I think 11's a bit too big.
Yeah, I agree. I think
10's probably
9 or 10, yeah.
With 4 Dawn remaining, if you did a 10, you could have put 3 Dawn on Ace and did another 10 and did something else afterwards.
All right, question.
God.
If this 11 goes in, okay, well, never mind. But this 11 goes in, okay? We have backup 11. If they take it, do you stop attacking?
I'd probably do the last 11 with the Ace.
Yeah.
But in spots where my subsequent swings would be a lot smaller, I probably would just move on.
Yeah.
I think it's a really important thing to sometimes kind of like waft in this matchup, just getting your swing in and getting the life gone. Because if you get to tax their Dawn in really uncomfortable ways, you can get a lot of advantage, especially when your board is dominating as this one.
Yeah, I think there's some weird scenarios where you do try to go like really tall to make it weird for them to put so much Dawn into it, and then if they don't invest the Dawn, you just pass from here.
Yep.
So yeah, he's taken this 11. The snake dance.
There you go, bouncing Ace.
Ace, yeah.
And now the actual swing remaining is a 10.
This goes on. Yeah, I would just pass from here. Yep. They wasted 6 Dawn.
That's a good exchange.
Yeah, I think it's a really good exchange. And we got your boy Kuzan on board too.
Gotta get the time in the limelight for a little bit longer.
We do.
1, 2, 3. Playing Pilaf. Woogie's been drawing a fair amount of cards this game. I'm curious how many cards are actually in deck.
Yeah.
The countering hasn't been as fluid, of course, but things have felt pretty good in terms of getting cards out of the deck. Ooh, we're getting the Flampe gone. Or is that Sabo being being sturdy and blocking?
Ah, man.
All right, 7 Dawn for Wiggy. And you kind of get left in these spots a lot where you have to leave a lot of Dawn up. These are spots where I probably would start large to kind of get value out of the thing that we talked about. So I'd probably be starting with like 10s or something, or 9s at the very least. After that swing, now it's just like what Vincent wants to do with the rest of his attacks. I know he's Moria flooded, which is good in some matchups, but not like the best in this matchup. If Wiggy has a second White Snake here, it's going to be gross.
Oh, you need to bounce something back into your own hand.
Sorry, White Snake, not
White Snake. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, just buff up to a 7K leader.
There's too many snakes on this gosh darn deck list.
Yeah. Oops, all snakes.
All right, we're gonna so we spot out of this one. I think it wouldn't be terrible to, because I think if we have Moria, we'd be able to play another. What's his name? Another ace.
Yep.
So I think that's fine. So I think we have a 2 cost, and then the ace is in hand, so we just have to pitch it from hand.
Yep.
All right. Never mind.
Committing that 1 Dawn.
Playing the event
off Moria.
Even though I think it just got us 2 copies of the 2 cost.
Okay. Maybe the Ivankov will get in there.
At this point, I think it's worth it to just play 5, or just do the ace, get another 7K attack in, maybe make it 8 if we're feeling it, and then we can potentially, we'd be a 7K leader, 1 life, but then we'd probably attack with Ivankov too.
Get that 10 in.
Yeah, get the 10.
Make him give the 3 cards total or a 2 cost event. Either taxing the Dawn significantly or taxing the cards. Either one's fine.
Yeah.
Wiggy does have plenty of cards in hand, but as it is right now, Vincent's not really fighting about the cards in hand. It's about the Dawn.
Yeah.
Love.
And we have too many for that. Oh, no.
And a Gloriosa. Okay.
Yeah, again, very telling that we'd rather use that with no additional investment or like cycle with it. Yep. So a little rough there.
Yep.
For 2, we're going to play the ace. Use the effect. And then if we have like another Luffy, I mean, playing Luffy over Kuzan's better just because we...
I think I probably would just not even play another baby here. If you just went 10-10 with your leader and the ace, I think it's a little bit better.
Yeah.
But as it is right now, we're going 9 and 11. Kind of same as last game. But now these 4 cost events, or these 4K events, are a little bit too potent.
Oh, we're going to go 8 and then... Yeah. 8 and then what?
13,
12?
12.
Yeah.
Yep. So get a gavel in there. Rubber band, Kaya, or Apis, and then trashing that 1 card. And it looks like this 12 is definitely getting that.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised if it did not. So big 12 going in. No trigger. Down to 2 life for Wiggy, and I'm gonna guess 18 cards.
Ooh, I think it's closer to. I'm gonna guess closer to 15.
Yeah, I was saying 15 to 20 range. I guess optimistic for the Luffy player.
Yeah, Team Luffy. For
yes,
sure.
Guilty.
I think Wiggy's probably going to pass the turn with all this Dawn up. I think I saw, maybe if he has a Kaya, that might be
another
play.
OP Law.
Okay. Going this low on Dawn is usually a sign of desperation, but if...
Because we only have 4 Dawn active now, right?
We do have a blocker at least.
But it's very... we can remove it without losing any Dawn, too. We'd need to find another Luffy, but I think the best play at 4 Dawn, we attack with like Sabo, and then we get to replace it.
Yep. Lucky, I see a lot of Impel Down All-Stars. I think there's 2.
Using another Dawn for Kaya, too. Well, this is risky.
It's going to be a precarious turn. If you have the Gavels, and I don't think Wiki has used many this game, you can definitely buy yourself a lot of time. And get those Impel Down All-Stars out of there. We're not here for it.
And we've got, I think, 6 or 7 in hand. But yeah, only having 3 Dawn open is pretty scary.
And Vincent probably should be attacking in a way to make this Dawn a lot more painful. If that's the case, I probably wouldn't do many 7s. I think I try to do as many 9s as possible because Wiggy can't really afford to White Snake this turn. It's like a low to constraint on the Dawn. So just 9s to demand all these cards, and the Gavels at best is going to be really, really good. Starting with the 7, we have a Snake Dance, Bouncing Kaya. Then we got a 6. 2-pay Apis. An 8. If there's a Gavel, it's probably being used this turn.
Yeah.
Or on this swing, probably your best bet. Or you can try to block, which is a different beast altogether. But I think if Vincent really wanted to get rid of this Marjorie, they probably would have did it after the first swing, maybe the second swing. Okay. Really interesting from Wiggy's perspective what he really wants to do. If you counter out of this swing, you probably have to block and then take the other and go to 1. And I think a lot of your subsequent lethal is going to be pretty relevant. Also, I'm not sure if you saw the card game 2, but the card's made a reappearance in Wiggy's hand this game. The Usopp is kind of relaxing there.
I've seen a lot of people talk about this. It's been a unexpected win condition. I don't think Black Yellow Luffy would fall for it because we go to 0 life and then we block anyway. So we do have the Gavel though to get out of this one. Milling 2.
Gavel pitch White Snake, trash 2, Spada, Usopp, Super Band.
We're gonna play another Moria.
Another Moria. Probably Egghead Luffy Ace if I was in his position.
Yeah. I think that's a very good play. So we're going to be able to remove the blocker, and then we have a 7, a 9, and 11 attack going in. Yep, Luffy effect there. Use the removal. And early in this match, we said, you know what, those Morias are kind of stuck in hand. They might not be the good play, but right now they're doing a lot of work. 7. They're going to have to get rid of these Kayas if they want to potentially not lose here.
And if you counter out with those Kayas, Vincent might not even attack you.
Yeah, because then it's a trade-off because it's either, okay, yeah, we're going to leave you alive. We are just going to go in.
Vince is putting him to 0.
No, and then 11. All right. Draw 2. Must be nice. All right, so we've got not a lot left going on. We've got 0 life. Likely going to ask cards in hand. A deck probably less than 10 at this point, right?
Yeah, it looks definitely relatively small. Thank you for doing the count.
3, 4,
4,
5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, 1 off. Okay. That's fine. But we've got that peel-off has given us a lot of cards in hand as well. We have all 10 Dawn, so the unfortunate thing is we had to get rid of those Kayas.
Those Kayas were so instrumental to trying to clean the game up this turn.
Yeah. And looking at cards in hand.
There's a Gloriosa, an Impel Down All-Stars, 2 Love Beams.
I don't think that's enough.
I don't think it's enough either. I think those Kayas were very, very relevant.
Yeah.
And now,
because we can do like, I think more or less each card represents about 1 card out, right?
Yeah.
So with that in mind, with 9 cards left, I don't think there's a great way for it.
I would agree. Probably Gloriosa.
Yep. So going to 9, look at top 5. This also will let us stack the bottom of our deck, which is impactful.
There's a card to grab. There's a Snake Dance. Go to 8 cards in deck.
That is a good one too, because I don't think we're surviving this turn.
I don't think we're
I think as much as this is helpful, going down to 8 cards in deck is nice.
we might be like really, really lucky if we go Impel down this turn, discard a bunch of like Usopps or whatever, and then have our Love be basically ideal. But I think I probably would have Usopps there. Or sorry, I would have Impel down All-Stars to trash 2 cards just to make these Loves live. Just so that this 19k swing you can try to like potentially try to cheese this out of.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna ask for cards. I mean, technically both players can have perfect knowledge of what's left, right? These are open deck lists. I would expect Vincent to kind of know and have some cards and knowledge of which ones are in like 3 or 4.
Yep.
Oh, we're just, I was going to say, are we just stacking the big number?
I don't think 19's that bad, weirdly. It's honestly going to be about the same, to be completely honest. But
yeah.
I don't think there's going to be an arrangement of Dom that's going to be better than 19.
Sure.
It just makes it take a little bit longer to finish the game.
Yeah, I mean, we're still going to be 19, 9, and 7, right?
Yeah.
So...
Looks like we're starting with a 10.
I don't hate that either. Okay, starting with an 11.
Yep. Then from here, what are we planning on doing? 2 Dawn.
Yep.
White
so
Snake.
White Snake here. 6k leader.
Yep.
So we do still need an additional 5k. All right.
Snake Dance Bouncing Gloriosa.
Oh, no. Deciding to forget that.
And Love.
Oh, just to... Oh, do we still have too many cards in hand?
Yeah.
Could we not Snake Dance back the 1-drop?
We could have. I'll be honest, I don't think it really matters.
Sure.
8k lead.
Yep.
There we go.
We can do... 8. Big number. Yeah, he gets it. And Vincent takes it. Very close game. Very, very, very close.
Very, very wild game.
And I think he applied the pressures at the right time, putting him into a position where Wiggy just felt that he needed to get rid of those Kaias was fantastic.
Yep.
And I think just prevented the game. It's just being as proactive as they needed to get through the mill.
That matchup is very, very complicated. A lot more complicated than I thought it would be.
Yes.
There's a lot of things I wasn't entirely sure on, like on basically every single turn of the game. And it sounds like, at the very least, they're moving on to top 4, and we might have, depending on Cross's game, might have another similar BY Luffy versus Nami.
Yeah, we got Shinobi and Vincent. Vincent, we just saw narrowly win that last match against Nami. And then Shinobi, who's been able to grind out, just was able to play. I got their run right here. So they played against Cross last round, beat Lucci. They've won the mirror match already today. And another player, let me see if I have it. They also played against a Rob Lucci. So they've been playing Rob Lucci and Luffy's the entire top cut and been able to get on the other side.
It might not change anytime soon.
No, indeed. And then again, Vincent, who's able to play Nami. Round after that, they played another Nami. They played a Law, so they were able to get a Law out.
Not bad.
And Vincent also played against a Nell as well. So this is, I think, their first mirror match of the day.
Awesome. Is Shinobi's list anything interesting? I think the yellow Sabo is quite good in the mirror if they have them. Vincent's list was relatively normal, having a couple like 4-cost Kuzans, which is like relatively nice in this matchup.
Yeah. I noticed that for Vincent's list, they had greater than average amount of aces. They had 3 and 3, which is a little bit over. I would say based off the list here, this is a pretty standard list, though for Shinobi, No Kuzans, so we know my champion immediately.
Team Shinobi.
Team Shinobi, Kuzans, and 3 Emporios. So I'm loving both of these. So I think that's really good in not the mirror match. I do think Kuzan is a mirror match breaker though, potentially. So,
but he does have 2 copies of Thunderbolt, which is a very powerful card to deal with your opponent's 5-cost Luffys, which I imagine alongside 5-cost Sabo are like the most interesting or like the most consistent things to do in the early part of the game.
Yes. And the thing is, like that card is good, but then if you see it late, like Kuzan, it can be dead because if they only have Sabos out, like you're never getting value from it and everything else. But I'm going to let them know that they're good to go and they can start their match.
Awesome.
I'll get the timer up, and we're just going to jump on into it.
Who was the higher seed? Was it Vincent? Because he was very high before.
Yeah, Vincent was 3rd seed. So Vincent's going to be able to choose if they want to go 1st or 2nd. And I'm going to be curious to see what they choose, because when I played it the other day, or last weekend, I lost most dice rolls. So the one dice roll I won was in the final round. I decided to go 1st, and I lost it, despite going 1st in every other matchup because the other player took 2nd from me. So it was a weird amount of results.
It's never when die roll still wins anyways.
Yes.
You need to give your opponents the extra crutch.
Exactly. Exactly. I also think this is a matchup that we have to. Did we draw 6 cards?
Which player? Vincent?
Vincent.
Looks like 5.
Oh, it looks like 5. Okay, sorry. There's some extra shadow. The mat sleeves are very tough for that. All right, looks like they're going to get started and see if who wants to go 1st. And it looks like Vincent wants to go 2nd, so Shinobi's going to go 1st.
Yep. So the choice between 1st or 2nd kind of tells me a lot in terms of how they want to be playing this matchup. I think the 2 angles of attack are either just like early board presence or Morias.
Yes.
And being the first person to play a Luffy is really nice going 1st, but at the same time, being the first person to play a Moria on 10 can also be quite good.
Yeah. I think the other thing to kind of note too is that you get to choose with the flampe top or bottom. You get to you think in most every matchup, right? Getting a 10 Dawn 1st to play your Moria feels good, but it's unless you're like really using cards out of hand, you're never really going to be at that setup on 10 Dawn to get a really good Moria outside of a value one. So again, this is a matchup that I'm not super confident in, which is super weird because it is a mirror match, but the value engine is completely different than everything else.
Yep. The fact that Vincent went flampe early does give Shinobi this really aggressive slant, where they just get to put their opponent to 0, or like 1 in this case, before they really have much Dawn to set up, which is like obviously not the worst because this deck really kind of thrives at being at 0. But if Vincent has to like use a bunch of these cards super early just to like become a 9k leader before anyone's even deployed Morias or even threats, it feels like they kind of have to waste a lot of their like potent cards before a Shinobi would ever have to.
Yeah, and I think we're considering a 6. My guess is actually playing a Garp. Some more consistency, finding more of our pieces, which is really nice. We are going to bottom deck a Moria, which can sometimes this matchup comes down. I played 3, you played 4, I lose.
I'm not sure if you saw, but the first Garp bottom 2.
Oh no, so that's 3 at the bottom. That is quite tough.
Not in a great spot for sure.
Big 8, okay. Yep. No trigger out of life. And going back to Shinobi.
And now Shinobi probably just wants to keep relaxing a little bit, take this game as slow as they possibly can.
And I do also just want to remind, so we are going to see both matches in the top 4. So this is our first table for it. It's Black Yellow Luffy versus Black Yellow Luffy. And then we'll see on the other side of top 4, Black Yellow Luffy versus Nami, and then the finals of those as well. So we will be able to get both matchups. So there's no wrong one to choose.
Shinobi chose to put Vincent to 0 this next turn, which is quite interesting. Basically kind of forcing Vincent to use leader ability and consequently not being able to just hard play one of the characters. So they'd have to use leader ability, discard 2 cards total between the leader ability to discard a card, which probably presumably a 5 cost plus an additional 1 to get an extra life.
Yeah, and the kind of weird thing too is that if you want to put 2 cards in life, you have to go -1 in hand advantage.
Yeah.
I mean, you can do 5-2-2, but I think Vincent was a little bit too hasty on taking cards from life potentially.
Yep.
And now he's in a bit of a tough position. Discard ace, and from hand also put Luffy in there, so not too shabby. We're going to play Luffy for 2, use the effect, play out the Luffy, put a 2k on the leader, and then we could play the ace if we wanted to. I don't know if we do.
It's really terrifying to put the ace in play.
Yeah.
I think I don't think you can activate Luffy either. You just need to get that time.
Yeah. And I think this is going to likely look like a really good turn for Shinobi.
Yep.
We're at 7 Dawn. If we wanted to go down to 0 life right now, we definitely could. There's an argument to not even wanting to do that, but a 7k leader with no blockers and only 1 life is pretty scary.
I would agree. Like for example, if Shinobi has something like a Hiyori plus like a Baby Sabo, I think this game is going to be very hard for Vincent to claw back from.
Yeah.
Mostly just because these swings are actually just quite terrifying to the point where Vincent has to give 2 cards, probably, if Shinobi does like a 9k swing, for example.
And we end up using the Luffy effect, so we trash the top card of our life, and then we get to draw a card.
Yep.
Kind of weird wording, but it also just means it gets around our leader effect to bottom deck cards that are hit face up to hand.
My inclination is probably just like always start with a Luffy swing for 9, just to get as many cards as they possibly can. And then from there, it's kind of just the world is your oyster in terms of how much Shinobi wants to go super low.
Yeah. Yeah. Both players have a healthy amount of cards in hand too, so you're not going to lose. I'd be very surprised if Vincent lost on this turn.
Yep.
But yeah, Luffy's going to be very, very strong.
Looks like Shinobi's going to need to flampe this turn. Or worse, but yeah, flampe, gain that card, draw Baby Luffy, it looks like in there.
Yeah, but we still have 4 Dawn available, so if we want to do double 2-drop and make a 9k leader, we have a lot. And on the other side too, Vincent's... Oh, we're going 9, okay.
Yeah. 9's really scary here because Vincent almost always has a counter of 2 cards here.
Yeah.
And then from there, things are like perfectly fine. 2k, 1k, obviously. And yeah, now Shinobi can just go... If he has an ace, he can put an ace in life if you'd like.
Yeah, but it looks like we're going to go the Sabo route, so... Yep. Sabo and another card from hand too. This is also a weird thing in this matchup. Unless your 5-drop Luffy puts in value, or you get an early Sabo to discard other 5 cost, you really have to go -1 on the first one of these.
Yep. Shinobi discard, gets rid of Sabos.
Yeah, use the 2 cost there.
Draw 2, trash 2. And interestingly, from Shinobi, he probably really wants to defend this life, just so that he can play a Moria on his that 9 Dawn or 8 Dawn turn, and then bring back that Baby Sabo we just saw.
Yeah, because this is technically 7 Dawn for Shinobi right now, right?
And this game's been so fast almost entirely because of how Vincent's been playing it, especially since that turn 1 flampe. And Shinobi is definitely gearing towards a long game. I think there's like 3 Morias in Shinobi's hand.
Yes, compared to the 3 at the bottom of Vincent's deck right now. So, yeah, and putting the dice on there.
And this 9 is going to be a 2 additional cards if Vincent wants to do so. Or 3 as a Hiyori, thankfully, to counter out of it if he'd like. But the 2Ks in this matchup are extremely precious, it seems like. These swings are very randomly large, like 12, like 13K swings, and you really need to make sure you have the 2Ks when it matters.
Okay, so real quick, here's what happened. You used the 2-cost Sabo, but you didn't declare your leader, unfortunately.
That,
so You know, there's the sequencing for this deck is really important, and that's definitely part of it. It's tricky with Sabo because you're so inclined to want to draw 2, trash 2 as well. But if you don't declare it, it's a mandatory thing for you to declare for it.
Yep. That might put a big wrench in what Shinobi's trying to plan for this turn.
Yeah.
And let's see if Vincent's able to capitalize on the fact that Shinobi's down to a 5k leader this turn. Starting off with the baby ace, pretty good here. Pumping leader.
Yeah, and so we've got, being able to get that out, being able to get the boost from the Luffy, and then we're going to be able to likely be a 9k leader with 1 life left again.
Yep. That's 4 Dawn remaining. I think Vincent probably can get into a good spot where, ooh, 9. Okay.
Yeah.
I probably would have.
Oh, it's just 7.
More swings. Oh, 7. Yeah.
Yeah, 7. Yeah.
7. I really wanted to do a 9 this turn.
Yeah, but it's 7 to 5. So.
Yeah. The problem is like Shinobi or now Vincent can always just like block or take one of these block 1, and there's no real threats. If you did the 9, you got a couple extra cards.
Yeah, and we're playing another ace 2-drop, which means we can put it back
filthy.
into it.
Yeah.
This is really capitalizing on this 5k leader on the other side.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep. And there's a 9 and an 11. Never mind. I did not see the second ace, which is quite good. And there
4 Morias in hand.
Ooh.
Yikes. Yeah, and if we got to a longer game, I think those would definitely have come up. But honestly, like I'll be honest, like 2 to 3 Morias is like your sweet spot. The 4th one, I am not afraid to get rid of it either. So
they definitely get to a point where you just don't have enough counter to make sure you can play them.
Yes, 100%. So Vincent takes that game 1 there, and we're gonna go into game number 2. So we'll see how this one is. But again, it's a lot of weird back and forth. There's so many times where I play this where I'm down to 0 life and I'm at like 7 Dawn. I'm like, what's going on? I'm not used to taking all of these so quickly. So I think that's something impactful too for the matchup.
Yep. Sometimes your opponent putting you to 0, especially in a matchup where your opponent or both you guys are really swinging tall, kind of forces you to exhaust all those resources a little bit more than you'd want to, and then Moria is like basically unplayable in those spots.
Yeah, 100%.
So
it's funny, we had Vincent who I think had 0 Morias versus Shinobi who had only Morias, even after I think they did a draw 2 trash 2. But being that was very, very tough.
Jeez.
All right, so we're going to go into game number 2 here. And do you think Shinobi's going to want to go second again? I think we went second for the first game, right?
Yeah, Vincent chose to go first. Sometimes people just like tend to mimic what your opponent does. I'm not entirely sure. I think it's just fundamentally just about what your strategy is. And but it looks like both these guys have reached the consensus that going first is a lot better, just deploying these 5 costs, which seems reasonable. 5 cost Sabo is in the house. Yeah,
very, very good for that. Being able to, as mentioned, like early cycle there. Oh yeah, going first. So interesting.
Time for me to learn. All right, we got the Flampe coming in.
Going down to 3, and then I love a good turn Flampe then Garb on 2 Dawn.
Okay.
That's always like the best start for this game. As long as I get a Sabo in rotation afterwards, very strong.
Vincent's Morias are very elusive. Another 2 to the bottom of this game.
Yes, 100%.
And get that Garp in. Yep.
Another 5. And I think Vincent, recognizing last game that going down to 1 was a little bit scary, so respecting it with just a 1K and putting a 5 cost in your trash, so you didn't have to go like -1 with it anyways. Oh, we got the 1 drops attacking in.
Get those 5/5s in. That's real value right there.
Oh, we're gonna get 2 5K attacks.
Yep. Looks like 2 life is going to be the sweet spot for both these guys, trying to make sure that they just don't make it too easy for their opponent to go to 0 life, but also doing everything else. Or maybe Shinobi is just like putting your opponent to 1 and making sure things happen.
Yeah, and we're going to be playing out the Sabo, so good card here to be able to get cards into our trash, especially since we have no 5 cost there right now, and being able to get there. So Thunderbolt, as mentioned, likely not good, I think, from this point earlier, unless they just had like a 5 cost Luffy out and an 8-drop Moria, which likely means we've got an extra copy or 2 already in hand.
Call it 3.
You're going to call it 3? Yeah, Deja Vu. All right, well, you can't have 4 anymore in hand, so we've made it this far.
That's true. Yeah, these extra blockers are quite good on these like middling turns where nothing really your opponent can do to put you to 0.
Yeah.
Vincent, however, since Shinobi put him to 1, gets to set up a pretty good turn. Flampe, Garp.
Oh, there's another Moria.
Yep.
And a Kuzan. Oh no, you're in shambles.
Come back, please. Okay. What is Vincent planning on doing? It might just be a blocker back. It might be like playing a Luffy. Kind of all reasonable. Ace is probably not the least interesting pick. Probably just be Luffy.
And then what do we got? 7. And we're going to discard for the rotation. We have a 5 cost in trash already, so being able to get Luffy and Law there is nice. And then, again, yeah, probably the 2-drop Luffy to get him out there.
Get that 6k body in.
Yeah, and being able to go down to 0 life without losing any card advantage has been is very, very strong, and Vince has been getting pretty good with these hands. Yeah, just passing instead of swinging the 9.
Yep, and Vincent kind of punishing Shinobi every single time he ends up putting him to 1 in different ways this time. This time it's a little bit more patient.
Yeah.
And Shinobi doesn't really have a way to kind of unstarve himself, self-awaken for the Dragon Ball players.
Yeah. Hey. Man, I was like, this game, I'm not going to say self-awaken, and you did it for me, so I'm like, all right, well then. So we get the 5 cost Luffy. If we have like a Hiyori, being able to be a 7k leader with 1 life and get the Luffy out, I think would be worth it.
The interesting play is whether he wants to just play Luffy and pass. It's probably going to be a bit scary, but it might just be the only line that kind of builds a board for you, basically. You might have to counter an extra 7, but I think that's probably better for you than anything else. I think like using your leader ability this turn is probably a bit too ambitious. Even though I do love the Flampe life.
Yeah. I didn't. I'll say this probably one more time, maybe more. But we're also we have another top 4 matchup. It's Black Yellow Luffy versus Nami. They're not playing right now. We're actually going to be playing that one on stream after this match gets finished too. So we're going to get both top 4 matches and then obviously finals after this. So we've got 2 more games on stream before the end of the day. Yep. All right. So we
did end up Flampe.
That's pretty good.
Leader ability and do some things. Yeah. And he has to get rid of a 5 cost from his hand.
Yeah, which is a little rough.
Yep.
That we weren't able to get rid of a 5 cost from the Sabo earlier.
Yep.
2-drop Luffy. We're going to use the leader or the effect onto the leader, so it's 9k now. And
let's get that 9 in.
Yeah, 9 into the 7. We're going to take that bottom deck it. And it's going to pass to...
At the very least, Vincent doesn't have any 5 costs in his trash, so...
No, and we're also not at 8 Dawn for any Moria shenanigans, even if we had it. So, yeah, they're just using this Dawn so aggressively, and it's crazy. We go from, like, both having, like, a dozen cards to hand to, like, 3 very quickly. It's a very explosive mirror match.
All right, really important question. Are you a sealed Sabo stan, or are you a manga Sabo stan? This is the Battle of the Ages.
Oh, boy. I don't know. I've probably opened, unironically, probably 100 boxes of the One Piece trading card game. I have opened not a single manga. Not a single manga. I opened a case every set, and then extras and pre-releases and stuff, and not a one. So it's got to be the manga Sabo. He seems so elusive, so he's got to be worth something.
I just like the sealed one more. I might be biased in that regard, but I really like how it looks with other black alt arts.
Sure.
Like obviously the ACOS Sabo, but even a lot of them have like a lot of oranges and blacks and they look super cool together.
I will say I think it jives better with the black yellow Luffy color scheme.
That's true.
So I think that has a little bit of power for it, but I will respect expensive cardboard one way or the other.
I appreciate it, and rightfully so. Really.
Yes. So Vincent was able to get 2 more 5-drops on the board, become a 9K leader once again. But one Sabo is a little bit scary with the board on the other side, but should be enough to prevent any real pressure.
Yep. And Shinobi's really going to be struggling to set up something this next turn.
I think so
9
too.
Dawn has a fair amount of cards, but there are triple Morias kind of relaxing in there. Additionally, Vincent gets to get some really annoying swings in. This 10-11 is going to almost always prompt a block and a life loss.
Yeah.
2 2Ks is probably like a little too much.
Yeah, and the thing is that we're at 7 Dawn going to 9 for Shinobi. So if we had Moria as our next play, it would have been a little bit easier, I think.
Yep.
But with it stands, you're going to lose a lot anyways. So, all right, we're just going to make that an 8K just in case it comes up. We're going to pass back.
Kuzan Amaru.
Kuzan. it could. It could come up, I guess. Ice Age Amaru is probably the better.
That's probably
probably just a smidge better.
I've tried building black yellow decks that are a little bit more like controlling, that aren't involving the black yellow Luffy package.
Yeah.
And doing stuff like Ice Age Yamato and doing stuff
sure.
like that's super fun. Obviously, the black yellow Luffy deck doesn't really do that often, but sometimes you get to use these cards in combinations that you don't really get to in normal other games.
Yes, I will say with deck list open, the surprise attack is less of a thing. Man, Ice Age Amaru off the 5/8 Luffy go for game. That would go crazy. That would go wild.
I'm waiting for this to happen.
I know. You're trying to manifest.
I'm playing at least one Amaru next time I'm playing black yellow Luffy.
I can tell.
From Shinobi's side, I think the most important thing he needs to do is have at least one baby Sabo. I think almost every single time this game is a little bit too hard to play without it. And now, the next thing that Shinobi probably has to evaluate is whether he thinks he can beat the first Moria, or even if he thinks that Moria is even like the best play for Vincent. It probably isn't, to be completely fair.
Yeah.
I think Shinobi has to be a 9K leader a lot of the time this turn, and without it, it's going to be pretty hard to win. But sometimes you can just be a 7K leader and just go like Baby Sabo and just try to survive one headwind and hope they don't have much.
Yeah, there's a lot of scenarios. There's not like where Moria is just the play, but in this matchup specifically, where you can grind out better value by just doing like some larger swings with the Dawn that you would have used to play Moria, it actually kind of works out sometimes. So that's also like why I play the new gate, because it's a 6/7 and it's easy to just put 2 Dawn on that sometimes and get that extra pressure. So
that's fair.
I think it's a good mirror match tool.
Awesome. Looks like Shinobi went 10 at the opposing 5-cost Luffy, and then is very likely going to do double Sabo. That's pretty important this turn.
Yeah.
And gets to go to 11 at the Luffy and almost always get the Sabo block from Vincent.
All right, so there's the Sabo. Making sure to use the dice. I am a huge proponent of dice. I think it just causes less confusion, makes it more known what your intentions are. You got some evidence, put in a little evidence baggie, like, aha, I put 2 dice. I put
fair.
plus 2K on there. So I think that does help a lot. And we're going to play, as mentioned, another Sabo. So 2 blockers, 9K, pretty strong. We're going to go 11 into leader, probably get a Sabo block on the other side.
And Shinobi really needs to evaluate whether he can afford to keep these Morias.
Yeah.
It's a really tough decision. And yeah, this is the second Moria discarded by Shinobi. And if I was in Vincent's shoes, I would almost always put him on at least 1 Moria, if not 2. in terms of like trying to figure out what my attacks for lethal will look like.
Yeah. Yeah, and it looks like he's going into the Luffy. I think, yeah, regardless, Sabo just blocks no matter what there.
Yep.
Doesn't really matter. And we're going to pass it back to Vincent.
Yeah. And 2 5-cost Luffys are going to be quite good here. I'm not sure if Shinobi can even afford to defend this 5-cost Luffy. It might just be gone if Vincent ends up attacking it. But now Vincent kind of has to figure out what they want to do this turn. Probably swinging relatively large and just like ignoring the potential for Moria is probably the best decision. Interestingly enough, like I'm not even sure if Vincent needs to be a 7k leader, let alone a 9k leader.
Yeah.
Like just like gain 2 life and just like get a bunch of swings in, and it's be really hard for Shinobi to win the game from there. Yeah, Vincent kind of identifying his role in this game. He's not going to be the aggressor. If your opponent's discarding Morias, we got a different play in this game.
Yeah, and then, but this is the thing. Like, if you're so much like, oh, I think Moria's the best play, you can get these kind of weird pressure turns where instead of having, because when you play Moria, generally it means you get one 11k swing, and then maybe another 9k if you already have a Moria established, right? Because the Luffy's become 8ks, which aren't enough for 9k. But if you don't, then you can have these where you had what an 11-11 and what another 9k. Just way more impactful, I think.
He's playing towards the 5-cost Luffy. He's just getting the super wide board.
Yeah.
Making sure these Sabos no longer exist, and making sure that Shinobi definitely has to go to 9k next turn.
Yeah, and we're going to go, it looks like, I think this is 10. No, okay, 9, so it's 9 into 8. But this is like a really, really good position for Vincent, because you could Moria up, but that just means you can't press for game at all with 1 life and 7k. I think that was just a really good identification for Vincent, where something like if he had Moria or not, this seems like a really good line.
The problem is he's relatively exposed to ace, is he not?
I think he mildly
with
so.
With 3 cards, let's say like Shinobi has ace or baby ace and just goes like 9 with Luffy.
Yeah.
Then things are like relatively scary to the point that he might just lose on the spot. Obviously, like it's a risk that you might have to take in a spot like this when Vincent doesn't have any baby Sabos to like deploy blockers or anything. But I think he put himself in a pretty good spot to try to win the game next turn. But at the same time, he's also a little bit in a rough spot in case his opponent has some relatively scary stuff. Well, looks like there's an 8 at lead, and it looks like there might be an 11k at lead after this Moria. From Shinobi's side, the hand, I don't think there's anything Shinobi can do besides play Moria and bring back double Sabo, right? I feel like that's the only thing that's reasonable here.
Yeah, I don't think we can really pressure that much into there.
Yeah.
Also, I think it was the leader was at 10k, but I think it went 10 into 9 into the opposing leader. Okay. Yeah, not into the Luffy.
1, 2, 3. Oh, there's 3 down.
I can't tell if it's 2 or 3.
It should be 2, because I thought there was 3 down on each Luffy, and there's 2 rested on.
No, because I think the top one has 3, the bottom one has 2 maybe, and then.
Oh, sure, okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I trust our judges and our players to know the numbers and what they're doing far better than us. But it looks like we just decided to go with the Moria play, a little bit more defensive, but the fact that Vincent hasn't established a Moria themselves this game, the fact they have 3 cards in hand, I think there's a big potential that we can outvalue their plays with this. So it might be a little bit tough for Vincent to go for game on this next turn.
Yep. And I would be deathly terrified trying to go for game if my opponent discards a 2k there. It looks like this is going to be pitching 2 1ks, obviously. Yep. If I was Vincent, I would just put Shinobi on exactly 3 2ks and basically nothing else.
Yeah.
There's like nothing really rational that you can put them on otherwise. Yep.
Yeah.
And from here, you probably can swing at the Luffy and just like try to get that gone.
Yeah, and one more thing. You have to play the Sanji, the 2-drop Sabo, resolve it first, and then you can draw the draw 2 dash 2. If you do that first, you've decided to choose 0 leaders.
Yeah.
and you don't get the boost.
Yep. Did Shinobi just forget that? Is that why?
Yes, that's why it's still a 7K.
Uh-oh.
No, but he declared it with the die, but after you draw 2 trash 2, which is after you have to resolve all of your 2-drop first, and then you resolve your draw 2 trash 2.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And from here, it's going to be fairly elementary for Shinobi to win the game then? Or from Vincent to win the game?
Yeah.
As the swarm of 9s will be sufficient?
Also, we have our head judge watching this and additionally confirming this too. So this isn't just, there are judges watching this and confirming the rulings for this too. Yeah, and you have to declare it and then draw 2. And I get the same issue because I love drawing cards. It's super. You want to be able to get that cycle, but it is very unfortunate.
And we got the 7-9. Yeah.
And that's it. Yeah, Vincent takes it 2-0.
That's Vincent making in the finals. The mirror is complicated.
It is very, very complicated. And that is it.
Yep.
I will say still unfortunate, but definitely the sequencing for this deck is probably the most complex for what this game is at this moment. You have to make sure you're playing the right cards, you're playing the right cards in the life at the right time. Your trash is another resource you have to manage, and it can be very, very tough to do it all correctly.
Yeah, it's very exacting.
Especially
in a high-stakes scenario.
Yeah, high-stakes scenario. You're traveling potentially. We've been up since like probably 7 a.m. just to get here for your deck checks and everything. So completely understand that. So, and they're both top 4. Both players are walking away with some good prizing as well.
100%.
If this was, top 16 to top 8, definitely it would be a heartbreaker.
It's a way more brutal game.
But both players are walking away, I think, champions in their own eyes too.
Yeah,
so,
100%.
All right, we are back. We've got the other side of top 4. We have Unlikely Hero on Nami, the last Nami in contention, versus Metallic Dragon, who we saw top 32 at the beginning of the day with the Monkey D. Luffy.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be a super interesting matchup, and I think we might see a little bit more different strategy from these two players compared to the Black Yellow Luffy versus Nami we saw in top 8. There's a lot more nuance that you can do in terms of attacking, sequencing, and doing stuff like that, and we can kind of get a lot of value that way.
Yeah, and we'll kind of see. I think we saw our other Black Yellow Luffy, Vincent, have some success in this matchup. A little bit dependent on seeing the aces, I think, at the right time. They put a lot of pressure on, and running 3 and 3, which I think is a little bit higher than usual as well.
Ooh,
but
turn 1 Thunderbolt.
Yeah, you know what?
I understand it. I respect it too.
I do too, and sometimes we need to be at lower life total, so I get it as well.
We got the Mars reblocker, drawing that extra card and buying that time. The Thunderbolt randomly that's probably the best turn 2 played in this matchup.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good. For 4, I mean, we could play your boy Kuzan.
What do you mean?
Yeah,
we could. We are.
All right.
But yeah, Metallic Dragon just like really trying to prioritize like nipping things in the bud, making sure that Unlikely Hero doesn't get too many things going. You don't want to get snake danced early. You don't want any of stuff like that happening. So.
All right, and we're going, just honestly a lot of back and forth. We've got 5 Dawn open, which is quite a lot for defense.
And yep, from this perspective, playing the Luffy right here is probably one of your better things to be doing, just because when your opponent has to do nothing on their 5 Dawn turn, you're usually very happy, and you kind of are pretty happy with this like song and dance where no one does anything.
Yeah, and I think passing here is fine. We don't really want to give them some free advantage from attacking these smaller swings.
Yep.
So
looks like the Kaya was off the top and very timely in this particular instance, and we found a peel-off off of this Kaya. And Unlikely Hero seems like they're trying to evaluate whether they want to use the peel-off or not this turn. Also debating a swing for 6 with leader. Very interesting. That extra mill might end up mattering, but I think the Dawn might be more important. Mm-hmm. And from Metallic Dragon's side, Nami didn't attack again, now with 6 Dawn up. So you might want to consider just attacking relatively large with your Luffy after deploying something else. Like a 9 or a 10 would be very reasonable. But then after that, you can kind of figure out what else you want to do. But the snake dance target's kind of spooky.
It is. If you have Rocket Luffy, I'd be really tempted to get rid of, honestly, either of these targets, right?
Yeah.
And we're going to start off trashing a Rocket Luffy. Our life was Rocket Luffy and Thunderbolt. So if we have a way to go down to 0 and Rocket Luffy and get there, it could be good. I think we're playing 5 for another Rocket Luffy.
I think we're just like hard playing Rocket Luffy and getting rid of the Kaya.
Yeah, Kaya's can't be safe from the board today.
Yep. And if you'd like, you can go like 11 lead. You can go 7-9.
We could also like Flampe. We're just doing big
7's
number.
good. There we go. Get that block out of the way.
And then, likely would not attack with 5 either.
Yeah.
Oh, saving?
I think you just want to use your Dawn to draw different cards, which is so funny.
Yeah, I think that's fair. But very, very atypical.
Yep. Snake Dancing here is also interesting, just to bounce the blocker.
Yeah, why not?
Yep. And now Metallic Dragon really wants to swing 5s, but the 2 Ominous Dawn from Unlikely Hero is very it's 6.
Yeah, they're already 6. Yeah, that makes an easy decision. Yeah.
I forgot about that one. We're safe. We're safe.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, now Hero has these peel-offs that they've been having in their hand, and we got to use those. So definitely the first one's very reasonable to use. The second one's interesting. I probably would if I was in his spot, but at the very least we can always just Gloriosa. Use the Dawn in different ways. And are there any targets in there? I see Hanger and a bunch of cards we can't hit.
I don't think there are any. Yeah, I think we're rereading. Yeah, Hanger's not a Kuja Pirate, right? Yeah, so we're just reordering it.
Awesome. Putting all those in the back and probably leaving up 5 Dawn if you're in this spot. You could also play the blocker if you'd like. The second Egghead's going to be kind of terrifying, or a Baby Luffy, which is kind of the reason why I probably wouldn't. So, yeah, peel offs.
Yeah, leaving only 2 up, though, is kind of scary. But the board on the other side is not super wide. And we still have all 5 early life, so you can probably be kind of greedy with it. I also do want to mention, so we are streaming both top 4 matches. This is our second half, so the winner of this will be facing against Vincent in the finals. So this is not finals right now. It could be the matchup that we see in finals. It's either this one or a Black Yellow Luffy mirror.
Yeah, Unlikely Hero has been a lot more proactive, just like playing all the cards that are the card draw effects in the early game. I think you really need to in this matchup, just because the late game turns you just have to leave up all your Dawn for the 10k swings. And Metallic Dragon's been swinging relatively large to induce a lot of ways, or to induce a lot of like countering or blocking in uncomfortable ways for Nami, and that's the best place to do, or best thing to do. It looks like Black Yellow Luffy is just going to play a Moria and bring back Ace and the Egghead Luffy.
All right.
Metallic Dragon has so many cards in hand. I think the threat of a 15k swing might be a net benefit for him, interestingly enough. Interesting choice to not use the egg, or did we bring back the 1 baby?
Did we do that and not? Did we do it in the wrong order?
In what way?
Did we play the Luffy first and then use the Luffy effect and not doing the right one?
I do not.
What did we bring back with Moria?
I think it was just 1 baby, just baby Ace.
Oh, okay.
I think that's what happened here.
Understood. Okay, that makes a little bit more sense. But I'm like, yeah, did I miss this? Because Moria only bring back 1 stuff is interesting.
And Metallic Dragon definitely got a couple extra swings there just to try to get the life a little bit lower, since Unlikely Hero put the shields down, which is probably the best case scenario. But ooh, blocker. Ooh, is it the 3-peat? Oh, okay. No, it's not, unfortunately.
Yeah, these are pretty good normally, but the fact that we have Rocket Luffy in the life already, we could get the good rotation for it. I think we got a 2 cost in hand too, so it's going to be pretty nice. Yep, there it is. Okay, be able to use the effect and then get the boost and then use Rocket Luffy immediately.
If there's a second Baby Luffy in hand, we might be able to have some fun this turn.
Yeah.
There's a Garp at the very least if you want to make that happen.
Yep.
I wonder what the issue is.
He verbally said it.
Okay.
So something else I want to mention is that they are verbally talking to each other. Not putting a dice on your leader doesn't mean you didn't use the effect and that you didn't declare it. So they are verbally, and so he did declare it. He did point to it, just didn't put the dice on it. So yeah, using it on that time. I know this gets pretty specific and a little pedantic at times, but it does make a difference.
Now, there are 2 5 costs to bring back. Thankfully, there's a Sabo and an Egghead Luffy. So, no need to discard anything aside from the Kuzan. Oh, there's 2 Eggheads. Never mind, even better.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Another Egghead, another Baby Luffy.
Yep.
Getting rid of the other blocker.
I think the only thing, so I've run into this before where I'm like, this is great, but it really, you really need more attacks than taller attacks. So technically these still were blockers because it got rid of some potential bodies on board, but that's how it is.
Impel down, triggers. And now you can choose to go just a 9. Okay. Oh, the White Snake is quite good here.
And then the exact out. That's very nice.
Yep. And with 3 down up, when there's a 6K leader, you can just go the 10 and see what the reaction is, and then, or you can just start with the 8 and then force another event. It's probably Rubber Band of Doom plus 2K if there's a Boa Santa Rosa or a Apis in Unlikely Hero's hand. Interesting that they wanted to take that swing out of the fear of the potential 10. Oh, there's always a Kuzan in play, but... Nami player doesn't have too many cards in the trash.
No. And I'm our previous Nami player, they had their, I'd say, reverse. So I was looking immediately at the top of the deck, like, oh, is there only one? But from the previous game, they switched it back.
Get that Gavel going, discarding Desert Spada. And there's a 7K swing, and there's a 2K if there's a Boa, Yep. Nami down to 1 life here, but relatively few cards in deck. And I think we're probably going to reach the point where we're doing a card count in deck in the next minute or so.
Yeah, I would expect to ask from either player.
Discarding Spada, and then the second card to discard is a little bit more interesting. Might be a Snake Dance, might be a blocker. Blocker's fine. And 9 Dawn. 7 cards. Looks like the Nami player just wanted to pass there.
Yeah.
Having a big enough hand, or it looks like it's basically all counter, alongside having that 1 extra life should just be sufficient to survive this board. And then afterwards you can kind of survive however way you'd like.
Yeah, but I think if Metallic Dragon has a way to play 2-drop Luffy, I think he'll probably have the onus to try to get rid of the Kai. Oh, there's another 2. Yeah, definitely what he's searching for. Just preventing like a storm of Kaias coming out potentially next turn.
Get the Egghead Luffy. And yep, buff the leader. Get the 2 down. Pop the Kaya.
Draw a card.
Kai's have been gone on site.
Oh boy, and we got another Luffy 2-drop. I think we've seen all of them at this point. We need to buff our Luffy first. Yep, okay, did that sequencing correct.
Well, 5 down up. You can start with a 10. I don't think it's crazy too. But things from there are always like really murky, I think.
Yeah. Do you? Yeah. So what are the good numbers? Do you think we just go like really tall on one attack, and then if they get out of it, we just pass, or?
That might be the real move. I'm not entirely sure if that would work that often. With Unlikely Hero's hand, it seems like it might work a lot of the time just to go like 19 and pass.
Yeah.
But from my perspective, it just seems a little bit more like in line with what I want to be doing. To just like swing like 10s. But we have 3 Dawn remaining. Now we're kind of pretty pigeonholed into doing, or we're doing an 11. So guys, we're kind of doing something similar to what you want to do, where it's just like, give me all the cards to counter out of this swing, or take it, and if you take it, we'll just pass.
Yeah, and something I've also noticed too, and we saw in the previous match, is that sometimes it's better to do the bigger attack first, and if you get 2 things: either they get out of it, and then your other attacks get a little bit freer, or if you just make them kind of waste their Dawn. Oh, we're going to take it, rubber band, draw 1, trash 1.
There we go.
And then do we start hitting from here? I'd feel a little.
It'd be hard not to, right?
Yeah, right. Another 11. The first 11 made you do it. So, and the other thing too is you got all these Love mellows, which are only 4Ks. But we're gonna start with the Snake Dance, get the 2K back to hand, or 1K back to hand.
Yeah, probably just Love if I wasn't. It's really hard to like use a Love there, I suppose.
Yeah. Ooh, okay. White Snake is good to help us get out of this one, but it
really constrains our Dawn for sure.
Yeah,
but thankfully, like all these swings are just going to be 6s and 7s a lot of the time. There's a 9K swing here. If there's a gavel, it'd be ideal because we're a 6K leader. We can get a +4 to get there. Otherwise, we probably have to use a 2-cost event, which probably constrains our Dawn even further. Yeah, Love. It looks like
for no Dawn investment.
Yeah.
All right, 7 just to do it.
Rubber band, trash 1.
Pass
and
from
just
there.
pass. And now Unlikely Hero needs to like kind of count the cards in deck.
Looks like 7, maybe 6.
It might be 6. I think it's 6.
So name is Unlikely Hero, but I think it's likely we were able to get there.
Yep. Because just with the hand, there's a peel-off in hand that goes up to 2. The Marjorie blocker is going to be at least 1, and all you need to do is just get 2 extra card draw, or 3 extra card draw. Also, there's Gloriosa, something they have to think about. Obviously, Unlikely Hero probably has a better grasp on what's left in deck. I cannot do that counting like nobody's business.
Yeah.
I really should get better at it, though. Come on.
No, it's I don't know. It's something I think like I don't know how to say it. I think sometimes your decisions as Nami are maybe straightforward or limited. So the things that you can perfect about the deck are things I think you can spend time that other decks won't be able to. So like counting cards like that, being quicker, making your decisions quicker. I think it's very helpful.
Yep. And we got the hanger. You remember the hanger?
We do.
I believe there was a gavel on the bottom cards. I'm not entirely sure how Unlikely Hero stacked it. But you can just go Gloriosa and then like basically rearrange your entire deck however you'd like, and that kind of helps in that regard as well.
Yeah, because you can rearrange it. You know what you get from hanger, and then your sequencing is good.
But we know none of those cards are hits off of Gloriosa. I think turn 1 of this game there's a Gloriosa. I put a bunch of cards on the bottom. I just don't know what they exactly were.
Yeah.
Close.
Yeah, and normally my like what you want to try to do is like 1 card can usually mill a card for 1 Dawn, kind of average. Yeah. Maybe a little bit lower than that, but Kaya definitely helps do that a lot. But we're gonna do hanger, discard a card.
Not the impel down?
Yeah, not the impel down. Interesting.
You might need it to just trash cards from hand. There's the Apis. And then the Apis will a gavel, and then things will be fine from there.
Yeah, discard 2. As long as you know what's in the bottom 3 and you're confident in that. I know it's a long day. Memory can be the first thing to go when that happens, but
yep.
Yeah, impel and the Gloriosa, look at top.
And There's an Usos Rubber Band.
Yeah, so we need to get 2 more cards out of our deck.
It's sufficient. We just have a blocker, and we can just pass, or Love plus it. Either one's fine.
Yeah.
And yeah, from here, it's just like go 19K, and you have Love plus Usos Rubber Band to get those last 2 cards out of deck.
Yep, and that really should be it. And I think, I mean, I just,
yeah.
Do you have it? Yes, I do. And there it is. And then the Love Mellow, get the card draw. And unlike Helio, takes game 1.
Yep.
All right, Nami up in this matchup 1-0.
Yep. Unlikely Hero definitely kind of use this, or the pacing of Black Yellow Luffy's attacks to the best of their ability, basically like countering out of as many early swings as possible, and then after a while kind of taking a bunch of hits and waves and then going down to 3 and then 1. I feel it's the most natural progression for Nami in this matchup.
Yeah. And so what do you think Metallic Dragon used to do different? Do you think he was like a little bit slow, or like he didn't, like the pressure numbers weren't right, or do you think like Nami just saw the good cards at the right time and it'd be very difficult for
I think it was just hard to win that game from Metallic Dragon's perspective in general. I think trying to get the 11K swings before spending all your Dawn off of, like let's say that you play like Egghead Luffy or something like that, just like trying to get those 11K swings earlier before your opponent really knows what you're going to do with your Dawn is the better spot to be in, just because the threat of like a 15 or like 18K swing with your stuff is like sometimes it's like really annoying for the Nami deck.
Yeah.
A lot of it's just posturing, I think, and there's like small edges where Nami doesn't have to like worry about your potential swings. Kind of gives them a little bit too much information in terms of like maneuvering the rest of the combat.
All right, so we're going to start with Kaya. Pretty strong here, and moderately safe turn 1 against this deck specifically, unless, again, another Thunderbolt.
Yep. Is it back?
Do we have it? Do we got the bolt?
Nope. It looks like it might be a Makino with Scarp Angle.
Still really good if we have any 5 costs in our life, which, spoilers, we do not. It's double Garp and 2 cost Luffy.
We should have Flampade.
We should have Flampade. But Makino gets worse with every last card in your deck.
I agree that playing Makino is probably better there. I just wanted to joke around. Now Metallic Dragon's like understandably trying to figure out whether just like playing Flampade to get super low might just be better, just to like make sure we have threats for later.
All right.
And Unlikely Hero has the peel-off for 3. Whether they want to play it or not, it's a different story. But I think it's probably the best time to play it.
Yeah.
Here. And if your opponent just like spends their entire down swinging 9, I think you're fine with that.
I think I'd still do it, though. I think that seems pretty strong for me. Just to guarantee them get down to 4 life. Especially at 4 Dawn, Luffy doesn't generally have a lot of super good plays.
You see that guy on the left, don't you?
What?
You see the guy on the left on his hand, of Metallic Dragon's hand?
I see. You could, I mean, you could, I don't.
I'm kidding. I would definitely do a 9 here.
I don't know. Yeah, I think 9 is.
Like, doing a 5K swing is just so bad if your opponent gets to stay at 5. 5-5.
2 5s. I don't necessarily hate it.
I don't mind this either. Okay. Forcing your opponent to counter here is not bad.
Then, yeah, with them taking that first hit, 100% better. Yeah. Honestly, there are, like, Nami decks generally play, 10-ish cards with 1K counter or more? Like, they don't
nowadays?
Run. Yeah, nowadays. There's, like, Kaya's. There are, like, the Oppuses, and then, like, the Searchers, right? And I guess the Hanger, right? So, compared to a lot of other decks, 1K might actually be asking a lot when there's no Dawn.
He's playing Boa's sister, the 3K.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the 2K. Okay, gotcha.
But some decks play a lot less. Some decks play a little bit more. But I think the Hanger's pretty stock now, so I think a lot of the things we're doing here are pretty normal.
Yeah.
All right, we got the Luffy going. So Metallic Dragon finally setting up this board. I think that was probably a turn I probably wouldn't have swung with lead. I think it was just like a little too awkward doing a small swing there. But sometimes you just need to power through their cards, and that's what it feels like we're having to do this game.
Yeah. And looking top 5 for
no hits.
No hits once again. Which is a little unfortunate, but we got this Kaya. Yeah, I was going to say guaranteed to hit another hit. When that happens, I'm like, oh man, I did the order wrong.
100%. Getting the Usopp Urbana Tomb out of hand. And
oh, if we miss again. Okay, never mind.
We got at least a 2K if you're a blocker.
Yeah.
I might even play the second blocker here, weirdly.
Oh, yeah, that's a little greedy, but I understand the want to do.
And obviously the top 4 Nami player with a lot more experience chooses not to.
I think the difference is if I have Snake Dance, I think being able to bounce the Kaya back this turn is better. But
I would agree.
It is tempting. All right, and we've got what, 7 Dawn? 8 Dawn?
I think it's 8. Wonder what Metallic Dragon wants to do with his turn. There's like a few kind of all mediocre options.
All right.
Using leader ability, discarded a Sabo. Probably going to put that Sabo and looks like Egghead Luffy in life.
Yeah, I think that'd be the play. So it means that we can play the 2-drop boy. KO. Do you KO the blocker or the Kaya?
The second Gloriosa second Elder got a
White Snake.
The bounce one, Snake Dance. Yeah.
Snake Dance. Yeah. So Kaya's probably worth.
Might be. Yeah. It probably is. Even though I hate the fact that this blocker gets to get the free value this turn.
Mm-hmm. And asking for cards and trash.
Looking for a Kaya count. In this case, there's none in there.
Yep.
All right, hit the Kaya. Now play this game more about making sure that these Kayas don't get bounced forever and ever.
Oh, and we, I don't know if we had a Sabo yet, so I think we kind of...
We got there.
You got there, yeah. So being able to use this, bounce it, play the thing, go 9K, and then draw 2 trash 2.
And we probably got 10, 11 incoming. Yep. Kuzan, Egghead Luffy, and then, yep. In this case, 10 or 9?
I'd still do 10 and 11. I think that's better.
Yeah, I think 10 and 11 is probably a little bit better, but if you're really worried about White Snake plus 4 cost event, it's a little scarier.
Yeah.
And Snake, or Gavel, yep. Discarding. Is it a Love? That's so weird.
Yeah. Well, sometimes, and I've seen it a lot today, sometimes you have the Loves in hand, but you just simply have too many cards. It just doesn't get any value.
First world problems.
I know. Oh, we're going 11, so likely a 1-drop to try to cycle some more things. Oh. And it does work out. We're going to play the event. I still probably would have done 10 and 11 instead of
I think
the event.
10 was a bit better.
But finding the 2-drop Luffy to pop a blocker or a Kaya again, I think is worth it.
Great foresight, discarding the Love as you proceed to draw another.
Yep.
Looks like, yeah. And Nami doing the classic play a blocker pass.
Yeah. But again, like these blockers are ones that at least do something proactive, right?
Yep.
All right, using the effect there. We're going to have to... Yeah, I think we definitely do Rocket Luffy because we know we have the 2-drop in hand with it. If we double Rocket Luffy, that's pretty wild.
Do we have a Moria? It doesn't look like it, right?
No, I don't think so. Ace would also be pretty strong here too, just getting another body on board that can continue to get value for the rest of the game. And yeah, I think we're looking for the Ace right now.
Yep.
Yeah, there he is.
Or another baby Luffy. That was close.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna, for 2, use our leader effect. Pitching.
What to pitch? Probably the... Maybe you want to keep the Ace a secret.
I think we have to pitch the Ace, right? Yeah, because we don't have one in cash, yeah.
Get the Ace out of here.
Yep, get the Luffy and the Ace for 2.
Get the Ace in there.
Ace.
And 2.
Boost the leader. Technically, it's +2 right now.
Yep.
But we'll get the Luffy. Use the effect. Boost leader. And then this effect will get rid of one of those. Draw a card. All right, and we got 2 additional Dawn. So
3 additional Dawn.
Oh, 3 additional Dawn.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to start with the big boy 11K attack.
And definitely starting with these leader swings with large amounts definitely puts Unlikely Hero in weird spots where it feels almost obligated to be countering out of these a little more often.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so this is 9. This is going to be tied at 11.
Is this good enough is the real question.
Yeah. And are we stacking? Okay, on the top, yep. And then we need another 1K, which, or 2K, okay, yep. With no copies of
White Snake.
2 9Ks seem pretty nice.
Yep.
And then, based on cards in hand, I'd be really tempted to attack with Sabo.
You want to attack with Sabo?
I would probably do it.
I probably would too. There's no reason not to, I think.
If I can get to 16, yeah, no reason to not to. Because I don't think they'd attack into it. It's 1 more damage, 1 more card. Yeah, he's asking likely what can attack still. 2 Dawn left. We have the Sabo can attack, and the Ace can attack as well.
Would you attack with the Sabo if you didn't have counter for the 15 lead? Probably still.
Probably still, but I don't know. If I if I'm playing webcam, yes. My opponent can see my face all nervous, like 8 cards in hand. Maybe not. Maybe not. All right, big 9.
Big 9. Do we get a White Snake bounce Gloriosa, pitch Gloriosa? No, he's just taken.
Let's see. All right, 1 left in life. I think Unlikely Hero is what? 20 cards left in deck?
Probably around that, which is probably going to be at least another turn cycle, if not 2, of just like relaxing.
With them having 3 Dawn open, I think Sabo is fine to not. I think they would have been able to get some usage out of it.
Unlikely Hero finds a peel-off, and MVP hangers back in.
They still have their blocker, too. I'm surprised they didn't block that last turn.
They do have another blocker, I think.
Yeah.
I think once you get into these late game spots, like having 2 blockers is so potent.
Yeah.
Just because it's really hard for you to like double Egghead Luffy. Without like a Moria, and if there's a Moria, like the turn's like so scripted, it's easy to counter out of things.
Yeah.
So I understand like the need to prioritize having these blockers. It just feels so much more natural when you just want to block every turn, though.
Yeah, but I am surprised he didn't block. I think I would have maybe blocked that second one if I wasn't able to get out of it.
Unlikely here, trying to figure out if they can afford to play another blocker, leaving up 4 Dawn. There's a lot of 2-cost events in hand, though, and there's a fairly sizable board.
Yeah, I will say also, like, as good as Rocket Luffy is at popping, it doesn't really establish. It's like just a temporary solution, right?
Yeah.
You don't establish more bodies on board. Man, going down to 4 Dawn open with a second one, that's a big call out with 1 life left.
Yep. I do not know exactly the level of depth that Unlikely Hero did in terms of like their math, in terms of making sure they can survive.
Yeah.
But they did that frighteningly fast because I needed probably like 5 minutes to figure out whether I could afford to tap that.
Yeah, and he, I don't know, it almost was like a resolution though, right? Like, I have to do this. This is my only play, even though it's not the one I want to make.
Is there a start with a 7K swing with leader just because the Moria? Oh, there's still no Moria.
Yeah, there's still no Moria. Yeah. But we can use our leader effect if we have a 2-drop Luffy in hand, which I believe we do.
Yep.
And I think maybe he's saying like I could double Rocket Luffy potentially, but he might be missing a piece, so he might be needing to search. Yeah, there's 2 Luffys in there already.
I think he only has 1 baby Luffy in hand.
Yeah. So maybe wanting to consider searching for another one, but we'll see.
I'm tracking it might weirdly be out of baby Luffy's. I didn't get a full glimpse, but I think there might be 3 in trash.
Yeah, I know there's 1 in hand.
Yeah, I think there might be 3 in trash. If not, at the very minimum, there's 2.
Yeah, but we start with the 9. Interesting.
When your Don's constrained, the idea of White Snake is just like not really that potent. If your opponent has a bunch of gavels, they have a bunch of gavels though, and that kind of seems like what the punish is going to be this turn. Yeah.
I think also I think he's conceding that I don't have a Luffy in play or a Sabo in rotation for another 2-drop boy.
Sure. Yeah.
So I think he's attacking with the Sabo to put it into trash to be able to get the rotation with it too, which I don't dislike. But with having a blocker out, it means that even though you're going to have an 11K leader swing, it's just going to get blocked likely.
Yeah. Boom. Bring back. Yep. Buff the leader. Get rid of a blocker.
Sabo. Yeah. Declaring on the leader as well. Just needs to update the dice.
We found a Moria. Yep.
It's extra draw.
I think we forgot to buff the leader.
I saw he moved it. I mean, there's audio as well.
Yep.
So this either, yeah, all right, and yeah.
We got the 9.
I also, just to confirm, not updating the dice doesn't mean you didn't declare it. We don't have the verbal confirmations, but there are judges watching this too, and I believe in their ability to track if they declared it or not too.
Are we gaveling this turn? Last swing of 7. Gavel, pitch, love. Cards in deck, 3, 6, 9, 12, 16. Ooh, that's a lot more.
That's a lot in this situation, yeah.
I mean, the gavel's going to trash 2, so it's going to be 14, then draw down to 13. There might be some magical concoction.
Yeah.
But we've got a blocker. A blocker and a dream. And Metallic Dragon is out of Baby Luffy's. I'm pretty sure about that one.
Yeah, I agree as well.
So it's just going to be Moria to get rid of these blockers, which might just be good enough.
At this point, though, with no cards left in life, 1 blocker, and the other card we can get is Thunderbolt, too.
Oh, I forgot about Thunderbolt.
Yeah, because even though we're at 0 life, we can Luffy effect to put 2 in there, use Thunderbolt to get rid of 1, and we're good to go. Ooh, Kaya into another Kaya seems pretty good.
Rubber band can go. 9 down up. Rubber band's definitely not sufficient. The question is whether you can afford to hold on to a Love, and you probably can't.
No, not both. All right. Ooh, so we're getting some good cards, but
Yeah.
I mean, maybe this is a way to. If we'd have to resolve. What we are at? Let's say we're at 12 cards in hand. We would have to resolve 6 Kayas.
That's it?
Yeah, that's it, right? Only 6 Kayas. No card in the deck, I think, mills more than 2.
Yeah.
For one instance. And no, not even a Dawn count. I don't think it's statistically possible for you to get enough cards with 10 Dawn out of your deck with only 6 cards in hand.
Probably not. The real question is whether you think Unlikely Hero can survive, which is a fun scenario.
I also think that's unlikely.
It's unlikely, I agree.
But there's potential. 1, 2.
Because all he needs to be able to counter is like with a blocker. If he plays Moria, he goes 6, 7, 8, 11.
I think the numbers are better without playing Moria and
Probably
keeping the blocker up, though. Again, Thunderbolt, I think, would win you the game on the spot.
Yeah. Thunderbolt is like very easy, very easy, I think. You just go Thunderbolt 16 and just get him dead.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, there's second discard. 3 in hand with that much open.
Yep, it's Love, and
the Gavel. Now, is it Gavel or is it White? I think it was White Snake.
Oh, it was White Snake. Okay.
Yeah. So you can play all 3 of those and have 2 Dawn open, and get out of 1 13k attack. I think, right?
Yep.
Yeah. And then you have 2 6s. I mean, you get more card draw too, but it's going to be the sequencing from Nami is going to have to be important. I know that we've played some Glorioso, so I have lost track. Unlikely Hero should know the order of the rest of their deck, and we just go there. So plus 2k there on the Luffy, making it an 8. I think going the first attack being a 10 would be likely
the best.
A good play, yeah. But we're just going 2 plus 3, so 5, so 11.
With 7 Dawn up.
Yeah.
White Snake drop.
We're going to 6. Oh, another one. That's pretty good.
7. Is that a triple?
That's a triple, but we're out of 11. So we're tied right now, and then we need another 1k or more.
Yep. There is an Apis. And just counter. The fact that we're 7k is kind of silly.
It's
right?
very silly. Yeah, I agree, yeah. Oh, another one. All right, so we're an 8k leader right now.
With a blocker.
With a blocker. 3 cards in hand.
Yep. And what does he have? 10, 10?
I think that's likely our best play.
Yeah. I think Unlikely Hero does have Apis 2k though, like 2k, 2k. There is double Apis in hand. Oh. Unlikely Hero is trying to figure out whether they can counter out this one or the next one.
They should definitely block this if they think they can counter out.
Yep.
Because then it means that Metallic Dragon, he's going to have to put it on the Sabo.
Mm-hmm.
This is game 2, by the way.
Yeah.
So honestly, with that triple white smoke or White Snake. Oh, okay. Here we go.
10. I wonder if Metallic Dragon's worried enough about.
Oh, I think it's going to happen. All right.
Yep.
Can you get out of? I think 15 for. I think Nami, you got no cards in life.
How many cards does Unlikely Hero have in deck? 4.
4.
What's Unlikely Hero's hand?
But look, okay.
Yeah, I know. I get it.
Okay. Just recognizing. I think we can go 15 for game. I really do.
I think he probably will. The plot twist thickens.
Oh no. No. It's the
2k. Yeah, it's peel off, but we have no way to draw a card, right? And the last card in our deck is... We have 13.
7.
No.
9. 11.
Oh, 11.
12, 13. Didn't get there. Unlikely Hero takes it with Nami, 13 to the dome. That's crazy.
That was absurd.
That was crazy. I think everyone, including ourselves, thought Unlikely Hero, not enough cards in deck, not enough, or too many cards in deck, not enough draw, but the triple
White Snake
was absurd, got you there, and that's the danger with Luffy in this matchup, where they can just hit you when you're at 0.
Yeah, that was absurd. And they showed how powerful just having those blockers were in the late game.
Yes.
It looked like it was impossible to survive there, but apparently just like having enough White Snakes and having just one blocker was sufficient.
Yeah.
Which was, ooh.
All right, here we are. We've got our final match of the day, and I think Vincent just walked over and knocked it over, so I'm going to correct the camera real quick and let them know that they're good to start. But Yonas, you want to introduce this match?
Yep. Another black-yellow Luffy versus Nami. Last round, Unlikely Hero somehow squeaked out a game with triple White Snake on the last turn of the game, and then had 2 remaining 2Ks, and then won the game with a 13K swing at lead on the crackback, which was obscene. This game seems going to be a little bit more interesting. Hopefully there's more swingy stuff like that happening, but Vincent beat a Nami in top 8 earlier, and Unlikely Heroes played against a lot of black-yellow Luffy so far, so seeing both these players play into each other is going to be a treat for both of us.
Yeah, and I don't know if you mentioned this, but both of these leaders are play atypical games of One Piece, right?
Yep.
We do have our Nami, who, as we saw in the last matchup, sometimes wants to get 0 cards in deck. Sometimes it wins with some cards in deck, but that's changing the game mechanic. It's an alternate win condition, and is very strong and plays differently than everything else because of it, right?
Yep. And Black Yellow Luffy doesn't use life in any conventional way that any other deck does. The fact that it gets just discard a singular card to gain 2 life, albeit face up, is still very, very powerful in a large majority of matchups.
Yeah, and as mentioned, yes, it does also have a per the rules kind of effect, where it says that if you hit a card face up out of your life, or if a card face up in your life were to go to your hand, it goes to the bottom of your deck instead. And then also, it's mostly on the 2 drops and other cards that go into the archetype, but you have some ways to play cards out of your life to boost your leader to be an easy 7K or 9K leader until the end of the next turn. So does not play, I'd say, the normal resource game that a lot of these decks play in this game.
Yep. Vincent being relatively aggressive with his 2Ks to make sure that he gets relatively low in life. I think you probably need to in this matchup as well.
Yep.
And a very powerful 5K or 5-cost Luffy this early in the game, making sure you have an 8K attacker for the rest of this game is going to be very, very powerful.
Yeah, normally when it's face up, you don't know your cards in your life, right? But with the inclusion of Hiyori from OP07, you can put the 1 card from your life to your hand and then put 1 back. So knowing that you have the Luffy there really helps you out. And it's a 2K, which is nice in the deck too.
Yep. First life from Nami being a peel-off, definitely get the extra boost or couple extra cards. Make sure you can sculpt the next couple of turns out pretty well. Definitely going to help from this side. And Apis, while being a relatively weak card in terms of card advantage, definitely is the best way to search a lot of your more powerful cards in the deck. The on-play making you have to trash 2 cards, but is able to search Kaya, which is by far the best card in this deck. Is something really powerful in a situation where you just drew 2 cards, especially when half of them are irrelevant, like Impel Down All-Stars.
Yeah, and again, I will say it does feel bad, right? You have to lose a 2K in hand, you have to discard 2 cards in hand, and you're just drawing 1. So it's still like a -2, but man, if you're able to get your good card or the mill that you need, sometimes it's just like your Hail Mary at the end of the game.
Yep.
It's definitely a card you need to run.
Awesome. Vincent all the way down to 0, perfectly fine here. And last game, he took a relatively aggressive stance where he didn't really care too much about the size of his swings. He just wanted to get as many swings out as possible. This game, I'm curious what his stance is going to be in terms of making sure that he can get relatively large swings. If he really cares about the sizing or he really cares about the volume more first and foremost. Yep, Egghead Luffy getting rid of the Kaya, obviously one of the most potent cards to get rid of early because of cards like Snake Dance. And from here, you can just go 10-10 if you'd like. I think 10-10 is pretty reasonable here, but if you want to deploy the Sabo is perfectly fine.
Yep.
We got a Searcher event. Getting both a Sabo and then the little Sabo if he wants those. Looks like it. Those extra blockers are really nice in the late game if you need them in case of a random 13k swing.
Yeah. And thinking about what to use with the Dawn. Yeah, we're going to play the 2-drop Sabo once again.
Yep.
And go into the 4-drop.
And Ace.
Yeah, so we're able to do an 8k and 11k swing. This feels a little bit bad if we have like a good 2-cost 2/4, being able to put like Opus back into our hand or something like that. But honestly, like we have too many cards in hand for like Love Metal to be impactful. Maybe if we have like one for like a Gavel, that's good. But again, Opus did get a good amount of cards out of our hand. But looks like we're just going to use the White Snake here to be able to draw 1 and go to a 6k leader.
And Snake Dance.
Snake Dance, yep. And we are a 6k leader there. We're going 11 into 6. We can use the Gavel, so that will let us go into a 10k, and then we could use a 2k after that, which we know we have in hand with the Opus returning, and go
Make
there.
Make sure you save that life. Yep.
Yeah, that's good sequencing for sure.
Unlikely here, relatively few cards in hand, but sometimes the cards in hand doesn't really matter as much as just making sure you keep having that velocity going through your deck.
Yeah.
You'll hit Pilafs in life eventually.
Yeah, I mean, we've hit 1, right? So we're already feeling pretty good.
Yeah, we're already up, so we're super happy about that so far. Starting off with Gloriosa, looking for anything off of the Search.
And Gloriosa, definitely one of the enablers for us to switch to more of the Kuja Pirate package in the set. Before OP07, Nami players usually use more of the Impel Down, use like Daz Bones, 1-drop Searcher Buggy, the Death Wink as well, but I think most people have agreed that this has been definitely a more solid version of Nami in this meta.
Yep. Almost exclusively because of the blocker, I think.
Yeah, that blocker is really good. And Love Mallow searchable now, which is fantastic.
Yep.
The fact that the snake dance, even though we had like Overheat, which kind of did the same thing, the fact that card's more searchable, so that's helpful too.
Unlikely here, trying to decide what card to discard here between the White Snake, a Gavel, or a Gloriosa. Ending up on the Gloriosa, I think. Yep. And yeah, now we're just in let's try to be in survival mode for as long as possible. Try to take relatively few hits and just kind of get down to 3 life ideally this turn. Looks like Vincent gets to go to his first Moria turn.
Yeah, potentially, right? We'd have 9 Dawn. It'd be tricky to get...
Oh, we're on 9. Oops.
Yeah. We could still do it. The only thing is that it would be more of a setup for next turn than necessarily doing anything too proactive this turn. And with them only having 3 Dawn open for Nami, I would definitely want to try to pressure more than average here. All right. Looks like we're splitting like 3 and 5, maybe.
I'm curious what the plan is. Maybe play an Egghead Luffy from hand and use leader ability. That might be something.
Yeah, I mean, if we have enough to do both Ace and Egghead Luffy, yeah, I think that'd be pretty strong. But we're just gonna hard play the Egghead Luffy. Interesting.
Might be pretty late on Baby Sabos, and trying to preserve those for later might be more important.
Yeah, and or just might not have the pieces, right? Like,
that's true.
We are, as much as like the deck draws, and we do need to find certain cards at certain times, and you don't always do that. All right, we're going to discard off leader effect, and we're going to have 2 Dawn open.
I wonder what his objective is. Probably another egghead Luffy if he has the other baby. Just making sure that the blocker's also gone this turn would be nice.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I also think he wants some pressure.
Yeah.
And the pressure's really lackluster right now.
Oh, never mind. We put 2 in there.
Yep.
And we're getting the hard draw. Okay, so we are bricking. And another egghead in hand.
We draw all 4?
I think we have. Yeah.
That's just
At least 3, but yeah. Potentially all 4. Man, I gotta say, I'm not always like a big alt art fan. I really do like those Luffys. I'm really jealous they don't have those.
Are you gonna pick up the cereals?
That's true. Yeah, I gotta. Yeah, why go halfway?
Yeah, commit. But yeah, him trying to figure out what the best attacks are is gonna be interesting. Oh,
yeah.
There might not be any babies played this turn.
Yeah, just seeing, yeah, not getting some good sequencing from Vincent, unfortunately. Not even to his fault. It just looks like just not seeing the cards you'd want to. Yeah, Big 10, likely block, yeah, and we're gonna just use some additional cycle as well. So we're gonna bounce it back to hand. That's very, very cute. Very, very cute.
That's good sequencing.
Yeah, and that's one thing that White Snake has over Overheat as well, is that you can bounce back cards that are rested as well. Yeah, Overheat generally would only be active cards.
Multiple Kaias this turn alongside the locker redeployed. White Snake is getting discarded as well, so the hand's White Snake, Snake Dance, Love, and Gavel. Good hand to have here.
Oh boy.
Counter.
Yeah, with doubles, Snake Dance with double Kaya means that you'd have to use 2 Luffy's effect when honestly you couldn't even do like an additional one. That's a pretty good card though. I think we got 2-drop Ace in hand, so we could use that this turn now. But they're gonna get a lot of value. Or are we just gonna play Big Bad Moria?
Yep. Got some pressure with. There's more Luffy's. Never mind.
Yeah.
Might be getting rid of both Kayas. Might be getting rid of a blocker and Kaya.
Yeah, bounce back. Kaya.
Getting rid of all the Kayas.
Yeah. I don't know. At this point, I would have just gotten rid of the blocker because I likely won't. Oh, wait. Did we do? Oh, we did 2 2-drops.
With the Moria?
With the Moria, right?
Yeah, it was just two babies.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, I thought it was an Ace and a Luffy. Yeah. In that case, we definitely. Yeah, we just do it again, right?
I think so.
Yep, another of the Luffy's. Probably going to put, the Rush Ace because we know that we have that 2-drop in hand right now.
Yep.
Use that. Become a 4K bonus. Use the effect. Get rid of the Kaya once again. And then we have an 8K attack, an 11K attack, and maybe a 6 if we want to with the Sabo.
This Love would be quite good.
Yeah, Love would be fantastic if we have the tiny enough cards in hand.
Yep.
Yeah, very, very good.
And the Pilaf draw is quite good here.
Yep.
And the question is whether you want to do the block Snake Dance combo again this turn, or since you drew the Pilaf, your Dawn's a little too constrained, and you probably don't want to play the Margaret.
No, we're going to do it.
We're doing it again. So.
Yeah, at this point, I definitely swing with Sabo, though.
Yep.
Yeah, we're at 9K. We're at 1 life. They're not going to pressure anything. They have to put Dawn, too, so I don't think you're worried at all to do that.
Oh, and we're past. Yeah. You could be
he's
worried.
asking for cards in deck. Yeah.
Yep. 17.
Yeah, maybe you could be worried that they could have like a rubber band. And with the 6, they are going to take it. All right, so that likely worth the swing. Yeah, because otherwise, like you could play it. They could play like a Spada, which means -1 in hand, but they get the best 3 cards on top of their deck in the order they want it. Yep. Rubber Band just accelerates their end of game, and so I understand like why the decision was there.
Unlikely here is probably trying to set up going for game not this turn but the next turn, and they're just trying to make sure that they kind of have a lot of comfort, making sure that they go to 1 this turn a lot of the time. They have as many cards in Kai's as they possibly can, even though there's 3 in our trash right now because of Vincent's diligence and making sure they have died immediately before anything else. But when you do that, your board ends up looking a lot worse, as you can see this game. A lot of Egghead Luffys and not a lot of much else.
All right, so we're looking at Dawn. Yeah, okay. Oh, we're going to use the effect there. Interesting.
Might be looking for some particular piece.
Yeah.
Here's what we're looking for that badly.
I don't think I'd use Rocket Luffy either, so because I know I'm fairly sure we have 2 drop ace in there.
Looks like it up top.
Unless they want to play another Moria potentially, right?
That's true. Or maybe looking for just another baby and they don't really care which one it is.
Yeah, I guess so.
Looks like Sabo's an option, or just another ace. I don't think you have 2 aces.
Yeah, we're taking it though.
Okay. Awesome. Right. Probably discarding that ace. Putting ace in life. Oh, if he has 2 aces, he has 2 aces. This is gonna be a good turn then.
Yeah, that does. I only saw 1 outright, but again, Vincent's playing 3 of each.
Yep. Get that 10 in. Try to make the white snake pretty bad. That's one line you could take here. No, just a 9.
All right.
White snake. Draw and gavel. Well, plenty of cards you don't want in your hand, that's for sure. Just snake dance, get that counter. Yep. And now you're permanent 6K for the turn.
We've got an 8K outright. We've got a 7K leader right now, and what? I think 7 Dawn left.
Yep. Should be 7. Yep. If there are 2 aces this turn, it's going to be quite good. That's for sure. Let's get an 8 in there. Kind of demanding a way to get +4, basically.
Yeah.
In this case, it's going to be the gavel, pitching either one of the blockers or an All-Stars. Probably the All-Stars, yep.
And I think Vincent's gone to more of just a wider board than a taller board necessarily, right?
Yep.
Excuse me. All right, we've got 7 Dawn still, so another Searcher. All right, so likely looking for another 2-cost ace, which I think was the top card of deck.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, if that's the case, the attacks remaining are 8, 8, 11, if you want that to happen.
Yeah, 8, 8, and 11 I think are good numbers.
Obviously, there's no white snake you can kind of reevaluate, but...
Yeah, but having 2 aces, oh man, this is tough. A rubber band though, draw 1, trash 1, very nice.
Third margarine hand. There's a lot of non-counter there. Getting a 6 in. The 6 kind of exposes you to the 15, but since you're very likely to be a 9K leader, you'll have a lot more follow-up. From unlikely hero side, it looked like 7 or so cards. Didn't get an exact count though.
Yeah, so just doing the 6. I mean, you've got to be careful too. That's all your blockers right now.
Yeah. To counter or not to counter?
Yeah, it's tough.
Yeah, 14 is probably a little too much. I think you have to always counter this. The question's with what.
Yeah. Oh, gavel, that's expensive.
Yeah, it is. Was it not worth the Gloriosa?
I guess not. With the idea maybe that Gloriosa can represent 1 less card in deck.
Yep, I was just worried about the second baby ace where like this 8K swing is just like not easily countered.
Yeah. 8 and then 11. And scooping it up. Vincent takes game 1.
Games. Huh.
Yeah, not the line that I thought was going to get there, but it definitely did.
Yep, 100%.
Definitely did.
Unlike the hero, probably knew a lot more about the bottom of his deck and whether he had any outs if he ended up countering there. I think he probably was just dead to second ace no matter what, based on what he thought his hand was.
Yep. All right, so super close though, and again, we do have Black Yellow Ace with more, his version having the 3, right? So more than average on there, and game 1 going to Luffy.
Awesome. All right, getting them relatively fast shuffles in. Thankfully, these guys get not really worried about time too much right now.
Yeah, since, I mean, we have until the heat death of the universe, so they...
I don't think I have.
Yeah, the stream will survive. Go on without us, but yeah, it is nice that finals are untimed. As far as I've seen, none of the matches that we watched on stream today really were affected by that, which is nice. Yep. And based on a lack of outcry in front of us, I don't think like there's any games that really were super affected by time in our top 32 in general.
Not at all. Our 5 finalists have been playing very briskly so far, and basically all of our top cut has as well. So
yeah,
it's kind of great to see players playing very, very quickly, especially when the game's getting even shorter and shorter. It went from a 35-minute round to a 30-minute round recently. Yeah, maybe it goes to a 25-minute or a 20-minute eventually.
Yeah, but unless it's like like a really grindy Enel mirror, sometimes, right? I think most games are, 20-minute average is pretty standard.
Yeah.
Which is generally where I think it's a good medium for players and tournament organizers as well. I don't think we could do best of 3 Swiss for one piece. That would get long. That'd get long, even hour long. And but with best of 3, best of 1, I think this is a really good format for those time rolls.
Awesome. Unlike the hero gets the choice of player draw, I would presume second.
Yeah, but I don't know. There's some plays where Luffy's just better on the odd curve.
Yep.
When it's not a traditional matchup, I would say, like either the mirror or this one.
And there's the guard.
And we get a good variety of hits. This is actually fantastic. So whatever you're missing, we're going to choose the 5-drop Luffy, which is great for setting up our beginning plays.
100%.
Very, very strong.
Unlike the hero, kind of has this weird choice of whether they want to play Kaya or not. I think he always has to play Kaya early, though. It's just a little too important.
Yeah, and as mentioned, too, it's unlikely for them to be able to get removal for it for this one.
Yeah. I think it was Apis and the other spotter being pitched super early. And I would expect a 5-5 to be looming.
Yeah, but you do, yeah, with no 2 Dawn open, yeah, they're going to have to spend a lot of resources. I think it's rid of the hanger, another 5. Okay. So preserving the life, but going down to very few cards in hand.
Yep. Hopefully there's a Margaret to block with, or a peel off to recoup those cards. We got the blocker.
Yeah, but we don't have the 2 Dawn open to potentially return the Kaya to hand yet. And after 5 Dawn, Luffy can start getting some removal.
Yeah. It's going to be pretty hard. It looks like Vincent doesn't really have many ways to lose life in their opening hand besides the big Luffy.
Yeah, but you can play it this turn, go down to 3, and then next turn. Yeah.
Get the rubber band going. Josh 1. And get that Luffy.
Yeah, rubber band. It's not flashy, but man, it's just a good card for the deck, huh?
Yeah, it's like so good in this deck. It's absurd. The trigger is so convenient.
Yep.
And just like having that be a piece of your glue is like super nice in a lot of matchups.
Yep.
So, and discarding a gavel. Yeah. You really are card light this game, so you can't really afford to do all of that. And running a 6 at life. Okay. Interesting. Get that extra trash going on.
Okay.
We got triggers too.
We do. That's crazy. See, I can draw from life too. It's very good, isn't it? And then the mill 1, right? Yeah.
Yep, love. Yep. And now the double Kaya definitely makes the Egghead Luffy a lot worse. It might still be something you kind of have to work towards and just like Egghead Luffy the entire board.
Yeah.
I think we might be going more towards the aggressive route and just trying to double body this turn.
Yeah, and this might have been a bit of a misstep, just putting them down to 2, meaning that you can use the leader effect.
Yep.
And get some more bodies on board efficiently, but I think I don't know, a mill is a mill, right? You'll take it.
Mill is mill. And yep, this Egghead Luffy's about to happen.
Yep, gonna use the Luffy effect.
Buff lead, get rid of one of the Kayas, 1 down.
And unless we have like a Thunderbolt, 1 Kaya is gonna stay in rotation, which again, at that point, I'd more likely just choose the blocker if we can't get rid of both, because the other one can just be returned to hand. Unless we're gonna play like the super long game and pass.
I'm not entirely sure about how I feel about the pass. It might just be necessary. It just feels not spectacular.
Yeah, with a 9K leader and an 8K body, yeah, it feels awful.
Yeah. Then 9K swing also gets punished by exactly this White Snake left turn.
Yep. If we have it, though.
When we have it.
You're right. It's not if, it's a matter of time.
Instead, we get the Kaya back. Got to protect her. I'm going to take this first hit. Yep.
And Impel down All-Stars. Very good card in life.
Yep.
Only good card in life. Potentially in this matchup.
If people are watching this later, maybe that card might be banned.
Hey, look, I did not expect the reaction when I offhandedly said, you know, if you want to like slowly hurt this deck, this would be a good card. I want to watch the tapes.
Get the receipts. Okay. Definitely a great turn to Gloriosa plus Kaya. Kind of get a lot of things going. The second blocker would be very good to deploy this turn if you can afford to. And I think you're in a decent spot to play them, so.
Yeah.
Discard 2Ks, get that blocker going.
Yep.
With the White Snake, let's go.
Yep, good card at the spot, and a double blocker here. And the fact that, I mean, they could still Rocket Luffy, but you're really just kind of down to how many 2-drop Luffys do we have right now, right?
Not enough. That's the real problem.
We've got some Garps in hand, so we can search it. We could use our 5-drop effect first to draw 1.
That's true.
So there are some ways to get there.
As you mentioned, let's go. Start us off with that. Probably starting with a bunch of Garps and then trying to see where we're going from there.
I mean, we could start with Kuzan, right?
That's true.
Just
problems. Is there a Kuzan in that hand?
I think there was. I thought there was.
Game changer. Ooh, Luffy and Ace.
Yeah. Yeah, but Luffy, I think, is the better card again if you want to try to get that Kai off the board.
Yep. It's just when you know about a Snake Dance, it makes sense to do it this way.
Yeah. All right, we're going to discard from our hand. Looks like it's going to be Ace. Yep, Ace. We're going to put Ace, and we'll put 2. We'll play the Luffy. Use the effect. We're going to play it out plus 2K there. Get rid of the Kaya. Draw a card. And do we have a 2-cost Ace in hand? I'm unsure if we do.
Wait, it was a Kuzan. You're right.
Okay, yeah. Sorry, you sounded just so upset that you missed the Kuzan in hand. You're like, no, that's my one thing.
That is my thing.
How could I fail? All right, and I think he's just making sure that he's allowed to be greedy enough to do this. But yeah, I guess being a little bit more on the safe side. Oh, we're playing Kuzan then. 4 Dawn available? There's no way not.
It could be anything.
Could be anything.
White Snake. White Snake Gavel is a combo.
It is. Block White Snake. Or sorry, we only have White Snake. Not,
yeah, you can block Snake Dance.
Snake Dance, yeah.
Unlucky Hero's done it multiple times so far, both in this match and in the prior one. It's a pretty interesting thing to be doing.
Right,
Ooh,
Desert Spada.
Second trigger.
Draw 2, trash 1.
Yeah.
2 for 2 so far.
Yeah. And he's in.
Yep, there's the Kuzan passing
and
from there.
Attacks. Okay.
And yeah, you know, respecting that there could be better value from leaving those 3 open than attacking with the Luffy, so scan the draw.
At this point, Unlucky Hero doesn't have the peel-off to punish Vincent's kind of like slow pacing. Yeah, Unlucky Hero has a pass with all 10 down up. Never a fun feeling. But I'm not entirely sure how uncomfortable they are with just like waiting forever at this point.
All right, so we got full 10 Dawn. We've got 1 ace in life. We have 1 Luffy on there too, and the Kuzan. So looks like Kuzan swing first, reducing one of the blockers. Not that it really matters in this matchup. And yeah, the immediate White Snake.
And ace.
Yeah, plus 2 there.
Do got some more swings.
Use the 5-drop effect, so we're 8K, put 2 Dawn underneath there.
Yep.
Do we have... I think we have another ace, so we can go 2 costs.
Too many aces.
Yeah. Sometimes you just have to like kind of pass with them having 6 life, or a 6K leader too. It can be very frustrating.
Searching. Sabo.
Ooh. Find
another ace.
This is their 3rd and final copy.
Yep. I think Vincent's looking for the baby versions at this point.
Yeah, agreed.
Might play another event as well.
Yeah. You could also just play out Rocket Luffy at this point. Just get the 1 removal. Though it does feel a little bad.
Yeah, it feels terrible at this point. But you might have to. Are there all 3 aces in his hand?
Yeah, there's 1 on board and 2 in hand, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Actually, at that point, you know what? Just play ace, I think. Just play the 5-7. Just 1 more attack. Invest the Dawn for another turn.
Honestly.
Oh, we're just going to use leader effect. We're going to trash that, and looks like Rocket Luffy. Oh, 2 from hand. Okay.
Oh, it's both aces? Are there multiple aces in hand?
It's hard to tell.
Yeah.
I respect the bling, but it's it's a little bit tricky.
All the white borders is all the same?
Yeah, they're just all the same color, right? It's just tough to track. But I think we can do some good numbers of 8, 8, 10, or 8, 8, 9, and then an additional copy of 11. Ooh, a second copy of the White Snake. Very good.
Unlucky Hero's hand has a lot of gavels, which kind of feel weird in the spot. Or you might just have to gavel pitch Apis or Gloriosa, just because you need to get these cards out of your hand. Trash 2 peel-offs also isn't the most fun either.
No.
When your opponent has to pitch a gavel to swing like that when they have 5 done up, it never feels great. It feels like you're kind of telegraphing what your hand looks like.
Yep.
The 7K swing definitely makes Soul Red Unlikely Hero, giving it 2K.
Yeah.
Gavel, pitching.
I mean, eventually we gotta start blocking with these two. I know it won him the game last time, but surely a block eventually will be nice.
Yep. We got a 10K swing. Looks like it's gonna be a love to go up to a big swing, and from there we have a big 12.
Or we have a searcher if we so desire.
Yep.
Yeah, big 12.
Yep, and you probably just take this. Oh, that's 3 for 3.
3 for 3. Couldn't be me. Couldn't be me when I play Nami. Yes, all my non-Kaya 2Ks in there.
That trash looks kind of large. Unlikely Hero probably has very, very few cards in deck at this point.
Yeah, we've been able to be pretty successful with our the free cycle we get from life. I'm going to guess we're around 13 cards.
No.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, 7. Okay. All right. Yeah. Just margin of error 5%. I was close. I was there.
Oh, geez, 7 cards. That's terrifying. There's 2 blockers in play.
those triggers. It's that impel down all stars. I'm telling you all. It was the beginning of the end. That first hit, getting 2 cards out of life. Very, very good. Or 2 cards out of deck.
And then boom, getting a
blocker. Yep.
Just play 2 of them. Just have quad in play. It'd be fun for the show.
One unfortunately got trashed.
Oh no.
Yeah, I know. Oh, Kaya is just the better card.
Oh god. My turn might be over this turn.
4 left.
Yeah.
Is he scooping up? Okay, he's scooping up. We're on times, but I appreciate him respecting our time anyways.
I respect that. Yeah.
So unlikely hero, get into game 3, force in a game 3, and we'll have to see how this next one goes.
Yeah. 15 cards in hand or in deck or so.
Yeah. It's man, those when you start getting the good triggers, they definitely just exponentially get better, right?
100%. I was curious what the other 2 life were. I was hoping for the full 5.
The 5 stack. Yeah. Definitely. You gotta get here in final somehow, right? You gotta get a little bit of luck. Skills carries you, but luck gives you that extra edge every once in a while.
Unlikely Hero seems extremely comfortable with Nami at a level that I would aspire to be.
Yeah.
I am not this fast at making these decisions.
Mm-hmm. And you got to be a little bit quick in best of 3 format in Top Cut, right? We've been able to get all the way here, so we've had 4 different matches with that, and definitely do need to be careful for it. So Vincent decides if he wants to go first or second. He had to pause and confirm on it because, again, it's not straightforward. Nami just gets whatever it's given and goes with it, right?
Nami immediately mulligans. Didn't find many of the good cards, basically Kaya or any of the 3 costs to play on curve. But Unlikely Hero definitely needs to have a really powerful go first hand to do well in this matchup.
Yeah.
Ideally, just basically looking for Kaya on turn 1, which is kind of the simple way to think about it. But a lot of that game was a lot of Vincent stumbling to make sure he got to low life relatively quickly. It took him a little bit longer than he probably would have liked.
Yeah. Even though this is the game on Unlikely Hero hit into the leader, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Vincent continuing with the go first strategy, deploying its 5 costs to apply that pressure.
Yep. Oh, and we have to make a decision.
It is between Ace or what was the other option?
I think it was. It definitely wasn't 5 cost Luffy. I think it was one of the 2-drop boys.
Okay.
I saw Emporio, which I would want to have, but unfortunately can't search it with that one. Yep. So.
Awesome. Unlikely Hero has the P Law for the 4-down turn, which is going to be pretty nice. And kind of either gets to counter out of this 8K swing or just take it, depending on what they're feeling that day.
All right. Going to 3 Dawn with no 1-drop searcher to be able to do like a double 5. I mean, it doesn't look like we have, like, if you found any of your 1 or 2 drops, you'd be playing it. You could play like a Hiyori for 2 to maybe set up a 2-drop next turn, but they have the gavel to answer this 8K.
So good here.
That's so nice here.
Yep. Trash 2, and then pass, and Unlikely Hero just gets to go peel off and pass the turn back.
Yeah, very nice. Yeah, Gavel's pretty nasty. Yep. It's weirdly enough, it only protects leaders, which I think is fine. I think no one plays this card outside of Nami anyways, but
I've seen Reiju play it in small quantities. In
Oh,
past.
interesting.
Yeah. Basically ways to make their 1K counters into like 4Ks when the opponent's going for
Sure, and sometimes you need to just like have the cards you want in trash anyways too, like all your bigger bodies. So I can see that.
Vincent kind of having to play Sabo instead of ideally like 5-cost Luffy on that one turn. Sabo's not going to be bad, but it's a relatively lackluster attacker. But at least it fixes our hand a little bit more to set up some more scary stuff.
Yeah, another Pilaf. Oh, it's starting pretty good. And yeah, one of the worst 5 costs, I think, in this scenario. You definitely would want to either one, be at lower life and get a 5/7 rush, or something of that manner. But yeah, just a blocker does nothing in this matchup.
Yeah. I'm surprised Nami didn't think or wasn't comfortable enough just playing Glorioso that turn. I really didn't think he needed all that done, but.
Yeah, I guess so. Hopefully, if they do decide to attack, they get to white snake the Kaya back. But Vincent respecting the potential of that, especially since we've drawn so many cards already. But yeah, very little pressure against Nami Nami in general.
Yeah, get that blocker going. And Glorioso time. Leaving up 3 to 4 Dawn's always like the sweet spot in these kind of things and scenarios.
Yeah. And we get to add a Kujapira card, so could be another blocker, could be, ooh, yeah.
Dance.
Knowing that's in hand now means that you are, you really don't want to attack unless you can try to remove the Kaya or the blocker there. So, but luckily we should be able to do that next turn, go down to 2 life with the 5-drop Luffy effect, and then use the Rocket Luffy if we have it. But I'm not sure if I immediately remember seeing Rocket Luffy in hand yet.
I don't think I saw one quite yet either, but Vincent's going to be seeing a lot of extra cards this turn.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, there goes the boy. There he is. Okay, off the top. Not even worried. We had another one anyways, but we'll see.
Vincent trying to figure out what we want to do with the remaining 4 Dawn. Probably is going to do something along the lines of just like 9/9.
Yeah. Well, it'd have to be like that. Oh, we're just Kuzan, draw, and pass. Interesting.
Gotta tax that Dawn. Unlikely Hero has been leaving up a fair amount of Dawn these early turns. Thankfully, finding these like Kayas and Margaret blockers to be playing on these turns. Otherwise, they'd be doing very little, which is kind of good for Unlikely Hero right now. It's doing a lot of searching, a lot of digging. Taking a 2K off of Gloriosa.
Yeah, and I don't know. It's just very good cycling here too. Being able to have like a play for this medium stuff, and for anyone who's just kind of joining in and don't know this matchup, it's very tricky to maneuver sometimes because you could be attacking more, but that just potentially gives more advantage to your opponent, and so if you prevent them from utilizing 4 or 5 Dawn that they could have used to get less cards in their deck, you sometimes just need to make that concession and pass.
Gavel off of the Apis there. Just making sure you got the extra counter. Just relaxing a little bit. And now you can get a little bit more used to all this counter in your hand. Unlikely Hero kind of is relatively lacking in terms of extra pressure. Or extra ways to do things that are proactive. It looks like a lot of reactive counter.
Which is fine because I think this turn could be, slightly large as well. But it looks like we're just going to do go down to 0 life, Flampe, and our Luffy 5-cost effect. Hopefully we have a 2-cost Luffy to be able to bounce or KO the Kaya off the Rocket Luffy. You can put in life right now. We're going to use the effect. And making sure before we discard. Yeah, likely the Sabo and... Oh, wait. And, okay. For a second. Yeah.
Ace. All right, good turn. There's going to be a lot of pressure, making sure the Kaya goes away. Makes those snake dances a little bit worse.
No, but we don't have 2-drop Luffy, though, right?
Oh, we don't have 2-drop
No,
Luffy.
we don't.
No.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, it's a little rough. And with only 4 Dawn, I mean, if we had 1 more Dawn, we'd be able to, 5-cost it, but... Yeah, now, I understand. You don't want to give them free value, but, kind of... Oh, man. Oh, okay. I thought he was passing. He was asking for cards and trash.
Are you sure that's 4 Dawn?
It could be 5. It honestly could be 5. I think you're right. So we did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yep, it is 5. It's
okay.
like a real weird one. There's just 3 on the right and then 2 on the leader. So I was like, huh.
Yeah, so we could use that to get rid of the Kaya with just the Rocket Luffy in hand. But that's a lot of Dawn investment, too.
Yeah, it is.
All right, yeah, Sabo for 2. So we aren't committing to the Rocket Luffy play this turn. And I'll now be additionally curious to see if we decide to even attack anymore.
It's going to be really hard to keep being so patient in this game. At least from my perspective, it just feels like our opponents has too much time to draw out of their predicament and just like find Kayas, find Apis, find stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Vincent's kind of making a similar judgment. Getting to go 11. If you want to block, you can block. If you want to just snake dance, you can snake dance.
Yeah. All right. So snake dance.
White
snake.
White snake. Yep.
Again, too many snakes.
Yeah. Snake tribal. Oops, all snakes. Starting off with that's like pretty powerful, just making sure that gets out of your hand, basically. Is there a second white snake that Unlikely Hero is considering using? Probably.
Oh,
Being
wow.
patient, become a sub K leader.
I mean, it's clear that there's just a lot of 7s this turn, right?
Yeah, so being a 7K leader would be quite nice.
Oh, but we take it anyways.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Basically, it's enticing Vincent to turn that board sideways so we can use our Dawn a little bit better.
Yeah, because we definitely could have like white snake the Kaya back to hand too.
Yep. But if you do that, then the rest of the swings are relatively terrifying.
That's fair.
And if there's an 11K swing here, then Unlikely Hero gets to go block White Snake or Snake Dance. Oh, I'm messing it up too now.
Yeah. That's so easy. Looks like we're going to gavel.
Yep. Gavel pitch Sandarosa.
Peel off and rubber band.
Yep. Then pitch Gloriosa here.
Yeah. Okay, Gloriosa.
And if Vincent wants to attack with the ace for 7, just get the extra card out. I'm not sure how much you respect the third white snake. I probably would have just swung with the ace anyways.
Yeah.
There's a snake dance.
Off the top.
Are we going to get rid of our Apis? Oh, Gloriosa. Sure. Nothing Gloriosa.
We get a 2K.
There's a love. Seems way better here.
Yep. Put Kaya to the top of the bottom.
Yep.
And 9 Dawn left. And pass him back.
Yep. Gonna be a weird game. I didn't catch the exact count, but it looks something like in the low or the high teens.
Yeah, I'd say around 17, 18 left in deck right now. 4 in life. We also have what looks like a good amount in hand, like what, 7 or 8 for Nami?
Yeah, it's a hefty grip. I think it's 7.
Yeah.
Now Vince is trying to now he has to live in this weird spot where he has to actually use his. Oh, he's just not going to attack with the Kuzan, making sure that he gets the Snake Dance or get rid of the Kaya before Snake Dance becomes a problem.
Yeah.
And he's back.
Okay, finally seeing these Luffys.
And the blockers going too?
Yeah,
okay.
Pretty nice. Using the effect, so.
That's not bad. All right.
Oh, and another one in case we need it.
4 Dawn remaining. Okay. You can do a lot of 7s. I think that's probably your best bet. Now that the 2 of the white snakes are gone, it's very unlikely Hero has many more.
Yeah. You do have to be a little bit careful. 1 in life could be impactful, but I think with the cards in Vincent's hand and the 9K, even if there's no blockers out, I'd be surprised if 15 would be enough to win the game. So
looks like it's 15 cards in deck.
Gotcha. All right, and just thinking about the numbers you want. 4 hold on. So we can go. I almost kind of think like a 6 with Sabo might be good, but we could just go the larger swing of the 2.
I think all your swings should probably be 7+, just because of the threat of like getting your opponent to use Usopp or Band of Doom.
We're just doing the
looks
whole.
Looks like Vincent just wants to get really large swings and disincentivize the Nami player from like using any events. The problem is like Hero can always just like use 1 or 2 of these events and just like spew the cards basically. Yeah. Or if they want to, they can just take the swing and
pull down All-Stars.
All-Stars.
Too good.
That was gross.
Too good.
Yeah. Now untap, draw, get that Margaret blocker going, draw that extra card. Peel off. That's probably for next turn.
Yeah.
Leaving up all that extra Dawn to make sure things go crazy. And then, yeah, it's going to be a real tough climb for Vincent to even get Unlikely Hero to 0 life, let alone actually present lethal.
Yeah, because we're at like 10 cards in deck now, right? Because we drew for turn, peel off drew us 2. And I think passing with 7 is moderately safe.
Yep. Activate the Luffy. All right, Vincent trying to figure out what the best course of action is. A lot of it feels relatively tough.
That actually looks like more like 13 cards.
Oh, it was like 13. Oh, we have more time.
Yeah.
We have more time.
We got a little bit more time.
Okay.
But again, also we have 7 Dawn open, and I'm going to say like 10 cards in hand right now.
Yeah.
And 3 life, and a blocker. All right,
getting the 6s in. Definitely probably going to use... I probably would just use a Spada if I was in his position.
Yeah, especially if... I mean, I think we have White Snake, but just being able to determine which cards we have, which ones we mill and such.
Yep. I left them on top just because those cards are really bad. We got to gavel those away.
Yeah, we sure do.
And then we're going to be Snake Dancing, it looks like, or trashing Snake Dance. With a hand of, like, Pilafs, Love Mellows, and Gavels. That's probably...
Yeah, but I think we had another Impel in hand, so we were able to get rid of that.
Ace. Might just start with the White Snake, yeah.
Yeah. And I think we have... okay, it was Rubber Band.
Rubber Band. We get the 8. Love with exactly...
Yep, 4 is fantastic.
Draw that card.
3 in life. We've milled, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. Now we have like 9 in deck, maybe 10.
Yep. Might be Moria. Bring back Egghead Luffy or Baby Luffy and Baby Ace.
Yeah.
Yep. Keep that pressure going.
Yeah, being able to have Rocket Luffy potentially would be nice.
Yep.
Gets rid of the blocker.
Yeah, this Moria is not going to be relevant this game.
Yeah, you won't. You might not even get a next turn.
Yeah.
You have to maybe just pressure enough this turn. Use the effects, pop that, draw 1.
Let's draw 1. Let's get that ace going.
And then using the 2-cost ace.
Let's see if there's a gavel, or at least 2k, 1k.
Yeah.
All right, there's a 6k leader, so it'll only be a 2k target.
Yeah, taking the life. Okay, all right.
There we go. And it was not a draw 2.
Not a draw 2, all right. And passing from there. All right. Drawing a card. I think, again, we have 8 left in deck. Oh, we got the hanger. Oh, just immediate peel off. I think we got the knowledge.
Yep.
4 in deck. 4. 4.
Margaret, draw. Kaya,
yeah.
2. Is it hanger for the last one?
Hanger for the last one.
You gotta go hanger.
Gotta go hanger. All right, double Kaya. There he goes. Congrats. Unlikely Hero, our winner today. Whew.
the second Nami win in English One Piece history, right?
Yeah. It's doing, I think, really good, especially the conversion rate of people on the deck to it.
Yep.
And yeah, the Kuja Pirate package has been very strong for the deck.
Yeah, absurdly.
All right, I'm here with Unlikely Hero, the, I don't know, unlikely winner for the day, what can we say?
Yeah, definitely. I'm so ecstatic to be here.
Yeah. You've had, honestly, some really tight games. Your top 4 match, I think, was really iconic, too. Being go 15 at lead, or maybe it was like 13.
Yeah.
13 to lead to get the Black Yellow Luffy to lose by the normal game rules, right?
Yeah.
And honestly, a good 3 out of 5, really, really close match, or 2 out of 3. What's your thought on that matchup in general?
Honestly, I don't think it's that hard, but when they open the way he did, at least games 1 and 2, that's when I think you kind of worry a little bit, and you have to draw well and trigger well to get out of it. Because I mean, I think Black Yellow Luffy has a really strong, can have a really strong opener, and it's hard to come back from when you have so little dawn. And thankfully, I got there.
Yeah. Do you think he did kind of, I don't want to say the word starve, but like kind of like the delay, like leaving you, like passing you back 6 dawn and that kind of stuff. Do you think that's the way to play against you in that scenario, or do you think you still try to pressure a little bit?
I think he did a good job about not letting me get Kaya value. There was probably maybe after he got rid of my 3rd Kaya, he needs to like press the gas, because he's gonna run out of time, and I was still at 5 life. So like you have to swing. It's unfortunate, but like you got to get somewhere.
You do. Yeah, 100%. So I agree with that. I know it's really tough. It's a lot of hot and cold, right? Where do you leave up energy or your dawn? Do you make sure that they you get the good numbers out of it? Like if you have an 8K and they have like you have 1 or 2 dawn up, like having a 9K out, it feels really bad. But well, what was your run today? Were you able to? Did you play against any red purple laws today?
No, I actually played 0 the whole tournament. It's crazy. But that's, I guess sometimes it has to be your weekend, and at least they got me there. My top cut was Enel into Bonney, Enel. Wait.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was Enel, Bonney, Enel. Black Yellow Luffy.
I think you had 2 Black Yellow Luffys, right? Because you had the last
top 4.
2.
Top 4.
Top 4. Yeah. So I think you had double Enel and then maybe a Bonney.
Yeah.
Something like maybe the other 2 ones.
Oh, I think it was that way. Yeah, I think it was Enel, Bonney, Enel.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah. Obviously Enel a little bit easier of a matchup for you. So, but that's kind of how this meta looks like for you. What other questions? What are your thoughts about Nami in this meta in general? Do you think?
I think it's great. I know RP Law is the boogeyman for the deck. And it is a really, really hard matchup. It's not unwinnable, though. It really isn't. You have to play really well, and you also have to, you do need some trigger help sometimes, because, I mean, they can draw slow too, right? And that can also give you enough time to get there. So it is highly unfavorable, but everything else in the meta is, I feel the deck is very favored, or either very favored or slightly favored, and that's comfortable enough for me to want to play the deck.
100%. Any advice for people who are trying to pick up Nami or play it in the future?
I would say the deck definitely calls for you to have good memorization. It's so important to know your stack. At some point, you need to know what your life is so you can play for it. You need to know when to take damage, and sometimes you there's like some turns where I like ended on very low dawn because I was comfortable taking damage that turn, and then whether he chose to do something or not, that's on him. But you have to make it as awkward for your opponent as possible, so they can't just like comfortably pass every turn. You kind of want them to react to what you're doing.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, and I think you made a good point about just the memorization. Since you have stuff like your 1-drop, being able to just play 2 of them, the draw 1 is fine, right? But saying, oh, I know if I play 2, know the bottom 8 of my deck, so I know what those are, and if I have 10 cards in deck and I know I have 2 cards in life, I can kind of know what could be in there and what the potential triggers could be. So I think that knowledge is really insightful too.
And that was very important for my top 4 matchup. That was it took some time that final turn to really remember if I had double White Snake on top, because I did remember it was White Snake, 2K, and it ended up being perfect.
Yeah.
So
and again, like with the pressure on, with the camera on, with it's been a long weekend as well, right? And for me too, like I'll have to remember, was this game that was that, or did I do that last game kind of stuff? So, but I think you played really, really well, and it definitely showed. So,
thank you.
last thing, any shout-outs? I know that the venue went very happy.
Yeah, I have to. There's so many people to shout out. The most important people are, I would call them my GOAT group chat. It consists of Vicky Goldman, Dylan Chu, Jackie Mogg, Kyle Vo, and Brian Huynh. They're have been my day one supporters, and I can't thank them enough for helping me practice, criticizing my deck builds, helping me get to where I am. And then I got to shout out Project CCG. It's the local store that I support, as well as Core TCG for having such a great event. Everything ran so smoothly. Yep. And I thank God, thank my mom, thank Nami, yes.
The list goes on, yes. But, definitely, and I really do like these community wins too, right? It's not just you, but your whole group won this event too, right? Just the community for it.
And most importantly, I got to thank my girlfriend for being very patient with me and supporting me, as I travel and also compete with this.
Yeah, I think you've got a lavish date night in the future for sure.
Yeah,
so.
I owe her one.
Yes. Well, love to see that. I really appreciate you taking the minute. I know adrenaline's high too, and you've been it's been a long weekend for you. So I'm going to let you relax and bask in your win. We're going to go right back to one last break, but we'll have Yonas back over here. We'll close out the stream. But thank you again very much, and congratulations for your win.
Thank you for having me.
Of course.
Until the next one.
Yes, until the next one. See you guys in just a minute. We'll close it out. We'll be right back.